coolant and they're solid aluminum, so they dissipate heat quicker.
They are very efficient, yeah.
Yep, they move heat quicker. Yep. I know how to tweak the Mustangs out.
Mhm.
That's what I like to flip Mustangs, but if you can take a little bit beat up Mustang, you can buy them for $1,500 where kids beat them up, put them back together for $5,000, and it's a $10,000 car. So you can double your money in it. A Mustang, and with a new motor and new trans, it's a $10,000 car. You start adding rims and stereos and shit, you get up around 15, 18 grand, depending on the addition of the car.
Yeah.
Cobra goes up. Cobra SVT in mint condition. I don't care if it's vintage. It's a $20,000 car. You gas 20 and get 18 all day long, because they got a 351 5-speed in them, and they're fucking fast. They're not just fast.
They are beautiful. These American muscle cars, they are beautiful. I always liked them from childhood. Yeah. The Europeans, they always been like factory standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to wait for 5 decades to see a better improved car, but the only place where you saw improvements was in the electronics, gadgets and stuff.
Yeah.
But the mechanics of the engines, they haven't changed much. They kept like the same engine model for decades.
Yeah. That's the way those Euro models are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with the Aussie models.
Yeah.
But you guys got regulations. They don't even want to let you build a car that could beat a cop car,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw, for example, the way they assembly in factories. For example, these needle bearings.
Roller
Which,
bearing.
yeah, which you have to fit them, and then you have to put like a Torx wrench on them, and it shows you like how light they spin.
Yeah, friction test.
Yeah, and most of the times these workers, they don't even use that tool. They just assembly and move on. They spin it with their hand, and they say, "Oh, it has to be to you need to feel a little bit to twist it." If it's spinning very lightweight, then they say, "Oh, there is a 5 micron gap in their play, air, and that's not good, blah blah." But actually, when they make these roller bearings, they make them by sizes. They have a tolerance, like, let's say, from 0 to 5 microns tolerance, and you have a bearing. One fits 1 micron, 2 micron, 3 micron, And yeah, you have to take these ones exactly. And if you have 1 micron gap, that's perfect. You know, it's very good. There won't be a play because that micron actually splits in half when you have when you calculate it at the diameter of the bearing. Yeah.
Yep.
So
You're
the
talking
play will be very, very little. Yeah. But that means less friction.
like
And
a
that is very important. Yeah.
like a Timken roller bearing.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. I use Timken.
Yeah. I was in, actually, this was for, in a factory, they were making these big industrial sewing machines. And
Sewing machines.
sewing, like making textiles. Sewing, yeah, sewing. My bad, my accent.
See, it's not
And
just me.
yeah, correct.
Damn it.
And yeah, we were assembling these bearings in there, and I had like the engineer. He came and he told us, "Hey, we sent this machine to the mother factory and they sent it back because it's not good." He was angry with the workers, you know. I was new there and I told them, dude, look, when we had these bearings on boxes, you know, and each one of them was by numbers 15 micron to 20, 20 to 25, you know, like
Mm.
that, sorted out. And I told them, look, you have to take, uh, you have this outer bearing cage, and now you have to take this with the needles and fit one in there. Uh, and you start from small to big, yeah? You have to pick, uh, test each one until you find the one which goes in slightly, it has no play, yeah?
Yeah,
And
I'm with you.
next one, if you take the bigger size, next one you will have to push it hard, a little bit harder inside. And you still feel no play, but you will feel that you have to apply a little bit of force to turn it, you know? And the smaller one, when you twist it, it will spin like freely, you know, and you don't feel any play in it. And I told them, this is the correct one. If you go with the bigger or even bigger, like 2 size bigger, then you have a lot of friction. And the motors they were using for these sewing machines, they were stepper motors, which had to spin a shaft going through like 20 or 30 or even 40 of these bearings. And if each of these bearings is like with 2 sizes bigger, yeah, you have a lot of friction, which you put in this stepper motor. Motor doesn't have the force to turn
Right.
that shaft. Yeah, because stepper
Yeah.
motors they move
Well,
precisely, they hold
yeah.
position, but they don't have torque. Yeah,
Right, and it's too much friction during startup.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And, uh, and then after 1 week, the boss from the factory came and he brought like an expert. But I was already telling to this engineer in this factory, dude, this is how you must select them, you know. I mean, I know how they are made and why they are made on these sizes. You know, you have a 5 micron tolerance, so yeah, if you have 5 micron gap air, that's no problem. It's acceptable. You know, you are within the
Yeah,
standard.
air
But
gap.
yeah,
Yeah.
if the bigger size bearing is with 5 micron bigger, then you have a lot of friction there.
Well, that's because you just filled in the
Tension, yeah,
you
yeah.
just filled in the air gap.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Uh, yeah,
you'd think that the transition from smaller to bigger would be more gradual.
yeah. Well, when we have like a cylinder and a hole, if the hole is with 5 microns smaller, you can push that cylinder in that hole. It goes. It will go. You know, depending also on air temperature in the room. Yeah, if you warm up that part with the hole, it will dilate and it will increase a little bit in size. And you fit that cylinder perfectly. But when they both come to the same temperature, then it will be stuck.
I get, be good.
Yeah.
Did you hear that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
The
No,
Earth is not a spinning ball.
he's
No.
a Glober, man.
No, really? Are you kidding?
That's
No
heresy.
way.
That's heresy. Blasphemy.
No, that Glober ain't figured that shit out yet.
We got a VC verified in here. Well, they just
you,
left,
you
so they
hear
started talking.
you hear him talking about global roller air gaps?
Yeah.
Let me clear my throat.
Yeah, I like the spinning things, things that spin, bearings.
The spinny things with the outer dimensions,
Yeah,
the inner dimensions, and the variances and such.
I I like this part of mechanics, but this part of mechanics, I don't see it happening with the ground below my feet, you know.
Uh, the tolerance is too tough.
Yeah.
I was butting in because there was a new person here. They left as soon as I started to say something. So y'all go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, they said, "Fuck, Dave's gonna call me out. I'm out." I, that some bitch is always on new people. He's new person racist. I just tell him, no, I'm not racist. I paint my John Deere green. If you get that joke,
I always say, I hate everybody equally.
right? I'm an asshole to everyone. I'm not picky.
Whenever you deserve it, you're going to get it.
Actually,
Yeah, I'm all purpose asshole. Universal with distribution.
I call it an equal
I can
opportunity asshole.
understand the goodwill. I can understand the goodwill in that saying, like loving everybody equally, but I don't agree with it
No,
because, yeah, we can't love these
no.
clowns, which intentionally they are in
You gotta
denial and contradiction. Yeah,
you gotta earn love just like you earn respect. It's not owed to you.
exactly. Yeah.
You gotta give it to get it. Same as
I agree with
respect.
that. I agree with that. To an extent, of course.
Mm.
Well, you can love a motherfucker. That could mean that you don't fuck with him though. Because you love his.
Oh no, I'm not that kind of person.
You
If I
love
love
his.
you, I'll definitely fuck with you.
I can respect people, but the respect that is they're too dumb for me to fuck with, and I just don't fuck with them.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'll pray for your ass and leave you alone.
Battlemon, when did you last time spoke with Jim Panda?
Jim, oh man, I love him, but damn it, his voice just grabbed a hold of my ball sack and jerks on it, man. He goes all the way down my back. It's like his
Yeah.
voice. His voice
I
is
keep hearing about
nailed.
this guy. I think I've seen him on here before, like a while back, but I really don't
His
know who
voice
he
is
is.
nailed. His voice is nails on the chalkboard to me. That's how he talks. Michael,
Yeah.
Michael,
Oh, really?
Michael,
Yeah.
Michael.
Michael.
Oh my God! I picture my hands around his throat, thumbs touching, trying to wrench him. Two
He
index
has like a
fingers.
Balky sound to it, or what?
Oh my God! Yeah, I like him. He just when he gets intense with it, his voice just drives me fucking nuts, man.
Oh, last time I spoke with him, I set him on fire. He picked on Jin, saying that Jin has to apologize to some guy,
Yeah,
because Jin
Oh, I
called
remember that. I
that guy
remember.
a liar, And I told him, dude, by no means Jin has to apologize to anyone by calling them a liar. He can call liar anyone who wants, because calling someone a liar is not an insult.
no, it's not.
Yeah, it's an
Well, if it's true,
accusation,
especially. I mean,
and
Uh,
yeah, you have to prove yourself that you're not lying.
it's
That's what you have to
yeah.
do. You don't need to expect apologies.
I
Yeah,
call it an integrity check.
yeah. I
yeah,
mean, if I'm wrong and somebody clear and corrects me, I'm not gonna get mad at him. No, I mean, as long as it's not like in hateful type of
yeah,
way.
There's a quality check on integrity.
yeah.
There's certain talents and you can't be outside of it, or it's just not integrity,
And then
right?
he was like, "Hey,
Right.
Jet Jet, I'm gonna mute you and whatever." And I said, "You do whatever you want. It's your server. You can even ban me. I don't care. I can
Now I
only care
understand why
less."
everybody calls you Jet be
Yeah.
Jet instead of Get be Get. That's been driving me nuts for
Listen,
weeks.
dude.
I was like, damn it, you're the one that made it sound like that.
Every time I go over there, before I go, I bitch. Hey man, can I get on mute on your server if I come over and debate? Sure, Michael. I will hit the VC and watch it go on red. And it'll be for about
Yeah.
20 seconds and then it goes red again. And then they do me and they say do me like they keep deafening me and on deafening me and they say that's what you do to people. That's how you win an argument. And I'm like, no, I don't disrespect. I don't treat people like
Yeah.
that. And I don't. I am
I was gonna
a
say
I
I
know.
don't think you mute people unless they're really assholes. At least I haven't seen you mute anybody. Maybe
no.
once or twice.
I'm a direct realist, so I'm firm when I talk. That's it. I talk like I see it as the fatherly tone to people. You're gonna be honest. You're gonna be genuine. You're gonna address
Yeah, if
points.
you demand respect by the sound of your
Yeah.
voice and the way you carry yourself, then yeah, people will just automatically want to respect you. You're right.
Yeah.
Jeff
Well,
Gander.
these
I
guys
know a
don't.
lot of people think that's an arrogant, asinine thing to be, but it's really not. When you're a father and you have a lot of people under you that you have to care for. You have to be that way sometimes, so it
Uh,
carries over into your regular life. You know what I mean?
I've been the boss since I came home from the Marine Corps, so you know what I mean. Go from being a Marine who's really firm and decisive, and there's no time for. I don't joke around. I don't got time for that bullshit. It's straight to the point. You ask a guy a question, or you give him an answer, and he says, "So what you're saying is?" I hate that. The minute they say that, because they're
Now,
gonna
let's
change.
translate what you just told me.
Yeah, they're gonna.
That's basically said, well, I'm going to straw man you. So you might as well just say that because that's what's about to happen.
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
They're about to
Here, let me
flip.
find some straws here. Hold on.
Why that?
No.
Why that?
So what you're saying is no. I said what I said. That's like it's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What I said was
Michael,
if you
didn't
twist
ask
Try to
for
my
an
interpret and redefine every word you said. It's pretty
yeah,
sickening. And I'll say this about Jem Panda. If you're
it
not
is.
letting him filibuster, you're
Yeah.
censoring him. That's his position. If you're not letting him just talk and talk and talk, you're censoring him. He
Yeah,
said, "You're censoring me more times than I've ever heard another human being say." While he's talking, talks for 6 minutes straight, and you try to talk, and you're like, "Why are you censoring me?"
yeah.
Like, you ain't the only
Michael,
person here. There's 30
There's a
people in the
lot of the
chat,
guys
dude.
that come in here and act like that, dude. He's not the only one, that's for sure. I
Those,
noticed there was a guy in here a
Michael
couple days ago that was just being a dick. It was like, and he was demanding that we don't, that we do this and that, and you guys need to be quiet while I talk. I want to slap somebody that acts like that. It's like they're rude and
Listen,
nasty to everybody, but then they want the same respect. It's like, no, I don't think so, but
oh, you're
look, they're
fucking
filibustering because they're not actually like transferring information to you. They're just talking, and like words are coming out, and they're sentences, but like they're not
it's
communicating
just
information.
salad
The
without
point
ranch.
is, listen, exactly. So their purpose is to make sure no communication actually just time waste, kill time, and make sure like no one else that's actually interested comes in here and gets any information. They're cock blockers. That's all I could say. That's what they are, cock blockers.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see where you're going.
they ain't even letting you get the tip in.
Dude, they're the fat chick that won't let
of
you like.
soldiers.
I know. Nobody's getting
When
laid if the fat chick can't get laid tonight.
That's right. That's why you
Yeah,
gotta have a
really.
friend who's with
Good
no
old roast.
morals.
They put me in a spot where I'd be like, damn it, I've been here too long. What, I gotta fuck you and the fat chick? Because I'll
Well,
do
depends on what
that.
she looks like, but hey,
Give me
We call
another
it
beer.
jumping on. So we used to call it jumping on the grenade, man. It's like, I'm getting with this girl, man. Which one of you two are jumping on the grenade? Because she's with
falling
that
on your
fat girl.
sword. Yeah.
yeah,
You gotta take one for the team, buddy. Ride that moped and ride it hard. Put it away wet.
I don't
Hey,
know
Make
if
I
you
had one
guys
friend.
have
He
sure
would
you bang
always
that
go
screen door while you're.
he was nasty.
yeah, it's always
I
been my
don't
belief that mopeds are fun to ride until your friends see you.
in
And
Romania
that's when you
in
ditch.
the
That's when
army.
you ditch it and keep walking.
I don't know if you have this in America in the army, but in Romania, like the superior gives an order to a soldier to remove the hole from the military base. And some soldiers will go to that hole in the ground and they will start grabbing with their hands the edge of the hole and start pulling. And other soldier will take the shovel,
What?
you know. Yeah, they take a shovel and they cover the first hole and making a new one, you know.
Oh
And
yeah, that'd
you
be
keep
most fun.
doing this until the hole is out of the military base. Yeah,
I just go out the military
Oh,
base.
I
And
see. That's a fucked up way to.
I
Here, there's another one.
yeah,
just go out the fence and get you some dirt, man.
yeah.
But mommy, I
Yeah,
don't want to go around in circles. Shut up, kid, for I know your other foot's on
as a
the floor.
soldier, you have to learn to dig, you know.
Uh,
Yeah,
one thing we did when we didn't have other things to do in boot camp, they had a pile of dirt that you just moved around. Move that pile of
yeah,
dirt
yeah.
from there,
Yeah,
from
that's equal.
there here. Yeah, you'd move it across the pathway, then move it to the other side of the hard stand. Now move it back,
Yeah.
And the dudes
But
would
sir,
bitch.
if I just leave the pile here, it won't need to be moved. Sir.
Yeah. Well, dudes would bitch about it, and I'm like, look, dude, they're just keeping us busy. They're gonna keep us busy, and just get your fucking dude. That dude, we were doing it so quick. He said, okay, you can only carry one bucket with one arm, and it can only be half full. They started limiting us because these idiots were like, they thought they
The
were
whole
gonna get
idea is,
done.
to keep your ass busy and So you're looking busy. You don't want to look like you're just standing around staring, holding shovel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I gotta give you something to do for 8 hours.
I
Well, if you
heard,
think about it, everybody
sorry.
hates that. Like when you're driving down the highway and you see all these workers standing out there, and they're all just standing there holding shovels, and one guy's doing all the work. It does kind of piss you off, doesn't it? So if you really think about it, that's a
Not-
good way to teach to put out that image that we don't fuck around and we take shit seriously. So the military's
Not
always
me.
been like that, so it makes sense to me.
Well, it doesn't piss me off when only one guy's got the shovel for me, because I know that you get there when you're at the end of paving a certain area. There's only room for one guy to be out there throwing it around. And you'd say, but it's a big ass roadway. Yeah, well, there's a small work area because you
Mhm.
can't fuck up the surface.
Oh, I get it. My
Well,
stepdad worked for Caltrans, so I know pretty much how it works. But I mean, it just from the outside, it appears like you got a
yeah,
bunch of lazy asses standing around. You know what I mean? In the military, I think that's more of an image thing. That's why they do that. They don't want you to seem like you're just standing around not busy. Do something. You're getting paid.
well, we do more by lunch than most people do all day. Or we do more by breakfast than most people all day. It depends on what branch you're in. They'll feed fucking
Yeah.
300.
Yeah,
They,
Marines are the one that you really don't unless you can handle.
yeah, and the Marines feed 300 people in like 25 minutes. Done. You, from the,
How many people do they actually go through that don't make it the first day that ring out or tap out or whatever you call it?
I think 15 quit the first day of my boot camp. It was
Wow, out of how many?
out of like 110.
Wow, that's a lot, I guess. Well, I can see it being hard, but you'd think they'd be prepared for it, or they'd have done some research on what they were going to do when they got there, right?
It's just physical, and it becomes mental if you're not in shape. If you're in shape, if you was an athletic person, it's not as mental because you're not exhausted. You know, it's only hard on people who can't meet the physical requirements. Really.
It's basically to weed that out, right? To weed out those imperfections and whatever for the guys that do have the talent, but aren't quite there. Is that basically how it works?
The physics. It's just like Navy SEALs, man. It's all in physics. It's your body. Can you swim 2 miles into shore with an injured person? Marine. Can you run for 5 miles with an injured person over your back to get him out of the combat area so he can get a medic? You know.
Right.
Can you fight all day long without losing your fucking mind? You know. Well, if you can't do push-ups all day long without going batshit crazy, then you're not going to be good for combat. You know?
So they
That's a
don't
very good
care.
point.
They don't care much about debating the problem.
No, hell no. You're either
I don't know.
Yeah, they care about doing something about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
you're either one of the few proud, or you're part of the larger statistic,
Or
and
you're nobody.
you're already gone. Yeah. The Marines is the few, the proud, the Marines, and they really mean it. They flush motherfucker quick than shit. The fifth day, and I've told you the same thing 15 times, man. You're just too dumb to follow orders.
Yeah.
They would tell you when a guy's telling you specifically what he wants you to do, step by step, how he wants to do it, and every time you get to the third step and you're fucking lost. You know? You got to be able to pay attention to detail. That's
And
simple.
do that under fire because it's important.
Yeah, it is. Like memorizing rules and shit. Stupid shit. Like, what's the definition of discipline? They beat that into my head the first 15 days so hard. I know it now and I can say it quickly. The instant willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance, sir. I can't forget it 30 years later.
All right, define osmosis for me then.
osmosis. That's
The
not
movement
one.
of molecules from a larger concentration to a lower concentration through a semi-permeable membrane.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're.
Don't ask me how I know that. I just do.
I was gonna say, well, that's obviously what your drill instructor wanted to hear, but mine wanted to know.
I was never in the military. I'm just going from my life experience.
Mine.
Probably because you're a plumber.
No, no, but yeah.
I made sure you knew what foul fucking orders mean. Don't think. Listen. And do exactly what the fuck I tell you.
Yeah, you get your brain back when you leave the Corps.
Yeah, they'd tell you they put a cigarette.
Come here, boy. I'm gonna borrow this.
They put a cigarette butt on the ground, tell you to go over there and don't pick it up. Pick it up, but not with your index finger and your thumb, with your pinky and your thumb. Hold it hanging down. Walk 5 steps over. Dig a hand-sized hole with your fucking hand, and then drop it in it. If you do anything outside of what they said, you failed. Get back in line. Give me 100 push-ups. Just do them, you know. And then you try it again and you switch it around. You might have to hold it with the pinky and the thumb, but make it point straight out sideways. And you got to hold it that way the entire time you're digging. You fuck it up again, you're going to be holding it to where it's pointing straight up in the air. Because the thing is just to get you to take orders quickly and
and listen carefully. Yeah, it's important.
Orders quickly, because it might be what saves your fucking life.
Exactly. They want you to understand and obey.
Yo, and don't say I. There's no I in the military. Ain't no I, me.
I know.
What eye? Your brown eye? You want me to fuck you in the ass, boy? Your mama ain't here to stop me.
There ain't no me.
Why you fucking me, soldier? But they don't call you
Making
soldier.
sure your ship shape, your gig line's all out of whack. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
God damn it, maggot! What I tell you about?
If they're calling you a soldier in the Marine Corps, they're insulting your ass. Because you're a Marine, not a soldier.
Exactly.
Soldiers are in the Army, and you're supposed to. If they tell you to be ready to fight when somebody calls you a soldier, and then they call you soldier, and you don't say you're going to whoop their ass, you didn't follow orders.
It's like a military, like usually the military has a separate branch called the medical corps, except for when it comes to the Marines. The Marine medics are actually corpsmen. They are specialists.
Navy. Yeah, Navy. Yeah. Our medics are Navy men. We could have a medic from a different, from Army too, if he's a specialist, if he's a combat medic specialist, then we can have an
They
Army.
have to be a specialist, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I know this doesn't relate to flat Earth, but I'm still interested in it.
That basically means they will shoot you, disable you, and then save your life.
Yeah. Yep.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, bro.
So by specialist, he means special skills operator and medic.
No, I was going to ask, like what all is entailed in actually having that title? Like, you know, do you have to like be able to do certain things specifically, or is
you
it
know
just a matter
exactly
of...
where to hit someone to kill them?
Well, here, specialist.
No, I mean, I'm not a combat specialist, but the medical guy.
Oh, he's a medical specialist. He's
Yeah,
take all
expert in
the,
anatomy.
yeah, he's taking all the advanced things in a.
I see. So he's got all the knowledge and he's got all down, is basically. Because I know, like, when you work at a normal job, they'll give you that title even though you don't know shit about it, just because you passed the question. I've always wondered, you know, like if the military.
Not in the military.
I'm assuming they don't do it that way, right?
So a specialist, a combat specialist, is, you know, probably a rifle expert, a weapons expert, hand.
So the military is basically a job where you really have to do everything perfectly, otherwise you get your ass kicked.
Or at least threatened to beat your ass. So they'll take you. Lots of threats about the hurting locker. They'll rape you in the hurting locker. I'll put a hurting on you, boy. The Ajax can't wash off. Shit like that.
Don't make me throw your ass in the hurt locker, boy.
I mean, I got fed up with threats.
That's why I never went in the military, because I would have fucking lost my mind. I would have fucking killed somebody.
Yeah, on a specialist team, motherfucker told me I was going to follow orders or he's going to kill me. And that was just the last time somebody was threatening me. That was the end of my specialist career. Because I told him he wasn't qualified to kill me. He better go get some more fucking training and come back. Because I'm going to do I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do. Because it's what's right. And if you get in the fucking way, you'll be another casualty of war, motherfucker. And the truth was, he was a logistics specialist. He wasn't a special skills operator. He shouldn't have been slinging threats to specialist killers when he specializes in giving orders. You know what I mean?
Not very smart.
Frat boys telling soldiers what to do, threatening them like, yeah.
Yeah, frat boy. Yeah, and he came in a motherfucking officer. Bitch, man.
He was a logistic
What was that
officer,
all about?
but he wasn't using logic.
Yep. No, I get it. I mean, it's not like it's personal to me. It's just that's why I never went in the military, because I don't think I could have handled that at a ripe young age. I was very, very spoiled rotten, so it took me a long time to.
Isn't it true?
Discipline myself.
If you have like a PhD, you can enter the military as an officer with honors.
Yeah. Higher level officer too.
Wow.
That's the kind of punk motherfucker that threatened me when
I see why you would be that way.
When I took advanced hand-to-hand combat training, when I came into the Marine Corps with a second-degree black belt, with states and wrestling.
Yeah, while you were doing that, he was playing football and fucking cheerleaders.
Yeah, I took every survivalist course I could take. I took every hand-to-hand combat certification I could take. I was certified in hand combat with weaponry, knives, rods, empty rifle.
How do they train you to use those? I mean, I know like how do they train you to do a gun and all that, but like how do they train you in hand-to-hand combat? Is it just like tactics and how to take people down and all this and that, or what? How does it all work? I mean, I know it's a long explanation, but give me a short version of it.
Gracie combatants for takedown. Gracie combatants, Roman Greco wrestling. It's like martial arts instruction. And the same with knives and combat. That knife is considered close quarter combat. Close quarter combat training. You learn moves to disarm people. You learn to execute your moves without pre-thought. Should be automatic. Thought slows you down. It's got to be automatic.
Yeah.
Automatic response. Automatic. You learn to disarm a person, or you learn the many strikes with a knife at kill zones. Or if you're going to demobilize a limb, then you cut the tendon for that limb in one fluid slice. Disable your arm in one slice.
Out.
If you cut my tendon, I'll beat you up with it.
Well, if I cut that Achilles tendon,
my tendon and step on your toe, you piece of shit.
You're gonna have a hard time standing up to do it with no Achilles tendons, bro.
I got 2 legs, motherfucker.
I'll use one to beat you.
I lead with one and use the other to kick you in the face.
I'm cutting at a carotid artery next, so you'll have to beat me with that.
Oh, damn it! I hate when you do.
Truth be told, if it's close quarter combat, and it's my life or yours, you'll probably be power washing me with your blood.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing you're going to be doing is bleeding if I can help it. I'm not dying. I'm a going home, motherfucker. I'm going home, all costs. And that's where they put you. So you can't think about killing, because there's a killer on the other side's probably did the same training as you. Can't sit there. If you waste your time thinking, man, this guy probably didn't earn a death. But, well, that's cool now because you're fucking dead. You
Yep.
just wasted too much fucking time thinking. So,
Mm-hmm. It's all about acting on orders rather than thinking.
right, and it could be to save your life, and normally it's just, we know, and it's to get the mission done, but we know that the missions aren't always honorable or for valid reasons, or the reason you're doing the mission wouldn't make you a hero if people knew the truth.
You got to
Especially,
keep your own mouth.
yeah, especially if you're a specialist sent to an area that you're not even your military, your own people will turn their back on you if you get caught in that area. You weren't in. You're AWOL. You was AWOL. They didn't send you there.
Bro, are you telling me that it's not like in the movies that the guy gets shot like 7 times and 7 arrows and he's still fighting? It's not like that?
Fuck no. Rambo didn't have a medic. I don't know what the fuck he does. We don't teach Marines to patch themselves up.
Evening.
Although that probably would slow you down quite a bit if you were always worried about little boo.
Yeah, I don't know
Of
where
course
that.
you don't.
I don't know where that motherfucker learned to do the stitches. They never taught me in the Marines. If you needed stitches in the Marines, I was taught to yell for the medic.
Obviously.
You know?
Obviously. You're not
Or
fucking
if there's
stitching
not
yourself.
one nearby, you in trouble.
How about we maintain this cone of fire, boys, with this M249 saw, while we stitch each other's legs up? No. Triage, please.
Here, I'll shoot with one arm. Start stitching. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
I'll keep shooting. I'll cover you.
Well, the joke is that
Don't fuck up my stitches, bro, with that fucking recoil of that gun.
yeah,
Don't get any powder in it either.
listen, that's what I was gonna say. Tell them the joke. A one-armed man on that gun is gonna kill everybody in the area.
Exactly.
Everybody in the immediate area. No, probably not.
Yeah.
You
I
just
know how to do stitches really well, actually. Something I'm very good at.
just sawed your own Jeep in half. Now you're not getting the fuck out of there.
But that was because of all my boys and that when we were younger getting carried up.
Dramatic. Oh, now you ain't got no backup because all your boys are dead. Quit shooting the fucking gun with one arm, Jim.
I've got some milk.
Actually, you probably only get to pull the trigger once and kill a couple people.
Didn't get it from
yeah,
him,
then you'd get one in the back of the head from your own damn people. So you don't kill nobody else.
Yeah, that makes sense. Considering that you're shooting with a gun that can jump out of your hand easily. I guess you got to.
Bail out and let the next motherfucker take over. Nothing worse than being wounded in a combat mission. And now you feel like you're not a full man, you know what I mean? You're already down 2 notches. You're already losing hit rates, or if it's a hit point game, your health's down 30%. Too many more hits and you ain't gonna make it. But then again, just because you get shot in the arm don't mean you can't use that arm. I know
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say you'd probably have to take my arm off completely before I would stop trying to defend myself if I was afraid for my life.
Yeah.
You'd have to blow off each limb because I'd try to figure out a way to shoot at you with one of them or the other until I was done. I take death threats very seriously.
That's right. This dude, Sty was half retarded and inbred. Look at him. That's that inbred look right there. I'm from Tennessee.
My mama says I kiss real good.
My daddy's my cousin.
I'm my own grandpa. Shit.
He said,
Are there any Clovers in here?
No, huh? Fuck, I don't know.
I can't, dude. I told you that fucking thing. I can't.
Oh,
Drakkar?
It's not listing it no more.
It's
Now
not
it's all those
even,
little squares, man.
oh,
But I
it's-
can't get rid of it.
here
There's a
I'll
guy in
look.
here named Drakkar 101 that doesn't even checked in yet.
Flatty's a VC verified.
I'm used to that Drakkar guy.
He's blocked. He's turned his thing off.
Oh.
Oh,
It's John Smith.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, John, you
Long time.
keep asking me stuff in my DMs.
Oh yeah. I asked you basically anyone can answer this if they want, but I was just asking, what do you think like some of the most biggest problems today in society? Like
The destruction
West
of the
Coast,
family. The destruction of the
Yep.
family.
Number one.
family unit.
Yep, I would agree.
Interesting. I'm open to all sorts of ideas because I'm just trying to get thinking right now. You know,
Economics.
everyone has a different idea about it.
Yeah, but we can all
I would
survive
think
different kind of economic problems. We
ADHD
can't all survive the other one. You know?
Right.
ADHD is the biggest problem because no one can stay on topic.
Yeah, that's a good
That
point.
was a joke.
That's what we got you for, damn it.
I know. Listen, Elijah.
I got dyslexia and ADHD.
Listen, Elijah was cracking on that earlier, right? So Cunny tried the major obfuscation move and said, I want to go with Battle Mod 1v1. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. And the whole damn lobby's trying to get me to fight him 1v1. And I said, well, I just
What would be
refused.
the purpose of that?
Well, Elijah had a point and he never addressed it. And the point was obfuscation and, walking around it, just not addressing it. Never addressing what your actual point is. And I told him I refuse to be the guy to 1v1 you so you can drag me so far from the fucking point because you think I'm an idiot. So I'm just
without backup to someone to keep you in check. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna let you know I'm not that idiot. We're not 1v1 and answer his question because it's the biggest thing they do. They either gaslight or obfuscate.
Or they just salad. They just work their way around it.
That's what he did with me, right? When I confronted him with the fact that everybody experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating. He was like, well, only the non-rotating part.
He's a moron.
Yeah,
But the sky. But I see the sun. I see the sun. I see the moon.
He got mad as hell when he said he won't concede that you observe Earth as a flat local plane. And then I let him to it. I led him to it, and I told him, with that statement right there, you just agreed that it's observably flat when we're talking about the sphere of view. Well, if you can only see so far in a circle, then all that's going to appear locally flat and non-moving in your sphere of view. And he was quiet for a minute, and I thought, and this dumbass wants to 1v1 me. I would have just
I think he muted then. He was tired.
Yeah. I would have just walked him right back to Elijah's point and then told Elijah to will you repeat your point, man? Restate it? Because I get fucking mad.
Roger, when they say stuff like
opportune time. What I missed.
Where did you go? Where did you go to do that? Because I want to
speak to the devil, huh?
Go there too. And that usually just stops them dead in their tracks.
Who you calling the devil?
Yeah, no, Elijah.
I was saying because Elijah popped in right after we said his name.
All right, it's the devil now, man. Just because he's black, that's so racist.
That's got nothing to do with it. Stop already.
He loves it when I do shit like that to
I had a
people.
problem with somebody for being black. I would have told him already.
I'm a green-eyed devil and you keep rumpus me, damn it. Is that smart? No.
You're part Inuit too.
I am green-eyed.
I'm the white devil. How about that?
I don't know about white, but I got green eyes. I'm dirty white, but
let's move on.
No, we was just talking about Cunny trying so hard to obfuscate. He was challenging me to a 1v1. And I just pointed it out. Just pointed out you're just trying to obfuscate his point more. And I'm not going to be the guy that says, yeah, I want to be one you so you can keep on obfuscating that beautiful point. He was mad about that, bro. he was,
Yeah, he left. I was surprised with all the the forcefulness he came in with. I didn't think he was going to just cut like that.
I crushed that kid every.
Yeah, you did. It was a fatality for sure. Flawless victory.
Well, no, I do every time he comes in because he does that shit, and I just repeat the question. That's why I didn't. I've done it to him like 5 times. To beat him, all you got to do is keep. When you come to that one thing he don't want to address, keep repeating it every time he goes around it. That's why I just said no. Answer Elijah's point, because the last point was something to do with gaslighting and obfuscation.
Mm-hmm.
You never directly addressed my shit.
Yeah, Elijah was definitely right in that one.
And then he tried to switch the burden to you.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, and he used. Let me use what I say is true to prove what I say is true. Fucking idiot. That kid's an idiot. And his
my cat is green. Look, I'll show you a picture. Now you have to believe me because I'm telling you other things.
Yeah, and he's another gem to me. He's got that voice. His voice just fucking annoys me. I don't know what it is. It just bugs me. Like one of them dogs that can't bark all the way and they just go, bitch, bark. Don't fucking do that dumb shit.
Speak up, I can't.
One of my cats, the female cat, she'll but my male cat, he goes.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? Did your windpipe get crushed?
Zip, zip, zip.
Did your windpipe get crushed? On the way to adoption? Like what happened to you? What the fuck? It's the funniest shit you ever saw. I don't tease them about it though, because animals seem to be aware when you're making fun of them.
Mm-hmm.
Animals can read your mind, bro.
So much.
I swear, every time I try to scare my cat, scare the shit out of him, he always looks at me right before I get ready to swing on him, and he just looks at me like, really? It just looks at me like, really? It freaks me out almost every time.
You trying to sneak up on me with your big cloud hopper.
There's no such thing as sneaking up on a cat unless they're completely locked else and they're not paying attention.
Yeah, I like to scare my cats when I catch them like that. If I can get them to jump, it's even worth it more. My buddy gets so offended when I do that. It's funny.
Got to keep them on their toes, man.
Right. My tomcat, dude, he gets serious, but he's a good sized Maine Coon. And if you can scare the shit out of him, don't sit down and stop paying attention to him, because he will literally run up and bury his claws in the back of your head as he bitch slaps you. He's a prick. If you
somebody mentioned that cats bite you and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, that's a sign of affection. It's their way of saying, hey, pet me, motherfucker.
Love bite.
It's definitely affection, because I see cats doing it to each other, and they seem to think it's they react differently than what I would normally. So then I started to realize there's a lot of things that cats do that you don't realize it, but it's their way of saying they love.
Yeah. So next time Cunny comes in, start with that point about observing the Earth presenting itself as a local non-moving plane, a locally flat non-moving plane, and just keep repeating it if you got to. You wear him down.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, you wear him down.
That's what happens to clothes when you rinse and repeat.
You got his mojo. That's all I do. They do it to us.
Got some sugar.
The best way to take down somebody is to take their defense away from them. Once their defenses are down, you're done. They're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and tell us your greatest heart's desire of what you want to do to Elijah to take away his defenses?
I don't know. I'd have to meet him first.
Yeah, exactly. But no, to be fair, how do we take down someone like Elijah's defenses? Because Elijah's defenses is he relies upon fallacies, right? So he'll trip you up straight away based upon not just your speech, but it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. It's the structure. So it attacks the format of the way that you say what you say,
the
and the format.
Yeah.
So
the wording of the question.
Yeah, exactly. So like last night was really good because we questioned Matthew Learns and we showed really, really easily how flawed his logic was. And like it was good. It was a good clip. If anyone wants to watch it, go back, and it was about 1 a.m. British time. So
yeah, I was there.
Listen.
Like, it was demolished. He was demolished because he exposed himself. Good way.
So much better to prove that you're starting from a false dichotomy, that your question or your statement is no way close to reality, rather than address the fallacious question you ask about that.
Right. Attack the bullshit before it gets before you use it.
What was the topic?
The topic was simply knowledge and being able to know things, and he thought he would bring up, he basically, right. So the best way to sort of, I guess, go into it would be that he effectively was talking about how truth itself and what you consider. Sorry, my thing's playing something. I don't know why. One sec. Let me pause that so there's no feedback. Right. So yeah, right. So we were talking to him and we're like, how can you know something, right? And effectively it's to do with logic, right? And we were pointing out his logic and not just knowledge, but what's true and how you prove something, right? And basically, obviously, what did he do? He instantly went and harped upon the term epistemological logic, using epistemological logic that he doesn't know that something's boiling. I said to him, so when is it that something becomes reality to you? You know, for instance, there's something in front of you. It emits an electronic field.
Right there. How are you going to lean on the ability or format to know things as
this is my point.
Or a setup for not knowing?
Yes. Right. So this is it's so stupid, it's unreal. So like I pointed out very quickly to him, because I said even using epistemological sort of stances in some way, shape or form, he disregarded one of the main issues with epistemology anyway. And I pointed that out, which is that, you know, truth and belief. And I said it like, you know, like that one's like a leg, truth's a leg, and, you know, belief's another leg. And in the middle, they overlap, and there's a vagina. And in the middle of that vagina, there's a hole. And in that hole is like, you know, basically proof and what we can prove. And above that is sort of like, you know, basically claims that are somewhat not provable, basically, right? In this sort of clitoris area. That's the only way I could say it at the time of remembering the chart. And the point was, I said to him, how many senses do you need to use before to use something is known? Because he was effectively saying the only way that something can be proved is mathematically. He said the only thing I can prove is something simple, like that there are an infinite amount of prime numbers based upon.
He was talking about ignoring all your senses, and it was just ridiculous.
Yeah. And I said, but like using your senses, I said, you're stood in front of a cauldron that's using gas, and you can smell the gas. And at the same time, there's like, let's say there's a bug zapper going off, so you can feel the electronic field from that. Also, you feel the heat on your face, and you smell the gas in your nose. You feel, you know what I'm trying to say? And so your hairs are standing up from this electronic field that you feel at the same time, all the while you're watching the water boil, while you're also breathing in the moisture from the steaming pot. I said, you know that is boiling, effectively. You know it, and it's provable. And he was like, well, listen, I know it's boiling, but like, I wouldn't say I could prove it. I'm like, so what criterion would you use altogether to prove something when you can't rest upon the very thing that we use, the apparatus that we use to basically take in and absorb what it is that we're experiencing in reality? reality is only that which we experience through our senses anyway, right? And if that's what reality is, and that's how we interpret what reality is through these senses, like, why wouldn't it be proof? In fact, I understand someone could be on a hallucinogenically experiencing something similar to this, right? But there will be certain portions that are missing, for instance. But even that itself is a perspective of the mind itself. It's like, what about the experience that got to where you got to there? Like, how do you know something to be true? And and basically what he established was is that he cannot say without a shadow of a doubt. He said, I can't prove that the water in the sea is made of salt water. I cannot prove that there's an apple in front of me, even if I can see the apple in front of me. I cannot prove any of these things. There's no way of proving anything whatsoever. So using this logic,
well, that's all he
we were
had left,
effectively like,
right? That's why he was
yeah,
pulling like that. That's why he kept.
exactly. We pulled it and pulled it and we pulled it until eventually, obviously, he tried to say about epistemological logic, right? But one of the main issues in epistemological logic is actually there's a conundrum in it, right? Which is I think it's called what's the problem called again? I said this yesterday so much better than what I did today. Like, unfortunately, it's the way your brain works, right? There's a guy basically. It's named after him, and it's named after him for his namesake, which is effectively that there's this epistemological problem that knowing certain things that, how can we possibly know certain things at the same time as our claim to even sort of them existing at the same time? It's like we either know something basically or we don't, right? And if we know something and we hold it as a belief, there's a point where if you say something is necessarily knowledge, this is what he's saying, he can know things. But proof is one leg, and the leg overlaps with belief. And in the middle of belief and proof, there's this segment that looks like a vagina. And in that segment, there's a hole which is called knowing, right? And if knowing things is reliant upon having both the leg of truth, both the leg of belief and both the leg of proof, then you have a problem there, because you're saying you know all of this shit, but you can't prove it. But to know these things, you effectively have to be able to prove these things as well. Like, it's such flawed logic. But the point was, as we got to the end of it, by the end of it, what we realized is that he himself had such a defined form of language that even his peers, he wouldn't ever call them out as wrong for their claims because of the way he was using the language. Because it basically meant that he didn't have to call anyone else a liar ever. He never had to say someone else was wrong, because it was all about a subjective level of understanding of what could be proven and what could be true. And it's so diabolical that the educators have got themselves in this position. It's ridiculous.
It's diabolical because that's all they've got in their argument, is to try to shoot down reality and truth in general. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a big point, because if you believe in the globe, you cannot believe any of your senses. And I think Nathan Oakley says globers have no senses, and we have many senses that we trust, but they have not one sense that they can trust. And therefore they have to place their trust in someone else. But what's always been peculiar to me is how someone he'll stand there using his own mind, which he believes evolved from nothing, to claim nothing can be proven except the statement that nothing can be proven. Because
or that
for
nothing
you to
can be truly known.
Yeah, for you to be that confident that nothing can be known, you know that. You know that nothing can be known. It's, again, flawed logic, because then you'd be unsure if anything could be known. If anything could be known was an uncertainty, you would be unsure, but you wouldn't be damn sure that nothing can be known for sure.
And I got to give credit to everybody that was speaking last night too, because you guys really narrowed him down and kept him on that, to where that's all the only thing he really had and could have done. You did really well. I was really shocked.
Did he concede, or did he at least acknowledge?
No, he wouldn't. He ended up leaving before he would concede.
Didn't
But
need
yeah,
to
when it got to that
concede,
point,
though.
yeah,
It
it was
like,
obvious
he didn't need to.
You know, it's like going to school every day.
Solo, I've
and
got
then
this debate coming
that
up for
little
you, mate.
nerd.
Like, I could give it to Witsit, but like, I'm giving it to you because I think. Got it, yeah. Yeah.
It's like a nerd at school going into a
Prepare.
battle every single day and losing. Matthew learns, and then he comes back the next day and loses again. Comes back the next day, loses again. But every time he walks in there,
I
pulling
think.
up his belt like he's about to
That's
teach you a lesson.
definitely a sign that he's
But do you want to
stubborn.
know
He
what I
wants to
said
beat
to
us,
him
but he doesn't
yesterday?
have any ammunition, so he
No.
comes in
I
here.
don't think he does. I think he wants to
No?
expose the educational system for the language and the rigmarole that it's doing at the moment. I think he finds it disgusting himself, and he has no way of exposing it.
You know what?
Because if he comes out
I think you're
himself and
right.
tells the truth about it, he will be fired. But at least he can use this medium by being honest about the way that educators are currently talking, the use of epistemological language, and the way that they're basically diverting away from being able to effectively apply truth at any
Right.
time and know one thing of any full proof or knowledge of a body of knowledge even, and at the same time being able to obfuscate from holding anyone in their peer field to account for absolutely anything, right, at any time. I believe he finds it fucking sickening, and that's why I believe he sits in here with a YouTube account, 100,000 subscriber base or whatever it is. I think he sits in here on purpose and has these conversations extremely, extremely calmly, and does so in order to actually expose exactly what's going on. And that's why I thanked him last night for doing so. And he said that's all right. And that was him agreeing with me. I felt like when I said, look, thank you very much for coming in here, because there's no reason that you should come in here and make yourself look like a fucking idiot who knows nothing, who effectively can't back up any claim. But you do it
Right,
anyway.
yeah, you were calling it. Yeah, you basically pointed it out, and he was just like, I know he reacted really weird on that one. I was like, whoa.
Well, because
That's something I
I
didn't.
believe he finds it disgusting that the educational system has gone this way, and I think his aim
Right.
here is, if I
He's
believe he
angry
is a
because
flat
there's not more
earther,
evidence.
I think he's a flat earther.
What
At the end of
gives
the day, he
you
just can't admit it.
that impression? What gives you
Because
the
he's here
impression
all the
that
time. He loves
he's
to listen to us. And
embarrassed? Well, I think he's just stealing content and monetizing it. So he released a couple of those videos about flat Earth, as though he's standing one leg on the flat Earth camp, one leg on the globe Earth camp, and he's got this amazingly
I haven't been
balanced.
able to see those videos.
He just
You're
pretends
right. You're
as
right. I
though
never even
he
really
can look at
considered
it
that.
from
That actually
both
might be what
sides.
his intention.
Right, it could be that he's being the professor that stands up for the globe and has to do so for his students, and he has to
But then
stand in there and
eventually
put
he
his
falls to
oar
it.
in. But the problem is that he loses every single fucking time when he comes in by his own words and admits that there's no proof of the globe, there's no proof of curvature. He over and over exposes the fact that there's a complete lack of, body of evidence to prove the claims that have been made. So to me, he's our friend and he is our ally. And for
I think
I
he's
do
serving
agree with that.
a purpose. I do think he's serving a purpose, and that's something that's come to light to me recently, because you rarely meet somebody that two-faced in real life, like how they are so belligerent in their stance, but when it comes to the bottom line, they can't provide anything to back their claims. And then they just go along, like you said. It's like the guy in Monty Python that's getting his legs cut off. Oh, it's only a scratch, my lord. Is that all you have? He's got his legs cut off, arms cut off. He's a head and a torso. Matthew learns. But I don't know. Look, I've had a whole
Wait there, Sonny, I've got
of
to turn you up.
conversations with Matthew Learns.
Why is Sonny
and I
so
never
fucking
heard him
quiet?
break down. I never heard him break down like he did recently.
It is odd, isn't it?
He came out and just started ad hominem me, and then basically told me that he believed I didn't know about anything I was talking about. So that's what he thinks. Like, really, is that the public image that he's trying to present? That can serve a purpose, because it's so ridiculous. On his face, people see that. I'm done.
I agree. I do. I completely agree with all that stuff that you said. I didn't even think about it. I didn't really look at it at that angle when it was happening, because I was kind of like not paying attention completely. But now that I see the way you guys, what you're telling me, it sounds to me like, yeah, you had this other guy, not Matthew, but this other guy around the barrel, And it was kind of funny. Like, I didn't expect him to like do the way he did. I thought he was going to have something else to come up with. And then when he went straight down that road, I was like, wow, he's really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yep. It's almost like they have a script of how to,
Wouldn't it be?
how to escape, how to weasel out of questions. Like they have some kind of script. Here's how you weasel out of this one.
Imagine if someone that was pro this content was able to actually be promoted the way that someone with logical flaws abundantly, like Matthew Learns, has been able to generate so many subscribers, and how his views or his videos about Flat Earth are already at the hundreds of thousands of views mark. If only there was an actual information source that was able to promote their information, what a better version of the content would be available.
Professor Proton just came in. Professor Proton, are you listening?
Oi, Proton! Talk up, bruv!
Speak up.
No, I'm not being like that. I'm just saying,
There he is.
Proton, if you could have a conversation with us, that would be brilliant.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just at work, and I'm
None of the admins are in here, so yeah,
auditing
fuck
things.
Crack villain, shut the fuck up.
I'm just messing around.
Good morning.
I'll leave and come back later.
All right. Well, yeah. Don't interrupt your work.
Really,
Don't
no.
interrupt
Damn
your
it.
work schedule.
Moderator, innit? No, the same thing, yeah. Moderator, innit? I'm not, got to speak to people. I've got to show people, like, got to show them. Got to be a tough guy around here. Like, otherwise, they just walk all over you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
Can you tone the Cockney down just a
what are you saying, bruv? Like, it's saying that I'm not allowed to be from Hackney on Thames.
Don't hackney on the Cockney. Cockney. Stock me.
I'm saying I'm not allowed to be. I'm not allowed to be from Hackney on Thames. Are you fucking joking me, brother? Like, that is a problem. That is abhorrent. That is something that I defile in the face of your face, and I say no. I will not retire to your abuses, Sonny Jim. From Sunderland.
You abusive son of a...
The Brighton tribe.
What part of shut up confuses you, Crackwell?
What part of shut up confuses me, boy?
Aye.
The bit like you're a Bojo's back. Yeah.
Now you know why
Let's
I
get this.
because I love them.
Gonna know for like an hour or so, Crack, so we can talk to folk, eh?
Yeah, Fucking got me good then, didn't it?
You guys,
legend.
I'm like the wife in the background laughing at you.
I'm a sharp. I've just been done. I just got done.
Aye, beat it.
Hello, Peter.
Old dude's a man.
So where's Smurf and where's that curvature proof?
John Smith.
Hello? Who's that?
What's happening?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, Solo, what's good, man? It's been a while since I spoke.
It has been.
Yeah, I remember you were like teaching me more about crypto. What's been going on with that lately? Or supposed to be. Any ideas?
Yeah, the market needs to correct. My
Is
prediction on Bitcoin is down to about 20K. But we'll see.
So do you think it's going to crash fully at some point?
I think it's going up, bro.
Because, like, I don't know, it keeps dipping. Like, all these different cryptos on that.
It's normalizing. That's what I call it.
That's what they do.
Wait, have we got any Globers in here?
I got to take a call. I'll be right back. Okay.
Have we got any Globers in here? So Proton, did he disappear after I shouted at him? Or
Yeah,
something?
he ran away as soon as we said.
Well, mate, all I said was just I introduced him to the idea of a potential fight.
Well,
He didn't need
Flatty's
to
still
run.
in here, but I think his mic is broken.
I was going to say I wasn't going to continue at that level of veracity. Like, obviously not.
Flatty. The idea of Scotland.
Flatty, how could your mic be broken? Holy shit! How could you be on
It's
the
not broken
internet?
now. It was before. That's how he got the role.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I think that John Smith was a Glober.
Flatty talks all the time.
He'll be back. Yep.
Yeah.
Got a phone call or something.
Do I hear crickets?
Crickets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the background, and when you talk, I hear crickets.
Crickets.
Or is it nighttime where you?
I think it's from
when
solar.
I'm talking?
It is flatter.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I was talking about.
I've got crickets here in the background.
Oh, he just adjusts. There you go. Yeah, you can.
Sounds
I
nice.
just heard them too. Wow, those are loud.
See? How dare you tell me I'm full of it? I know I heard crickets. That wasn't supposed to sound awkward. It was supposed to be funny, but okay, I'm on my bad.
Flatty's eating pizza, apparently. No Globers.
Pizza thief. Got some peppy thief. Peppy thief.
Everything's bigger here in Africa, you see. Even the wildlife of crickets.
Mm. Is that where you're at?
That sounded like a cock joke, but yeah.
I was thinking the same.
Must be bursting forth, huh?
I was thinking the same thing. I was waiting for him to say something about the
That
swing.
sounded like a cum joke.
Just shut up. Crack to the villain. I'm gonna think of a nickname for you.
No, you know what? I think I like Crack Villain's approach to it. He uses the vagina as a place instead of using a cock and ball.
That was pretty incredible. The truth is where?
Right between your legs.
Weirdo.
Well, when you're talking to men, that's going to grab their attention. Talking about penis and all that isn't necessarily going to attract.
I'll post the diagram very quickly and I'll explain it properly, right? So it's called.
Porn is not allowed.
Getier's. 1 second. It's called Getier's problem, right? And so in epistemology, right, Gettier, right, effectively established that there was a problem, right? The criteria for knowledge itself is justified true belief, right? Okay. But there's an issue, right? That again, I'll get the actual diagram so that you guys can see the diagram in my head I was seeing. But obviously, this is where Matthew went wrong because he brought up epistemology as something to support his argument, when in fact, epistemology and the newer people of epistemology, the newer minds involved in it, in fact, have proven that there's a big problem within epistemological stances of logic and truth. Because, again, concerning the obviously knowing or having a form of attributes of what knowledge actually is, right? There are ways to challenge it, basically, and there are ways to challenge long-held, justified, true beliefs and accounts of knowledge as well, right? So this is what I'll post, right? I'll post this now in the live stream. I'm only memorizing what I can memorize off of Google off the top of my head anyway. Don't worry, guys. It's not my education. That's why I ain't got too much to say about it. So this is why I call this
you're doing very well.
The vagina of truth. So the point is that if you look in the live stream now, you'll see. Am I still coming through? Looks like I've dropped out.
Yeah.
Are you honestly trying to compare a vagina?
This is why I called it.
Because I think it's probably the two opposites when it comes to vaginas.
I'm comparing the vagina to knowledge. Listen, wait there a second.
Yeah, but men can find a vagina. That's the whole idea of it, Like
the way I said it last night.
Vagina does not give you knowledge. It absorbs. Does not give.
The vagina
absorbs first.
Listen a second. Wait there.
Then I will give you, motherfucker. It has to take.
Absorb all your knowledge.
Please.
That's right. Exactly.
Fine. An asshole as
money, all the money that you got.
You won't know anything after that.
The whole will take all the money.
You'll be like, I don't care anymore.
You done? So truth would be the right leg, yeah? Belief being the left leg. We know that if we have a right leg, yeah, there is effectively just a right leg. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a vagina in the middle of it, right? But if we have both truth and belief, both right and the left leg, we know there's something effectively there in the middle, right?
Well, I like the Star of David. It's the same exact thing. It's just not circles. I like triangles myself.
But
it's a
knowledge
male symbol, the
is the
phallic.
vagina
I
in the
enjoy
middle.
it, and it's fine. No, I don't. Just don't like the diagram. I'm agreeing with what's inside. Just it's personal
I know
preference.
that.
There's the
It
same
looks a
thing that
little like
exists out there with the Star of David, and I prefer that one. The male
But
and
with
the
the Dalit and the Dalit turn. It's one. Well, the Star of David is a Dalit, and then another Dalit turned around. Actually,
it's a triangle. It's
So
an equilateral triangle. Two equilateral.
yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
But
let's,
before it was called a triangle, it was called a Dalit. That's where the Star of David comes from, Hebrew.
And your diagram is of the Vesca Pisces, which is considered an occult symbol.
So is that one, right? So is
the Vesca Pisces. Yeah.
Like so, like the sacred geometry, you want to call it? You know what I mean? Solar or it's different, like different vibratory levels. Like okay, like if you have the same signal, let's just say 400 hertz, all right, and if it's sinusoidal versus sawtooth versus square wave, it's gonna actually sound different, and like different instruments, the waveform, like brass instruments, flutes are very smooth. They're very sinusoidal, and they sound sinusoidal because that's why they sound so smooth. Flutes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's like one. That's like you can say that's symbolic with the sinusoidal wave flutes, right? Because they're very smooth. You can record it. You can see the waveform. Brass instruments, let's say it's more.
Did you say sawtooth?
Sawtooth, yeah. It's a waveform.
Yeah, sawtooth frequencies are what we use in CRT, so cathode ray tubed, basically radar systems, because of what they're able to show. You know, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's the waveform. Like you can have the same frequency, but different waveforms will change the way your ear perceives it slightly. So, like a circle versus a triangle has, just based on the shape, has different attributes to the vibration it emits. That's why one is very male and pokey, the other one is circular, you know, and fluffy.
Of course, that's why, like, with EDM music and stuff like that, like the mixing of these different frequencies and their shapes, for instance, and what we would call like harmonization of those frequencies, that's actually at the cutting edge of the age of modern warfare. In fact, it's a similar concept. It's something we've known about going all the way back to, you know, the oldest instruments of like people like George Washington with the spinning glass bowls that rested in one another inside of a lathe, and they would use water on their fingers, the hardest instrument to play in the world. And shut up, die quietly, mate. Fuck's sake, I'm trying to have a conversation. But like the point is, right? The point is that
you mean you're trying to have a monologue?
Yeah, I am. Yes,
I have a song. There's a Crack Villain monologue.
Vagina monologue. Just like
can I play the Crack Villain monologue song?
Vagina monologue.
Start muting people. It's very simple.
Crack
But so Cirrus, a second. So the harmonization of these frequencies together, though, right? Currently, in certain militaristic sort of, I guess, projects like Tempest, like Project Tempest, this is technically at the cutting edge of like modern warfare, right? And it's been a base of knowledge that's been known in orchestral music. It's been known in all of these different forms of music for so long. It's what you're talking about right now, but in a different format. And like the key has been there for so long, and no one ever thought to like maybe delve into frequencies to do with sound, to try and do it with radiological frequencies. And like now, the two worlds are colliding, and I believe that's why we're in such a dangerous place in the world right now when it comes to stuff like frequencies and 5G and everything like that, because they're starting to understand the harmonizational factor between these frequencies and how they can coexist, which is fucking dangerous. It's like, imagine you have all of the weapons in the world that are energy weapons directed towards humans and affecting human behavior and things that affect the way that you feel and your anger, your digestion, whatever it is, whatever frequency affects what, right? If you're able to overlap them and harmonize them so that they almost become one, almost like an orchestra plays together, we start to end up with an energy weapon that seems almost organic, right? And that's seemingly what's going on
The
at the minute.
monologue runs away. Let me just comment on the diagram, because right now it's getting buried, right? So I don't want to repost it. The waveform, right? We're talking. I'm not going to get off track. It just see that for like the sinusoidal square. What's that? Sawtooth and whatever too. triangular and sawtooth. Is that it? Yeah, I can't really see it from here, but all these have the same exact frequency, right? Because you're measuring like here amplitude versus time. So
Yes.
like strength
You're
versus
right about
time,
it. Sawtooth,
and all these have
triangle.
yeah, they're all like all four of those. They're in the same. They're the same frequencies, just different waveform, and they sound different because of that. Because it's the amplitude of the vibration versus time, and and each peak right per second is the frequency. How fast is it going up and down in one duration of time, which is let's say a second. Right, we're using seconds. So. Anyways, that's it. No monologuing. I'm done. All right. Everyone went quiet.
The discussion about frequencies and wave patterns made everybody go into thoughtful mode. Maybe.
Thanks for explaining that, though, Cyrus. It's really cool.
Yep.
For sure, man.
So the way they use a sawtooth frequency with a CRT cathode ray tube based radar is that obviously you've got something called the paint and the echo. So when this is why it's ridiculous when they try and say they use radar to hit spheres in the skies, guys. What shape do you know of, right, that is completely something that would defeat against radar? What do you need in order to get a report, meaning a paint or an echo back using radar? You need a right angle. You basically need the opposite of a sphere, because to get a report back, you effectively, it's the same way with ricocheting a bullet. If you was to create a bowl that was ever so slight in its magnitude and its slow change, and you shot against it at the right angle, not so that where the bullet would shatter it, but where the bullet would slide against it, it would slowly slide against that and ricochet off eventually right at an angle. The same way with these radio frequencies that are fired out of a basic radar system.
And how
when
the
it hits
stealth,
the sphere,
the stealth aircraft, how the stealth aircraft work, that they're like
because they
angled
avoid right angles and they use radar resistant paint.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's how they avoid the paint. Yeah.
Hey, Crack. Hey, Crack.
Have you seen this?
Wait, I want to ask Crack a question. I want to tell Crack. Hey, Crack, you'd love it down here to see the warships, the brand new ones that are coming out. Like they are the strangest looking things on water you've ever seen in your life. Really bizarre
They're
looking
weird
ship,
shapes.
man. I'm telling you. I see it all
Are
the
they
time.
like weird shaped with like? Are they black with like extremely strange like triangular shaped cut
They
into
have
them?
some weird painting on them, like the some of the World War II ships did, and they have
Like
these
sacred
angles
geometry on them.
Yeah, camouflage.
The angles are freaking weird.
Yeah, it's all to avoid right angles. That's what it's
but
about.
these ships look like they're freaking so fast, man. They have like dagger points for bows, like it's crazy.
You know how you were talking about keys?
Well, I was talking about originally. I was talking about the CRT, right, and the way the sawtooth pattern works, right. So a smarter way, what they did using the sawtooth pattern in terms of with radar, Sonny, yeah, is so that instead of getting a paint back from an object, right, yeah, instead of having to have a wave hit something and bounce all the way back to the transceiver, so you have the receiver, you have the thing that sends it out, right. Instead of having something sent all the way back, right, what they did is they used a sawtooth pattern so that the wave that form of the radar that's put out it has its own structure. So the moment that it hits something, the structure of the wave changes and the shape of it changes, which changes the part behind it that has a uniform shape to the wave as well, which then has a repercussionary effect going backwards. So that now they can avoid this idea of needing like so much of an echo or a paint or a reply from the radar bouncing off of something. So the sawtooth function effectively was made for that as well, right? You know, putting out a pulse set rate and a certain shape, I guess, frequency when they're firing out radar, so that they could avoid, I guess, like, well, the times also that it takes to get a report back from like the 1940s technology of radar to now. But it's still with a sphere is completely radar defeating, right? That's the whole point of it. And the further away it is, the worse it is. That's the only reason why I bring it up, because it's, remember, this is an argument that you should use against people when they try and say that, oh, you know, we bounced radio waves off of the moon. No, you fucking didn't.
I know. I know.
You didn't bounce a radio wave off of the moon. What, the moon that's exactly the right shape that's needed in order that there would be no report or paint or echo from
that guy named something human that was on here that I totally blew up at, and I regretted that I did afterwards. But anyway, he was talking about, he was some kind of radio. He was in radio technology. They come here with so many presuppositions. It's incredible. Like, here's some widget person working in radio technology. It's just such a phony. It's just such a phony narrative, like from some of these people. But when I discuss like radio direction finder, the guy didn't even know what I was talking about. He's in radio, doesn't know what a radio beacon is, what a radio direction finder used on ships is, how they use radio direction finders are used on aircraft also. Like, he didn't know that shit? Like, really? Are you? That's why I got pissed. Like, people don't understand. Oh, why is Sonny being so mean, running people off, being so caustic? No, it's because I can detect bullshit really quickly.
Sonny, sometimes. Do you want to know why that is, Sonny? The Americans will see you as someone that's running people off, and I've seen it where people have assumed that you're being a little bit too harsh. No. You come from Somerset originally, so you're English. So you have as an English level of the ability to perceive sarcasm and hidden forms of like agendas in people's voices, and that would just be based upon. I personally believe it's almost like, what is it that makes someone's accent? Do they say we learn accent based upon the fact that we're born around these people? That's somewhat true, but then Scottish people sometimes go to America when they're 1 year old and they sound Scottish their whole fucking life, right?
Yeah.
Just not as Scottish, but not as Scottish, because you can still change the tone of your voice via the rest of the shape of your mouth. But there's one thing about the shape of your mouth that is genetic, which is the shape of the roof and palate of your mouth, and there is a connection between the shape of the palate of our mouth and the sound of our voices
and your heredity. They line up.
Yeah, and so if you have some hereditary genetic thing in you where you yourself have a sound to you, like you're Californian, but when I speak to you, I almost hear you sometimes sounding as if you're English, and I do think that is
California.
I do think that is because you are English partially. Oh, Wolfgang's here, great.
I can agree with those kind of things, because I think that comes through in our blood. I think our heredity. That's why I think we dream of our ancestors. I don't think I'm alone in that statement. But those characteristics, I think, come through all the way through our bloodline to who we are today. Is from we are very much like the people that came before us.
Exactly. I'm just saying that, anything that would, let's say, keep your voice sounding a little bit more English than maybe, you still sound very American, because it's around you, it's your environment, it's what you've absorbed, it's how you've learned how to speak.
I can modulate my voice my voice like it.
And I've heard it, and also like at the same time,
I'm a singer.
But I can tell, Sonny, what I'm trying to get at, Sonny, is if you were to come to
the
England,
mouth, it's not the only variable.
It's not the only thing. That's what I said.
You can bring anyone from around the world and integrate them into the UK, and their next generation will sound as British as anyone else. So it's not necessarily biological.
No, there's a portion to it that's apparently. Well, no, it's not necessarily biological, but you do realize the shape of the roof of your mouth is something that is shaped based upon the way that you are taught to sound as you grow up. The roof of your mouth doesn't really have a shape.
Resonance.
Your tongue. Listen, wait there a second. Let me get this all out. No, listen, let me get it all out a second, because you're not understanding what I'm saying. I think it's a misunderstanding here. I'm not saying that your genetics. Listen. No, you don't. You don't, because you think I'm saying that your genetics make the shape of your mouth.
I think there's
I'm
so much.
saying the shape and the roof of your mouth affects your voice directly based on the resonant chamber that's created by that unique shape and by the specific vocal
Yes, the
cords that
unique
you
shape.
possess,
But I'm
which
saying
would
the
be
unique shape of your roof of your mouth is created as we grow up, as we're younger, okay, right? As we're exposed to other people that sound a certain way. Let's say they're French. Let's say they're Russian. It could be you could be from China, go to Russia. You're born there, right? Yeah, and you only speak in Russian tones. The roof of your roof of your mouth will be shaped like a Russian person. It will be a slightly like a Chinese person's, but more like a Russian's because of the shape of the roof of your mouth is changed by the way that you move your tongue to make the sounds of the accent and voice that you're taught by what's around you in your environment.
You might have a
And
point. I'll give you that.
I'm just simply saying that Sonny basically had parents that it slowly goes away from us. It's not necessarily biological. It's that Sonny could come here now and have kids here that sound completely English, for instance, right? They could go back to America, right? And then their children would sound completely American too. But there's still a slight element where because their parents sounded English, they would have these English tones and overtones to their voice, and that would change the shape of the roof of their mouth. As they learnt language, when the roof of their mouth was very supple, the pressing of the tongue against it to make these sounds and shapes. If these sounds and shapes, as we make them with our mouth, are basically informed by English sounding people, that's what makes the shape of the mouth and the roof of the mouth an English type shape.
Listen. I think in a month or so, if I was fully
That's my
enveloped
point.
into the community, that I would probably be speaking pretty British sounding.
Yes, you would sound more English than an average American. That's kind of what I'm trying to
If
say,
I'm around
because you kind of
Canadians, I
have a
start
little bit of that in you from the past. Because
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead, man. I was going to say, if I'm around different types of people, I start picking up their characteristics of their language when I'm speaking to them, and I'll start carrying some of that for a while, even after I don't have contact with that group of people, let's say.
It's only natural.
Yeah.
We get back on point. Is there any new people in here?
Yeah.
I think just to do with your company, over time. Just rubs off on you.
But I do.
But I get what you're saying, Flat Solo.
That
what you're saying, Flat Solo, is completely true. I'm not saying anything against what you were saying. I'm just saying that because Sonny
I was
comes from
simply
a
trying to
background.
differentiate between tone and accent. So I
Oh,
would
of
say that
course.
genetically that affects tone, but accent is got to do with how you hear the language being spoken.
Yeah, and
but
it
I
may
don't
be
see
more
what
like
point
this.
this has.
I'm sorry. It may be more like the probabilities because of your heredity. It may give you this ability to speak different sounds than somebody from a different heredity. I think there's part of
Well,
that.
no, I think it's what he just said. I think you, let's say, may have heard more English-sized tones or English-type tones because of the fact that your family hereditarily came from England, right? Which means that the roof of your mouth even would be shaped like an American's roof
Well,
because
it's a
you
little more
experience
complex than that.
American sound.
Correct.
But listen, I'm not finished. That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting it all out.
Okay.
I'm saying that the roof of your mouth will be shaped based upon the tonality of what you hear, what you take in through the ear, right? The sounds that you practice, right? And the roof of your mouth is shaped effectively based on what we practice. And I'm saying that you probably have a higher likelihood to sound more English than another Californian within a month of staying in England because you've got a propensity to have basically have heard more English tones from your family genealogical line of your parental line because of the tones that would have stayed in there in the language, even though the American did overtake it. So the roof of your mouth may be more similar to an English person. That it still is Americanized fully, but I'm saying it'd be maybe a little bit more similar than every average American because you've got close British ancestry. It's not like a biological or genetical thing necessarily. It's a mixture. It's very complex. Sounds as well can be completely made by the shape of the mouth, excluding the palate. We can overtake that entirely. That's why people can put on accents.
You're so British centric.
One thing I noticed about as well is like you've got people from like Eastern Europe and other places like foreigners who moved to the UK and like they sound like they have like an American accent. And I have a theory that I think that's because they watch a lot of American movies and like TV shows to try and learn English as well. So that's
American
how they end up
TV's ruining the
interpreting.
Yeah,
world.
of course. That's what Solar was talking about.
Not
Where
always the case, but if
what
they
they've
do come from
experienced.
that stuff, because
Yeah,
there's
it's because
more
of what they've
media of
experienced.
that
I
nature.
grew up in high school with a bunch of actors and crazy people dropping LSD and going to Disneyland together, and working in the Renaissance Fair. So like I worked in the Renaissance Fair. I lived
That's
in
kind
an
of
actors camp. Literally,
what?
we hiked there to this place, and and we lived in our own camp and smoked a bunch of hash and acted for the people. Like I was one of the Queen's guards. We were carrying the Queen around on her little chair. Yes.
That had to be fun.
I was Jerome from Brighton back in those days. That, yep. One of the bloody Queen's guards.
And Rookie, I've just got to say, yeah, if you still try and steal my woman, I will fuck you.
What woman?
What the fuck, dude? Wait a second.
It's a
Isn't
joke
that called
based on our
cucking? Is
profile
that like reverse
pictures.
cucking?
You guys are.
It's a joke. It's a joke based on
I get it
our
now,
profile
okay.
pictures.
I was like, what the fuck? Where did this come from, bro?
Jesus. Talk about a topic change.
It's a
Yeah,
joke
you
based on
hit
our
me with-
profile pictures. King Harold is his profile picture, right? Mine is Ragnar Lothbrok.
That's right.
So
I'm
they
the king.
both on the same show. So and Harold Finehair is known for always trying to steal other people's women.
I didn't.
So
I see. I didn't
So
know
he
that,
says,
but...
if you steal my woman, then you'll be my bitch.
Yep.
I thought he
You'll
was
be my
being
bitch.
serious with me just then.
No,
what
no, no.
happens
I
to
knew
the
he was
woman?
joking, but I was trying to figure out where he was going with that.
Wait a sec. So what happens to the woman, though?
Try to take away my woman with
Well,
that.
King Harold always
that
fails
fake
at stealing
accent
the woman, though.
over in California. You think you're British?
Oh, the poor king.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Yeah, none of the women ever want Harold. That's the issue. So he always tries to steal other men's women. And I was just letting Rookie know if he tries to steal my woman, then I'll fuck you. It's fine.
It's a fool's errand, and then also I don't want crack coming anywhere near me with that attitude. So.
Yeah, Solar. I forgot. Yeah, I remember you telling me before, but can you explain that whole thing with the flippening again? Or what's going on with that?
Is that similar to the flapping?
The crypto. It's called the flippening. Something's gonna flip. Oh.
All right. I don't know. I hope you're not asking me. Who are you talking to?
Oh no. I was speaking to Solar, but because I've only heard of it from Solar. I can't find anything about online though.
The what? What are you asking about?
This is kind of like the mining thing as well. I think.
The flippening. Solar. Do you remember that term? You said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you? Because nobody here seems to have a clue either.
I have no idea.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it before from Solar too. Go ahead, Solar, please do.
So
Damn it.
this is also one of those really controversial topics, and everyone is probably going to sort of hate the idea from the onset. But if you go and look at the beginning of Bitcoin, every time there's been a fork in the Bitcoin chain, it's been due to certain opcodes being removed. So throughout the life of this coin, the core developers kept changing the code, and every time they removed certain parts like smart contracts, it made it then possible for other coins like Ethereum to launch, posing with the ability to complete smart contracts, which the original Bitcoin code, it was that code that was removed. So they were trying to deconstruct this really powerful tool. And every time there was a fork, it created like Bitcoin Cash, BCH. And then after that, it forked again into BSV, which is called Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. And that went back to the original version 1 protocol of Bitcoin, where it's zero confirmation. It's meant to scale up to multi-gigabyte blocks where the cost of transactions is negligible and the miners would profit incredibly. Already it's over 100 times more profitable to mine BSV than it is to mine BTC. the original Bitcoin. So throughout this whole journey of all these forks, they were talking about the flippening is when one of the forks overtakes Bitcoin, BTC. So the flippening would be the time where there's more equity or more capital in one of the side chains, either Bitcoin Cash, even like Bitcoin Gold and Bitcoin Lite, and those other coins were also versions of, because this is free code on GitHub. So they could go and take code from the Bitcoin, remove certain things, change certain things, and get it running. So the flippening now with BSV, the lead developer, Dr. Craig Wright, who his company Nchain already has filed more than 1,200 patents on this technology. They are the ones who are driving BSV, but yet are being deliberately suppressed by the market. So every time good news comes out, there's massive sell orders. And it's generally the opposite in the crypto space. Sell the hype and all of those type of things that you have to play with. BSV is deliberately being held down because it's one of the most powerful, because it's the original version 1 protocol of Bitcoin. So they talk about the flippening being when BSV overtakes BTC, and there's a lot of legal ramifications whereby as they removed certain codes, it started becoming very tokenized. And then the SRC started getting involved, and even Ethereum was found to be a token because they started off with airdrops and certain other things which are legally non-compliant according to the SRC. So it's a really complicated topic, but the flippening is when BSV overtakes BTC, when the market realizes that even BTC is now, it's become a token. If it goes forward with the whole Lightning Network system and you've got to preload nodes, it's like holding your money in a bank again and someone else has to approve your transaction. Whereas the original Bitcoin was peer-to-peer electronic cash. That if I wanted to pay you 1/10,000th of a dollar, I could do it and it wasn't eaten away by the transaction fees. That if I liked a comment you said, I could just send you BSV or Bitcoin, the true Bitcoin, the one that already has scaled up to a 10 gigabyte block.
It sounds like they will make it hackable.
But it's strange how for year after year after year, I've been watching this thing, sort of waiting for it to turn. But they are holding this currency down. It just showed that the powers that be have manipulation of everything. There isn't one thing that they don't drive or steer to their benefit because they know the system better than we do. And even now when the world went into economic sort of decline, the stock markets have gone through the roof, and certain stocks are still hitting. Well, we're still hitting really good high.
Yeah, to slightly correct you, it's not that they know the system. It's about who owns the system.
Yeah, correct. And then, so they're flushing everybody's real job, but then it seems like they're funneling you towards having a career where you sit on your ass, you make 2 trades in the morning, you become a millionaire by November, and then, what was so hard? Why did I have to slave away for all those years?
Well, once money becomes worthless, it's not going to matter.
And the illusion that's what they want. They just want everyone to be rich. Just want everyone to have lots of money and sit at home and not need to be productive in society. If everyone could make $1 million on the system in 3 months, it would collapse. Because who's bringing that new capital in?
Why do people think that it's going to happen that way for them? Everybody thinks, I invest in crypto. If I do it right, I'll fucking bank out.
Yeah, so it's like in
but if
marketing,
everybody thinks that, then that's not going to work.
When you talk about market share is not created. It's either gained or lost. You're either gaining market share or you're losing market share. There are certain instances where the entire market can grow slightly, but this is a system where someone is taking every time you lost, every time you lose, and every time you win, you are taking from someone. And then they've got the system where they know where you're trading on. So if you're using Binance or you're using, one of the other platforms, effectively they know where your stop losses are, and it costs them $1 or $2 million loss to drive, or maybe $100 million loss to drive the price down and get everybody's stop loss, and they can calculate what that value is, and it might be $300 million. So then they go and deliberately lose $100 million to drive the price down to take everybody's $300 million. And they're in control of that mechanism. And you think there's actually the stock market that's operating independent of corruption. And if you
People
buy
still think
here
that?
and sell there, it's easy. You just put your money in here and you sell over there, and you've 8 times your money, 10 times your money. Like, isn't that easy? But then you realize that the first 10, 15, 20 trades that most people do, they'll lose because they don't understand the system. And it's just putting money in that someone else who knows the system is taking from you.
It's complicated.
But learnable.
I
and
guess.
the same thing with flat Earth is that you have to have a question, and then you have to go and research. You have to go and do good research, not type into Google, click first link, and now you suddenly understand it in detail. You're like, you didn't get to flat Earth that way.
Well, you have to look into it for years. And the other thing is, with money come and go. Earth is flat regardless of money.
You have to go through Flat Earth Society to get to Flat Earth.
Why don't we just hack that website real quick? Like, how hard is it to hack a website? You know how to do it. Just fucking take it down, dude.
So, John Smith, have you thought about the flat Earth anymore?
For me?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's really deep. I think it just goes so deep, I think it's like, I don't know. It's just like, yeah. Like,
has it started to soak in?
A bit, you could say, yeah. Like, I know we're on, like, what we are on is like stationary, what we're standing on, definitely. It's gotta be. I mean, feels that way.
Yeah, like,
as for however it presents or whatever,
But
Yeah.
John, how long have you been here? Like, for how
What do you
long
mean?
have you been here?
In this server. Well, I haven't been on this voice chat for a while because I'm in a lot of different servers and that, but I've been here a few months, I'd say, since like 2021. So I've heard a lot of different discussions back and forth here and there.
Are you Welsh, John?
Say again?
Are you Welsh?
Yes.
Cool. Me too. I'm glad he's talking. I could just hear you got quite a weak level of Welsh accent, to be fair.
Yeah. I remember.
You must have a Welsh palate, right?
Yes.
Wow. Crack Villain actually had a very interesting perspective. I heard him on a
slightly English-sized palette based upon.
I couldn't even keep up with what he was saying.
What did you take in? What did you hear as you grew up? Like how Welsh are you? You're not in the valleys, obviously, are you?
No.
You are homogenized in some way, right? And I would imagine your palette shape is now not as not as distinct shape as someone from the valleys, because the palette
I've been
of your
told.
mouth is actually the palette of your mouth, I believe, is is changed, and the shape of it's changed due to the way that we speak based on what we learn and how we learn to speak. Like my goddaughter has a missing palate, and this is the only reason why I've looked into this. She was born with a hole in her palate, and she has a rare syndrome, and so she sounds slightly differently than everyone else, even though she was taught to speak the way that we do. And she speaks completely fine English. She doesn't have any problems with speech therapy. She has no lisp. She has nothing like that. The shape of her palate was informed by a surgical thing, and it has changed the way that she sounds. She doesn't sound the way we do. So over time, however, she's still young. She'll start to sound more like us, and I believe her palate of her mouth will change based on the shapes of her tongue and how often she makes them and how often it presses against that palate, because it's very like not fluid, but it's very movable, and once it's moved into the shape that it's going to be, I just believe the shapes in which we make with our tongue to make P sound, F sound, stuff like that, we push off of our palate, and I feel like the sound that we try and make informs the shape of our palate more, is what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Let's get some flat earth chat there, guys. Come on, let's do it. Let's push it over the line. Who's that, John Smith?
Hello.
Yeah.
So basically, my background is just, I don't know, I've kind of been around a lot of different types of people growing up, and I don't really know what my accent is anymore. But like,
Your
people
accent's
just
fine. Don't worry about
a
it.
lot of people say like different
Don't worry about the
answers.
accents, Mario.
Yeah, people say that, and then they say I got a very broad accent, and like I got a background in like acting and things like that. So, and like,
So John, you said that you're fairly certain that what you're standing on is stationary. So, what was it that you'd say made you think that the Earth isn't a globe? Like, what you said, you've been here for a few months. What is it that you've heard that you consider?
like first time, the most convincing thing I heard before was like flat Earth dropped in a server I was in out of nowhere one day and just started explaining it to everyone, and people just reacted in all kinds of different ways. Like people really losing their minds. But he managed to stay calm throughout and just explained a lot of different details about it. And I actually missed that day because like I learned a lot, but like not all of it I recall. But he was going into all the science and stuff like that. Like I'm not super deep with the whole science thing, but it was the stuff that he was saying that was very convincing though. And like he talked about the Admiral Bird. And
Admiral Bird.
Yeah, Admiral Bird and Fishbowl and stuff like that, and then stuff to do with CGI being used or something, and then what's it called? Like they say about how it's like a ball or it looks like a ball, but that's because people have been messing around with the images or something, like stitching them all together, isn't it?
Composite images and
Composite,
things like that.
that's the one. Composite.
So Flat Earth Solar jumped on top flat smacking them all. Good job. Shout out to Solar.
Flat smacking.
Just jumping in there.
Yeah.
So I keep telling people,
what I want to know though as well about flat Earth is
Whoa. Go on, John.
Okay. What I wanted to know about like flat Earth as well is like, yeah, we can acknowledge what it turns out to be in the end, but then it's like, where do we go from there? Kind of thing, like with that information, and enough people get, flat smacked.
So that's the journey, isn't it? Yeah, it's like, well,
It's like,
now,
do people even know what the
now
next step in advance is, or do they have it pre-planned, or just kind of winging it from there?
Well, I think for the most part, for an individual, right? Yeah, I mean, it gets into a kind of different topic about how could society react? What might society do if it comes to the point where enough people know about it? But I mean, I think it's more valuable just to think about it from an individual perspective for the moment, especially when you first kind of hear about it. So for you and for us, what it was is just, you've kind of been reduced to square zero, basically. You're pretty much just finding out, okay, so Earth isn't a spinning ball and we're not in a vacuum. And then you're kind of having to go and figure out, well, what is going on? Where am I? Where am I likely to be? What is going on here? Right? And it takes so long to get to do that and really like actually make a dent in it to the point where you're a bit more in control of the situation and you're a bit more like, okay, I've got a reliable idea, because you're essentially just having the rug pulled out from under you, right? You're like, okay, so there's no globe, so what the hell is it? I mean, it's like you're saying, it's like, well, I know the ground isn't moving, that's for sure, but that point alone means, right, the globe is 100% off the table, because their globe model, it's moving all over, right? It's all over the place. So when that's gone, all you're left with is what we experience, which is a flat and motionless Earth, right? And then you go from there. So you strip back space, like, what can I experience? What can I observe? I'll start there, and then I'll try and figure out whatever else I can figure out.
Because I think, I think as well, it's like, you know, the powers that be and all of that is basically they're using deception on like all 5 of our senses. So in different ways to do with like not just where we are, but like who we are. Everything is just lied about or almost told to us, and then we just accept it, or some people do, and then they end up lost
John
or
Smith.
following the herd. You know, so
I
it's like the
don't think
5
they-
sense illusion, as something I would learn about. Yeah.
I don't think they're actually deceiving your 5 senses. What they're doing is how you perceive your 5 senses, right? Because
I guess
if you look at like the horizon, it's not like they can make you look at a curved horizon. It's just that they make it in a way that inside your head you would imagine like a curve beyond that visible horizon. So they change
Must
the
take a-
way you think and approach
like
stuff.
it must take a lot of skill and time for them to have figured out how to do that to all of us, though. You know, to keep us all in some kind of sleep state.
I mean,
where
they
we don't
have
really
like
know what's going on. And
Well, actually, it's not stood the test
a
of
lot of
time
it's in
at
the mind.
all, because it's not actually been that long that the globe has been something that's been widely held or regarded as something that's a truth. In fact, we can go back 80 years to where they were teaching that the Earth was flat in schools. I believe it's only been about 200 years that it's been something that's been held at all as something that's serious whatsoever. And I wanted to answer a little bit of your question, like where do we go from there? Like as Wolfgang said, we have to look at it as individuals, and as looking at it as individuals and being clued up on it as individuals, what do individuals do? Individuals create other individuals, and other individuals create other individuals, and effectively I can give you a very small sliver example, anecdotal at best, but it will be something that will maybe give you some hope in the idea of where does flat Earth go? Well, flat Earth effectively goes from here is that I have godchildren, right? I'm going to have children at some point. I'm sure of it, right? And if I don't, then I will in some way affect enough people around me anyway that they themselves will teach their own children. You know, I've been
bringing
involved.
children.
Well, this is the point, right? Is that ideas are passed along like a virus, right? A real and true virus, anyway. And these ideas are either good or they're not, and they either withhold the test of time or they don't. The globe is one that hasn't, clearly, because we're reverting back to the idea that the Earth is flat extremely quickly via empirical proof. So the evidence will stand, and it will show what it shows, and at the same time as the evidence shows what it shows, and the more people that see the evidence and that see that it shows what it shows, they will herald it and preach it out as what it is. And in doing so, it will create some form of gravitas towards a center of eventually, I believe, a center of excellency, almost like what the scientific body has, where they have their best arguments for their best propositions. So almost like this place is like a university for flat Earth. Like you will hear the better arguments here. You will hear the more concise, the better developed, the better spoken, whatever, right? And effectively, my point is that in the end, these concentrated ideas will be found by like-minded people. So like-minded people will become small groups of people that have very well-founded ideals and ideas in this parameter, and tests and experiments and studies. And these tests and experiments and studies will be handed on to our children, and they will be the next, I guess, extremists of the cause, and they will be
more of them than there are of us. And we've already had letters home in my family, you know, because of my godchildren saying, why do I have to answer gravity in a test whatsoever? Because gravity is something that's improvable, and that in the Board of Education is defined as something that's propaganda to make a child answer a question as if it's true, when in fact it has no empirical proof for it. So we're already seeing the change. You know, just again, like I said, my cousin's a flat earther, like my family members, my mother is, like, you know, I was brought up a geocentricist. This is something that's coming along very quickly. You know, all of my godchildren are flat earthers. They will be brought up flat earthers. Their granddads are, you know, their mums are, you know, like, this is my point. This will effectively be something that soon will become mainstream just via the way that things usually do. Anyway.
Yeah. I think it's important
I
as
hope
well,
that
like
gives you some hope.
raising the next generation and all that, more than just them being flat earthers, but also to be truthers in general.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah,
Because whatever
that's
is
what we're trying to do, is give people the tools of thought so that they can go out and observe everything and reevaluate it in that way. Sorry,
it
go ahead.
really begs the question, what must be hidden? You know, like, how seriously are they trying to hide whatever it is?
God.
Secret wise.
Yeah, so John, so
God.
since you've had this realization that it's not a globe, how long has that been, and have you been like researching different elements of it that you're unsure about?
Yeah, because I've seen different. Well, I haven't researched this super deep, but through talking to other people like yourselves, I've learned a lot of stuff. A lot of it's hard to keep up with because, you know, you go into a lot of measurements and things like that.
So you have looked at some of the measurements. That's kind of what I was trying to
Like a lot of the
ascertain.
measurement stuff, I'm not as versed on, but like I see videos all the time that either try to promote it or disprove it, and they both seem to come with, you know, somewhat
But you get
compelling. I don't know.
you get the premise of testing the curvature, right? That it should be creating a physical obstruction over a certain distance. Have you seen the black swan?
Have I seen? Yeah. I've seen the picture. Yeah.
So that's the one with the oil rigs, right?
Yes, and it's like far back, and it's still not like gone.
Yeah.
It's still as though it's like right
So that-
next.
Yeah, so that shows us that the horizon line that the globe models always claimed, like they told us that boats are disappearing bottom up because they're going over this curved horizon, right? So that can't be the case then, right? Because it's in the wrong place for that to be true.
Yeah.
You got that bit, yeah? So that's it, really. It's like, well, if the globe is true, it has to be like this. The horizon can't be further than this. I mean, even if you want to argue refraction, like if we give you the standard refraction, 7/6R, it barely extends it. I mean, if it was 5 or 10% off, maybe, but to be 10 times off, no.
Also, an idea that just came to me is like, I think another way we'll probably get the word out there more is like someone who's really experienced in all of these matters. If they were to step up, you know, and they had a bit of a following and such, and they openly, you know, debated like a globe earther online on YouTube live stream to like everyone, and maybe it happened more often. And they you know,
have you heard of Witsit Gets It?
Witsit Gets It.
Witsit, yeah, he's around my age in America.
Is that a member on Discord? Because I think
he's here, yeah. He's in the server.
He's
I've
done
seen
like
someone called Wiz before.
he jumped in a van for like a year and drove around America just shouting about flat Earth on the streets and at Mount Rushmore and shit. Got arrested.
Wow. Debated many people though.
What?
Debated everyone who was coming along, and he debates pretty much anyone on like modern day debates and all that stuff. So you should check out some of his videos if you want to see some of the debates.
Yeah. And the concern as well is also people shutting these things down, you know, because if they go on YouTube and they get too many views and it's hitting too close to the bone, they will just remove it.
You get shadowed. You get the flat Earth channels get shadowed for sure. The algorithms don't promote them. You're always, if you type flat Earth in, you've got the same like 5 videos for the last 5 years, right? Like National Geographic, Discovery, some other hit pieces, always the same. Like they'll never change that front few videos. So that's how you know it's like a super controlled genre.
Controlled release. here's the problem
Like,
with it. Here's the
what
problem
do
with
you
it.
guys
Go ahead. Ask the question.
Like,
what do you guys think about like the whole firmament idea?
Hold on. Let me make a quick point about the reason that we're even here, allowed to talk about this stuff.
Okay.
My opinion is they knew that people were going to start finding out about the true nature of their reality, and so they wanted to get ahead of it, control the opposition. So they hired a bunch of ex-military, briefed them on the information, and said, "Here, go, act like y'all are truthers, and give all of this pertinent, real-world information to these conspiratards, so they get distracted on this and focus only on the flat Earth truth, which it is a truth, but there's so much more that they could be focused on." And they're not gonna, because they're obsessed with being lied to about the flat Earth and arguing with people lesser than them about it. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Interesting.
That's what we're trying to avoid. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so you were asking about the firmament, right?
Yeah.
Right. So my kind of take on that would be the firmament kind of evokes a specific image of whatever the container is. We don't actually make a claim to what that container is. All we're saying is, well, gas pressure requires a container, and we breathe gas pressure. It's a pressurized system, so it must be contained, right? And the argument of, no, gravity is the container, gravity pulls the air down, that doesn't work, because no one can demonstrate it. All they can demonstrate is that air will fill a vacuum. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just natural law. So there must be a container, but what the nature of that container is, like what it's made of, how far it goes, what its quote-unquote shape might be, all of this is total speculation. There's no way to know. Well, to us at least. I mean, the public.
It's up there, though, isn't it? That's all we know, is it's up there.
There's a possibility.
It's somewhere.
There's a possibility that people want us to think that we live in some kind of container or something, you know. I guess.
Well, nobody wants
I mean,
anyone to believe that.
Yeah, no, they hate the idea that we're in a container. Like most people are like, no, the globe people obviously don't have a container, a physical container, which is what gas pressure requires. So no, they don't like the idea of a container. Although they essentially, whenever they're talking about practical things like gas pressure and radar bouncing and all this stuff, they essentially do pretend that they have a container without having a container.
Yes.
But
They do.
Do you think it's a temporary container?
Let me ask you a question very quickly, John. Why would you think that they would want us to believe that we don't have a container? That space exploration is something that we can do, even though we have the minds of people like Bill Nye who say the world must, in fact, understand that there is no way that we are able to exit the Earth, because the Earth itself is in a closed system. They admit this themselves, right? That we cannot go out into the far reaches of space. No one's ever even claimed to go to space. You do know that, right? Because technically they say that the furthest they've gone is the moon. The moon now, 3 years ago, they say is inside of the Earth's atmosphere, right? So they don't even claim that we've ever been to space. You know, the ISS is where, right? You know, the ISS is definitely not within the distance of space. It's inside of the area in which it still has atmosphere, right? But the reason why they want us to believe that we don't have a container is so that we look out there to try and conquer other planets, right? And they keep saying that it's their goal. Well, why do cities exist, and why do they keep telling us that we're overpopulated when clearly we have enough land and ground?
That's
right?
intrusion in a way. I think that breaks
We
some
have
kind
enough.
of law.
Well, we have enough land and ground, don't we, for everybody here, really? They just try and say we don't. When you travel across Wales or England or anywhere, you can clearly see there's enough land that's not necessarily farmland even in any way, shape or form. It doesn't necessarily have, how do we put it, like crops on it, right? You can drive for the distance of the town that you live in. How long it takes, let's say 5 minutes to drive through a town, for instance, of 75,000 people. You can drive for that period of time and time again, up a motorway, seeing field after field after field after field in all directions that have no crops in them, not being used for cattle or anything. No houses, nothing, right? This is usable land. Cities are built around ideas of making money, usually, right? Is my point, right? And
they've coalesced us together in these positions, in these places, to make us sort of believe, I guess, that, you know, the world is a smaller place than what it is. And
Herding
while they have
cows.
us herding cows and corralling us into areas, right? And while they have us believing effectively that we can go and conquer the worlds out there while this one's being destroyed with climate change and all this sort of stuff, that we need to find a new place to venture to, then guess what? We will never try and become the masters of the thing that we're stood on.
Yeah,
So
we'll
it's
never
important for
evolve this
them that
place
we
here,
don't
and
have a
that's why it
container.
goes to shit, you know?
Yeah, that's why it's important that we don't have a
Run
container for
down.
that.
Yeah, and, like, would you agree that even though we can't see the, like, a curve, that we also can't see the ends either of anywhere of this plane? Like, we can't ever reach an end of it, because it just, you know what I mean?
Well, currently we can't say that we couldn't, but we have not.
There's
Yeah,
no,
that's
like,
true.
edge or curve.
An edge is speculation.
At best.
The extent of the plane is unknown to the public, at least.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
no
so it's like
edge.
there's a possibility that if you walk out to what you think is the limit, you'll just find more land, and it just keeps on spanning on, perhaps spanning on and on.
Could be.
And like,
It could be like, you know, look at the
but
rings
again,
of
there's only
ice.
one way to know is if you can even step 1 inch out of the currently known bounds, and I think that's
What
pretty much
do we know about
probably blocked.
heat and cold, right? Is that they appear in rings, it almost seems, like the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, the equator, right? And it actually seems that the north of Russia, Alaska, and all of these countries in the north, close to the North Pole being in the middle, it's almost like that is a ring of ice, right? It's a separate ring of ice. And then Antarctica, if it was a speculation, just saying, right? And then if Antarctica is a ring of ice, you know, it could be that would be a natural state or form of the way the land is. If we look at the convergence of the fields, so we have a toroidal field on our Earth, right? An electromagnetic frequency that's measurable, and it's actually how we measure meteorite showers. It's how we measure migrationary patterns. It's lots we do with this, right? When we look at it and we look at the divergence of magnetism and the directionality of the divergence, it appears that we don't quite have all of the land masses filled in. Because when we look at this, it's almost as if there are places missing. So it's not like the field fully connects when we look at the field and its pattern, right? We have segments of it. It's like there's a wedge missing, it seems. So there could be lands out there that we're yet to be allowed to be known.
And like, do you know, it's like when they say stuff like, oh yeah, an asteroid could very well hit the Earth and this and that, is that basically just cap? You know, they're just trying to scare us into lying.
Of course it is. Of course it is,
So it's
because
all
if
just
asteroids
projections
truly
at most.
listen, asteroids for some reason always seem to go down, don't they?
Yeah, they never
Always.
actually do. Not even any
No, but
residue.
I'm saying they seem to go down in the view of the sky, correct? You look up at the sky, you see an asteroid, correct?
Yeah,
It looks like it's always going down.
They're shown as though
falling
they fall down, whatever they are.
Yeah. Why do you never see them falling up?
Yeah. Beats me.
You're on a globe, mate.
I mean,
like, there's no reason why we wouldn't see them in both directions. This is a fundamental. And actually, in fact, I've asked this question of astronomers, and they say they actually were stumped when I asked them this question at a light reserve not that long ago. They were like, "Wait a minute." They were like, "I've never thought of that before in my life." I was like, "Why the fuck don't we see them ever?" And they said, "Well, gravity." I said, "Okay, gravity, that's fine." I said, but not every asteroid is within inside of the Earth's gravitational field locked in yet to be falling towards it, right? Correct? And they're like, yeah. I said, so on its orbit, it could appear it's going up, and then it's going to eventually fall down to the Earth later on, right? I said, but it's not like that, is it? It's always as if they are falling down in a diagonal line directly towards us. We don't see this. We don't see them going towards other planets that are clearly visible. Also, that are bigger planets than our own with a bigger gravitational force than our own.
Yeah,
so
I've noticed this. Yeah, there's a lot of hype lately about aliens, apparently, or some kind of staging of events or whatever. But people want to like this one side that thinks it's legit and real. Other sides think it's like set up. Something is a mix of both. I don't really know what's going on, but I just know that they probably like if we are in like this, container and things like that, then how could aliens possibly be coming out in from like space and that?
Well,
You know,
yeah,
it's gotta be obviously
kind of the
something
point.
born from
Yeah,
within or whatever.
Good point.
I guess.
Yeah. So that's the general thing, right?
Yeah, they're
The whole
artificially on.
space aliens thing is just to reinforce this idea of endless space around you to make you be this infinite speck in the middle of nowhere, right? It's all just reinforcing that idea.
Nihilism.
So had you heard the gas pressure argument before? Do you understand that? Like why there must be a
You say,
container?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that. Okay. So I mean, anything that involves the vacuum of space, discard it. It just isn't going to be the case. So,
It's ridiculous,
like,
especially when they
does
say
space
there's
not exist at
gaseous
all, or is it
planet.
just like an empty canvas, or what?
In the
Like,
sense that they're saying it does not exist. No, there's no way it could because they say there are gaseous planets right out there. Yeah, correct.
What about stars? Yeah.
How do they exist next to a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 -2? These vacuous, these planets in vacuums. Like it makes no fucking sense.
So, like, what about?
did you hear that? Sorry, go on, John.
You know, you look at things like, well, they always talk about like Jupiter, or if you go to a telescope, you can see Mars and all of that. What's that meant to be all about? Like, they just like, you know, like pizzas or bases, or they flat as well, or they not exist, or what are they? You know what I mean?
They're the luminaries, right? They're the lights in the sky. But what are they? How can we verify that? I mean, get the best telescope on the market, and you can still only see a pretty small, blurry blob of light.
Yeah, because like I remember they were saying December 21st, apparently 2020, you're going to be able to see Jupiter and Saturn or something like that right up close. All I saw was clouds in the sky. Literally, it was so cloudy that night. Like didn't see anything. I was disappointed.
Yeah, you can't. They're not. Well, I mean, they're not what they tell us. They're not balls of gas in a vacuum. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But what they are, I mean, again, speculation really at that
We could
level.
very well be a part of like the most extraordinary studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the way a planet works. I mean, you can create the same impression in a planetarium where you're just sat in the middle of like a cinema screen, with a screen going all the way around you, and they just project the lights onto you. And I mean, they create the geocentric view that we do have with screens. So I mean, what more can you say? It's a sky.
What drives me nuts is the fact the whole gravity thing. No one can ever settle on what it is, you know, because it's like that must be where one of the biggest lies is told that holds all this BS together, you know.
Gravity holds all of the shit together. Because
if gravity was debunked like that, it would just all fall to shit like a Jenga tower or something, you know. Done.
Well, the trick is there's not really anything to debunk gravity. It's never been proven as a thing. Like it's only ever been postulated.
It has always kind of seemed vague.
Yeah, it's really vague. It's like, oh, you're stuck down. It keeps you onto the ground, but it keeps the moon and the sun stuck where they are.
And like if you drop an apple and this and that,
Yeah, but not a helium balloon. That's anti-gravity.
What's going on with the moon though? Like, what would you say? Did you say that's like a trick, or is that for real? Because it's hard to tell what's real nowadays. Or
no, I mean, well, it's not
not
trick.
within the container,
there, right?
Physically existent.
Well, again, how would you know? I mean, you can't tell what it is, but you can tell what it isn't. It's not a spinning ball of rock in a vacuum.
But apparently, when it comes out, people act weird. Apparently, when it's
these are the things that people have always kind of questioned about, right? I mean,
you think that's a program they told us that when the moon's out, people act strange, so that they just do because placebo, and then they can just summon it. It's like our little crazy switch that they can switch on at will, or whatever. You know?
No, it's not made by man. If that's what you're getting at.
Oh right. Or can they do stuff to make it work in their favor? Like, can they make it more lit up with technology? You know, projection light. Even though it's just like a little thing they have no control over, they could do something to it.
Well, they can tell people that they're sending 3 men to go and play golf on it. They can tell people that.
Yeah.
And that'll mess with people.
Sit on there with deck chairs. Yeah.
Yeah, get around on the dune buggy.
Yeah.
hop around like
Longboarding
Duracell
on the
buddies.
moon. I mean, it's a cool concept. Thought of like longboarding on the moon. But,
Go to Mars and have yourself a jolly old good time in a helicopter.
Yeah,
or
'cause,
have
like-
a drone on Mars with 3% of the atmosphere of the Earth or whatever it
It's
is.
like things are starting to reach a point now of crescendo or almost like a moment of truth because they're really ramping
Ridiculousness,
it up
but
now
you
about
understand
Elon
this.
Musk who wants to go to the moon or Mars or whatever, and he wants to fly out there. So what's going to happen when people realize they can't or some
think
shit,
Elon
or
Musk,
why are they
SpaceX,
trying to
think
escape
about
the
it.
part?
Think about what SpaceX is. It's space with an X next to it, like SpaceX. Like space doesn't exist. Why does SpaceX exist? Oh, because guess what? We have delegitimified We've made them delegitimate. NASA, because we've exposed their asses so hard. And then look at the SpaceX launch that last happened. I'll just finish this point very quickly. I know I'm monologue a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. So SpaceX's last launch, right, just to troll you very hard, right? What they did is they released a rocket called Dragon, and the engine inside of this Dragon was called Merlin. It was a Merlin engine, right? And then at the concert, when was the last time you guys heard Rick Astley play live? He's the guy that does the song "Never Gonna Give, Never Gonna Give."
When you get Rick rolled, basically, is that guy
When you
there.
get Rick rolled, yeah, that guy,
Red
Rick Astley, that guy. Well, he hasn't played at a concert in a very long time, but for some reason, SpaceX and NASA selected him as their headliner performer for the SpaceX launch with the Dragon and the Merlin engine.
People from space.
I'm just saying, this is something.
Makes me wonder, if there's a message to that Rick Astley song, like the lyrics within, and that's why everyone's been Rick rolled with that same bunch of lyrics ad infinitum since the beginning of time. Because when they keep showing something in our face, whether it's meant to look like a meme or whatever, and it's always there trying to like plant a seed and stuff, always showing his face on that on the internet. Ain't that weird? Like of all people. And now he's been recruited.
All people, and then now he's been. Why would they choose Rick
Never
Astley?
gonna give
They
up.
could have chose Rihanna. They could have chose anyone, right? Because people love SpaceX. People love Elon Musk. People love
Never gonna give
NASA, bro.
space up.
They exactly. They listen.
And you know how they call it rolled? Like you roll in a ball. Like they try.
Yeah, man. Of course.
Roll. Like
Yeah,
all
I
this
didn't think
shit
about it that way.
together. Like they're using it in our face too much. It's
I'm
vicious.
glad that you see it that way, because it's exactly how it is.
Come to me.
But that makes sense, right? Like, does it make sense that it would be Rick Astley that was doing the concert? Come on.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense in the sense of like culturally, though, right? A guy who's not
It's
written.
always being Rick rolled, not Rick squashed.
Keep rolling over
But
the people.
it's not what I'm saying is how old is Rick Astley? How legitimate is he in today's day and age? Why would NASA have him as their headlining guy?
Does he even still have hair? I've never
They
seen
wouldn't.
him.
They would have someone like Rihanna or Jay-Z or
Because he's a
Beyonce.
dumbass.
They're probably
Do
going
you
to
get my
plan some
point?
kind of big concert with a bunch of those big names. That's like some kind of, massive.
No, but I'm saying, why wasn't it a big name? Why was it Rick Astley?
Yeah, because do you remember that song? And it was like, "We love the earth, we love the sky."
Someone's hot micing like really bad.
Wait a minute.
Like,
Dude, where's all that
Oh,
hot
that's-
micing?
they had like a bunch of
John,
people on that one.
Wolfgang.
Things.
Yeah, he's just getting out of his car.
Hey, Wolfgang, you're hot mic.
Someone just mute him. He won't ban you for muting him anymore. I can't get to my phone.
Jolly
Oh,
well.
he did it.
He cares more about the
they use that Planet Earth song as well, and that got really viral. Everything is just so viral. Like, oh, what is going on? Like, what is seriously going on? It's like weird,
After a while, just go, who knows what's going on?
Just a mind fuck. Yeah, it comes to a point where you just can't even anymore.
Just go along with the flow and keep breathing.
Yeah, breathing. That's a very, very important one. Because at least that's something you have control over,
And make sure you breathe in and out. Don't forget that.
Focus on what you can control.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Not what you can't.
Some of us have been traumatized, so I find myself in certain situations for no reason. I'm holding my breath or hyperventilating. Something weird is going on, so I gotta
pay
attention to that.
Like it's like you see things others don't, and if you point it out, you look crazy. So you can't say nothing. You just have to stay quiet and suffer in silence. So you just do something about it. Yeah, it's like that movie They Live.
I work
They
that.
Live. I haven't
Work all
watched
that
that yet.
stuff out while I'm out riding. Like while I'm out riding on my bicycle, I'm meditating, and by.
But when you meditate, you don't empty your mind, do you, Sonny? Please tell me you don't empty your mind. You should fill your mind with thoughts and take those thoughts captive.
No, what the
Right?
bicycle does. Listen, what the bicycle
Or
does for me
recycle.
as a meditation tool is I focus on the moment. Like I'm hyper focused.
Yeah, I know. All right,
Right now,
good,
the
good.
present.
Because
I'm fully enveloped in the present moment. So
I'm saying there's the Eastern form of meditation is satanic in a sense because it's like empty your mind fully and have nothing in it,
oh, screw
and
that.
that leaves you open to suggestion massively, right?
Exactly.
So that's actually a dangerous format of meditation. Meditation is to take thoughts captive. You're meant to meditate and think about the things you couldn't previously think about in the day because you've got more brain power to think about shit, right? Because you
That's
know,
not my,
and
here's
then
my philosophy. My philosophy is that a true meditation for me is that I'm sitting on the edge of a stream or a river. My thoughts are the river, are in the river,
yeah,
the water of the river. I'm sitting quietly, peacefully
this
on
is
the
like to pray in
shore.
nature.
I'm
Yes,
not
mate.
jumping in with my thought stream and following the pink elephant downstream. I'm sitting there watching it going, huh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
it.
exactly. You're taking it captive. You're framing it. You're framing it. You're taking it captive.
No,
There's a lot of sketchy stuff from the
try to
East.
detach myself from my thought process because it's not us. It's a process.
But it's so you can have a
going
better
on.
grasp of it, right? That's what I'm trying to get at, right? You
Our
know, I'm
thought
trying to
process,
establish.
our thought
It's like
process, our thought processes go on whether we're conscious or not. They're continuing on against our own will. We have no control over those thought processes. We can't organize them. We can do certain things, but we can't stop the flow. So there's no sense in fighting it. You might as well just sit on the side of the shore and watch it go by, acknowledge, but don't engage. Don't judge.
let it wash past you.
Just go
Like
right, let it go right
also,
past it. Stay in the moment.
Yep.
oh yeah, Crack Villain. I remember what you're saying about like the Eastern and stuff. I feel like there's a lot of sketchy stuff like found in the Eastern philosophies, even though they seem quite enlightened
Some
in
of them are
certain ways.
cool, but yeah,
But it's like
to be enlightened to a certain extent is cool. But like, yeah, what is
yeah,
enlightenment if it takes you away from, you know, basically
transformation.
reality? And if
Yeah,
it
and
takes you
like
away from reality, then it's weird. Like, you know,
like, and also this like I noticed something when I went to because I was like talking to these people like these monks and that, and they like
yeah. Where were
they'd be
you?
giving
Where
out
were you?
it's Wales, in South Wales.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I think I might have been to
So
one of those
yeah,
monasteries.
they're kind of everywhere now in the UK. It's like ISKCON is the name. It's international
ISKCON,
something.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Krishna conscious. Yeah. So like they in their book, right, the Bhagavad Gita, they actually talk about they mention planets a lot. They mention they always say there's like planets. They say there's different planets. It's like you go to the heavenly planets or the hell planets, and they say this planet is like this is kind of like a middle ground planet, but it's more
All
bad
about
than good.
escaping this place, right? It's always about escaping this fucking place for
Yeah,
some
but
reason.
it's exactly, and it's always like they always say like reject money fully and just go and live as like this
That's why the
person who just
Bible actually. People think the Bible says
wears
that money is the
weird
root of all
clothes.
evil. People say the Bible says the
Just
Bible
like
says
shut.
that money is the root of all evil. And
Yeah,
it's like
like
no, it doesn't
to
say
some
that. It
degree
says
they've
the
all got
Bible
a
actually says
message
it's
of
the love.
yeah.
It's the Bible actually says the love of money is the
Like
root
I
of
would
all
actually
evil,
just
not
say
money
basically
itself.
that I wouldn't even say just like money. I would just say attachment.
Yes,
like if,
exactly. Idolization. Exactly.
yeah,
That's what the
attachment.
Bible
Yeah,
also
so
says.
it's
Yes.
like money is just one of many different types of attachment. It depends what you do with
Exactly.
it, how you think about it, because it's still like commodity. You're still using it everyday life type thing. It's a currency. Yeah, you could trade that in for something else if you had enough people who saw the same way or valued certain things, kind of value at the end of the day. And it's like everything in life is just like a hype fest. Like if something has no hype, then nobody cares about it. But like the only reason someone cares because that's hype, and the money's just a massively hyped up thing. God makes you wonder if the same people who told us we're on a globe
They're the reason behind all of that hype.
Oh,
And
they're the ones who
henceforth,
did create the money because they changed over from
or
the
many
gold
people
value
worship.
to the promissory note. That's what
Yeah,
you
and
know.
all
That's
it
what
is
it is,
just
right?
a piece of paper, and it ain't shit. Like
It's
you could literally just
it's a
you could wipe
promissory
your
note.
butt
Yeah.
with that. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't. You know what I mean? In another world where that just becomes so obsolete, because it could, because there's many things that are much more valuable in like intrinsic terms that could very well replace
Yes.
money, and I think that's what they're
Do you know
afraid
what
of.
creates
But they
value?
would never be able
Do you know?
to get in on that because they just lack so much beyond this pointless paper stuff.
Do you know what creates intrinsic value, and how we define what's valuable?
Go on.
Like what creates intrinsic value? Like with gold,
Part of
why
me
is gold
thinks,
valuable?
does it have to be created, or is it just there and we just have to tap into it, or like switch up our
So
perspective?
its divisibility is one thing, right? So how dividable it is, right? Okay. It's usability, obviously, in that sense, but not just that. It's difficulty it's how difficult it is to procure the thing, also.
Yeah, so the harder it is to obtain, the more rarity factor it has. Therefore,
And what did
the more
everyone
sought after it
trade?
becomes.
What did everyone trade to get their
Sometimes
their?
Just
Well, people trade. Well, no, I'm saying, what did people trade originally to get their money?
Like
it was to do with Admiralty law. It was to do with
Yeah.
Admiralty law, and it was basically people traded their gold because gold was something. If you were going around with gold, you could get robbed, right? So the bank were like, "We'll hold your gold for you, and then we'll have a reputational value of what your gold's worth in a paper note, and we'll make that thing pretty rigorous so that it can't be faked, right? So that people can't just steal the idea of what your wealth is." Yeah. So in one fell swoop, they create an idea of what. This is my aversion with crypto, right? This is my whole aversion with the idea of crypto, is that it's an even easier version of money because you don't even need to print it, right?
Yeah. There's a guy on Instagram who's very intelligent. His name is AJA Cortez with an S on the end, and he had a thing said, "Ask me a question," and someone said, "Underlying reasons for poverty in America," and he said, "Same as anywhere else. IQ is real. Life is a hierarchy, and America is
it's a competence hierarchy.
America is heterogeneous population of many groups
Heterogeneologically,
that don't all perform equally. Poverty is a feature of humanity, not a bug. Society can be economically structured to minimize it, but it will never be eliminated."
Exactly. And you can have a utopianist view towards the idea of eliminating poverty completely. But while there are people that are effectively incompetent, that's why people act like the patriarchy is based upon this tyrannical thing of men being brutalistic individuals and all this
That's
shit.
another
Right? It's a
psyop.
load of bollocks, right?
Yeah.
It's a big lie. It's no. Patriarchal structures are based upon a competence hierarchy. Men aren't elected because they're the most brutal anymore. Men used to come in and just take over things, but those men are seen as tyrannical nowadays. That's what we call, invading armies and dictators, right? That's what we say that
Self-defense
those.
is now seen as brutality, and that's how they
It
rule it
is.
out of the equation. It's just all a psyop. It's just an undercurrent of deception to get enough people invested. Because look, if they got enough people's energy invested, then of course they're gonna stand against it and create a huge resistance factor.
But yeah, man.
Let's try and bring it back to the earth, guys. That's interesting as well, but let's just try and keep it on the topic for a bit.
We're waiting for you,
John,
mate.
sorry. So, John, have you got any more questions or thoughts about the Earth? What are you wondering now that you realise the Earth isn't a ball? You must have a load of questions.
Like, what are the main areas on Earth that could be potential focal points that hide the most secrets behind this? Or have the main areas like.
Well, do you know about the restriction on travel north and south?
No.
Well, basically, you can't go north and you can't go south. That about sums it up. So they've got international treaties. They've got international treaties in place, which means you can't just get a boat and go north as far as you want to go, and you can't just get a
Wow.
boat and go south as far as you want to go, right?
Oh, yeah. So like they're obviously hiding something there clearly, and places like Area 51 and all these completely restricted areas. There's got to be a serious reason for that. It's not
Well, the
just like
reason for
doing
that
it for
is
fun,
B2 stealth bombers were built in Area 51, which really you would want to hide that from other countries. That you're building a stealth bomber, because that's how you make a radar corridor into a country, and that's how you invade a country with other aircraft. Just to let you know, and that's official, like 100%. That's
Yeah. Do you know
yeah.
do you know about like these underground? You've probably seen these underground cities. The underground. They have tunnels that lead to different networks and stuff. So like they can escape whenever the elites, and there's like they have like shopping malls down there, like everything. So I think whenever there's food shortages, sometimes they could just be stocking places because like
Places that you can't really go.
yeah, places like Colorado, they have like entrance points and stuff like that to these tunnels. So like they just don't let no one down there
But
though.
yeah, there's loads of underground
Yeah.
military infrastructure. There's loads of
It's like so
underground
much.
bases.
It's like they're trying to shift or wherever they're at or like move shop, as though they know something else is there. I guess the next level or whatever of whatever is.
Well,
And,
yeah,
like,
when you think about
they're-
it, I mean, no one in the public is really. When you think about it, no one in the public is really exploring the surface of Earth. No one in the public is exploring high above Earth, and no one is exploring below Earth. Right? These are all like government military purview at this point. You can't explore any of these areas without governmental approval, right? So when you think about it, I mean, you're pretty restricted by the laws. So we're kind of just, within a pretty set area, doing what we're allowed to do within that set area. So there's this scope for endless stuff that we don't know about, because 99.999% of the people are only going about in their country, going to work, hanging out, flat smacking,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like I wonder as well, like, are earthquakes all natural, or are they just them screwing with things? Because they always call them natural disasters, but like they always call something some BS.
Could be a mixture of both.
They could be.
Yeah. Or some way to sort of like, let us know. So programmers tell us, okay, this is what's happening. Your little ball is getting cracked open type, and then it's going to be like an Easter egg or something, like something's going to come oozing out, and it's just, you should be scared.
Yeah. There's thousands of places where they have these drill points where they're going in and they're drilling into ancient volcano calderas. Like there's this all over in California. It's causing like collapses and freaking landslides.
No, a lot of that's to do with them
terrible over
getting
there.
battery acids. That's a lot of that's to do with.
And it's like, yeah, it's really bad over there, right? Like
they're raping the land. Continues.
Yeah, it's like they're trying. It's almost like they're mining for something. Something they think is.
They are. They're mining for lithium ion a lot of the time, right? And the stuff that goes in our computer screens and stuff like that.
Yeah, they've messed up a lot of things, mining, fracking, drilling.
And you also got like that place, the Ring of Fire, where there's like a bunch of volcanoes together, and they say if anything happened down there, like it could have like an enormously bad cataclysmic chain reaction that could really rock the world,
So have you spoken to any of your friends about flat Earth? Have you been like, hey guys, have you ever looked into the Earth not being a globe, or have you kept it to yourself?
A bit of both, because I'm not sure certain people are ready for this, like, I guess, or how they would react. But I've spoken to some people, like just sometimes on Discord, and some of them just are not interested at all, or they just don't buy it.
Yeah.
And then others.
I mean, I guess because you're new to it as well. I mean, it's going to take you some time before you figure out a good way of broaching it with a new person.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I mean, they're just going to quickly come back with the standard. Oh well, what about satellites? What about this? What about that? And if you don't really have at least some kind of answer prepared,
Yeah.
then
like,
they're just going to be like, all right.
There are different questions, I guess, to answer with it as well. So it's like beyond just like answering like the what, then there's also like the what now, you know. And if I'm not able to answer that in advance or this and that, it's probably not going to go nowhere with what I'm saying to them. It's probably just going to go into
This is
one
one of
ear and
those
out.
things. Yeah, this is one of
Or
those things
whatever.
about flat Earth where there's a couple of things about it that put a lot of people off who are conditioned to have an answer for everything, an explanation for everything, and no need to wonder. So it's like if you can't handle being told we don't know and you can't know, and you get upset by that, then those types of people generally are just like, all right, I've had enough. I can't handle not knowing.
Yeah, cause I've noticed that's what happens when you're trying to like spread truth to people. It's like everybody at some point you kind of fry their circuitry after you reach a certain threshold. Everyone has their own threshold. Like you might have thought they were a deep thinker, but then they're just like they don't. You get to a certain point with them, and they're just like, okay, I don't know about that now, and then they don't want to step any further. And everyone has their own threshold, like I would say, and it's just like
Everyone's different.
it's like they start glitching out like bots or something.
Yeah. People have some
Like,
crazy reactions to it.
yeah, because like look, I feel bad as well
with
because I feel like I'm triggering it in a way, and I'm just like, okay, that's not what I mean to get out of it. But sometimes people kind of need to be, you know, I don't know, their deceived spirit needs to be purged out of them in a way that might not always be comfortable for them to realize before they can start to be open to truth, if that makes sense, you know? So they can be there and they'd be shocked. Once the shock is gone, they'll be hopefully, you're not totally, all right, not want to know you anymore or whatever. They'll be like, all right, so what now? Or I should do some research on this. That's the type of people I like is like critical thinkers. And I think promoting and encouraging ways to just like people at the grassroots to how to critically think is very important as well. So that they can start to see.
You know, the what now,
Sometimes
what then,
guided.
like what the whole what then question, like what now, what do we do now? That's another one that's kind of like, well, you don't know, we don't know. You just kind of have to live with it. There's no what after. There's no what before. What now and what then. Like, we don't know. All we know is what we're experiencing right now, what we're able to figure out empirically in reality. And from there, you kind of just have to detach from all these things that you can't test, you can't experience. You have to let those go. You can't know the future. You can't know the past. It's just the ultimate in realizing that you don't know anything. Like the more you learn about flat Earth, the more you realize you don't know. It's just one of those topics.
Yeah. Like, for all we know, it could be some shape that's neither a ball or flat, and it's just something the best we can perceive so far is it as being flat, but it could be, you know what I mean? It could go off into a different way or form that we just not being allowed to see because we can't go north or south for shit. So how can we see where the freaking shape begins or ends, you know?
This is why we don't claim a shape. We only say that the surface that we live on.
Claim like the density or like a form.
No, the water on the surface is flat. That's what we know.
Yeah.
That means that it can't be a ball, and at least all of the Earth that we know of where there's water is flat. So I mean, it kind of narrows down your possibilities. It's flat.
It's like a process of elimination. It's like with everything.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't know if there's any like silvers or anything who want to have a conversation, who want to speak to John, or if anyone else has a flat Earth topic, feel free. Or if someone wants to bring up some space news, have we heard any space news lately? Has there been any good headlines?
I want to learn more about SpaceX, if anyone knows anything about that, because that's something I think interesting. Like, what's the motives behind that, and what is it really about? You know.
Well, let me see if there's any silver members or gold members maybe who want to discuss SpaceX. Is there anyone in the chat, guys, who want to speak up?
I have a little bit. Yeah.
Cyrus, Quetzalcoatl. Papa Joe, fix it. I don't think I've spoken to you before. You there? Napalm.
Yeah, so I'll speak on SpaceX just real quick. In my opinion, SpaceX is there to take money from the government that was typically going into NASA and shift things away from the people's ability to file a Freedom of Information Act, which in this country we have what's called the Freedom of Information, meaning we can petition our government for basically the receipts and all the information on what things are being spent or where the money's being spent as far as taxpayer money is concerned.
Right.
So as they shift space into the quote unquote private sector, all it's doing is shifting the ability for the average person to petition for things like telemetry data and stuff like that. So it's an easier way to hide from the public under the guise of a public-private partnership.
Yeah, definitely. Well said. Well said.
And we were talking the other day in here about the possibility of even Witsit was talking about possibly making a lawsuit against NASA regarding the ISS and trying to get all of the information basically brought into court to prove that it's actually up there and that the money that is being taken from the taxpayer is being spent in a way that they're claiming it's being spent. And within 5 hours of that stream, NASA officially announced that they will be decommissioning the ISS.
Yep.
I heard them saying that they were going to be crashing the ISS.
Make me a thanks up.
I should have known what was behind it.
Yeah, well, we had a good conversation on here about, just kind of what people may or may not be able to do as far as suing the government for fraud. And,
that's an interesting idea.
And a lot of things that I think that they do is for like plausible deniability, even in court, should somebody choose to sue them, like regarding the moon landing. They publicly state that they lost all the telemetry data and then all their tapes are completely erased. So should they get sued and be petitioned or subpoenaed to release the information, they've already publicly admitted that they've lost all of it. So the evidence would not be brought into court. So
wait. Did you say they were sued, and that's when they said they didn't have any of the telemetry data and the images and stuff?
No, I think they may have smelt
for that
a
reason,
lawsuit.
so they couldn't.
They ought to be sued.
Yeah, they probably smelt a lawsuit coming at some point. And then, the public admission that they lost all of the evidence is basically putting it out on the public record.
Yeah.
And
No, that's what I was thinking. I just thought you said that they were sued. I was like, when? I haven't heard that. But it would be interesting to know what the biggest case similar to that would be in American history. Like, when has the government been sued over a big issue to have documents declassified and they've been put in that position? It would be good to see the case law behind that. I'm not too familiar with it myself. Like, if the families from people from like 9/11 and that, they took some actions, didn't they? But it wasn't really like for all. It wasn't really like for all of the details. It was more along getting damages for the families and stuff like that. But
and usually there's always something within these cases that the government has some sort of ability to claim that it's they can't release information based on national security. Yeah,
exactly. That's why the whole legal route. I mean, it's interesting and it's a good idea to have that angle, but at the end of the day, you do imagine that the government would just find whatever excuse they needed to say, no, we're not. Well, the whole national security thing, it's interesting with the ISS because they're so public about it anyway. They can't really make a claim for, well, now we can't give you this information because we can't let people know where it is at this time. It's like, well, you're broadcasting where it's supposed to be all the time, so you're obviously not treating it like a spy asset.
Yeah, and a lot of good points were brought up around the fact that it is multiple countries that are participating in it, right? It's not just the United States, so it wouldn't necessarily be national security because you're sharing all the information with
Exactly.
Russia.
But then
And
it's also then that also creates like a multi-jurisdictional situation when they come to suing one of the government entities that's participating, because then it's like, well, how does it work with the others involved, like the Russians and the Chinese and whoever else? Yeah, it would.
then
it would be
then does
absolutely
it come down
hilarious.
to does it come down to a case of espionage at that point, right? Like I think they're in a sticky situation with it, and it may or may not be coincidence that NASA announced that they would be decommissioning the ISS literally within hours of that conversation taking place.
I noticed what in the articles when it was talking about it. Coincidentally, they're saying it's going to crash into the most uninhabited place on Earth. Coincidentally, where there's definitely going to be no one there to see it. Like, what do they call it? The uninhabited zone or something like that in the southern Pacific Ocean somewhere.
Yeah, it has something with Nemo in the name. Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Nemo. Point Nemo.
Yeah.
Finding
yeah,
Nemo.
Point Nemo. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, big surprise.
So just
like, why
based
don't you crash it closer to Florida and then go and salvage a bunch of it in a museum or something?
Yeah,
Is that near the
triangle? Or
Is that
Dragon
near the
Triangle?
Goldilocks?
all of the stuff that's up there, why wouldn't we have the ability to safely bring those modules back down here? Wouldn't that be kind of an exercise on if we do have to quote unquote leave Earth and inhabit space, wouldn't we want to try to figure out a way to possibly come back and repopulate the Earth should we need to, right? Wouldn't that be a good test? Trying to re-enter all of the pieces of the ISS safely?
I mean, just the idea that they went up into a vacuum and built the ISS, which there's, I mean, how many engineers would love to see that, who are struggling to put together, I don't know, an engineered product on Earth, and they're being told, yeah, we flew all the bits up into a vacuum and floated it around and put it together.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, the flat earthers are the only ones asking the question as to where's the evidence of it being constructed in space, right?
And the fact,
But it would
just that it's built with no ability to return, like you're saying, like no way to actually return. Like, nah, we'll just build it up there and we'll just see what happens. Can't come back.
Yeah, I mean, they send these manned launches that go up and come back allegedly. Why couldn't we just bring it back piece by piece instead of destroying it, crashing it, leaving no evidence, right?
Yeah, instead of crashing it into the most uninhabited place, like, what is the logic behind intentionally crashing it into the most uninhabited place on Earth? Wouldn't that just make the logistics of getting, I don't know, anything from it just a nightmare? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah,
What is
I
the
mean,
logic behind it?
it just goes to show that.
I got a good track record of destroying evidence. Go ahead, Nipon.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly, Dave. It's just it's a good way to destroy all the alleged evidence.
Yeah,
so we need
I know
to
that, but I just
expedite
wonder how
the
they
court
sell
case.
that. Yeah,
So
how
we
do
need
they
to
sell that to
expedite
the
the court
Globers?
case and attach that piece of equipment as one of the things that needs to be presented so that they can't just flush the evidence and then claim deniability.
Yeah.
Well, we've got till 2030 to draw up the documents. So yeah, let's make sure. Hey, we'd like to see the receipt on that ISS. Can we actually make sure it's in the condition that they claim?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm afraid not. We dropped it into the most uninhabited place on Earth, and it's a painful process to go and get it back again.
Yeah.
Imagine that was acceptable to say to the IRS or to your tax agency. Oh no, sorry, I've lost that evidence. Please provide evidence. Oh no, I've destroyed that evidence as well.
Yeah. I did have all my receipts, but I took them to the Southern Pacific Ocean and threw them off the side of a boat. I'm sure you'll understand.
Can you imagine a lawyer coming into court like that? Yeah, yeah, Mr. Smith, do you have your evidence? Do you have your portfolio there? Okay, yeah. Actually, no. Do you have the first piece of evidence? Yeah, no, I lost
Your Honor,
that evidence.
Your Honor, I destroyed that evidence, and it's a faithful.
Your Honor, I still guarantee that I'm upstanding and honest.
I heard about this app where if you have like receipts for stuff, you take pictures of them, you get money back. Apparently,
Interesting.
So
John, John, what are your thoughts, just kind of on the conversation we just had?
like I'm just still waiting for it to sink. To be honest, like I'm still trying to process it all. There's just a lot of
What do
new
you think
information.
about them? What do you think about them saying they're going to crash the ISS into the most uninhabited place on Earth in 2030?
I thought that was interesting about uninhabited because it made me think just why would it be there? You know, I guess just so no one can see where the root cause happens. So by the time people notice, it's already spiraled.
They're going to crash into the most uninhabited place on Earth? Did they say?
Yeah, the Southern Pacific Ocean is where they're saying they're dropping it. So if an ISS
Why don't they just
falls
fly it out into space? Why never has another satellite ever been sent back and it's just floating around in space junk, but the ISS is one they're going to fly back?
Talk about
why is it not just more? Why is it not just more space debris?
If we're paying for it, why can't we inspect the equipment that they do retrieve? I want to come on. Where's
I want a panel. I want one of the panels that Chris Hatfield pressed his feet off of when singing David Bowie. Why aren't the government breaking this up and selling it on eBay to all the NASA fans? They could sell it to Gem Panda's server and make a killing.
So
exactly. That's a really good point.
I heard before as well. They said that elites apparently have like certain bases, but they also they're stationed for a reason as well. They're stationed right close to Antarctica, but like the countries on the coast that are nearest Antarctica, so like South America, South Africa.
What do you think? Hey John, have you not ever wondered what the Falklands War was about?
The Falklands War. I was just thinking that. Exactly.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, the Falklands. The Falklands is the British government's furthest south.
I don't really feel it either that much. I've not feel like I've had anything like.
Crack. I think you're not like it, bro.
It's all about Antarctica, man. All of it. A whole bunch of stuff is about Antarctica. We're just not being. We're not privy to that info.
Directly told the reason.
Yeah, so the Falklands is the UK's southernmost outpost next to Antarctica, and yeah, all the elites have a strange connection to Antarctica. Was it John Kerry who, on the eve of the election between Trump and Hillary, traveled to Antarctica? Buzz Aldrin, yeah. They all go to Antarctica for some reason. It was the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church also went to Antarctica around that time. So high-level government and religious figures just going down to visit the penguins at election time. What is going on?
What the hell? Yeah, exactly.
Penguins must know something.
Yeah, penguins must know something's up.
I mean, they're shooting. What if they're shooting all these missiles horizontally to try to find the end, or to the edge of the barrier?
I think they're letting the penguins vote. They were passing out absentee ballots.
I just had go on, sorry.
Yeah, they're going and canvassing for Biden and Hillary out there.
I just had an idea for this meme because I remember this old video. It was like a penguin and he slaps this other penguin into the ground. He falls through the ice, and then they just add in the words flat smacked.
Nice.
Yeah. So what were we talking about? Oh yeah. So if an ISS drops Southern Pacific and no one's there to see it, did it really drop at all?
Or did it ever exist at all?
It's like when does a tree fall in the woods? If we don't see or hear it ever, it doesn't necessarily have to.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have Globers coming in here going, "You see, they actually crashed it." See,
Are they saying that the light in the? So are they saying that the light in the sky is gonna go away?
Oh yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Because if that's the case, and that comes in 2030, I mean, that would be. I mean, again, the light
It's a
in the
little bit,
sky
isn't it?
is already likely some kind of, I don't know, could easily be government drone anyway. They are
It's something that's
What
already
if they have a
it's something that they've already predicted to turn off at that time.
wait a
So
minute?
like,
What
they're
if they
like,
have a
wait, this is
what
on a
if they
cyclic thing of recorded stars. So like, you know, like they could say that like a meteorite or a comet is a satellite, right? Or like a planet that we're going to see for like the next 100 years or 25 years, and then like this is our new satellite, right? You know, but actually it's
So
not
that
a
would
new
be
satellite.
the question. That would be the question then, right? If the light disappears, right? Right.
Yes.
Is it either government technology that they've retired, or is this an element of the system that they know about that we don't in the public?
Exactly.
What if they like they're gonna crash it, right? So they announced that. What if they had a runaway Satelloon that was actually the image that people were saying they're seeing, and it got run away and they couldn't stop it, and people are saying we still see it up there.
That would be so good if they said they crashed it and then people were still seeing it.
They could claim the light. They could just easily claim the light in the sky is now the James Webb Telescope, and people would be none the wiser.
That's some
I'm
comedy.
shocked that no one who's been to Antarctica has like whistleblowed on it at all. You know, shown something that we've never been able to see before.
Well, some of the people that have been to Antarctica actually were
camera.
killed.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like
People that
you can only go there.
people that in our server know, like
back.
they went and did expeditions to Antarctica, right? And then like they were fucking killed, weren't they, Wolfgang?
I mean, for Jarl Anderhoy and his crew, it looked a lot like they were. It looked a lot like they
killed.
were sank rather than just died at sea. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't heard about Jarl Anderhoy, John, you should look into him.
It.
He's a guy who decided to go south. He's like an explorer from Norway, and he went without permission, and he was arrested at gunpoint. And when he did a little journey away from his main boat, when he came back to his main boat, the boat was sank, and all of his friends were dead and missing. So he then did another expedition where he went to try and search for them, but never found them and got arrested again.
But I once saw a documentary on BitChute. I'm not sure how true it is, but it was saying that like down Antarctica they have like laboratories, and they get up to all sorts of strange stuff, and including some. Like,
they admit it. They've got a place called Camp. They've got a place that's quite funny. Guess what it's called? It's called Camp. It's called Camp Dome, right? It's one of the main scientific. It's the scientific camp in Antarctica. The American one, they call it Camp Dome.
And it's not even a dome.
It's not a dome. No, it's not. It's not a dome. No. Like, it would make sense if it was a fucking dome.
Yeah, you'd at least expect them to do like a bio greenhouse or something, so that they would have plausible deniability for saying, "Oh, well, look, it is a dome." But it's just like a bunch of
like some Eden Project looking dome or something there, at least. You know what I mean, Wolfgang? None of that.
Exactly. It's like a bunch of.
It's like, what shape is it again? Yeah, that's it. It's like a cuboid, like.
Well, it's just a bunch of different buildings.
Isn't there also a Deception Island in Antarctica somewhere? I think I heard that one time. Deception Island, interesting name.
I think that's near to South America, I think. So that's one of the points that you can kind of go near if you do one of those tours, which is
I mean, has anybody here ever heard about remote viewing?
Yeah.
Apparently people have tried to see these things via that.
Yeah, that's it. The remote viewers are like, I'm going to go and see the edge, man.
Well,
yeah, but there's certain areas they've said that they're not able to get through to, like such as the Vatican. There's like some kind of barrier or invisible barrier.
Remote viewing. Wait, what do you mean by remote viewing? We need to define it because there's two forms of remote viewing. So
I don't know. I don't know how many forms there are. Just like what I've heard about it. It's like people
there are
able
two
to,
that I know of that are popular.
Yeah.
So I want to define
like
the type.
people are able to just like go inside their mind and they can view things.
Astral projection.
I guess kind of. Yeah.
Right.
Possibly.
Okay.
To a degree. Yeah, and then they can sort of like, almost like a drone footage thing. Say that again.
There's also remote viewing via proxy, which is supposedly a very real thing where they put a chip into your mind
and they take over your neural mapping and take over the ocular nerve, and thus use your apparatus of vision and your position in society and your access to wherever you are to view through your eyes and see things.
That's terrifying.
Is it?
I guess.
Did you know that? Yeah, well, sounds terrifying to you, mate, but like, there's no need to be a pussy about it.
No, it's just like, would you like them
I'm
to put
fucking with you.
chip in your brain?
It's fucking terrifying, right? Like, how scary is that shit? I do that to people. Like, I did that very short, like the little thing where I pretend to like be serious, because people often actually turn around and say that no, you were being serious, or they at least believe I was being serious, and it's my own fault. I do this thing where like someone will be talking and I'll say in a very nonchalant, very serious voice, like I did then, like, well, look, there's no need for you to be a pussy about it. Like, don't put that, like, yeah, like, don't put that fear and pain onto us, if that's all right with you, because we're not afraid of it. Just because you are, there's no need for us to be, okay? Do you understand me, mate?
I guess.
Is that all right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But you see what I mean? How uncomfortable that is, and like the people that understand that I'm joking when I do it, they know that I'm joking. But to the Americans, I've noticed, they really think that when I do that, I'm being serious, and then eventually the person's like, "Yeah, sorry, dude," or like they get like a little bit like, you know, like you did, like, and then I'm like, "I'm sorry, I was just trolling," type thing, and then like
It's because you went
Americans
from
are like,
one
"You're not
mode and then
trolling."
instantly changed
Yes,
lanes, and it's just like
contrast.
so unexpected. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But like that's part of English humor, I think, to be that way, like to like a form of extreme sarcasm. Like to get one over on one of your friends is to like make him believe that like, you know, you're really pissed off with him when you're not. Like, mate, what the fuck? I can't believe you just walked that shit into this room. Like, and then there's no water on his feet. There's nothing there at all. But like, you're literally like, look, like seriously, like that's taking the fucking piss. And then you catch him in it, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And like, even though he's done nothing, and it's like you've got a false confession out of him, right? This is psychology 101, right? Now you've got a false confession out of him because of your seriousness. Yeah, you've gaslighted him into thinking like, you know, that what you were saying is almost true, or it's easier to just say sorry, like as if it is true, right? But like this is the way that they've cajoled us into the globe system as well, right? Because like the word science holds so much weight to it, right? And this is what I want to talk to you about. It's like the word science and pseudoscience, why it's so important, why we try and define what science really is all the time here, is because people will use this umbrella bracket term almost now, umbrella term, sorry, of the word science, and they put all of these different things under this umbrella of science. And by doing so, they gain the legitimacy and aficionado ship, I guess, of things that were considered knowable or knowledge because they were run through the scientific method in the past. And like the word science got this formidable reputation as something that's concrete. So it's like they use this as a weapon against us all the time. Like it's just like, but dude, it's science. So like, no, yeah, like, dude, the ISS, it's science, dude.
Yeah, like the
It's
way
the
I see
scientific
it as well is
community.
like science of today has almost become a bit of a joke in a way. Like it's almost like it's more of a fandom with like a huge
It is.
following kind of thing. Because
It's
a
like,
lot of it's just
welcome to
BS.
fandom.
A lot of it's
Yes,
BS.
exactly.
It's not in concrete at all, or it's always subject to
Well,
change quick as fuck.
do you want to know
You know?
something else that's very similar to it? I'll point this out quickly and see. You know, I don't really want to bring it up, but I'm going to.
I think I know it.
I'm going to say that something that's very similar to this, like you can't question it. Once you label it with that, it is what it is, and that's it. Like you just have to accept it for what it is, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It is the LGBT community.
Yeah.
So no matter how ridiculous something it is that they say, because it falls under the banner that you're apparently being homophobic or even race issues, for instance, stuff to do with race. You're apparently being racist, like whatever it is, right? Like
anything to do with victimhood.
Yes.
The roots from
So
that.
like Make it
NASA
hit
play the
a little bit.
victim at the moment. NASA are playing the victim over the moon landing. Like, oh, we lost the telemetry data. Like, it got destroyed after all that hard work, and it was so hard to make it all. And they invoke this emotion of like, it would be extremely hard and extremely painful to go back there. That's them saying like, look, we've lost this shit. And it's like, don't even dare come to us with like, how dare you lose that shit? Like, we spent a lot of money as a nation state to derive these things. It's like they use that very same tool of like the victimhood status so that they can avoid even any culpability with that. It's fucking great. It's Matthew Learns the same. What I'm trying to show is there's a psychopathy, a psychology, right, in which they've adopted, which is that they are very able now to maneuver through doing rights and wrongs by pointing out the evils of other people and blowing them up further than what they actually are, and basically attaching intent and malintent to different things that go on. For instance, with Carl Rittenhouse, right? What you do is you jostle yourself in the position as the arbiter of that which is moral, and when you're in that position, you're either deemed as someone that's angelic and is morally correct and is benevolent under the human constructionists, yeah, and groups like this that are benevolent fall under this umbrella of like people like SpaceX, people like NASA. That's why actually SpaceX is currently at the moment with Elon having personal issues with this side over there. It's because they were closely connected, so they're having sort of a battle at the moment, and the reason the battle is occurring is because Elon's maybe seeing this against some of his own interests, because this is starting to become too obvious. So he's maybe trying to pull away from that, because otherwise it's going to be far too obvious, draw too much attention. So, or it's to create a bigger alignment.
Elon goes for the faker it looks, the more real it is. You can tell type approach.
Yes.
But
yes,
you were on the money. You were on the money with the LGBT NASA, but you know NASA identify as a space agency that's constant.
Did you notice?
So how dare you?
Did you notice with that with NASA and
Basically,
the SpaceX thing
narcissism
that they used
101.
only on video when they were doing it with the Rick Astley night, right? With that concert, the only people they used were like short-haired, blue-haired, like intern type looking people that were like androgynous. That's all they used.
NASA's blue-haired interns. We should make.
Yeah. Do you remember? There was loads of them, right?
Blue-haired NASA intern. Someone make that roll.
Yeah. I'll do it right now.
Virtue signaling, basically.
Wait, you back me up when Ravenous Brad turns around and says, "Oh, Wise Crack made a stupid role called this. Let's get rid of it." You have to say that you wanted it too.
I'll back up. I'll stand up for blue-haired NASA intern.
Yeah, because he doesn't like it when I create roles. So yeah.
That one's really good. I definitely want to see that roll, but I think we should.
Oh, I'm not making it then. Fuck that.
Responsible. We should delete a roll that sucks. Like
yeah,
I've deleted. What role did I delete? I deleted some shitty roll not too long ago. I deleted a couple of them. So yeah, I agree with you. Let's go through the rolls and we'll delete one. No, maybe don't. But
right, NASA's right. Do you want me to make it an even better role? I can make this an even better role. Wait there. I'm gonna make it a really good role. I'm also gonna find a NASA employee that's got blue hair and put a little emoji of someone with NASA with blue hair.
No, don't do an emoji roll. I hate those emoji rolls. This is
why?
Just piss me off. I don't know. I used to kind of think about the people who are like Discord light mode. What are you doing? I was like, oh, get over it. But these emoji rolls are really getting under my skin. I'm upset.
It
seems unnecessary.
I agree with the emoji.
I think sometimes maybe the right way there. I think the emojis can be good if they're not next to words. So like I feel like they could be used, for instance, like they're usually next to words. So I think just put like a picture instead of a role when it represents it better.
Oh, it's a headache for everyone involved. I don't know who's doing it, and I can't remove it because I'm not on the computer. I can only do it on a PC, so that's why I've not bothered to remove them all.
Please don't remove my clan tag, my family clan crest is after my name.
But someone make blue-haired NASA intern as a role, and that'll be fine.
I'm doing that now.
Create a master lurker.
And I guess it should be a blue in color. That would only make sense. Like, pick a cool blue.
Yeah, obviously.
See, I keep the rolls to I'd say that's more of a brown-red roll. That's where all of our globy rolls go.
No, but you can't have.
Yeah, but you can't have a blue-haired roll without it being like electric blue, dude.
Yeah, but then they're going to look like valued people, and they're blue-haired.
No, they won't.
Who cares about
They
the valued
won't.
people? We don't look until they complain about being confused for blue-haired NASA interns. Like, who cares?
All right, make it blue.
We'll make it like electric. We'll make it like electric. We'll make it. I know what you're saying. I guess.
And make it cosmic blue like those people from the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Has anyone tried? Be the color of the hair. You know what color that is. Now do it.
Has anyone tried to cancel this server?
Yeah, of course.
I had a guy in my DMs today saying that he was reporting the server.
Yeah, of course. It happens all the time.
He was very upset.
Call it Space Simpson. Space Marge.
I mean, if you gotta ask yourself, if they got upset, what does that really say? You know, like if they actually believed this, what they believed empirically in that, they're just not gonna care. They're just gonna believe and move on.
It's
But
like
if they got
someone.
mad,
It's like someone.
what a reaction out of it.
Yeah, it's like someone going to a
Yeah.
cheese server, talking about how much they hate cheese, and getting annoyed
It's
that
almost-
everyone's talking about cheese.
Yeah, it's almost like you planted a seed in their head. Now they can't get rid of it.
Dude, I can see like vegans
Big
do
mess.
like.
Say that again, Lou.
I can see. Was it cheese you said as the example?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can totally see like vegans, going into a cheese server and getting all pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Giving people shit.
You fucking
Oh my days.
people! I'm ashamed to be a human being because of you cheese eaters.
Yeah, this dude on YouTube was like going up to a bunch of vegans who were protesting, and he was just like eating meat. Did you see that? That was crazy.
That's a bit obnoxious. But,
I'm from Wisconsin. I'll just eat cheese in front of them and know that it's just enough to irk them. Like, so I'm like really getting under the skin. Just like,
I think it's something of a heroic act, though, because in today's age, where even if you're talking about meat, you can get cancelled and shut down. He's just going a step
No,
beyond.
you can't.
I feel like vegans should be. I feel like vegans should be appreciative to us because before flat earthers, vegan was really like the
nothing for them.
stepchild.
Yeah.
You know, everyone was going after the vegans. They were like, oh, fucking vegans, here we go. We've taken that mantle from them, so we absorb a lot of that hate that they would otherwise be getting.
Like what are you doing? You know, who do you have to pass the baton to?
I want to ask a serious question in a minute. Why haven't the anarcho-communists took on the idea of flat Earth, even if they don't believe in it at all? Because it's like, what is the best way to create anarchy, right? In order to like unhinge communism afterwards, by other than like, or anarchists at least, and anarcho-communists at the same time, and any form of anarchist that wants to, create chaos and has a supersedary structure. Same with the Muslims especially. They've got all their Sharia courts in England and everything like that. Like, why wouldn't they push this idea of flat Earth so hard to try and get distrust in government so that they could then create chaos to switch out?
The communists need the government to be the absolute pinnacle of power, and they can't have the government be the pinnacle of power if people understand that they're not the ultimate authority of this place. So that's why communists hate flat Earth.
No, but they could make out it's the government. No, but I mean, I know it would get rid of that, but like, I mean, not just that. That's what I'm saying. Anarcho-communists could use it. I'm not saying they come out as communists. They don't come out saying we're communists and we're flat earthers, dude. I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying people that want the goals of these people, right? Yeah, of anarchy. Why wouldn't they come forward pretending to be something else, right? Using a Marxist type theorem.
I always say to the trolls that come here, I'm like, if you're a serious troll, you should be picking up our arguments because nothing makes people spiral more than a flat Earth argument. If you want to go into a room full of people and upset them, you need to start talking about how water doesn't bend and how gas pressure needs a container if you really want to troll people.
Fucking true.
Yeah. Like,
it's like me and Lou
need to like record.
It's all
Shut up.
People need to
Someone's
record their
robot.
reaction doing all that. Yeah, I'm not no vegan. I'm not a vegan myself, but like the vegan sausage rolls and
Now,
Greg's.
wait there. You just said I'm not no vegan. After
No, I'm not a
making me
vegan.
think
I know that
yeah, I
was
know,
bad.
but it was obvious that you weren't a vegan a minute ago, and then like now you've
I
just
used a
said
double negative. I get it.
I'm not no vegan, and it was like, well, you didn't really like need to establish that you weren't one because it was seemingly obvious because you brought up like hatred you have for them already.
Yeah.
Now I'm suspecting that you're
I guess
are you a vegan?
the ones that push it too far, like I got nothing
Are you
against
a
vegans.
vegan?
I think
I
he's
do
a
know
self.
that's it.
I
think
he's
you're a hidden vegan. You're
He's
a
a self-
fucking hidden vegan.
I'm not a hidden vegan, bro. I like
I don't
meat.
mind the vegans. I think the
I'm
vegans
saying
are
some
fine.
vegan food is nice though. Like I just like different food. I like variety, but I don't like.
Yes, because you can eat all the grass that you want.
Like vegan sausage rolls and Greg's. Somehow they just bang it. I
They
don't know
are
why.
nice.
Being vegan
Yeah,
must
so
be
good.
pretty difficult. It must be quite difficult. So I get some respect because you've got to, you got to be pretty strict, I guess. I can't say no to that steak personally, but
No, yeah,
respect
no,
for it.
there's nothing wrong. Look, there's nothing wrong with veganism. It's until they start saying everybody has to be vegan. Like, if you're not vegan, you're not woke. If you're not vegan, you're, all this other shit. Like, stay the fuck out of other people's diets. Like, just
Woke
like
is a load of BS anyway.
Stay out of my health, like government. Thank you.
Yeah, the
Woke is
blue
a
might be
hijacked
wrong
term.
because it's our the blue might be wrong because it's our flat Earth roll color as well, and I'm not finding
That's
like
what I was saying. We have a roll
I know.
color hierarchy.
I'm trying to find a blue that like maybe like a teal blue then, yeah.
Muddy brown. That's the color rank.
That defeats the purpose.
Poop colored rolls before.
Yeah. You go. You're red and brown for your space influenzas and your globus hystericus and your winter vagina and your bundle of sticks. And then you get to valued, which is blue. Then your flat earther, which is blue. Then your silver, which is a bluey silver.
All right.
And then your gold. That's
what I'm saying.
If he goes with the brown, I think he gets to put an emoji in, and it should be a poop emoji.
Yeah, can we do that?
No, that ruins it.
No,
not a poop emoji, not a poop emoji. But can't I just make it
Put a monkey in it.
Can't I just make it a blue-haired typical SJW emoji and no name to the role at all?
You can only use.
Emoji.
You can only use you can't use like all the custom emojis when you make it. It doesn't work.
No. Use the blue-haired David Bowie looking SJW one after it. That's a pretty good idea. Yeah. Do that.
Well,
so
like
brown
a picture,
color. Yeah. The emoji with that's like a punk David Bowie blue hair emoji.
What's happening to my computer? Wait there a second. It's saying recovery. Are you sure you want to restart and exit your computer? No.
See, they're talking about bringing out a pregnant man emoji, and everyone's getting excited.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It's gonna be the guy who's pregnant.
Pregnant person.
A lot of my friends are like, "Oh, here you go. This is gonna annoy you." They're releasing a pregnant man emoji. And I'm like, that's perfect. That saves me having to write out a whole paragraph as to why everyone's gone retarded and how dumb modernity is. I can just put in that one emoji, and it saves me having to write out anything. I can just
what if you could doc to look like the
Your quality is real bad.
Robot in! Robot!
The government.
Look like the womb was a globe.
Quick Ben,
you're we can't hear what you're saying.
You just gotta yelling over it. You just gotta mute the person.
Alright, my bad.
Mate, I'm like in the process of making a fucking roll. Like, right, we should give them like permission to like.
A crack roll?
No, it's not. It's because my computer restarted itself.
Is it a sausage roll?
Sausage roll.
Yeah, sausage.
Oh, Crypto's here. Crypto, did you hear the roll? Did you hear about the roll that we're making? Blue-haired NASA intern.
But I'm finding the image. I'm finding the right image. Blue-haired NASA employer.
Yeah, every time you
Intern.
Say again.
Blue-haired NASA intern.
Blue-haired NASA intern. What does that refer to?
The blue-haired NASA interns.
I mean, like, is this a specific person or just?
This is the
Just
people that were.
the general look of NASA interns that they get nowadays. You know, they appeal to the SJW crowd on the internet. They're all a bit pansexual, but they prefer the colors of bisexual.
They're basically like hyperconformists because they need to be hyperconformists in order to believe their bullshit.
Exactly.
I think pretty open-ended how we decide to apply this to people. But I'm sure you'll find ways. Like, you'll find reasons to give them the blue-haired NASA intern role.
I found one where the girl's like holding boobs out, but like she's got a NASA top on her boobs and it's like spherical, and she's got blue hair, and it's SpaceX as well.
Crack, I'm gonna post the emoji. Right.
Like, yeah. Like, let me just show you like one NASA intern that would be good for it. That was all. Right, I'm gonna post one and like I'm gonna post a couple and show you because it's easier than
There.
I can't see shit. Wait.
What Wolfgang did is pretty good. What's with the lightning strike across the eye? That's pretty emo, huh? Is that what that is?
Lightning comes from space, Luke.
Oh yeah, planets and stuff.
And they're all about the space.
Yeah, that one's okay, but it doesn't need to be an emoji. That's the point.
Well,
it can be better than that.
Emoji crack. I was trying to help negotiate.
No, not an emoji. Like, listen, this is what I'm trying to say. Look, you'll see what I mean.
It's a gift to
negotiation.
You know what? It's interesting that you said that lightning comes from space because I was just thinking there's a new Thor film out and it's called Love and Thunder, right? And I was thinking thunder, that's not very scary because that's just a loud noise. How are you going to defeat the evils of the universe with loud noises?
Loud noises can put out fires.
Yeah, they're pretty intense. After a certain decibel limit, I don't think you want to sleep on that.
Just wouldn't it be better if he had like lightning powers rather than thunder powers?
It's just like wet dream, just dropping a ton of baits.
Waves.
Bass.
Right, I'm gonna show you a couple of different things that could be the emoji. Okay. Wolfgang, yes. Well, where is the gang of your wolf? Where is the rest of the gang? I've always wondered that.
Here.
Like, not that one, but like, you know, I can find another one.
Put that
It's so many.
Crack villain. How are you going to put that on a roll?
I can put that on a roll. Want to bet?
What, you're going to shrink that down into a tiny little fucking image and think that you're going to get any detail?
All right, whatever.
I'd have made this in 2 minutes.
How did I do it with my one? My name.
The blue-haired NASA intern. Yeah, fair enough. If one of those fits, I don't care anymore.
Exactly.
You're not going to be able to tell what it is very well once it's all small.
All right. That's what she said, but still got pregnant.
You'll see some blue and you'll get it. But
I've got a
maybe
gift.
there won't be any more NASA interns because they're crashing all their good stuff into the most uninhabited regions of Earth.
I'll send it to Wolfgang. I'll send it to I suppose I could post it in the locker room so that all the flat earthers could look at it.
What are you sending?
It's just a gif of like someone that's supposed to be sexy because she's NASA, but it's got a little bit of skin in it. That's all. The gif isn't. The gif isn't working. Great.
All right.
Actually, I mean, a little bit related, a little bit unrelated. So, like, bought a bunch of new snowboard gear and shit this year. I just finally got my I ended up ordering some nice new snow pants and jacket too. Snowboarding pants and jacket.
Nice.
From 686. They make nice stuff. But what sucks is that they also like really heavily push the NASA shit. Like you can buy like NASA snowboarding gloves and like NASA like a NASA jacket and shit. Like it's like
I'm disgusted.
that part fucking pisses me off. I didn't buy the NASA shit, but I'm unhappy that the stuff that I wanted, like it was just unfortunately came from this company that obviously supports them. Or they're just trying to capitalize off of it, which I guess if that's like more power to them.
Oh no! I hate my life.
Look, Lou, I'm just going to tell you this right now. If I had a clothing company and I knew I could charge double if I put the fucking NASA logo on the clothes, I would do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I kind of was just saying. If they're just trying to exploit it, like, then good for them. Yeah, take it from the NASA fanboys. Give it to them.
Yeah, why not? If they're willing to pay it, you might as well take their money. Yes.
I'm sure when I look.
If they're not going to, sorry, 1 second. If they're not going to buy it from you, they'll just buy it from someone else. So you might as well have their money.
Yeah. Yeah. So, people spend a lot on like ski and snowboard gear and shit. The price for that stuff is already inflated. And if you can like grab a market or whatever it is by running the NASA gear. Yeah, I didn't buy that suit, Napalm. But yeah, I think that is 686 that makes that shit.
450 bucks. 450 bucks for that suit. $450.
Dude, that's not including the gloves and shit that he's wearing too. Like those gloves are like, $60 gloves. Friggin' that's the whole suit though. That's pants and jacket all in one. That's like the whole jumpsuit thing that they got. But they sell like a jacket that's just NASA. I think pants that match, and then gloves that match, mittens that match, like all the shit. A whole bunch of NASA fucking geared shit. But that one is the really funny one. You found the right one. I was so fucking. I'm like the shit that I bought. Like, brought the Thermograph Hydro Stash bibs for the pants. Like they're fucking awesome. I tried them on. They're like really, really nice. Like I picked out what I wanted because of the features that it has, but they also sell all this NASA bullshit.
So where was this emoji posted to? So I might check it out. Or was it? I don't know.
I think Crack smashed his PC.
Oh. Again.
Would you say he cracked the screen?
Actually, a part of me laughed about how ugly that fucking jumpsuit is and how hysterical it would be to have a flat earther snowboarding wearing a NASA fucking jumpsuit like that. I was like, maybe just for the irony, I should buy this. But that moment passed, obviously.
If you could somehow change it to say lies instead of NASA, then yeah.
Yeah. So put some permanent marker on there.
You get someone to do a patch below it just saying not a space agency or something like that. Never a straight answer.
Dude, that would be fucking. That would actually see. Now we're thinking, right? That's how you do that.
So at first glance, it looks legit, but if people look a little bit closer, they're like, "Oh, wait." Spark conversation.
Yeah, that'd be a great YouTube channel, Flat Earth Snowboarder, and he just goes around the slopes, flat smacking folk with a GoPro on his head.
Every time he gets gondola, what are they gonna jump out? Freaking, you just fucking. They can't even run from you. They gotta listen to you. You just hit them in the on the lift or in the gondola. You just fucking flat smack them on the way up.
Dude, you're stuck in
Yeah,
line
in the
for
lift.
30. You're stuck in line for 30 minutes to get on the lift. It's not like they can get away from you. They just have to look.
That would be a hilarious video. Like a 10-minute ski lift up, and you're just like, so you ever thought about gas pressure? That'd be great.
Did you notice that while we're on this lift, the horizon is rising to eye level with us?
How far away do you think that mountain is over there?
Yeah, just start asking really, really obvious, like, leading questions.
I've heard you can see 6 states from this vantage point.
Just out of nowhere.
It's too hilarious, guys. That'd be so good.
I'd want to get like a big fucking like it's not instead of just like a snowboarding helmet. Like I want it to freaking. If I had that suit, I'd want it to be oversized to look like a fucking astronaut's helmet. Then I could go DJ afterwards, like Dead Mouse or something. Just have some giant fucking head on, like a way oversized. Make it cartoonish.
Dude, is it just me, or is like the NASA logo the most popular brand these days? Like it's the cool thing to be seen wearing.
Well, I was going to say on that, I seem to remember when I looked into it a while ago, it seems that NASA has like given up any kind of royalties on their logo, and they're just giving it out to fashion brands for free, and all the fashion brands are taking advantage because there's a load of kids who think that wearing a NASA shirt makes them seem intelligent and different. So the clothing companies like H&M and stuff are just like, hey, we can pretty much make free NASA stuff, and folk are going to buy it, just like crypto's saying. Because NASA aren't charging for the rights to use the logo because they just want to get it out. So
Yeah, I would like to see. I would like to see a chart on like NASA merchandise sales since 2015. Since really, hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Good. It's going good, man. How are you?
Yeah. Good, good. Welcome to the server. You new?
Yeah, I am. Thanks. I'll be right back. Someone's calling me.
We'll be waiting on the edge of our seats.
We'll be waiting in this call for you to return. Don't worry.
We might want to check if he's old enough to be here as well. Just say.
Yeah, mate.
Right.
My birthday was yesterday.
How old are you? 8?
18.
18, I think.
He's outside, I'd say.
I'll be right back. My ovaries.
Did I catch an ovaries in there?
Yes. I'll be right back. My ovaries.
Uber Eats.
I do
Oh.
say
Uber Eats.
Blue hair tag.
Oh,
Give him a
okay.
blue hair tag.
Never mind. I think I need to go outside.
First contender for the blue hair tag.
No, I think it's just the way he's talking. I think there's a disconnect with the audio, a little bit of a lag issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but I heard ovaries too. But I could be wrong, I guess.
Can't get pregnant. They don't have Uber Eats.
Where's the pregnant man emoji when you need it?
It's coming. It's going to save us a lot of time. We're not even going to have to explain to the Globers why or how everything's gone insane. You can just post the pregnant man emoji. So here you go.
Anyway, since no one's talking about anything else, yeah. Well, the cool thing about I bought some bibs and jacket too. Like, so they go together nicely. Like they click into each other and shit too. You get like a big snow bib if you ever. I'm not gonna really need it wearing in deep powder anywhere around here anyway. But it's a cool feature. But no, what's really cool about it is that it's got the Hydra stash thing is what I was talking about, where you wear like a belt around you, it's in the bibs, where like a water bladder or whatever, kind of like a camelback, and then hose runs up through, and it's just right there, like at your collar. So like hands free, you can just grab the hose and get a drink of water or whatever. And like I tried that out too. Like you don't even notice that you're wearing it. You're carrying it's got to be at least I don't know, a legal. You don't even the way it's distributed that you got it on. And then like I've got for my boots, I've got the boa lacing, and then the gaiters at the bottom have a hole there. Like that, like for the gaiter dial for tightening in my boots and shit like that. Like they're really nice. The shit is expensive, that 686 stuff, but it's actually cheaper than some other brands like Burton or whatever. It looks like they had all the most advanced features and shit.
Yo, Diz, what food did you order on Uber Eats?
Burger.
Burger. Very precise. Nice.
Ovary burger.
Hope that was a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry if it sounds a bit weird. I got a Corona, man.
It was a Happy Meal,
You got Corona?
Yeah.
Someone give me a cheeseburger.
Someone's got a seasonal cold.
Why do you personally think Earth is flat?
Water doesn't stay in a curve. Somebody else go.
Gas pressure requires a container. Someone else go.
It measures flat.
Observably flat. Yeah. Water's always level.
Practically used as flat.
The army tells us, or the military tells us it's flat.
NASA
Yeah, we
tells
see
us they flying over flat stationary Earth, I guess until they get to cartoon land.
Yeah, we see too far all over the earth. So it's not a belief. We don't believe the earth is flat. In fact, we know it's not a globe.
They tell us the Earth is 70% surface water. Have you ever seen water stay in a convex shape? I don't think so.
Great point.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a globe?
Old dude. Too bad it doesn't look like it's like got contour to it. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. He was just the augmented snowsuit there. Who said? Did he say he thinks the Earth is a globe?
No, I asked him, I said, why does he think it's a globe?
So you don't know if he thinks that? You're just like gonna straw man him?
I never said it's a globe.
Of course I don't want to
You
do
just assume his Earth stance.
No, my bad. Continue.
When you go to the top of a mountain, you can't see over the earth.
Wait a second, Diaz. It's okay if you do, but do you think you're on a globe right now? It's okay to say yes.
No, I'm just trying to make a different point.
But do you believe what they taught you in school up to this point?
No, I'm not a sheep.
I didn't say you were. Somebody else try.
All right.
Yeah, well, fuck them.
Diz. It's okay. It's okay to be on the fence, to be unsure, but like, okay, yeah, and that coughing stuff, man. Damn. Anyway,
Dude, it sounds like Little Turtle to me from the other night.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Yeah, jump in. I wasn't.
So I don't know what the guy's name is. What's your name?
Me.
Me?
I'm asking.
It's
are you talking to me?
Diaz. Diaz Crypto. Diaz.
Oh, Diaz. Yeah. Okay,
what?
so
My name's James.
okay, we can go with James. So James, what brings you to the server?
Just trying to find more people like me.
And what does like you mean?
Not sheepish.
What does that mean?
Not believing in coronavirus. But obviously. No. And flat earth, obviously.
Wasn't it you?
Makes more sense than round.
Weren't you just claiming that this cough of yours was from having CV?
Yeah, but now I believe it, so kind of on the fence about everything at the moment.
Sound quite confused.
Yeah, so just to let you know, everybody in this server appreciates honesty, and when people are dishonest, we don't appreciate that, right? So all we're
Well
asking is
said.
that you be honest.
Well said. Thank you. That was very well said.
You sound like you're high.
Yeah, plus the mask profile pic.
Wow.
Didn't take
Never
long.
saw that from me.
I'll All you had to do was ask for honesty, and the troll comes out.
Yeah.
That was James
Right.
the other
Well
night.
done. Well done. That's saved us a lot of time.
We talked to him
Yeah.
the other night. Battle Mod was he called him Little Turtle. I don't know if anyone else was there at the time. That guy was called James. Do you remember? Like Jen, I'm sure. Sorry, it's not Jen, is it? It's Truth Prevails was there, I think.
Are you a Welsh earther?
What?
Are you a Welsh earther?
A Welsh earther?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This tiny portion of the Earth is Welsh.
All right. So I guess you were summoned when someone else was talking about sheep. I guess like that's.
Yeah.
Are you a flatty, Mr. Welsh person?
I am, yes. My
Okay.
name is
Have you been?
Flatty on you. I've been here about a week, I think.
Okay. Oh, are you PHLA2TY? Is that you?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. It was good to talk to you. Welcome to the
Yeah.
server.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
Yes, I always found it funny because we used to joke about it a lot. Like we've got a lot of like English and Scottish flat earthers, and we barely have any Welsh or Irish.
Well, there's
I
two
don't know why.
Welsh guys in here tonight, so that's cool.
Yeah. It's good to have you guys aboard.
Nice one, man.
There's this guy on YouTube I seen. His name's Martin something. He's pretty good. Flat Earth streamer. He's Welsh. It's Martin Liektde. I don't even know what that pronounces as.
So there's three of us confirmed.
Thus far.
Martin Liedka.
Yeah, something like that. He's a clever guy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, who said that?
Hello. I have a serious question for you.
Go for it, man.
Oh boy,
So
strap it.
do you personally believe in the vacuum of space, or do you believe in the ether? Obviously, the vacuum of space can't exist because of
Point out
properties of gases, right?
that's a false dichotomy, isn't it?
Is it one or the other, or can they coexist, or I honestly don't know.
We don't know what it is.
Could be a third option out there that we don't know about.
Are you saying there is, or
let's check this out? We know that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't seem to add up, right? Like I think you've heard. You're asking this because you've had this conversation before. So we know that without some kind of containment, doesn't necessarily have to be like a glass dome or anything like that, but without some kind of containment, if it's a vacuum out there, that we wouldn't be breathing here, right? We know.
Yeah, right.
As far as so your question then was the vacuum of space? No, we don't believe in the vacuum of space. Period.
Gotcha.
And then that leaves me then with the other option, which was what again? Say that one more time.
Okay, so at least in my mind, when I kind of picture like Earth, the upper atmosphere, and the firmament, or what might be below the firmament, I see it used to be Earth, upper atmosphere, the space vacuum, right? Now I think, okay, I don't believe in the vacuum, but I still think that there can be space, but space is ether. So that and the reason for that, and the reason I think that is because we can see light, and supposedly.
What? No, but what is ether? Ether's never been defined. Like nobody can really define ether. Like all kinds of shit just gets thrown into the ether.
Right. It's It's. I don't understand a lot of it. All I know is that it's if you don't have any matter, it's some kind of thing that can just allow light to pass through. I don't know if it's considered matter, but that's all. That's all that I know about it.
For me, what maybe it doesn't perfectly fit what you're talking about, but I think it's related. There is like a third option. What I was saying is one that I've thought about for a couple of years, and I heard it talked about again recently. All of a sudden, like somebody else had the conversation, but I mean, and it fits in biblically also. I'm not even a Bible guy, but like the waters above, water below, all of that.
Yeah.
If we were surrounded by water, then containment could be have like we're a bubble in an ocean, basically.
Right.
And yeah, that may be permeable. You might be able to go to space, but then it definitely couldn't be what NASA tells us. It couldn't be a vacuum. That is what it, that is out the window. Completely out of the question.
Related question. Is there a reason why like the Falcon 9 rockets look so weird when they go up? Like, they produce that weird, like almost like watery, like a bullet's going through water, kind of, effect in the upper atmosphere.
I don't know. You might have to talk to someone else on that one. I don't really watch rocket launches. I know that they're not going to space.
But yeah, that one's very interesting. Also, another I don't know if you've watched any videos of like, there's a couple of them if you scroll down that I saw in the space section where they have like a plane or a jet that just flies, into space for a couple seconds. But the one video, you can clearly see that the stars like move in relation to each other when this whatever it is, I don't know if it's a plane or a jet, but it pops into space and comes back down. You see a bunch of stars, but they don't look far, they look close, and you can clearly see like a lot of little dots of light, and as the plane's moving, they're also kind of moving.
Sounds like you're kind of a flat earther, but like I want to correct you about just being careful about how you say things. Like there's no planes going to space, like flat or globe. It doesn't matter.
So I guess whatever video that I saw wasn't. I mean, there's a couple that say there was a jet that like accidentally went to space. I don't know whether it's a true, like a true video.
Possible. They have to be. They can be in really high, like really really high atmosphere. But planes don't work when it comes to the vacuum of space.
Well, that's assuming it's a vacuum, right? Well, I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, could a plane go to space accidentally, and it's like, we think it's a vacuum, but it's really like something else.
No, dude, I don't even know really how to tell you. But basically, like, once you know that NASA's lying, you got to dump their entire fucking story. You can't just like believe parts of it and try to decide which parts are salvageable. It's like we got to start over.
I agree with you. I just thought that the videos of not coming from NASA, I'm assuming these are like not saying they're like
much for footage, period, especially when it comes to like high atmosphere stuff. Like balloon footage is always these balloons. I watched balloon footage. They're always spinning really fast, whipping around like left and right, getting thrashed around. There's a ton of wind up there, clearly.
Yeah.
Not be stable. So, and because of that, no imagery that we get is reliable. It's all in one moment it's convex, the next it's concave, the next it's flat, or in between it's flat. Like it keeps on whipping around back and forth, and you can't get shit out of it. You can cherry pick stills if you want, and you can get whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. Do you think we're lied to about the dynamics of our atmosphere? Because they say that like the upper atmosphere is supposed to get really hot, or like really cold at points, and we see going to the very top, like the, I don't know where the thermosphere is, but that's supposed to be like pretty damn hot. I'm wondering, how do we even go up there in general with these balloons? If that's the case, I mean, I absolutely believe they're going up there. I'm just wondering if they're lying about the atmosphere.
I'm confused about that too, because like we're told that as we climb mountains, it gets colder, and then, but then at some point it gets hotter, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
as the heat rises, and then I see people say, "Oh, the upper atmosphere is like freezing cold." That's why you see all these these like effects in the sky due to certain things. But then I look up the atmosphere, and it's like, okay,
As high as planes fly and shit, they say it's super fucking cold.
right.
But
To a certain degree, I mean, when they say upper atmosphere, I think they're assuming. I mean, I'm assuming that's like close to space, right?
well, it's all this big gray area because, I mean, a few years ago, all of a sudden they changed their definitions on like how far the Earth's atmosphere reaches, and now it reaches like four times the distance. You know, the distance to the moon. It reaches 4 times that distance beyond the moon, is what I think I remember reading.
So they revised it like more recently, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. So now Earth's atmosphere goes 4 times the distance that it is to the moon. So it goes 400% farther than what they told us before.
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't make sense because clearly there seems to be a point where atmosphere ends. I mean, the balloons go up and you see you kind of see a breaking point, right? Like you see like blackness.
The article that shit came from was just some clickbaity article. Like I never saw any details about that. I don't know how much anybody ever sticks to it. You know,
That
like
doesn't prove that the Earth's atmosphere ends because a balloon stops, though.
Huh?
That doesn't prove the Earth's atmosphere ends because a balloon stops either.
Right.
That just proves the balloon can't go any higher. We don't know the cause of why it stopped.
Yeah, we don't know why it deflates or like I think they say that it explodes basically.
It could be really fucking cold, so the tensile strength of the rubber just stopped working, and it fragments and cracks.
They take a certain amount of gas with them, and as it goes up, it expands more and more because there's less and less pressure around it, right? And eventually,
you have. Remember what you was talking about with your daughter before, Lou? Charles's law with the deflation of the balloon, and then what else do we have? Lower pressure up there. The pressure of the balloon is high, so lower pressure around it, high pressure inside the balloon. It seeks to escape, like it would if the Earth's atmosphere was around near a vacuum. It might just blow up because around it it's lower pressure, so the high pressure balloon wants to seek out to the lower pressure area outside.
I don't see how we can see light through a vacuum.
A balloon in a vacuum chamber, it freaking it falls and pops, and then balloons in a vacuum definitely don't go up; they go down. So there's no vacuum anywhere nearby where we've seen any balloon.
Right.
A balloon, it's just
you pop a balloon just by lower air pressure is my point. Just lower air pressure.
How big the balloon is and how light the material is that's making it a balloon, and how flexible that material is. Like
and how blown up the balloon is, and how much.
We might be able to come up with better materials to make freaking super high tech balloons that can go like super high. But
ones that have got like honeycomb shaped interiors in them that, as it wants to collapse, it create it in a way where it's like it to inflate needs to be inverted to be inflated. Like those fish that when you take them out of the water from deep sea, they instantly invert inside out because they're designed to take the high pressure of the sea, and that keeps them like the right way in. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's
take them out.
The bends or whatever that the scuba divers get. If they surface too fast, they can die. So they have to take breaks.
Nitrogen poisoning, yeah. I'm just saying you could create a balloon like you were saying, right? That that was like inverted technology almost, like where it basically is designed to be blown up, but like it's already like it's like a cage system that's folded in on itself with bands or whatever, and it's like to expand it's like 5 times harder than what it should be, so that to push it in it's even harder.
Sure, I mean that's exactly what I was saying, but sure, I could even see. You might be able to take a balloon from Earth, get really high, like Red Bull jump high, right? That they claimed to have gone. That's fake too, by the way. A little bit of a fucking red pill, everybody. The Red Bull jump didn't even happen. It was all hope. By the way, so but the 128,000 feet they claim to have been at. What if you had another balloon that was more designed for those pressures and and that those temperatures and those, like you said, you might be able to launch a balloon from a balloon even, and wouldn't that be interesting? Like that might be what you need to do to go farther.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how.
I like how you explain that the firmament doesn't have to be like a physical thing, and I mean, I think it probably makes sense that because of the way gases behave, we can assume there is like some kind of dome, whether it's like a physical thing or if it's made out of some force or
Yeah,
something. You know, I don't know.
like a crystalline structure, something that we can go up there and knock on. Like it could be, it could be like a semi-permeable membrane. If I remember learning about that, and like when it came to biology, I think about like cell walls and shit. Like it could be something like that. It could be.
Do you think that like the sun dogs are evidence that the sun's light's bouncing off of some kind of dome? Like that there's kind of like there's like the phenomenon you kind of like if you scroll on there's pictures. I don't know where you can see them. A lot of
I
the
mean,
pictures.
you're talking about. I think it. You could consider it evidence. It's not very strong evidence. I think that's important to point out. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't really mean much, but yeah, you could say that it's circumstantial evidence, or I don't know how that would work. But it's corroborating evidence.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make it, my argument.
No, not at all. It's just a coincidence. It's like you said. It's like coincidental that it looks just like how light would reflect on a surface. Um, but I guess until we can see it, prove that it's there somehow, or I mean, I think that the sun's definitely local, so I think it makes more sense to think that if we see that effect, that there probably is like a dome because the sun's close. But obviously we've never proved it.
Okay, so you guys, real quick, I have a question. You guys said a group of coincidences. Lou, what were you talking about with that? You were saying circumstantial?
No. You misheard what I said, I think.
Oh, it's okay. I can write it down and ask you about it a different time.
No, I was saying you could consider sundogs and stuff like that. Like I wouldn't make that an argument, but you could consider it, supporting evidence. It's like something you could. Oh, by the way, another interesting fact.
Well,
Here's another bit.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you say that there's enough coincidences or anomalies with the heliocentric theory to be able to confidently conclude that it's not a globe? I mean, that's definitely something we all agree on, that it's not a globe. Right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's the one, thing that we can be sure of based off of any testing that's ever been done.
But
If you
all
try.
the anomalies, you have to conclude that the theory is wrong.
Yeah.
Because you can't just, like you were talking about earlier, you can't just pick the parts you like and go with that. Like when they say it's a bigger ball. No, there's no way.
Kind of coming at it from the side of what we were talking about, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go back to where you were at. I'm good. I'll listen.
who was it that I was even talking to?
That's me. We're talking about firmament, being able to prove it. That's what I remember us talking to last. We can't prove it, and the sun. I think the sun's close, and that would make sense as to
I
why.
think what you're trying to do is trying to get me to bring you back to the whole flat Earth. So, how long have you been? Maybe I missed that. Like, how long have you been looking into this, if at all?
I'm like probably like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks or something since joining, and realizing that flat Earth is not a psyop. It's been about 2.5 weeks.
And so, would you say that you are a flat earther, or you're leaning towards a flat Earth?
Oh, no, I am now. I mean, it says I'm a globe skeptic, but I'm actually a flat earther now.
Okay, so over the last couple of weeks, you've become a flat earther. Well,
yeah.
Welcome aboard. Like that's quite the success story. Most people it's either like right away, which was, I think that's kind of an old wave kind of a thing, but and others where it takes a lot of time, but there's not a lot of like within 2 weeks in this server. I'm now convinced.
Oh,
So
yeah,
what?
I grow more confident by the day, and being here helps, and also like just talking to my friends about it and seeing how their arguments really don't make sense, and a lot of it's just assumption and like pointing out things like like everybody assumes space is a certain way, they assume things are far away, and that's what they refer to, and then they're like, oh, like I hope you see the light one day, dude. It's like I was talking to somebody earlier about the moon, and like how the shadows don't make sense, how the shadows casted on the moon are the same they'll be casted on a flat surface. You don't see this like a spherical shadow artifact on the moon. And he's arguing back. He's like, I hope you see the light one day. And I was just like, well, the light on the moon's like technically cold. It's cold light, so it shouldn't be reflecting the sun's light, right? And that was just kind of my argument, because he's already assuming the moon's reflecting the sun's light. Like, we have no reason to think that, right? But yeah, a lot of people make assumptions
That's
like
true. That is true, but to assume that the moon's light is cold is also an assumption, in my opinion. There are tests for this. But these tests are not fully. They don't have all the variables controlled. For instance, like you're like testing the temperature beneath a car that's been there all day, which is technically insulating the heat, thermal heat that was absorbed, let's say, by the sun itself, for instance, right? So then, obviously, like uh, it's just that we have an issue when we think that we do it with these laser tests, and it's like, oh, thermally, it seems like we do it with a laser, right? We can see, oh, this is warmer here than it is here, and it's like, oh, apparently under the moonlight it's cooler. It's like, well, yeah, under the moonlight is what it means that moonlight's able to hit it, which means that it's more exposed to the open air
You're
as
talking
well.
about you're talking about the greenhouse effect, like which this is something like
No.
Well, you are actually in a way. I think you are, because that's the only rebuttal to the argument about the cold light and warm light, like how that could be happening. And most globe earthers aren't going to ask you this. Like it's something that I was researching it and I came across. But the greenhouse effect, just like I don't know where you live, but if you live in a snowy winter environment, you'll notice that like when you're in cold environment, that clear nights are cold nights, and that's because the heat's escaping. It's able to escape. But cloudy nights they're like a blanket. They keep the warmth in, and so the idea is, and I'm not saying it's conclusive, but the idea is that when you're underneath the tree or whatever's shading you, essentially, that the heat, it has less of an ability to escape that area.
Yeah, you've got a canopy to keep the heat in. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's called the greenhouse effect.
All right, sweet. I didn't know that. But then as well, the areas that are exposed to the moonlight, remember, are also exposed without a canopy. They haven't got a canopy to stop the thermal energy leaving, which will make it seem that it's cooler, because it would be cooler, wouldn't it, in the open air where there's nothing to protect you, and also an area where there's no canopy to hold in the heat that was deposited by the sun. So it's like a bit of a fallacy to assume that the moon's light is cooling.
Yeah, I haven't used that argument really ever, I don't think, because of that. In the beginning when I heard of it.
Yeah, you're a smart man. Yeah, good shit.
I was like, you know what? I'm going to actually dig into this. And
yeah,
interesting. Well, yeah, that's something to think about too, because that's something I have like pointed out to people, thinking that it was, less true.
Legit.
So it looks like there's other variables like in that could make things, like you said, the heat like not escape, right?
It's about how you think about how, like, it's not like heat is a thing and cold is a thing. So you, the idea of a cold light or a cold laser, it doesn't really work by at least our understanding right now of how light works. Like it's cold light isn't a thing.
Yes, it worked. The blue hat NASA emoji worked.
Sweet. Now, which one of us is buying that NASA fucking like snowsuit? I already bought one. Somebody else has to buy one. We can like pass it.
You should buy one and then like do like all sorts of obscene shit to like the NASA like logos and stuff. Like
Livestream voice. Old dude already started with it. Like that's not the one that I bought. I didn't buy that shit, but the same company makes that shit.
Right, I might give it to Wolfgang so that he can see it next to his name. I might give him the role.
Onesie with fucking a NASA logo and a fucking US flag.
Yeah, do you want to check out the role, Lou? I will give you the role and then I'll take it away.
I don't want any roles. What? What are you giving me?
So you can see the blue head NASA freak.
I need a role for that?
Dude, it's the emoji that comes after. I'm giving it to Wolfgang anyway. I don't give a fuck. He's getting it. It's his idea.
Oh no, yeah, I don't want that role. Fuck no.
No,
I want
if you take it away, I just want you to see it.
give it to somebody else and tell me who to look at.
Wolfgang's got it, and you've got it. I'll take it away.
Good. All right, I'll look at Wolfgang.
He's in live stream voice text. 45 past the hour. I've got loads of other images, by the way, that we can use. Like that one appears to work quite well, especially on the phone. Looks good.
No,
on the phone, it looks really good.
Oh, BHNI. No. Nobody knows what the fuck a BHNI is.
No, I'm going to change the name of that. That's what I just wanted input on that. I just had to write something.
Nobody. We're all going to forget in like 2 days what it stands for. So, like, you got to literally type in blue-haired NASA intern, like the whole thing. Really long one.
I know. The whole thing, right? Fuck. What role do I delete though?
Most
I write blue in the edgy way though. Blue in the edgy way.
Get rid of lead mod role. Get rid of lead mod role and make that one.
Okay. Shall I write blue as in like BLEU instead though? Like blue.
You're making too big. I don't even think I want this role made anymore. You're making too big a deal out of it. You ruined it.
Fuck off. Just trying to help, all right?
No, you're not helping.
You make it then. Dickhead.
I would, but I don't have that kind of power anymore. Thank you very much.
Shit, you're not a mod anymore. I forgot.
Yeah. No, I mean, people still they can't unthink of me like one. So I'm still basically like one.
Yeah, you're
but
still a mod. To be honest,
Yeah,
you're in a
well.
bad position. Fuck. I might. Yeah, tempting. That's so tempting. We should make a Lou roll and then make it so that your name's green and then you're not a mod, but your just name's green.
You want to give me like you should make a special role just for me that's the exact same color as mods.
Yeah. I'm just gonna make the I'm just gonna hire the height of the what role is it? Oh fuck it. The thingamajig roll, the OG flat earther roll, I'll just put that higher. So that
I'm
that's the
totally
color.
okay with still thinking of Lou as a mod. I'm all right with that.
No. I want you to think of me not as one.
Oh yeah. But still, I'm gonna.
See, that's what I'm saying. People aren't going to change. Like it's already.
I'm not gonna involve you with nothing, but I'll still think of you that way.
No.
Like as an OG, that's how I see you. Maybe say it that way. I don't know. But yeah,
Here's a mod.
it's all good for me. It's all good for me. However you want to say it, Lou. Really, it's all good.
He identifies as a mod.
Basically, here, don't come to me with any of your problems. I'm not a mod.
No, I ain't gonna be doing it. Nope, you got it, dude. No problem.
You're a mod, Jenny. Yeah, look, here's our blue-haired NASA intern role. She's pretty cute. I wonder if that will work, because it wouldn't give you any extra powers if I make the OG flat earther roll higher than the gold roll. You know what I mean? I'm probably get in trouble for it, but like, it doesn't say that we're not allowed to do that though. I feel like the OG flat earther roll should be higher up anyway. Should be up there.
It's just a tag roll. It doesn't matter.
Shut up. It's one of the rarest rolls in the server, as CI told me once.
Dog tag. Like a metal.
It should be at the end of the list because we were here first. So it's like, oh wow, look, scroll way down. Look, this dude was an OG way back then.
What do you mean it should be at the top of the list? Because the ones that are created last are at the bottom of the list. What are you talking about? It should be at the top. You got that the wrong way around, Lou.
Discord had it the other way around.
Yeah. Now you feel fucking stupid, eh?
No.
Oh.
No, I like my logic on it better. OG flat earther should be the last thing you see when you scroll somebody's rolls. You like scroll down to the bottom of a huge list for those people like, damn, he's got all the rolls. And look at the very bottom. Oh, it's because he's an OG. He's been here the whole time.
I know that. It's just that it doesn't really affect placement where the rolls are on the list. It doesn't affect placement on the. Oh, it does actually. Now it's coming up behind it. Gold.
Lou, I like how you said the whole time. I liked how you said that. I'm just gonna say.
But wait,
sorry, don't mean to be weird. Wasn't trying to be weird. Did anybody else pick up on that?
You're making it weird.
You weren't weird. Don't worry. I'm getting rid of my gold plus roll.
But we can move on though.
Stop making it weird, Jenny. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Alright, I don't want the weaponized Ortis anymore. I don't want the metal head. No, I don't want Agent Smith. I don't even want the Nitro Boost VIP thing either. I wish I could fucking get rid of that. Collab blab. I don't blab blab, bro. I'm a mod. Like, I don't need that role, do I? No.
No, I think it automatically comes from Discord every time you boost a server.
Yeah, it does, isn't it, that part, yeah. But do I need the DJ bot control role, Lou? Either. Like, come on. I don't need that either, do I? I should be able to control the bot regardless. Moderator or not. As a moderator, I mean. Loser, I'm not answering any mod-related questions.
I was pissing. What? Dude, yeah, like, look, by the way, if you guys, maybe you could create a role like moderator trainer or something like that, because I could tell you how to do what you're trying to do, but
no, dude, I'm just saying you don't really need the DJ bot control role, or do you? If you're a moderator, do you need that role?
I'm not a moderator.
Me.
No, you don't. Well,
It's
you
just
might.
the control of the bot, right?
Right. No. There's a chance that because I set up that room.
Hey,
And I
guys.
think
Yeah.
it was set up so that moderators didn't automatically see it. They got to opt basically by giving themselves that role. So like if you want to see that room, you wear that role. If you don't want to see that room, you take it off.
Well, I use that room, so fuck's sake, but I hate the way the role looks. It's just too much.
Hey guys, so I did a little research, and it turns out when it came to the experiment on the moonlight getting cold, where objects that were in the shade were warmer, but there was other variables to consider. There is an experiment that I saw that says you can take a magnifying glass to a.
What's the independent variable?
I'm not sure yet, but I just do see that there's a counter
What's the dependent
experiment.
variable? What was the control?
I'm not sure, but I'll post it in the chat below.
Probably wasn't an experiment. Just saying.
Yeah, I just like that there's I tend to think that, science is bullshit. So if they're giving you one experiment that could easily be sophistry, then, let's look at another one and see if it shows us something different. But
Yeah,
I
of course,
posted it in
dude.
the chat.
I was just being a
Science
dick.
not
To be honest,
bullshit.
man.
That's the problem, right? The problem
Science
is
is
how
gay. That's
science
the problem. It's not bullshit. It's gay.
it's how it's interpreted.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience is gay. Pseudoscience is bullshit.
Yep.
So the rest of science, all of science, has been made to look gay because of pseudoscience. As an
Yeah, even
overall
William
rule,
Shatner said
science is gay.
that science has
What?
become pseudoscience.
And
Basically, well, he didn't say pseudoscience. He said science fiction, which is
Wait, there.
pseudoscience.
Someone just said William Shatner died.
Things that are pseudoscience aren't
really.
He died.
I just
It's
heard
not
that.
the place. Like pseudoscience is. We need to be able to ponder different ideas and test for it and stuff. But when what they've done is they've taken it too far. Like that just by calling it science. And not differentiating, because we're the only ones who call it pseudoscience. To them, it's all fucking science. It's all it's science. Like no, that's intentional. So in they lines a long time ago, and like we have a speculation category down here. Like this is within, we try to keep this more empirical, and down there we can. But so much of what they call science now is just speculation, and it's not that speculation doesn't have a place. It's just that it's not provable.
Wait a second. Somebody say Captain Kirk died. Were they being serious? Shatner died?
Yeah, whoever said that, were they being serious?
Oh no, I'm looking it up right now.
Right, what role do I delete? Come on, where did Wolfgang go? I need support.
I already told you,
Girl,
don't touch Wolfgang. Delete the mod role. Get rid of lead mod. We don't need that.
It won't let me delete it. It's one of the roles that I can't delete. There's 3 roles I'm not allowed. 3 roles I can't delete.
It's the only one worth deleting. It's the only really good one.
I know, it's really annoying. I can't delete admin, 24 live stream, or lead mod, or moderator.
I could
can't
probably
delete my own
easily delete 10.
Why is Arena Bot above gold? And fuck off.
Because it doesn't really, dude. Don't fuck with that order with the hierarchy with the bots.
I'm not going to.
Bots are in places where they need to be. You don't fuck with bot placement.
All right.
Like some of them, it doesn't matter. Most bots you can just drop to the bottom of the list.
Where does the DJ bot role need to be then?
There might be 1 or 2 that need to have certain position hierarchy.
Where does the DJ bot need to be then? It needs to be above silver, doesn't it, really?
DJ bot?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't set this one up. Groovy I did, but ever since I left, I didn't set this one up. But there's a chance that this bot needs to be where it's at.
Fuck. I think I accidentally moved it. Oh well.
It's highly unlikely with a music bot, but there's a chance that they had it specifically placed so that just like how you can't delete roles above you, like other people below that bot can't access it. So that's why you place bots in certain places.
Yeah, that bot's got to be a below flat Earth, or it's got to be, I don't know, above valued or whatever, right? And below silver, yeah, it's got to be there. Right.
It probably doesn't really matter, honestly, but whatever. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But I wouldn't fuck around with like changing the hierarchy too much either. Unless you know what you're doing.
I sort of know what I'm doing. I just with the bots, like on my server, it didn't really matter when I changed any of the places. That was all.
Wow.
Well, the best way to do it is to just check if the bot still works, right?
Like
whether
before
it works, the other role.
Like some guy might come in there and be like, I like things to be alphabetical, and they just start making everything alphabetical. That's gonna really fuck shit up. So like, don't go just like moving.
I just want to point out that William Shatner did not die.
Is it M then a hashtag M then an exclamation mark, or is it M exclamation mark M? Fuck off.
Man, that I wouldn't go to that site no more. That's major clickbait right there. That was ignorant. I mean, why does that need to be announced? I mean, that's.
What you're seeing here is a lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the.
Yeah, I didn't fuck up the bot.
No, what it was is Discord just updated. There's a new update out. Probably fixed the API.
No, I didn't. You don't worry. You don't know what I'm talking about. I was changing the order of roles around and shit because I didn't like the way they were appearing. I didn't like the fact the DJ bot appeared higher up than the OG Flat Earther role. That was all.
The OG Flat Earther role has no. I
don't care.
Nothing attached to it. So like, you'll notice the stuff. Okay, anything that's above your
everything else.
Your shape rolls. So like, Globe Skeptic.
DJ power is pretty significant because you're actually controlling the bot. So yeah, it should be up
DJ
there.
power
very high.
was set pretty high.
I know that. But I hired the OG Flat Earther role is right when it was above the DJ bot role originally, right? It was because the OG Flat Earther role was way above Silver role as well. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The DJ bot role at the moment is just above value.
You know what you should do is remember how it was before you started fucking with it and put it back and walk away slowly.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe not talk about it in here.
Don't ask me about how to fix what you done fucking screwed with. Like, I'm not doing.
That's
I'm not.
fine. I haven't screwed with it. I fixed it. I have done what you said. I've put it back to how it was.
Put it back to how it was and leave it alone. No, get away from it.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna fuck it up again. How do I break it work? Right. Wait, that means that I would never do it. But Lou, why would you not just be a like mod that doesn't mod? Just like a.
You know what? Because I don't want to anymore. Do I need more of a reason than I don't want to?
Yeah.
You don't even need to answer the question.
I didn't get an option when I was chosen to be a mod. They were like, "You've got to do it or you get banned." So why aren't you been banned?
No, that's never happened.
What do you mean that? No, that's never happened. That's what
I was here for about 4 years, and they were requesting me to be a mod, and I didn't want to be a mod. So yeah. And then I just finally said.
I know they weren't being serious. I was sort of joking then, Justin.
So
But
did
that
happen.
was what was said to me. I said, "What if I want to say no right now, meme?" And he was like, "No, I'll ban you."
For the
He didn't.
longest time.
He didn't. I mean, it was memes, so he might have done it, but he would have let you back like a minute.
Right away. Yeah, right away.
You were there, Lou. For fuck's sake, that's literally what you said.
Yeah, you weren't really. That wasn't a real fucking threat.
Huh? Hmm?
It wasn't a real threat. You were never going to be banned. He just
I was
basically.
gonna be banned. All right, I was gonna be banned.
No, you weren't. It's like
no one believes me.
Just the Brit in you. Like, did you take the jab too? Because my God,
I'm just saying. Come on, bro.
Educated. You have to take it, and you were like, well, they said I have to take it, otherwise I'm going to be banned from Britain. Like, did you take?
No, I took it because I wanted it, but like luckily, like they were gonna ban me if I didn't, anyways. But like, luckily, I wanted it, so it didn't matter. It didn't cause a conundrum, But I would have been banned.
We can ever take you seriously again now that we know that you've got the juice. The juice is loose
What
within
juice?
you.
I never took the juice, you motherfucker. Don't you dare say that shit. We should make a roll. Took the juice.
Juice is loose?
Yeah, dude. And then anyone we find out who's been jabbed should get that roll and will never be trusted ever again.
Start with Matthew Learns, probably.
Get the juicy juice?
Yep. What? Jesus juice.
Matthew's got like 3 boosters by now, I would guess.
I don't know. Do they allow you to keep getting boosters? Like, or is
Yeah.
it just like
they do? You can get as many boosters as they boost in one. They all boosted up now, bro. Trust me. You can get a boosty off of your friend. Like you can go in there, and like your friend goes down on his knee, boosts you up off the ground, and then they'll give you a booster while you're being boosted that way as well.
Can you go in like can you go in after like you just got a booster and like let's say it's been I don't know your booster's supposed to be good for how long? Like 3 months, 5 months, 3 days. Can you go in there days later and be like, yeah, top me off, Jake.
Top me up, dog. Yeah, and you can get a mix as well of like Pfizer, Moderna, like all the different types as well. You can be like, I want to try the Pfizer this time. Next time, Moderna, please. And you're up to like 4 or 5 boosts in some places. There's a guy who was like, I've got 4 boosts, and he's like, I've got 1 of each company, so I'm extra covered. And it's like, you fucking dipshit twat. Now they're being tested for HIV because they're worried that it's got HIV in it too.
They're all carrying needles and shit. Like, dude, no wonder everybody's got HIV.
Reusing needles in Africa. In Africa, yeah, I saw a video. They burnt 3.5 million vaccine shots, right? In England, they were complaining, saying we didn't have enough vaccines. And in Africa, they were dumping them out of trucks going, we don't trust Bill Gates anymore. Burning all these vaccines. Oh, it's like, it was fucking brilliant. Africa burning vaccines. And then someone said it's just because they were out of date and all this shit. I'm like, out of date, like that proves there's a living organism in it that's like, you know, some technology in it. There's something in it, like, you know, battery powered maybe, and you know, it needs to be put into the body. Like, how come it doesn't go out of date if it goes into my body before this day? Like, you know, it doesn't like what the fuck? Like, I get a living organism, but like what they say that's in it.
I don't want to be Davy Downer, but how about that flat Earth? We should be talking about this probably.
Go on, then go ahead.
The Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
I'm not trying to. I agree. Go ahead.
Who we got? Anybody? I don't think so.
What happened to that guy that was asking questions? Oh, he's deafened right now. Is there any other new
What's his
people in here?
name?
Hank Hill, I think he's one of them anti-flat earthers. See what he's got to say.
Oh, he is in here. There he is. He
Come on,
sells flat Earth and flat Earth accessories.
Yeah. He must not be near his mic. That would have triggered him. To at least talk.
I think we got a Hank meme or two. I got one. Let me find it. Okay, so here's one. I know there's another one floating around. One or two, actually. Hank, Dave, were you saying somebody else was new?
I don't see anybody. The guy that was asking questions is on deafened right now. So.
That don't work out. What did you say his name was? Sorry, I'm looking for another Hank meme.
Hank spent the morning in the Gem Panda server. Sorry, cut you off then, dude.
You're more of a
I'll
meme
go
guy,
ahead.
aren't you?
All right, well, we paused for a Glober check. We did that. If whoever was talking before, I mean, unless somebody else wants to say something.
No, you should keep it flat Earth.
You are right on with that.
See, like a 20-minute monologue, Jenny. I know you can do it. Go.
Well, actually, I was having a well, it's not flat Earth related, so we want to keep on with that. But a monologue, I mean, how is it? What happens? I mean, I know what happens. Oh, sorry. What?
Yeah, it has to be a flat Earth monologue. Like, remember,
Yeah.
we're on topic. So,
Yeah. Okay, so someone comes in here and we tell them, well, we see too far. and then, you go over the math even, or you probably don't even get to that point, and the person spirals out. I mean, we see too far, which means it can't be the globe they told us about. So, I don't know. I would like to think that someone from that point would be compelled, driven to find out. But for some reason, a lot of times people in here want, and I speculate all the time, all over the place about stuff. I mean, I try to keep it flat earth related. But people want to talk about the sky, and I think that's an okay conversation, but I just think it needs to make clear that, it's point coincidences or anomalies, whatever you want to put it, however you want to put it, towards the heliocentric theory. How is it that people see past all the coincidences? It's just like something's like not connecting. What does it take for some of these people? I mean,
Doing good. 16 minutes left. Go.
oh, I don't know. I think that's about all I got for now.
Well, you can always start rapping.
Ooh.
I remember you promising some rap. Yes.
I know
So
I did. I did, Lou. I have
now
been
you.
saying.
So now you have to rap for 16 minutes because you still
Well,
have that.
it's barely a 4-minute song, if I remember. Something like that. So
Can
I'd
you
still have 10 minutes.
do it like 4 times or something?
Okay. I don't know. No, I won't be doing that. I can, because I've been practicing it. But when you're not used to like actually performing, like, I know this is a different kind of audience, but it's still kind of the same. And plus, I don't, all right. So if I had an instrumental version of that song, I mean, I guess I would have to figure out, I think too much, you guys.
Well, you better figure it out because I'm going to start putting the pressure on, and I've heard it from others already. But once I'm on the case, it's going to be relentless. So,
Okay. I'm seriously, to really be honest, I'm like 95% there. I really am on being really competent on it. Yeah. So.
no, you got to do it before you're really competent. Like everybody else does their shit like willy nilly. Like you'll never be. Look, it's one of those things where like there's going to come a point where you're like, no, I'm not quite ready, and people are going to pressure you into doing it.
I know, so I get you.
I got the one song that I did, and trust me, I did not want to do it, but people were like leaning on me. And
okay. Well, it's not like I'd be subject to a lot of criticism anyway, because it's not mine. All right. I will give it a go right now. I will, but I don't have it memorized.
Right now, this is it.
Okay.
You guys who does the recording bot, freaking get it ready.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Thank you, Lou, for pointing.
No
me out.
pressure or nothing. Huh?
You're special. Thanks, Lou. Okay. All right. I'm gonna give me like seriously 1 minute, and I'll be right back. And then I'll do it. I'll jump right in.
Damn it, Lou! You scared another one away. See?
No. This is
I'm kidding.
You really leave it up.
Don't put her on the spot, man.
What? No. I was put on the spot. So is there like a billion other people around this earth has been put on the spot numerous times. Like getting put on the spot is just a part of fucking life. Sometimes you need somebody to do that to make you actually do it.
Okay, I'm ready. All right, can you guys hear me good?
You see, she wants to do this. We're not making her do this. She's ready.
I'm like
Loud
teasing
and
you.
clear, Jenny. Go ahead.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a 10 flat commandments. This globy can't tell me nothing about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. For my real truthers out there, truthers on the beach, I ain't gonna forget about you, brothers. My Nikon P shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It's made me an animal. There's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your wig get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise, you're telling lies. And if the man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth moved. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked all fired up. Number 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up, fallacied and storied up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments just to confuse that ass up. Number 4, I know you never heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up your claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so overrated, keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, VC check in 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been a number 1 to me, but if you ain't trolling bad, get your ass in BC. If the T-mods catch you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be bitching your ass out, straight out to cog this, man. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If just not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got that glow proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes till they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, but you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Truth on the left. Bathroom on the left, urinal caked up. Your DJ on the way about to play something. Chairs, stogies lit, feet up. Flatter 24/7. Discord. Oh my god, I was so nervous, you
He's
guys.
gonna get fucking beat up.
Yeah, Jenny, yeah.
Dang,
Where's
I'm
the
so
beat?
nervous.
That was pretty
I
good.
did.
That was pretty good.
Pop
Thank
off.
you. I was nervous. I do it better by myself. I should
No, stopped.
That was popping. That was popping, bro. At the
Thank
end, you should be like,
you.
Globy's gonna get beat up. You should just to top it off at the end.
You been sleeping, but you about to wake up. See, I can do it better when I'm not so nervous. But yeah, it's a fun song. I'm like totally addicted to it.
Well, Jenny, I'm.
Well, it definitely takes nerves, especially to do it like live, like that. Even if it's not your song, like
Yeah, but you're
the one that I did. I was at least I did it on my computer. I downloaded it out. I used Audible. I made sure I could try it and try it again and try it again.
Well, when I record myself by myself, it's different for sure.
Well, even by yourself though. The thing is what's funny is once you have recording equipment, how you think you sound and how you actually sound are two very different.
Oh yeah, I like to listen to my own recording to check myself for sure.
Yeah, you might not release it afterwards. Like that's what Lou's saying. It's hard to listen to yourself afterwards. It's like,
yeah. Yeah,
I thought Lou's was the best one to come out of the server. Personally, I loved it. I still listen to it.
But mine, dude, you would not say that if it wasn't for Mitty saving me with the auto.
I know.
If I'm by myself, I can do all but the outro, like the last part by heart. But when you get nervous, you can't think straight.
Yeah,
that's it. for having the guts to get up there and do it, even though you know there's a delay and sometimes it comes out
Open
wrong.
mic night. I go to open mic night by where I live. And I'm gonna sing a new song. I'm gonna sing a new song by, and I actually was able to get an instrumental track. I figured out how to do it, and then so it's by Harry Nilsson, and it's called "Think About Your Troubles," and it's from a movie from back in the '70s called "A Point." It's a cartoon with Harry, with one of the Beatles, and Mike Lookinland, one of the Brady boys, the youngest Brady boy. It's a really good. You guys should watch it. I'll look it up here. Hold on.
Yeah. You should do that song at your open mic night.
Oh yeah. Well, in real life, I can do that. Yeah, that's the plan. It's actually. Oh, you know what? I won't be at ladies' night this Friday because that's what I'll be doing.
Good. It's probably going to be more. Well, not good that you're not going to be there at ladies' night, but good that you're doing that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people like to record it. Maybe I can grab it and share it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm looking up that movie. Oh, you know what? I actually went there like for Christmas, and I sang the Chipmunk song, the Christmas song, in my Chipmunk voice. Somebody recorded it. I should ask somebody about it.
Do your Chipmunk voice now quickly.
Wait, one thing at a time. Let me find the point. Okay,
No,
it's
do
right
it at the
here.
same time. You got to do them both at the same time.
Oh.
That would be great. I'm just playing with you, Jenny.
Oh, well, I could just like I'm talking now. I could talk in a Chipmunk voice.
Yeah. Good.
All right. Let me see. Globe TV said so.
Pretty good.
No, hold on.
No way.
Okay, there's that movie. So yeah, I can sing in that voice. It's kind of fun. Me and my sister used to sing it when we were young.
Do that again. There's no fucking way that came out of your vocal cords.
It did.
Do
Okay,
it again.
I gotta stand up. Okay.
It was brilliant.
All right. Christmas time is near. Time for toys and time for cheer. We've been. Oh, I messed up the lyrics, but that's pretty much it. But yeah, I can sing in it. I can talk in a cartoon voice. It's fun. Oh, I should add that to my April Fool's list.
What did you do the first time? Do that one more time. It was like it was so digital, like so fast.
Yeah, it sounded so digital, didn't it? It was like unreal.
TV said so. That wasn't really a Chipmunk voice. That was just kind of a high voice. Did that sound like them? I'll have to listen to them again. It's been forever.
Jenny,
But
I think you
it's
need
just
to talk.
kind of-
You need to talk to the next new person in that voice. That would be funny.
Or I could cuss in the voice. That makes it, that's funny too.
Nah.
And why do you think it's a globe? Huh?
Nah.
I don't know if I could do it without cracking up.
Why haven't you done this to fucking Globers before? Like mid debate,
right?
Like they're stumped, and you just be like, "What's the matter? You haven't found the curve?" Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Okay. Excuse me, I have a question.
Lou, don't be annoyed.
Where is the curve? I want to know where it is. I want a picture of it.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool. That's brilliant.
I can do
I
it
like
too, okay? You can just come in here and do that, okay?
You just have to tighten your throat. It's hard to describe, but
well, no, just do it. Just try to do it as best as possible.
About throat.
You have to try to do the voice. I can't do it.
You kind of have to close your mouth and just kind of talk with a small mouth.
With a small mouth. Okay.
All
Nah.
you do just with a small mouth, and then you
You're
can do it real
changing your
good.
vocal cords, though.
Yeah, but you have to do small mouth.
I'm going time. I take my time. Nah.
When they start stumbling on answers, just give them the Yoda thing.
Sam.
Lady
What are you
robot.
talking about? You crazy asshole.
Rabbit.
Yeah. Why would you do that too, you crazy flat.
Who's that?
See, not the glove you do.
I was gonna say something better, but I can't scream in this phone with my throat go fucking crazy.
That's great, dude. That's great. If we get a troll in
do a
here, we'll
skit
all
together.
just start
We should
talking
do a
like
skit
that.
together and make them all fucking freak out.
Oh my god.
I've been able to talk like that since I was a little kid, but I rarely ever do it anymore. So I haven't. My voice gets like screwed up when I do it because I'm not used to
I
doing it anymore.
applaud you.
All right, a new idea for a flat Earth YouTube video of flat Earthers making a cartoon that seems real.
Indio's doing it.
Somebody
He
has
is doing
been
it.
making
India
some
is
videos.
doing it already.
Make our own
Yeah.
Sesame Street with our own characters.
Get with
That'd be fun.
Indio.
I can't make the puppets, but I'd be willing to help do it if somebody was nearby me.
Yeah,
that
we
can
need to
get together.
collaborate. You guys didn't delete
Yeah,
the
we did.
collab lab tag, did you?
I work away for 5 minutes,
Yeah, I
and
saw
this
it.
is what the stream turns into. A bunch of people talking like they're little bitty babies.
I used to be able to speak in Daffy Duck, but I can't speak
Now
anymore
they're
like
gonna.
it.
Yeah, Daffy's hard to do.
Okay, do
Did
you
you have
guys
to do like
remember
a squawking noise and talk at the same time? What were you gonna say, Jane?
like in '85, it was a cartoon, and the name of the character was Bobby, and I'm trying to think of the comedian's name. He's on
You
that
ought to
show.
know it. He's on that show. Yep, come on. You
Show,
know his
the
name.
one, the talent show. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But anyway,
how can you forget his name?
Oh, well, how do we know? It's
Talking about Bobcat Goldthwait. Bobcat Goldthwait.
Talking about the one that's on fucking America's Talent or whatever it used to be or whatever it is.
yeah. But
Bobby-
I think Bobby is a flat
Howie
earther.
Bobby's
Mandel.
World, yeah. Bobby's World.
Howie Mandel.
Yeah,
Wait,
Howie
what?
Mandel. That's it. Howie.
Yeah,
Howie
I
Mandel.
said
He's like a really
Yeah, that's
weird
why I kept
dude.
saying, putting so much emphasis on the word how.
But yeah, I think Bobby's a flat earther. We should make Bobby a flat earther. Who was the guy that was talking in his little voice? He could be Bobby. Who was that?
Talking to me? That was me, Ricky.
Yes, you can be Bobby. You should
I
change
can do a
your.
lot of voices. I just don't know how they sound on the live stream because I've never heard my voice on the other side of it. Can't hear it in my headphone. So it's hard to say like if it sounds good or not. I know my friends think I sound funny sometimes, but that doesn't mean much. You know what I mean?
I
It's like
got
hard
you.
to tune it so you can hear your own voice back in your ear. You know what I mean? You can I can tune it better if I can hear it better, like if I can hear how loud it is and all that. But
I want to interrupt
Okay.
you. There's a VC verified in here named LSE.
Woo!
How you doing there? What's going on?
Oh! Oh no, for real. Welcome, new person.
Hello. Say hi.
Yeah, now they're gonna think we're a bunch of nutters.
oh well, they probably do anyway.
That's all right.
I know,
I'm
right?
kidding. I'm teasing. It would be fun to play around with that though.
Yes, there needs to be more comedy in Effie, if you ask me.
Yeah,
There's enough comedy
I
in
agree.
FD. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we need to have
Well,
like an alternate channel that people can go to where we can do goofy stuff like that without getting in trouble. You know what I mean?
And
there
stuff.
we go.
Like stand-up comedy, yeah, but like it's already Effie is nothing but comedy. This whole shit, like when we're talking,
Exactly.
it's dude,
Well,
like
yeah,
every
on both sides of it. Because
Wait.
if they don't believe you, then yeah, they laugh at us. So, and then once they're on our side of it, then they laugh at everyone else. So yeah, it's kind of funny. It can be funny for everybody.
dude,
Okay.
it's hysterical. Like the shit that happens in these conversations. Like no matter who you are, globe or flat side, that's why people get drawn into it.
Okay, what about this, Lou? I just thought of this just now as you were talking. So what about a David Letterman's top 10 something flat earth whatever, grinds my gears or stupid things people like, I don't know.
I could see it being done, but
Or the
I
top
doubt
10
it's
retarded
hard,
things that
man.
we hear on the live stream or whatever.
But
Dude,
David Letterman style.
David Letterman hasn't been cool in over 20 years. I mean,
That's okay.
Well, we'll make it. We'll make it like Letterman. It'll be the new
That's
Letterman.
okay. Yeah. You don't like Letterman? You don't like the top 10 that he used to do?
I mean, it was okay 25, 30 years ago.
All right, let me give you an example then. Maybe this will help, Lou. Okay, so this is something I did actually myself. And yeah, it was probably 20 years ago when I did it. So what I worked at the time, I worked at McDonald's, and me and this other girl, we always were in drive-thru. We had our little headsets, and you can talk outside or you can talk just inside. So we'd make our little comments about people to put up with people being whatever. So we made a list, top 10 things that burn my ass about working drive-through service. So that's what we did. And it was fun. It was so fun. We cried, laughed so much. So it could be something like that, but not exactly. You know what I'm saying?
A really good job with it. It'll be funny regardless, right? But that depends on how you do it. It's just
How long did you have this job, Jenny?
You're not going to get an extra boost because it's well known or common or hip. I mean, maybe the well known, to a certain group, you're going to hit a small group of people. I'm just talking about if you're going to do a comedy routine, right? You want to try to make the audience laugh. You got to think of the age group you're referring to.
Oh yeah, you got to know your target audience, right?
Yeah, they're if you have a bunch of boomers and Gen Xers, you might be able to get away with the David Letterman thing and say, yeah, that's that was really good, but for most people, they're going to go, what are these boomers laughing at?
So I got a joke. A couple of you have probably heard this.
Nice.
Who's a penguin? Who's a penguin's favorite family member? Antarctica.
Oh, that was a good one.
Arctica. I have an aunt, and her name is Arctica. Antarctica.
That's a good.
We got the joke, Jenny.
I just felt compelled to do that. Thank you.
That one is a zinger for dad jokes.
That's a good dad joke, yeah.
But if we're gonna do chipmunks, we have to find someone that has a higher pitched voice.
You need people that love you to be able to tell that joke to them. It's not useful for myself. I just put it down on everything, right?
Definitely be telling my daughter that one this weekend. She's going to be hearing that one.
Does she love you? Then yes, say it.
Dude, my daughter adores me. I
know she does. I've seen the videos or the pictures and the clips of you pulling her. I've seen the shit you do with her, dude. I would love you too if you're my dad.
You probably would.
Yeah, I would, dude. I would even let you molest me. Fuck it, whatever.
That's all right. Don't get fucking too weird. No, dude.
I'm saying you would still be a good dad with the stuff that you do with your daughter, even if you were like my dad and you molested me a little while doing those other things.
Whoa! How did this conversation go there?
I used to be a great explorer.
Because me and Lou are extremely dark comedy, so we don't care.
I used to be a great explorer until I went to Antarctica. That's when things went south.
That was shit. Sorry. What's the difference between a giraffe and a digger?
The fuck is a digger?
A digger? A JCB.
fuck is a JCB?
Like,
Are you
a thing,
saying
I'm trying to
dagger, or
work
what are
more.
you saying?
A dirt digger, a thing that digs dirt, dude. Like, fuck.
An excavator?
Yes, an excavator. What's the difference between a giraffe and a digger? That's what we call them in England, diggers, because they dig. It's just intuitive name, right? You know? Wow. What's
I'm
the
sure
difference
you
between a giraffe?
sure, and you haven't been watching Harry Potter. Like, what the
What's the
fuck?
difference between a giraffe and a digger? One's got hydraulics, the other's got high bollocks. Way.
That's for the British kids out there.
Well, you don't talk about high bollocks to kids, bro.
No, you do. Those are all. They're all adolescent jokes when you talk about. It's like the one we have one where we talk about what is it?
Like my granddad who's got cancer, you know, we covered him in butter. He went
there's one
rapidly downhill after that.
something about the grass tickling a midget's nuts. I gave the punchline before the joke. I can't remember it.
Well, that's so funny.
Midgets giggle while they laugh because the grass is always tickling their nuts.
Yeah, I like the one like you know, my neighbor, we call him Blue Peter. He's got bad circulation. And then there's this one. It's what is it? Yeah, it's what my granddad, yeah, he got cancer. We covered him in butter. He went rapidly downhill after that.
That's fucking weird. You guys are fucking weird.
Did you hear about all the people in Antarctica with TV?
Fuck you, man. Why you gotta be mean to us?
Did you hear about all the people in Antarctica?
You down. What the heck?
No, we didn't hear about it because people keep saying stuff, bro. Sorry.
Did you hear about all the people in it? Whoa!
It seems on purpose at this point.
Sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. All right, now let the man talk. Let the man talk. Come on.
All right, my joke's over. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I had to do it that time. Sorry, it wasn't me the other times.
You know, this talent can be taught. You know. Okay.
Yeah, I know how to talk like that too, but I'm just not being a dick right now.
Did you hear about all the people? Did you hear about all the people in Antarctica with the CV?
Get out.
Yeah, they're all in isolation.
I knew it was
a couple that a whole bunch of researchers in friggin' like caught the CV and it was like going around their Antarctica camp. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on with whoever was going to talk. I apologize.
What do you call a Latino woman with no legs?
Eileen.
Hello.
Consuelo,
That's what I was going to say.
Oh.
Eileen was one leg, Lou.
Yeah, you're right. I fucked up.
Well, it actually might be not so low. It might be high if she's on her hands.
I got a really old blonde joke from a really long time ago. What did the blonde say when she opened up a box of Cheerios? Cool donut seeds. That's a bad one. Oh, what about this one? What did the blonde do when she woke up in the morning? She opened the car door. Oh, that's a really bad one. That's an old.
How are blondes and screen doors alike?
What did the blonde
More
say
you bang
first?
them, the
Woke up
looser
in
they
the.
get.
What did the blonde say when she first woke up in the morning? All you boys on the same team?
Dang, that's bad.
No, that's when she woke up on the football field. Remember?
Yeah, there used to be like a whole bunch of them. You could probably find them.
How does a blonde open up, or how does a blonde turn on the light in the morning? or whatever. No, how's the barn turn
She
on the
opens the
light?
car door. Yeah, she opens the car door. Yeah, that I said there's a whole bunch of jokes that go along with that one.
The blonde. Oh, here's a good like fourth grade one.
How do you carry a blonde home after she gets too drunk at the bar? 2 fingers.
Oh.
You in a blonde?
You just got that one.
What do you do when a blonde throws a grenade at you?
Throws a grenade?
Pull the pin and throw it back.
Yeah, you'd pull the pin and throw it back. Absolutely.
Yeah, jokes have
Difference
come
between a
along.
blonde and a toilet seat. Difference between a blonde and a toilet seat. Toilet seat doesn't follow you around for 2 weeks after you use it.
Dang. That's a good one, actually, Dave. That's actually
It is good, but you say that to the wrong woman and you'll be in trouble.
Dude, they're all fucking dyed blonde anyway. What the fuck do they care?
Okay, so yeah.
I was just going to say, it depends on if the carpet matches.
So I
No,
also
like I get it. You guys are just making jokes. It doesn't matter. But my grandmother, she's like Dutch. And like,
I'll stop. I'm sorry.
What else?
I'm being goofball too.
No,
wait.
it's jokes, bro.
Is
She's
Hank's
great. She's more
grandma
great. Or
listening?
more white. Easier.
Are you about to talk about your grandma's curtains, Hank?
Whoa.
Dude, I don't know what to make
You were
of
saying
this.
I'm out of line.
I don't know.
Like 70s curtains have always been terrible to look at.
Same in hot robot, Hank. Say that again.
Some of them.
The landing strip was around back then. It's not so bad.
We can move on.
Oh.
The landing strip is still a go.
If there's grass on the field, you can play ball.
The Hitler
All
mustache
you got to
never.
do is tape a flashlight to each foot.
The Hitler mustache. Hitler never goes out of style. Like the Hitler mustache is pretty much acceptable. I would definitely.
Timeless. It's timeless, bro.
Really?
Right.
It's ungassable too. I'm just saying. Try burn that shit in an incinerator. Catching a theme. Joshua, what was that?
Holy cow.
No. Trying to play with the soundboard.
Ah.
It didn't come from the other Joshua. Joshua?
Yeah, I know. Because it's not. I can't connect.
Nice. Alrighty then.
You related to Jim Carrey?
What?
What you talking about, Willis?
Why do terrorists in Antarctica love being interrogated? Snowboarding's fun as hell.
That one tickled me for some fucking reason.
Yeah, you always get somebody with every joke.
I do like snowboarding. Maybe that's why. I don't know, man. I love snowboarding.
I think that one was designed for me. I'm the one who's been talking about my new fucking gear and shit. Like that was.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
Wait, Lou, you got new snowboarding gear?
Yeah, yeah. I did.
Everything.
You haven't seen his gear, really?
Tell us about it, Lou.
No, you were into that? That's cool.
Yeah, no, I do. Like I've had. Look, I've been doing it for a long time. I've had sustained injuries from playing, not playing, but from riding.
I thought it was skateboarding.
From playing board.
Yeah, from playing more.
It is grown
For
men
some
that play it.
reason, I thought it was from skateboarding, not snowboarding.
No,
He's not a
snowboarding.
kid, dude. He's like an
It's
adult now.
whatever. So no, he's trying to make it awkward. Now I got to talk about it, even though I'm done for the most part. I was just super stoked. I'm going to use this snowboarding verbiage too. By the way, when I say stoked, so I went out and I was shredding with my new board. I was trying to hit the gnar, and you know what I mean.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, my gear. A lot of my gear was like old school shit. Like I've had it since I was a teenager. I'm like, some of it was fitting too tight. Like some of it was just beat up, like thrashed. And so I had to. I decided this year to replace like pretty much my whole setup, and so I'm like really stoked again with my gear that I'm gonna shred the gnar in the POW with. You understand?
You hear this, man, bro?
This board I wrote it last week, and for the first time, and I knew I was getting a carver, but my God, like I didn't. It's so different from my other board. Like,
really?
Yeah, it's way different from my last one. Like, but it's cool. Like I'm enjoying it. Like it's just at first I was a little bit sketch, like and yeah. So getting out. Yeah, I was getting a little bit gnarly in the turns, like. No, anyhow, no, but it's actually a lot of fun. We have a lot of icy conditions around here, typically. So, and it's meant to be able to keep a hard edge, for hard carving, through the turns, even in icy conditions, and also is good in powder. But those are like two extremes. Like, so it's a all mountain, directional twin. Anyway, if anybody who's listening freaking knows what that is, that's what it is. But I'm enjoying it. It's way different from what I was riding before.
How's it, bro? Those carvers are different. Way different. In fact,
Sick. Red.
You sound so old saying rad.
pretty rad there, right?
Well, on top of that, also like, so I went from like with new boots and bindings too. Like I went to step-ons, and like, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm changing everything else. Like I'm trying a new stance too. Like I used to ride left foot pretty, like 15 degrees forward, right foot like 3 degrees back, duck foot just ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm trying 18 degrees forward and 15 degrees back. So like, it's a little bit more symmetrical, like for trying to ride switch and shit. But then again, I'm trying to like do more switch riding on a directional board too. So it's, yeah, I'm really fucking throwing a wrench in my normal riding.
You're stoked though, right?
Absolutely stoked. No, having a ton of fun with it. It's good gear. It's good shit. Like it's nice to have new stuff. But yeah, I just got that I use.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I was into rollerblades a lot when I was a kid, and I don't do anything stupid, but I'll try to ride down a ramp every now and then. And I went to the city park, and like mid-30s, right? Like, and I'm just like going down the ramp, like, fuck it, if I fall, I fall. I'm like, I'll try it. And, you know, I probably got up to like 25 miles an hour right at the bottom of that hill, you know. But yeah, I didn't fall. I usually don't.
That's great.
But then again, I ain't trying to rack myself on a whole bunch of beams and all that stuff anymore. Well, I never did. Sorry. And I don't do sketching anymore. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, but it was fun, man. I don't know. I couldn't do any ice skating. I wanted to like do hockey and nothing like that here. I guess there was places in Dallas where you could skate, but I never went.
Yeah, at least you're around the same age as me, and so like as a kid growing up, I know even in the north, like it costs a lot for these places to cool their facilities and keep ice indoors and everything. Like we don't just do this outdoors because we're up north. Down south, I would imagine that those cooling costs would be a lot more, and ice time itself would be a lot more expensive.
You know, so I thought, you know, why let that stop me? And you know, all the skaters, you know, on the skateboards, they're like, "What are you doing? That's gay." Like, I'm like, I don't give a fuck, man. Do you? I'll do me. I don't like skateboards because you fall off the skateboard.
Dallas does
It's
have a
too
hockey
attached.
team, don't they, Hank?
Yeah, but
Dallas.
they're not really. Look, all the hockey teams in the United States, almost all of their players are coming from like half of their players come from Canada, like a third of their players come from Russia. There's like 25% maybe, or maybe a third, I don't know, somewhere in there, of their players are Americans on any NHL team, period. They're coming out of like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, you know, like what if these are even countries anymore, I don't even know. You know, like but that's how it is with the NHL. It's an international thing, and so like your team, whether it's from Dallas or from Houston or from Chicago or whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's just where the ownership of the team is.
Yeah, but having an NHL team does help with youth hockey. Like I live in Florida, and
All right, mate. We believe you. Oh,
No, don't stop him. No. He played
I'm
hockey too.
playing.
Me and him both played ice hockey as a kid too.
Just because you like hockey doesn't mean I wouldn't stop him anyway. But like, yeah, continue. I wanted to hear it anyway.
Knocked out.
Both played hockey. Like you don't understand how it is in the United States. Like
I do
hockey is
understand how organized hockey works because I fucking
really
played
hard
it.
sport to get kids into because like
I know it is.
yeah.
Hey,
It
Crack,
was hard
you
for
want to
me
know?
to even get one go at it when I was a kid, so I get it, bro. Like in England, like I live near one of the only cities that's got a real ice rink in it that's actually worth using. But I want to go back to what that other guy was saying. Like,
Yeah, so
stop obfuscating, Lou.
So yeah, usually when an NHL team comes in town, it helps spur like the youth hockey. Like around here, there's a ton of rinks now after the Tampa Bay Lightning's been around for a while and won a couple Stanley Cups. So there's a lot more kids playing hockey down here.
Nice. And like hockey's so cool, bro. Like I know, like the people go, "Oh, it's violent, the fighting," and I'm like, "What fucking fighting? There's people punching each other with pads on." Like where I'm from, like there's a game called bricking, where like basically we get like bricks and we just like chase each other around the like neighborhood and we throw bricks at each other.
What's funny is with hockey, like there was one of the we don't have an NHL team here in Milwaukee, but we have an AHL. I think they used to be IHL.
Fuck the NHL.
We had the Admirals, and there was an interview on the radio where with one of the captain of the Admirals, and he was talking about, they were talking about exactly this, the fighting and how like hysterical it is, because like most often when you start busting in the, you know, the opponent's face, like it's because of a gentleman's agreement. Like these guys, like, you ever seen these moments in hockey where like all 5 fucking players just like immediately as soon as the puck is dropped, they drop their gloves and their helmet and they start beating the shit out of each other? Well, like they don't necessarily dislike the other person or anything like that. It's like, yeah, well, we're supposed to fight, and it's like, all right, we're fighting. So this is how they do it. All right. It's a play of the game. That's why it hasn't been removed. It's actually like,
dude, it's part of it. Exactly. It's like, it's not like wrestling when you have a fight in wrestling. Like, it's like, dude, it's fucking cool.
yeah, they all of a sudden they just mix. It's like all of a sudden we're gonna switch it up and we're gonna have boxing, you know, and like remember,
you realize like how cool that is, like a multi, like it's so much more dangerous. People don't realize how much more dangerous the part of hockey is, where like, you know, you get slammed into the fucking guardrail at like 30 miles an hour, like, which looks like Mach 2 almost, but pool's probably like Mach fucking 10 Gs.
The boards shake an awful lot, dude. They absorb a lot more than you think. But
well,
so like,
okay, I know how much they absorb because I've gone into one.
Be that bad, honestly, but
no, I'm not on about that. I'm on about like the fact is the concussive blow to your body just alone, right? I'm saying that is worse than what anyone who's padded up wearing all that gear is going to do with like a punch to your fucking, to your dome. Like,
I don't know. That's the thing with hockey is when it comes to the fights, they're not. They shed their gloves, they shed their helmet, and then they go.
I know, but it's not like they've got all the other gear on still, though, haven't they? That's what I'm trying to get at, Lou.
Like that's it.
Huh? So, yeah.
When they fight, it's just in the face. It's just fist face.
Yeah, it's just punches just to the face. It's like bare knuckle boxing, which bare knuckle boxing, actually, believe it or not, has less likelihood to cause brain damage and stuff like that. It causes more cuts, but like bare knuckle boxing is actually safer than boxing. Technically, it's statistically proven now with the BKK, because with boxing you have a bigger surface area for the glove to hit you, which causes a more concussive blow, which means that fights don't end as quickly. They go 12 rounds, and people get more. They get concussions that are based on a bigger, longer period of time. And I'm just saying that when you throw off those gloves and the helmet in the hockey, you have guys that are bare knuckle boxing that are wearing those shoulder pads and all of that gear. It's quite hard to like throw that are like extremely concussive. I'm like, and you're slipping on the ice, bro. Listen, you're slipping on the ice, so you grab onto each other. So you're not like swinging from back here always. Like, yeah, you are a little bit, but like you sort of flow with one another. Like if I hit you and you're on ice, right? The ice is going to allow you, and you're on skates. It's going to push you back, so that absorbs some of the blow too. So then it's like there's a teat between, like, you're twisting almost like ice skate to ice skate, like twisting. Like me and my friend did this for fun when we finally managed to go to do ice hockey. Like we beat the shit out of each other with our fists on the fucking thing, and it wasn't like when we bare knuckle boxed in the back garden. Is all I'm saying. Like it felt like we couldn't knock each other out. We couldn't really do any damage to each other. Like we hit each other over and over again. It's just about accurate little punches to the face. You just like hold on to each other, and then you're just like, but you're a bit restricted. That's all I'm saying in your movement.
Like, yeah, they're really breaking noses and knocking out teeth, but like,
yeah, but it's not that bad. Like concussively is what I'm trying to like. People don't misunderstand me when I'm saying it's not that I'm not saying it's not like a real fight. What I'm saying is that knocking teeth out isn't the worst thing that can happen in a fight. What the worst thing that happened in a fight is for you to hit your brain like a Mike Tyson punch.
It's never been done where like they were like, we're gonna let them fight to the death, or like
exactly
the other one out. Like, no, what I was saying was that it's a gentleman's agreement. Like that it's these guys are just like, yeah, we're gonna punch each other in the face like on the next play. Like your team agreed, so did ours. So like we're doing this.
exactly. You've pissed me off. You've done this. So like, right, let's fucking have it out next, like at the next part of the game, and we'll throw off our gloves and we'll punch each other.
Grabbing each other's shoulder pads and just like hugging each other, like. But at least there's somebody on the team who has a real tiff, and then when if it's if there's like a rivalry or something like that, or something went bad in the game and it's high stakes, like that's when like the whole team go at it. I'm just saying,
that's safer usually sometimes.
The way that they call it is amazing in hockey, where if a fight breaks out, you let it happen as long as they are, drop their gloves in their
punching each other in the face.
Hit the ice. As soon as they hit the ice, it's over.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. It's like a clean go in a bare knuckle boxing match, Lou. This is why I agree with
That's literally how my dad taught me to fight.
It gets rid of animosity. Look at how. Do you want to know how dangerous? Right. So I will say this, and then I'll let you speak. Sorry, Hank. Do you want to know how dangerous it is in football that none of the beefs ever get settled? Not only between the crowd and the team, and the things that can happen on the court, that or on the field, that can happen, that will cause rivalries and beefs, where basically people start stabbing and bottling each other after games in pubs, and have that shit out in the game. Have these sportsmen take up the mantle of protecting your fucking fans, right? And have the shit out there, and then that's the way it should be. It's the same way in rugby, and this is the gentleman's agreement, the mutually assured destruction thing. Is like, when I was on a rugby team, I'm a fighter, right? So if my friend had a beef with someone on the other team, but he's scared of fighting people, physically fighting, right? He's a tough dude, take a big blow, but he's not gonna fight, but he's gonna come to me and be like, right, look, bro, I got this beef with this guy, yeah. So it's gonna go down between me and him, right? It's gone raw. End of. So let's have it. And I'm like, all right, let's have it. I'm like, right, so you got beef, it's gone raw, it's a problem, let's have it. And I will single out the guy he's got a problem with, right? And then I'll fight him instead. Or if he doesn't want to fight me, he might go to someone on his team who's not afraid to fight. And there'll be two representatives from the sides of the teams that have got a problem, and they'll fight instead. This is what I see happening in the hockey, and I like it.
Rugby? Is that really how they handle in rugby?
Yeah, that's how we used to do it even when under 14 years old. That's how we used to do it. It would be like
that's bad. Also, I do not understand why rugby wasn't more taken in the United States. That sounds.
Me either. It's better than American football as well. I've played both sports. It's fucking great, bro. I'm sorry, but it's a gentleman play. They say this, they say gentlemen play football, like soccer, and they say that hooligans watch it. Then they say that hooligans play rugby, but gentlemen watch it. They serve beer at rugby games. They're not allowed to serve any alcohol whatsoever at soccer games, because people will just murder each other. There's no aggression.
We've all seen the railing at a soccer win fail, and hundreds of falling 25 feet on top of fans and shit like that. And
well, I've heard that there was 250 fans got crushed to death once. That's a lot of people to die. 250 is a lot of people to die, bro.
Dude, come on.
What?
No, I'm kidding. I'm just being cynical.
It was in Argentina or somewhere like that. And the concrete failed because people were the rail failed, and the rail because it was embedded
on top of it, fucking trying to break it down, right?
Yeah, they were trying to break the rail, and the rail, by breaking that, it basically created a huge crack in the concrete, and it separated one of the fucking bolts that was holding on the main frame of the floor to the concrete wall that the rail that they were bending back and forth was attached in. So the whole thing fell down, and once it had fallen down, there was more weight on the bit above that only had a couple of things left to hold it in, and it all collapsed in. And 250 people were crushed to death, bro.
Yeah,
it was It was like a concussive wave.
I was joking when I compared it to a Travis Scott concert, but
yeah, that was apparently like really bad. But like to me, it sounds like a rock concert, and people went to a rap concert thinking it would be like a rap concert when it was more like a rock concert.
I learned afterwards is that Travis Scott, his rap was more like the audience, even though it was rap, the audience always took it to like this whole like hardcore like mosh pit freaking
Dude. Like when you go to like a, let's say, a Metallica gig or like an Iron Maiden gig, or you know, you go and listen to Avenged Sevenfold, you listen to Slipknot, you listen to what are their name again? Du hast mich. Rammstein. Like, yeah, so like I've been to these people's gigs, like it's extreme, the mosh pits are, but you have extremely big dudes like me when I was like at Avenged Sevenfold and Stone Sour.
Mosh pits, and it's usually the big dudes at the front, the guys who are hired and whatever else, but like there's in there that
we help though. We help to keep people safe, you know.
Hippie love going on and inside of a mosh pit. They're all looking out for each other.
There is. So like, yeah, we would look after the little people, basically, is my point. So like the big dudes that want to like throw it around and go crazy, like part of what was fun about that was because like we would be up against the guardrail, the security guards, if they didn't do their job, they would get dropped, bro. Like they could get fucked up and they know it because there's bigger dudes than them that are like big bikers and shit. And like people still have the right courtesy. Like if there's a female there, it's like no, like yeah, you make sure that she's got enough space to like be able to exist. She doesn't get trampled. She gets picked up and put on someone's shoulder. Her ass might get pinched or something by someone. I don't know. Like that shit goes on, obviously, but like she doesn't feel like sexually assaulted because she was just protected from a situation. Like I've seen these scenarios so many times where it's like the rock crowd has got a different mindset. Like, you know what I mean? Like even with like the stuff,
a democracy going on inside of the mosh pit too. Like where I remember being like a 15-year-old kid inside these mosh pits, and we're bouncing off each other. We're trying to push each other. We're hard into the barrier around the circle, you know, and like whatever else. But there was this like one, 35-year-old like guy who was probably way too drunk. Came in and he was oversized and he tried to like literally hurt people. He came in like elbows and punches like in with his freaking shot, like
and inside of his dancing.
A few of us got hit and it didn't take long where all of us were on his ass all at once.
Whack. Yep. Dude, this guy came in like to the middle of a mosh pit, bro, like blood pouring out of his face already, spraying everywhere, and he's screaming and making the blood sprout, and he's like, yeah, like he loved it, like it was great, and he knew he was bleeding. And I'm like, bro, fuck off with that shit. And it like went in a girl's mouth because he was spraying that much. And I was like, right, you're taking the piss now. I was like, leave. And the security are like coming towards him, like running across, like to get to him, like two big ass, like bearded, like guys who are rockers too. Like they were the personal security of the band. They were coming to get rid of him because the security were just staying behind the line or whatever. And like then he turned around and like got blood all over me, and I was just like, fuck this. I was just like, whack, hit him straight in the jaw, just like knocked him out. And like that sounds really bad, but it was like, dude, you got to think about what's going on here. Like this guy's like spraying blood at people on purpose, right? Like he clearly was already like the way he was moshing as well was like elbowing people. Like he wasn't like trying to like bump. He wasn't bouncing into people like with his like shoulder, like making it smooth. He was getting the points of his elbows in.
Cool guys though, that was the thing. Like it was like literally the guys who started the mosh pit. Like I guess I would be like a late first generation or early second generation or something, but like these guys in the mosh pits, they literally, a lot of them were in there to hurt you. Like the idea was to see blood, and there was this like kind of people that they would show up for years at concerts, and like there'd be one. They would always fall into the fucking pit which was, even though it looks chaotic, it's not.
There's slight touches of people like pushing people up as they fall down and stuff. Like as you go past someone who's like falling down to their knees, you grab them and like pull them back up onto their feet and like keep it going. You know, like there's like these slight things that are of respect. It's like that's why Travis Scott shouldn't go, because it was like people went there with that like black rap attitude of like fuck everybody, like, you know, we in the hood, bruh. And then they went in there like moshing and shit. So it was like no one had that like community at the same time as like taking the idea of rap of like fuck bitches, fuck hoes, like, you know, shoot everyone, stab people, kill people with moshing.
His dude, he's one of them R&B niggas. Like it's just all that, like all auto tune. It's all like, oh, yeah, baby. Shit, it's like, you know, like it's not hardcore gang banging like shoot a nigga down.
I know it's not. But he tries to portray himself like in a certain, like some of his fans, yeah, are like those hardcore like gangster types, right? But then the majority of his fans are not. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like some of his fans are like the rocker types, right? It's like, mate, the lines have been merged and like merged and changed around a little bit with the music fans, because like, you know, you've got like some of the people, like I'm saying, the rap people that went, yeah, like the more hardcore people, they like bust down all of the stuff so they could get in quicker, bust down the rails so they didn't get searched for drugs and shit. Like you've got the hardcore, more criminal elements that go to some of these things, and then you had like just like the normal kids, and then like I'm saying the elements didn't mix basically like very well at all. I'm just saying if like that Travis Scott concert was to have occurred at like Download Festival, for instance, it would have been a different story, is my point. Do you know what I mean? Like if it was at a rock festival like Download Festival, it would have been a different thing. Like it wouldn't have went down like that at all. Like because you would have had like hardcore rockers there that were like, you know, have the mosh etiquette, you know? Like you don't let people who are small get pushed up against guardrails and shit like that and like nearly die. You just don't do that, bro. Like you make sure they don't do that.
I was in at least 2 contests. One in particular, right up against the front.
Say that again, because there was some weird noise.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but yeah, there was one in particular where I saw a kid, cause like, oh fuck, so like this place it's a summer festival that happens around here called Summerfest, and like they throw big rocking shows. They got 11 stages that go on for, you know, 11 days. How it used to be, but like you would have headliner bands that were playing free stages, like just with your admission ticket at these stages, and like so they were cheap auditoriums for the most part, unless you bought like the headliner for the night.
Yeah.
But like we had room to mosh, and then when moshing came to be like too much of a problem, they moved all the benches forward. They made more seating and no room to mosh. Like that would stop moshing, but it didn't. It just meant that moshing happened on the bleachers. So like you just knew when you were up there in front, you in the mosh pit, you just knew that it was only a matter of time before somebody fucking hit their head on the corner of that fucking bleacher over there. You know, and yeah, I saw like a, I don't know, 14-year-old kid get knocked the fuck out. Like he got knocked down and his head hit the corner of the fucking aluminum bleacher. And he got knocked out in the middle of a mosh pit, and then people were about to trample his ass. And like me and a couple other people,
they pick him up, yeah?
You know, we helped to pick him up, and we body surfed him over to the security guys. Got the hell out of there. But who knows what happened to that kid? I know what I saw. That kid hit really fucking hard. Like,
yeah, people are tougher than you think. I've seen people get hit really hard, and you know, I didn't see them again afterwards, but I'm assuming they're alive.
Yeah, I think the kid probably made it. You know,
Maybe.
hopefully. but like I have no way of knowing. Like
I always say a good festival though, like if someone doesn't die, like how good was the festival really?
Oh no, I'm sure with the one this size, this is considered the world's largest music festival. At least that's what they advertise it as.
There
It's
should be at least 5 to 10 deaths there for sure. There's one called Bloodstock in Germany.
yeah. There's
And
every year there's at least 10 deaths. Like I'm pretty sure.
At least at Bloodstock, there's at least 10 deaths. And like, if there isn't, it's sort of kind of like, nah, was it really that good then? That sounds fucked up. But like, it's an intrinsic.
The gangsters. I saw a dude who we're watching the 4th of July fireworks on the lakefront. They do it on a barge out in the lake, and so
I love those barge things. They look sick.
Like 250,000 people cram into this tiny little area on the lakefront, and then I was standing only feet away from this dude who on the lakefront rocks, fucking like 11 dudes from like all different directions, all came running in through the crowd, and they just beat his ass into the ground till his ear. They were stomping on his head right in front of me, and fucking his ear just into the gravel and shit. Like he lost his ear that night, like most of it.
Why didn't you help him, bro?
Dude, this is 250,000 people. These guys did it in seconds, and then all ran through the crowd out in different directions.
You should have chased every individual one of them down and beat them up for it, bro. Like, you're a piece of shit. How dare you not help?
I'm just telling you,
no.
Dude. They all the guy who got stomped, I got to see him plenty well. He was wearing all kinds of fucking jailhouse tattoos and shit.
He deserved it then, right? Because he was in prison one time. Yeah, all right. Dude.
Saying that, but I'm telling you that this was a gang thing, and I'm not going to get in the middle of it. Like,
why not? Gang, bro. It's GG. I'm just like making out the most ridiculous position ever. Like, you're a complete asshole. Why didn't you get involved in this gang? Gang slaying. Gang slaying was yours to stop, Lou.
10 seconds and the dude lived, but he lost his ear.
You should have lost the ear too, just to make sure, like, for no reason. Like, that gangland slaying was yours to stop, bro.
You were Spider-Man, dude. You were Spider-Man.
That like gang. It's like when a gang shooting happens in LA, and I'm always just like, well, why didn't that white guy in that car over there just like stop the black guys from shooting each other in that drive-by? Like, fucking prick.
You know what? Because that's between them. Like I'm not fucking.
Just being like really unreasonable with it, like one of those people, like, like, dude, like, like the news are like, he's like, and I saw like a shooting. There were 5 guys in this car with like Uzis, and they were shooting into this house, and it's like, like, well, why didn't you do something? Like the news reporter just live, like,
I did. I did. I didn't mean to fucking tell you guys I saw this shit. I'm really sorry. Can you
he's like, I rung the police. So like, oh, you rung the police, the people that hate black people that would probably come and shoot more black people anyway. So basically, you're a racist and you're trying to get more black people killed. So yeah, like, why didn't you do something yet again? That was your gangland slaying to stop, bro. Like, okay, whatever. We don't speak to non-heroes.
If I was like, a superhero or a Marvel guy, or like maybe
You're
I would
a Marvel superhero. Ask your daughter.
Maybe I would have fucking been like, this is an injustice that must be stopped.
Fuck that. I'd leave him to it, bro. Gangland tattoos and shit. Fuck that, bro.
You're a monster.
You made your own bed, lie in it, bro. Like, I'm telling you straight. Like, I don't know what you did in jail. Maybe you spooned some drugs out of his ass or some shit. I don't know.
it happened in front of a whole bunch of normies, like whole bunch of normies. It was like something out of
You
a
mean
prison.
a whole bunch of potential
I mean,
heroes that failed to save his life?
no, listen. You're not listening. Like,
oh, yeah. Sorry.
It was a very strange situation. It wasn't like I was in prison. It was like a concert. Like I said, you got people elbow to elbow.
You weren't in prison.
And then these people just flood out of nowhere, beat the shit out of a dude, and then disappear 10 seconds later. Like,
dude, I know, I'm joking. Like, of course you shouldn't have got involved. Like, that shit's some like gangland hit shit. Like, stay the fuck out of it. Live by the sword, you die by it. He obviously did something wrong. They targeted his ass and then split.
But I was the guy. Like, the guy was standing practically in front of me. I literally I had to help him up out of the gravel. I was like,
Well, you didn't have to do that much, bro. You put yourself in danger right there, right? Okay, so you shouldn't have probably done that much, because what if he mistaken you from one of the attackers, turned around and stabbed you or something? Like, next time, don't get involved in the gangland slaying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, okay? I'm trying to protect your life here, okay? As a friend, as a fellow FE guy, like, dude, don't help people up off the gravel, and don't pick up his ear either, bro. Like, fuck his ear.
Pick up his ear. The next guy actually picked up his ear. I'm not even kidding. A portion of his ear was picked up by the next guy. I helped him up. The other guy was like, dude, you might want this.
You're an idiot. You realize the ear is lighter weight than, right? Like, you took the harder job. I'm just saying. Yeah, I probably would have kicked this fucking ear in the dirt and just been like, dude, there's your ear.
The amazing thing was the dude was after he got stomped on the head like 30 times, he got stomped on the head into the gravel like 30 times. And he was still there. Like, when we helped him up,
he was fine.
Yeah, because it was gravel. It was fucking
cool. Like, the gravel took some of the brunt. Like, the stones moved around a little bit, made a little pit shape the size of his head. To be honest with you, they lightly stroked his ass to sleep. He just unfortunately lost the ear in the process, like, type thing. Like, compared to what he did, like I said, in prison, guys, he probably spooned some drugs out of one of their homies' asses the day they got in out of jail or something, from the prison pocket.
A bunch of Mexican dudes that beat the shit out of a white dude, but they all had jailhouse tats.
I bet I know what the guy said to him when he handed it to him. He probably said, "Here you go."
Here you go. He probably said, "Maybe you should have lost your mouth, you snitch." I would have reminded him why he got stomped on. I would have been like, "It's probably because you're a snitch or something, bro."
Dude, I forget what he said, but whatever it was like, these
motherfuckers, they're always trying to put me to sleep on the fucking gravel and shit, bro.
Him up when we helped him up, like it was basically like something along the lines of like, you don't want to know, or like, you don't want to dude,
what I did was worse. Don't worry. Like, I told you, like, that's why you live by the sword, you die by it, bro. Like, yeah. I hate people that like live by the sword, die by it, right? Like, there's this guy in prison starting a fight on this, like, 60 days in, right? And he picks up a broom and like goes and hits this guy with a broom, and it like breaks instantly. I'm like, whoa, it's still not, just because the tassels fell off, it didn't mean like go with the main metal bit. Like, you could have kept that. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, if he failed at his attack, right, and he's like, he starts running away, and the guy pulls out a shank and starts shanking him in the ear. It's like a tiny little shank. Like, I'm not afraid of these tiny little shanks I see. I'm just like, well, bro, like, I'm just gonna grab that shit off you and beat you down with my hands. Like, I don't know, like, that's just me. But anyway,
I think we might have some newbies in.
Yeah, cool. Wait there, one sec. There's a shank story. But 60 days in, right? Like, the guy, they hit him with this broom, and then he like realizes it's broken, so he starts backing off, running away. The guy starts shanking him like in the ear and in the neck and stuff with this tiny little shank. Like I said, it was pathetic shank. It's like a toothbrush with a little point on it, right? And at the end afterwards, he's like, gets up off the floor and he's like to everyone in the thing, all the other black guys. So he's like, "Y'all motherfuckers didn't do shit. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do shit. You didn't help nothing." I'm like, bro, you just started this fight with this guy for 6 hours, hit him with a broom, and then like run away when he got the better of you because he had a shank on him, and then like you're having a go at everyone for like not getting involved. I'm like, what the fuck are you on about, bro? Like you just set that whole thing into motion. Like if you fucked him up, you wouldn't have been like, why didn't none of you help me stamp him to the ground? Like, yeah, you lost. I get it. Dope. Whatever. But like don't complain because no one helped you win your fight that you started, you fucking idiot. Sorry, go ahead. Introduce the newbies.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Hekra. Hekra, you new to the server? Can you speak?
Is he verified?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
No,
Don't
I'm
worry.
not new. I'm just like a little lurker.
Oh, a lurker. All right, don't worry.
you're a
You can
lurker.
speak up. We won't shank you.
I don't know about Lou. He might watch you get shanked and your ear taken off. Like he sounds like you don't care.
Yeah, so I'm just chilling now, sitting here snacking, just listening to y'all conversation.
Gotcha. So what brought you to the server, man?
I believe the Earth is flat, so I'm here to listen.
Yeah, prove it.
What?
Prove it.
Prove it, like the water is
prove
level.
it.
There's
Like
no
you come
curvature.
in it. Right, well, you come in and just say something as like outlandish as "Oh, Earth's flat." Like that's why I joined. I'm asking
No,
you.
I've known this since like 2016. I found the server and I just joined.
Okay, dude. I'm just saying. What's your evidence for the Earth being flat? Like, present it. Like, whack it out. Like,
Well, I'm not like I said, I don't know like the specific data and stuff, but like you just look at like there's no measurable curvature and water is flat and level like everywhere that we can observe. And like the one argument I heard when I got here is like it's a really good one is that like the vacuum and like the non-vacuum they can exist next to each other, so
all
with
right.
no barrier. Yeah.
Why is that?
Like I said, because like a vacuum needs a closed space, like a jar. It's closed with like a vacuum lid type, and like there's no lid to separate Earth from the supposed space, I guess. But I don't know, like it says like the specific.
Do you believe we have containment here on Earth to protect us from the vacuum of space?
I don't believe space exists.
No, but do you know what I mean? Do you believe there's a vacuum out there? That's why we have a container.
No, I don't believe there's a vacuum that we can prove. Yeah.
Good answer. Because it's like people always mix that up. They're like, yeah, we've got a container of firmament because like if we didn't, like entropy would dictate that all of our atmosphere would escape. It's like, no, we have gas pressure. That's why we've got a container. Like the antecedent relationship to gas pressure is that you need a container for it, right? So like that's one clear delineation right there. Like, and you already got that down, so that's good. And then yeah, obviously space is a load of bollocks, basically. Really, like let's face it, like the whole idea of it's stupid. They admit we can't even go there, right? So like again, like you talk about the Earth being flat and stuff. Like you're a flat earther, cool. So what was it that really like stuck you to the flat Earth and unstuck you from the globe?
Well, okay, long story. Long story. I had a lot of free. What?
Sorry, I was a bit aggressive at first. I was just sort of like just being a bit of a like. I was just testing your metal a little bit, tiny bit,
No worries. No worries. I get you. So long story, and not long story, but like I'll do the whole version. So when I was younger, I had a lot of free time. And I was a lot on the computer, and I did like a lot of research on different subjects that I won't get into, right? So that's how I stumbled upon flat Earth, and I just realized that the government and stuff are like Satanist, like cultists, right? And I realized, oh God, and then I just like spirits and like God and devil exist, right? Like according the government believes it because they do all these rituals, Freemasons and stuff. So then I started thinking, go deeper on that, and then I found like Eric Dubé's videos and stuff, and I realized that we are creation. It even says like in all these religious books that like Earth is stationary, movable, and stuff. So like makes sense to me if the like people on this earth or whatever believe in the devil, so everything just makes sense that we are created.
They would say the opposite as well, right? Like it's like, it's immovable, it's it's flat. It's like they're gonna say everything the opposite to what it actually is, because that's what they are, right? They're invertronists, right? So they invert that which is good, they turn it upside down, as above, so below, right? They want you living below, and they don't. It's like they want you to think of above, like the vacuum of space, as something that's the opposite to what it actually is. They want you to think it's this vacant privation, right, that has nothing in it whatsoever. Like, even though you look up and you see these like crazy lights all the time and you can navigate with them, and they serve the purpose of being able to like match the Earth's electromagnetic field. So there's a connection between us and them, even though they say there's a void between us and them, right? We have a connection, and that connection is very important. Like, birds literally fly based upon their understanding of the electromagnetic currents and field of the earth, and the hot air thermals and currents that are created because of this as well, right? And the energy input from the sun. So it's like, these birds that somehow have tapped into this, like, power of like what we can basically measure, and also like predict based upon the celestial movements of the stars above our heads, right? Like like there's something important about that. Like, that albatross effectively doesn't even need to flap its wings, and it can stay aloft based on its movement between hot air thermals, based on its ability to read the basic the frequency of the earth almost, right? And it's like migrationary patterns, like where the weather is, what the weather's going to be like, and when the weather's going to be like, and where it's going to be like, where and when, sorry, should I say, it's based on this electronic field as well. And the animals also have a connection to that, like the wildebeest and stuff like this, and the geese. They change their migratory patterns based on it. We know meteorite showers are predicted based upon this stuff also, right? And it's like they're trying to like at the same time as disconnect us from our own earth. They're trying to connect us to that, but under the guise of something that's completely wrong and inverted. This idea it's empty, it's a privation, whereas where it could be that it's the Shamayim, it's the heavens, it's got greatness up there, that like it proclaims the glory of the creator, right? Like, it shows how amazing this place is, that we're like completely separate, that we are the center, that like we're not in a nihilistic world of like mere happenstance. We didn't come out of nothingness, of a big bang, a singularity, like a chaos creating order, like like there is some order to these things, and like we are meaning something in some way. Like, that's a beautiful thought, when the other way is like completely disgusting and depraved and nihilistic.
Yeah, you kind of lost me there a little bit, but I get what you're saying.
I got a question for you. Yeah? You said, and I'm just trying to clarify, that you were looking into the government and you found out that they were like some form of like Satanist.
Yep.
Right? And then you found Eric Dubay, and then you found God.
Well, you could say
How do you find it through Dubay?
YouTube, like actually back in the day, they used to censor like the algorithm and stuff like that used to pop up without you searching for it.
Yes, I'm just trying to get that straight. Is that what you said? Because that basically confirms what the Bible says about how he uses every bad thing to he like takes it and uses it for good.
Yeah, I guess because all the stuff they're doing and stuff, like they're exposing themselves pretty much, I guess.
Or even Eric Dubay, though, right? Like, he's not exactly promoting God at all, is he? Really, let's face it.
But he's promoting the truth about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. But like, I'm just saying, did Eric Dubay lead him to God? I'm just like, okay. I guess he
it
talks
was
about
just
the
the
creator.
path that he took. I'm just curious about the path that he took, because it's a very interesting path, the journey that he took to get there. Because I mean, I don't know if your God is the God of the Old Testament or the Father of Christ or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, that's a very interesting. I just want to say it real fast, and I'm done. I just want to say, interesting journey that you took darkness to get to light. The darkness had to show you the light. That's very interesting.
Yeah, like I don't believe in any specific like religion per se or specific God. I just like like when we go to like the different religions, right? I believe they're all like connected. Like some of them, they're like the same God. They all
They're
worship.
definitely connected, but they're not the same God per se.
Yeah.
I can say that without it being an esoteric statement as well, or not esoteric, but like without it being ambiguous in a sense. Like I can say it with like a real like backbone behind it in the sense of like even if we take that all of these religions are false, let's say for instance, none of the gods exist. Yeah, okay, like the gods aren't necessarily the same thing. People could say they're like reincarnated or recycled like types of archetypal figures that were pushed into new stories. But like for instance, like we know this, we know the stories of these gods, and a lot of these gods like they had different purposes and different places of region existed at the same time. Um, some of them definitely did come from the others, if that makes sense. Like some of them gave birth in the stories, right? For instance, like the demigods, for instance, like where Hercules came from. Like he came from older Greek gods and stuff like that. But like for instance, like you couldn't say Hinduism, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, like these types of religions. I wouldn't associate those to the Abrahamic Yah or God of the Bible. I wouldn't say that they're the
The
same
main
thing.
ones that are popular right now, like Islam and Christianity, they're like
I wouldn't even say they're the same God either, personally. Like not Islam and Christianity.
I
That's
know
just
that.
me though.
Yeah, I haven't read either the Quran or the Bible, but I know like in the Quran, I have a few Muslim friends that like it mentions Jesus like more than Muhammad himself. So like,
Well, he's one of the prophets in the Bible because he was around way before Muhammad, so they used him in it, but they left out a lot of where they got it from. Like they took what they pleased and from it and used what they didn't please anymore. They discarded, should I say? So, but like but with Muhammad, for instance, and obviously the Hadith and all of that stuff, right? And because I believe Aisha wrote some of the Hadith, in fact, and the Quran itself is a book that, when you look at the nature of the creator in the book, it is antithetical to the nature of the creator in the book of the New Testament.
Well, I gotta say, I'm making an argument from ignorance because I haven't read much of the Quran. But when I talk to Muslims, they tell me that they basically hold Christ as like the highest prophet, and
Yeah, that's what
they
they say. Peace be upon
consider
Muhammad.
him the Messiah, right? And it's basically like you kind of have to be a follower of Christ to be a Muslim,
Right.
because you can't
So
reject Christ. So I'm just
distinction
yeah.
though.
Go ahead.
They're on about the Christ that's to come, right? So they don't see him as Christ or Messiah Christ. At the moment, they see him as Jesus, only the prophet, the Jesus back then. They're in their book at the end. It says that there is a Messiah to come, who will be the like they say Muhammad was the last prophet, the last messenger. The Messiah, the Christ that you talk of, right? Like the risen Christ, the idea of risen Christ is not the type of Christ that we're talking about in the Muslim religion whatsoever. They don't hold him in the same regard. Like they don't hold him as a god or anything like that. They just see him as a prophet, right? But when they speak of him as a Christ, they're talking really about what it says in the last parts of the Quran, where it talks about basically Jesus coming back and running Islam itself and being the leader of Islam as a deity then, not as a deity now.
Interesting, because when people try to gain power here on Earth, their empire ends when they die, right? But for the Messiah, his empire began when he died, right? This is the way
Exactly.
of the martyr. So,
but they don't see it that way around. That's the problem. Is that like that's why I say it's not the same thing, because like the way that they look at Messiah is that like they see him as just a messenger, and actually they hold Muhammad as a higher messenger because it's a supersediary verse thing. It's the same with the supersediary verses. Whichever verses are newest in the Quran matter more than the ones before them. So Jesus is more in the beginning, and then in the Quran, and then Muhammad's more towards the end. What he says holds more weight than Jesus, and will overwrite edicts that Jesus actually had said with his mouth. They can go against something that Jesus would directly say not to do by using the words of Muhammad to go against them. So in that's simplistic proof that they hold, in my opinion, Muhammad as a higher prophet even than him, and that's why they always say peace be upon him, Muhammad, more often than they ever do Jesus. And they don't see Jesus as dead, and him being dead and defeating death being the one that now has redeemed, and effectively his work was done on the cross and in that death there and then. They see it more as that his work is to be done in the future. And that's the angelic form of Christ that the Muslims refer to, and they like to use taqiyya and trick people and pretend that like they're doing the same thing almost, but they're not. That's just my opinion.
I need to read the Quran. I need to just do it. I've been putting it off for far too long. But I don't think I'm gonna read all that hadith, all the extra stuff that people said about the Quran. I think I'll just read the Quran.
Well, the thing is with the hadith, right? With the hadith, yeah. So that's somewhat important to read in some ways. Like, so it depends as well. Like, you got to think about what translation of the Quran are you going to read, because like how many Muslims are there, which Muslims are the ones that you're most wanting to understand. So like, I would say Bukhari as a translation would be one of the best to read, because that's the most representative of most Muslims in the world. That's more like 70 to 80%, and that's Sunni Islamic people. That's the translation that's going to be more similar. But then the hadiths, again, with the Sunnah as well, but with the supersediary verses, what was written last is taken with higher weight than what was written. So like, it's like with the Quran, you can read the end of the Quran and really like know the nature more of Islam than if you read the beginning of it. You might get a bit of a twist of it. I think that's how a lot of people get into Islam from ignorance, is they read it from the beginning and they're like, oh, this sounds great, but like, and they're hooked into it by the end. And it's like, well, if you read the end first, and like you read like the part where, you know, like Muhammad and his like brothers and stuff like buried literally like, you know, their wives and their daughters alive so they could go to battle, so they didn't have the dishonor of their wives and daughters being raped if they lost, and then hopefully they got back in time if they won to dig them up and they would still be alive and not have suffocated. Like, and you see that sort of stuff, and that's like in the end, and they have supersediary verses, like I said, that outweigh the ones that are before them. It's kind of like, I don't know, like the nature of it all changes on its head.
Well, what's fascinating, Crack Villain, is that the Holy Bible was written by man, right? Because God used man to write as a pen to write the word of the Holy Bible. But what people don't understand was that the Holy Quran was actually given to Prophet Muhammad, which was given by the angel Gabriel, and it says in the Holy Bible. It says in the Holy Bible that this book will be given to that person.
The thing is have you heard about the older Quran though? There was two Qurans.
Said that he would be the only one to read that book, and then he would teach others to read that book. So, you know.
Well, right. So Muhammad's wife, right, was extremely rich, and older
she was a business. She was a business.
And she was extremely involved with the Knights Templar and the Catholics, right, in trade.
She knew of them. She wasn't involved with them. She knew about them and knew how business was going.
The first Quran's released into the 72 tribes. That first Quran was destroyed. Did you know that? Because they all started murdering each other because it was too violent. I believe that Islam's the monolithic sword of the Catholic Church, meaning that like they follow the agenda of the Catholic Church to a T, because the book that they read was written to fit in with what they're saying. And if you look at like the idea of the Antichrist coming, right, they're waiting for the Antichrist because they're waiting for Jesus to come
right? And it said in that way, Jesus, right? Okay,
Right, because
they're
the
waiting
Antichrist is
literally.
gonna be using Esau. It will be using Jesus' name.
Yeah, like exactly. So, and like they're waiting for him to come, and like that fits in with and again, like the Jews even are waiting for their Messiah too, are they not? Maybe they will all be duped by the same guy in the Catholic Church as well, right? They already have their so-called Messiah on earth right now, the Pope, and the Pope will hand over a form of leadership to the coming Antichrist. Like it's an official body that's existed apparently since the early church. That's what they say. That would be able to hand over that power, and then that might unite all of those different people, because it says that in the end of days it will be 3/4 of the Earth's population, pretty much, I believe, or 1/4 of the Earth's population that will be under the Antichrist as like an army. And like because they're waiting for him in the format of that format, like the format in which they're waiting for him in is in the format in which the Antichrist is going to come, is my point. Whereas like so like it's going to be easy for them to be deceived, is my point. And especially people under the Catholic Church, because they just listen to what their priests say instead of reading the book themselves. That's why the Catholic Church like had like the whole thing of like you know where the idea of what's it called comes from, limbo. It comes from the Catholics like telling people that their loved ones were trapped in land between heaven and hell, and effectively Hades and heaven, and that they had to pay the Catholic Church to get them locked and trapped from that trapped place and put back up into that other place. So the Catholics really benefited from not translating the Bible from Latin for a long time. And again, it talks about this in Daniel, about the 10-headed horned beast that has a more stout horn on its head, and the 10 horns will represent the 10 kingdoms of the earth with the most power, but the small horn will be represented by a small government, effectively seen as a religious order, and this religious order will, though more stout than its fellow horns on the head of the beast, will have the control over the whole head. And that's very much like what the Catholic Church did, the Romans did, should I say the Roman Catholic Church, after the Rome apparently fell. Every single kingdom had its consigliere, its emissary, its bishop, its priests from the Vatican sent into every kingdom, and they spoke in the ear, and they made the Gregorian calendar. And that's what it also says in Daniel, in the prophecy as well, and in Revelation it talks about how they will seek to change times, that they'll change the new year into being, instead of it being at the beginning of the year where there's the springing and budding of new life, it will be at the dead of winter, and will happen in the middle of the night. And that's what they did. They did all of these things, and it says that there will be the beast and the harlot, effectively, is what it is. It's like they'll be adorned in purple, scarlet, and purple, right? And that they'll, have jewels, effectively adorned on them, and it will be that they will actually bow, that they'll worship the wrong thing completely, but yet claim to be of it, like they will come as angels of light. And we see the Catholic Church actually did do exactly all of these things at the same time as running all of these kingdoms with their emissaries. And that's why it was a problem whenever a country wanted to leave the Catholic Church and its influence, because they had to pay taxes to it. It was the nation state of the kingdoms that the kingdoms paid their taxes to, and the church. This is why separation of church and state is such a big thing, because that's about the separation of the Vatican from every kingdom in the world. And if we look at their fruit and the fruit that they've borne so far, I would say it's not great, right? And all of this went on and was able to happen during the upcoming of the Umayyad clans, and all of the different caliphs, or the kings or leaders of Islam. Even they worked in sort of congruity with them, it seems, and they both flourished together at the same times. When Spain sort of went a little bit against the Catholic Church, it's funny how the Islamic caliphate somehow poured its way into Spain from the south through the Andalusian mountains and took it over. restabilized it, and then eventually it was handed back over to the Catholics when the Muslims left and went back down into Morocco through to Africa. They've seemingly worked together, in my opinion, from the beginning, in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. I don't trust either of the groups whatsoever, and yeah, the book of the Quran and the edict within it of like takir and the ability for them to lie to us in order to serve their overall purpose and goal of like, you know, delivering us to the one true God, and like that idea that his wife, like, you know, potentially like already had a Quran and then it didn't work, and then, you know, the Quran was written on Muhammad's deathbed apparently. Not that they say that Gabriel gave it to him, but they say it was written by this, and this is where Sunni and Shiaism comes from. It's more like a bloodline sort of argument. It's like who the first caliph was after the death of Muhammad, who would be the leader of all of the tribes, right? Like there's an argument over the bloodline, and it's like one of the bloodlines is to do with Aisha, and the other bloodline is to do with his right hand man, and who should be the caliph, And I think the person that wrote the end of the Quran was the person that took the leadership. And I feel like the idea that Aisha wrote some of the hadith, and her family was the family, in fact, that ended up becoming the leading family, and it was the Sunnis that made the first caliphate. And so, like, that's her family lineage that took over the first caliphate instead of it being the other guy. And, you know, we know how Muhammad died, right? Apparently he was poisoned by a Jewish woman, right? And yeah, like, he himself never technically even read the Quran, if that makes sense. Like, Muhammad never read the Quran. Like, people forget that. Like, it wasn't even written. Like it was being written while he was on deathbed. Like, the guy didn't even have enough, like, organization to name a caliph. That's why there's Sunni and Shias. I don't know. I should shut up about it. My opinions are too solid in my own mind. I've probably got too much of a bias as well because of where I live and what I
Stop being
see.
so darn opinionated.
Haha.
I said, stop being so opinionated.
Basically, yeah, I should shut the fuck up. I'm far too opinionated when it comes to Islam.
You said that part, I didn't.
No, I know. I'm saying it. Yeah, I know. I should exactly. Yeah. Too bad she wasn't an actress too.
It's about time you saw
Who
that.
is that woman?
Yeah, is that something you just found on the gifts or what?
Yeah, but who is that lady like eating that sausage, bro? I recognize
That's
that
the
woman's
mom
face.
from that 70s show. I don't remember
I
her
never
name.
watched
Yeah,
that 70s show, bro. I never watched it because
oh, that show
born
is
in the
so funny,
90s.
bro.
I was born in the 90s, bro. So, like,
Yeah,
again,
70s
who've
show
you got in
didn't
the
come
room?
out in the 80s. It didn't come out in the 70s. It was called that 70s shows. It came out in the 90s or early aughts.
Yeah. I know it came out in the like late 90s or something, apparently. But like, yeah, like I was too young or whatever to watch it. I wasn't allowed.
Wow,
I
that makes
think
me feel really old.
you're not old, dude.
It
You're just a
literally seems like
reptilian.
well, if you're in your early 30s, that's probably when it came out, was when I was in my early 30s. But it just seems weird that people are talking to me that sound like, you don't sound like any other guy I meet on the street. You know what I'm saying? Your voice doesn't sound like a little kid or nothing. Once you get to a certain age, you can't really tell. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, I have a really young sounding voice because of my tone, but people don't realize I'm old. I'm older than most. But it's just kind of odd just thinking back that was so long ago that, somebody that can keep a conversation with me doesn't remember. It just seems odd to me.
Yeah.
Me feeling old, you know what I mean? Nothing
Yeah,
against you or
it's a little
anything.
strange. No, yeah,
But
it probably makes you feel a little bit old. Like, nah, yeah, dude. Remember, I'm like
yeah, like I never watched that show, and I'm
newly
thinking, well, maybe
28.
it's because he's from the UK. Well, no. Well, I was like, wait a minute, you guys watch American TV, don't you?
Yeah, man, definitely. Like, of course. Yeah.
And I know that some of the
Yeah,
shows that we see on TV are actually from the UK. We just don't realize it. Like, I know not a lot
yeah,
of
a lot
Netflix
of
stuff
them are.
is.
A lot of it is, in fact, because like as well, we got to remember like anything that you do that's period-based drama even for America, they use English actors because obviously it sounds a lot better. That because obviously your accent would have been more similar
Right,
or
yeah,
less
because of
dissimilar to ours.
the early people that flooded that was flooding into America at the time. Yeah, you would think would have had really strong accents, right?
It's like even when you watch stuff like what is it, like Boardwalk Empire, for instance, right? Or just a few shows like that, Boardwalk Empire, like that's mainly English people. I don't know if you ever watched Downton Abbey or anything, but like that's all obviously English people. Again, what else? There's some other big ones that I can't remember the names of. Though. That's doing my head in already.
Yeah, but that's like hierarchy, imaginary kind of English people, isn't it? That's not like what real English people are like, right? Like your normal person you meet in a store or something. They don't act like that high ritzy
Like
class,
what?
uppity, stuck up
No,
crap, do
of
they?
course not. Of course not.
That's what I
No, no, no.
thought. So that's all like, what do you call it, royalty or whatever that think they're,
Well,
think
yeah,
they're
they're more
God gift.
dukes and duchesses and stuff like that. They actually held very big positions and responsibilities in the sense that they like ran the town and they like helped with the farmers and stuff. They owned the land of the farmers and the farmers lived on their land and farmed it. And it was like a tandem, and it's like the whole estate sort of system of like having a big estate in the center of like a town. That was how it used to work. Instead of having like a town hall and like all of these other places, right? Like you would have these estates instead. And it's actually, I prefer that form of an infrastructure. It makes more sense. It wastes actually less money. It serves a better purpose. It employs people. And it does create a richer history and culture for like the area. It's more tribalistic in a sense than nationalistic in some way. Even though when you look at it on the face of it, it just seems like depraved and like, old money sort of stuff. Like, but a lot of these estates like did a lot for people. They just became obsolete as we
Yeah, I hear you.
created cities.
I wonder what they thought
became
about flat.
They probably just knew that the earth was flat, my friend. But especially like the people that were in those estate houses, they were so like against new ideas that they would have heard like if they like thought it was flat, like and someone was like it's a globe, they'd have like this bloody Galileo prick like talking about seeing moons of Jupiter through his 38 times telescope. I was in the Navy and I could barely see a frigate, with my 100 times zoom on my ship. And this sounds like a load of bollocks, if you ask me. New ideas are just trying to change the world, aren't they? Let's keep it the old way. Livery, costumes at tea only. I don't want to see a non-tuxedo while I'm being served my meat. Type stuff. Sounds a bit weird already, but it was
Why did you
fucking
say
weird.
meat?
Well, because when you would be served your meat, right? Like it was like a different. So between the servers, right, you'd have the server that served the vegetables, and the guy that
Oh,
served
okay,
the
okay,
meat.
I get you.
You'd have the first and the second waiter, right? The dumb waiter, in fact, was because the waiters were like, oh, this is a thing that can bring food all the way up to the top of the house, and they hated it. They were like, this innovation is disgusting. This technology is going to destroy our jobs. In fact, it did, didn't it? Because and so they dubbed it the dumb waiter. These houses were getting. It's like the ladies' maids and the butlers. What we would, I guess, call, the chauffeurs versus the I forget what you call them. In fact, now the what a butler would be, right? The servers, but it was like a place of high regard to be a butler that would serve the meat and not the vegetation. So that was a higher place to be in, right? To be the one that served the meat. So when the dumbwaiter came around, it was like to them they hated it because they were like, all right, so now I don't even get to take up my food to my lord and my lady. Now there's a stupid mechanical machine that does so for me. This is disgusting. And they have to get out of their beds in order to get it from there to go back to bed with their food. Like, what's the world coming to? Like, even the servants saw that their role was like intrinsic that these people needed to be waited on, and that they shouldn't have to deal with the weight of the little inconsistencies of service to yourself that you like, that would be inconveniences, to us, of service to ourselves, of eating and all that stuff, that they shouldn't deal with it because they hold higher jobs of higher regard that serve a purpose, that serve lots of other people and give them pay and money and jobs.
Do we have any new people in here?
Yes.
Yeah, we got some new people that have VC verified. Dawes.
Anybody in here can unmute them?
Mura.
Give me a sec. What's his name?
Got Mura.
Yeah, just the people that need a muting, really. VC verified, Hekura. Who else? What's the names, dude? Names. Mura. Oh, unmute. You'll be remuted in a minute if you're not wanting to talk, and then you have to go to VC Verify if you want to give VC Verify to talk in the future, whenever you want.
Yeah, Mura. You're able to talk. What's going on? What brings you to the server? Can you speak?
I'll be down tomorrow to move them things out. I'll knock on the door before I knock on the twist because my pants. Don't want to wake up.
Looks like I'm a hoodoo. I'm a hoodoo. Looks like you've been here a little while. You're VC verified. How long you been on the server, man?
Yahuda. I'm Yahuda. Yeah, alright, mate.
Me too.
Yeah, but who's Yahuda?
Yeah, that's my friend from Google Hangouts. I've known him for years. Real strict Bible thumper. He's really
Cool,
into
man.
the Messiah and following the Old Testament.
Nice. And he's Torah observant then, yeah? Maybe I'll invite him to a couple of servers.
That's right.
That I follow that are flat earthers that are of the same vein, you know? Let me break down that name. Yahuda!
Yahuda Matata!
So we have the Yod, the closed hand, yeah? Always seen as a closed hand of Yah. So the Yod, okay, right? And then we have the Aleph, the ox head, or the main head, meaning the main crown.
Matata.
So closed hand holding the Resh, the main Resh, right? Yeah. And then we have the Che, which would be to behold the crown held in the closed hand of Yah. So Yahu. So we have the Vav, which would be the nail, which would be the connector, which would connect one concept. So the concept originally that we got was a closed hand of Yah holding the crown. So the crown of Yah in a closed hand. And now we have a nail, right? This the connector to the next concept. And so it's Yahu. So we had the Hey, which was, then we had the Yahu, then we had the Vav, which was the nail. So the Dalit, which is the house. And then we go back to Yahudah. We have the Aleph again, the ox head. So it's like the closed hand of Yah that holds the crown, that then is asked of you to behold the crown that's in my closed hand, right? And then connect, or connect this to a house, right? Oh, sorry, yeah, Yahudah. Sorry, connect this to the door. So, okay. So there's an open door in which you go through to receive now the ox head. So a door to the ox head. So it's like Yahudah. So the closed hand of Yah that holds the main crown that you behold, and then you connect this to the concept of walking through a door to receive the main crown yourself. Yahudah. Awesome. So through Yah himself comes the salvation story in that name itself, Yahudah. Because we behold in the closed hand of Yah the crown in which he says, "Come with me and behold it. Walk through the door and receive your crown yourself, my king, who I will make a king through my own kingship."
And what does that have to do with Jesus?
That has everything to do with Jesus, bro. Right there.
I hope so.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
What
that
do
was
you
the
receive?
authentication message, right? The first few letters in the book of Genesis. The letters mean words. I'm sorry, the letters mean things.
Yeah, the letters
And
mean
this
things,
was the
exactly.
authentication from the Creator that this was the plan all along. Like this is, like you know how when you're like working for MI6 or the CIA, they give you like an authentication code so that you know that you're getting the code from your director and not from the Russians. Right? That's what that is. It's authentication.
Yeah, it's like, it's pretty cool. I don't know, I just thought it was awesome because I've never thought of the word Yahudah. I've been doing it, like literally just looking through this stuff all day now. So wait there, what's that like? Because even when it's like weird, it works even with the English across. It's pretty cool, man. How it works from the English across. So wait there, so the Yod again, the I. So closed hand again. So like I'm Yahudah. I don't know how I feel about that, but if we just take it for what it is, like my closed hand takes the water, which should be the life of that crown that I want to, behold, and then walk through the door to receive my own crown. That's exactly that is the story of Messiah again. I like your friend's name, by the way. Hank Hill. I like it. Even like I said in the English, it works, Even when you go from the English across back to. Or you're gonna get in trouble for doing that, like making it too religious. The last like hour has just been me rallying about like Islam, the Catholic Church. Uh-oh.
Ooh, you're gonna be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Mira's unmuted now. You did say something. Welcome to the server, man. What brings you here?
You have to shout them out to me, the new people, Napalm, bro.
Mira, you already unmuted him. He said a few things. Now he's gone silent. There's also Dawes. D-O-Z, Dawes. How's it going, Dawes? What brings you to the server? You able to speak? It's okay to talk, fellas.
Guess not, Rookie.
Yeah.
I guess not, bro.
Somebody.
You know, they don't want to know about the Earth, man. The shape of the Earth, like, how important is it? And why is it important? What do you think about that, Rookie?
Well, it's just the beginning, but yeah, it's connected to a lot of other stuff that are very important to your life and that could reveal things that you weren't even aware of. So I think
why is it important,
just the
though?
start. Why is it
Like,
important?
what?
Because you need to know where
Yeah,
you
like,
live. You need to know where the place that you live in, that it matches up with, you know, with reality. That's the most important thing. If you're living a lie, then it'd be easy to get duped. So I mean, in my mind, I don't like being duped. I've hated it since I learned about Santa Claus.
yeah, man. It's likely that Santa Claus creates a precedence as well, doesn't it? If we accept things like this into our life, that
It
precedence
seems
of
to
like,
me like Santa Claus is
yeah,
like a curse or like a spell that you put on
I
your own
feel like,
kids.
yeah, it's
You know
like
what
a
I mean?
baptism into lies that will definitely need to be revealed, and in their revealance will effectively again help and aid in the hiding of Yah, and ineffectively, like, that's the same thing that the globe does, right? Like, it's the same model over and over again. People don't realize this. Like, the lies that we're told by, you know, the bigger portions of society that follow these
Santa backs
concepts.
up. Santa
It's
backs
the
up that
same
ball theory
thing.
because they
Yeah,
call it the
man.
North Pole. Get it? Because it's trying to say that there's a
Mhm.
pole at the bottom too, right?
Exactly, like it's on its axis. It's like it's on. It's not, you know.
All part of that little weave of web of destruction and deception that
Yeah, man.
they've woven around us. Yeah, it's kind of
I
interesting.
think as well the pole goes against the idea of like a tree. It's like when we look at like the old ancient concepts of like the flat Earth, for instance, even like the Viking ones with Israel, whatever it is. And usually the Earth sprouts forth out of like a tree, right? Winston was sort of talking about this yesterday, with like the idea of like the big mountainous regions that look like snapped tree trunks, for instance, right? But instead we have a man-made pole on ours. And again, it's the opposite of that which is taught by Yah, which is immovable, the foundations in which we lay on. And so, like, our foundation, if we're in the Northern Hemisphere, would be that we're here. But they say that based on this pole, right, this thing that's, you know, like, I guess the opposite of like what they say is the cause of the movement of energy that gives us life, right? So that pole is the thing that is the axis in which it tilts between the 23 degrees to the 24 and a half. Like, they try and give divinity to that axis and the tilt of that axis as well, I feel like, in some way, shape, or form. And the poles themselves, they give divinity to, because they say the electromagnetic fields radiate out of them from the molten iron core of the earth, that like there is a underworld, but this underworld serves a purpose to give us this electronic field that allows for us to have a stable atmosphere, which gives us the ability to breathe ruach, to absorb oxygen and energy itself, and to be able to have a harmonious frequency over the earth, a Schumann resonance is all emitted by this idea of a fiery lake / ball that exists in the center of our Earth. And that's what apparently gives us life. The thing that gives us life here is basically representative, almost, I feel like, of opposite of what we know to be true. Like, you know, it's like, what do they say? Like, you know, that like an angel of death almost will come as a form of light. And it's like,
Yeah, but atmospheres is a contradiction of terms, bro. Come on.
Oh, I know that. Come on, bro. Okay.
How dare you make a
Gemsy.
mistake? How dare you?
Yeah, Gemsy. How dare you make me make a mistake? You're the one who taught me
Yeah,
about the atmosphere.
you are way too articulate to say atmospheres, bro. In your statement of facts. Don't
We
use
don't know
that
this
word.
That
shit.
is a good point, Jimsy. That's a very
We
good
don't know, yeah, but the toroidal field of the Earth and the electromagnetic field of the Earth seemingly is some form of a, I guess, like, it has a round shape to it, a circular shape to it, right? It reads like cymatics on a pattern, and it's like, that seems to be the thing, the air seems to be that permeates through, and it's like, okay, atmos, and then I'm going to say, it's not necessarily in the shape of a sphere because it's not below us, but maybe a hemisphere of it, right? Like the dome itself, even, for
Atmosky.
instance. Like, yeah, like the Atmos Shamayin or whatever, like who knows? Like, but I'm seeing it like almost like that's a QEism to be like Atmo only, and I'm just like, I ain't down with that anymore. Like, people know what I'm referencing when I say atmosphere, but like, you're right, we shouldn't reify the sphere at any point. Definitely not. But I think there's something to that, the idea of it being a sphere, because it's like is it a sphere of this medium, a sphere of medium of air, and the sphere of
Yeah, but
medium of
the
air.
word itself, atmospheres, it's what is it? They
It's a
saying,
contradiction in terms. It's
but they're trying to describe
yeah,
the atmos surrounding the shape, the sphere Earth,
the whole
right?
sphere. Hmm
So that's why they
Gases
call it.
have no inherent shape. We know that. They have no intermolecular bonds, so they have no inherent shape. They are what they are, right? Like, but how connected are gases is my point. Like, what, like, gases are clearly connected, and they basically do connect to one another, and they communicate to one another. They transfer thermal energy towards one another, right? Like when we speak with sound through the atmosphere, sound waves occur, frequencies occur, and
Oh no, he said it again.
yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
At this point, I'm saying it just like on accident, but oh well.
No, it's not an accident because you're too articulated for accidents.
Yeah. Everyone keeps telling me you're too articulate. You can't make any accidents. You can't make any mistakes. Whatever.
No,
I'm
because
just a
you're
human.
putting excuses on your accident and then doing it again.
I understand, bro.
It's not allowed.
I understand.
Just messing with you a little bit. Where's the
I
new
know you
people?
are.
Where are they? Where are they?
You're Gem C, bro. You're Gem C. Shouldn't you be? What are you even doing, bro? Like, what? Where are your kids right now? Wait, how's your little daughter?
She's good. They're good. I was just there, delivered some groceries for my wife
Nice.
to make some food, and I just came out to do other stuff.
This is the way it's supposed to
Driving
be.
right now.
You're
A
doing what you're
man
supposed to
providing for
be.
his family.
What? Wow, that's beautiful, bro. Honestly, beautiful. I always like you, Jamesy, because of that. Like, you're a wholesome individual. You're great. Your daughter's so sweet that that's why I ask how she is when she comes on the microphone sometimes.
And, like, one day I swore and she told me off, and I was like, my heart broke because like I didn't know she was listening, and like I shouldn't have been swearing anyway, but like she's like, sir, you shouldn't say that, and I was just like, oh. Like the way she said it though was just so cute. Like I was just like, oh, she's so sweet, man.
When you guys are debating and there's like big talks in here, I do put the volume up, and I
Yeah.
want them to hear, the people talking, and even during the day, the ladies' night, I try to, for them to just listen in the background a little bit, because they're not
course.
actually paying attention, but they are
But
actually,
it's
they can hear it.
subconsciously absorb it maybe a little bit, you know?
But whenever some people start like F this and F that and F and
Yeah, man.
down, I'm just gonna put it down a little bit.
Yeah, of course. You got it. You have to.
I don't
Oh,
want to
that's
put
good
any.
to know.
I don't want to have like too many filters for them, but there's some filters that have to be there. Some
Nah,
borders.
bro. You need to protect your children from the world that is depraved and keep them as children for as long as possible, but at the same time increase them as adults at the same time, while making sure that while they become adults they understand why it is that those filters exist. Almost, it's like, that you don't need to explain to your kids why it is that you're not exposing them to certain concepts and stuff like this. Like that's not their problem. That's not their They don't need to know why you're doing what you're doing, but like, like they should understand eventually like why it is that it's not healthy for them to be involved in the world. And I believe they will with you as their father, like 100 million%. Like without a doubt, brother. Like without a doubt.
We are on the same journey. We just doing it together at this point. So if something is heard or said and they ask me about it, I'll just speak about it.
Good.
Last night, about 5 o'clock in the morning, I went to Jim Panda's, and
Oh,
I kind of
really?
let my family like hear like how they talk to people, and
Yeah,
then about
man.
halfway through it, my son starts going, "Shit, you're a piece of shit! You're a piece of shit! You're stupid!" And I was like, "What are you doing, bro? I'm online." He's like, "Oh, I'm just making fun of them." I was like,
But
"Oh shit!"
the same time, like you swear sometimes, Hank. I do too, but like, and like, there's no excuse for it. Cursing's cursing, but like, there's a ruach behind the way that they swear in there, though, as well.
Oh
There's
yeah.
a spirit behind it, bro. It's evil. It's demonic. Like my mum would be around sometimes when I would go in there, and like, she's like, I could listen to you all day to speak to the guys. You spoke to my mum before, like to speak to the guys at like 24/7. She said even when there's debates going, I could listen to it all day. She said, but like, when I hear you go in there and there's a debate, she said, like, and she said this before she knew I was even in a different server, because I remember saying, she's like, what's wrong with your server today? Like, there's something wrong with it. She was like, it's not operating on the right spirit at all. She said that there's hatred in the air. There's like the language, like, and it's not necessarily the cursing. She said, but
she
it's the
knows, but I
way that
noticed.
people are speaking, and right. And I was like, oh, I'm in a different server. And she went, oh, these people are completely angry at the world and just they're in a depraved sort of state of mind that like is not very good. Like, you shouldn't hang out there too often. And I was like, I come here like 1 hour, like a month, and then I'm out because it starts to seep into my own ruach. And I'm like, I start to feel a bit sick from it. And that feeling, like, it
It's
makes you
called
feel ill.
ill
Sorry, go ahead.
speech. It's called ill speech. Some people do that a lot. That they speak like that, and it definitely makes you sick when they. If you listen to people speaking like that, like a long periods of time, it's ill speech.
Yes, it's. I don't know. Even the way they speak toward one another at times, like they throw each other under the bus at times, and I'm like, what is going on here, man? Like, how are you doing this to your friend?
I can, I could use some F word sometimes just to say it, but sometimes people just use it 10 times in a 20-word sentence, and I'm like, that's not, and they're cursing people. I seen this like in day-to-day life. I seen people speaking like that. They curse after curse, ill speech, they
I
F this,
sometimes get into that.
that. I'm like, I don't want to listen to this.
Yeah. I'll admit, like, I sometimes get into that, and it's not good. Like if I'm having a bad day, like, it slips in a bit. I got a lot better of recent with it. I've not been
It
doing
seems
so
to
great.
set everybody else off,
The
kind of like a
last
sneeze or a
week,
yawn. Everybody starts doing it too.
it's infectious because it's got a ruach behind it. It's a spirit. Like, it's something that people absorb. They breathe in, they consume it, and it does something to their own psyche, to their own rack, and it changes it, and it basically, it's like having vodka and pouring it into another glass, like with water. It's gonna taint that glass of water to taste like vodka. Like, there's no way of like getting away from that, right? Like, that you just can't.
Yeah, one person there called Queen of the Trolls. And then finally, after asking her, why are you so scared to let me talk? And what's the matter with your home life that you just come in here to beat me up like this? Like, what have I done to you? And eventually she just left me alone and let me try to have a conversation. And then they straw man the fuck out of me when I said that if you pick up a rock or you pick up some water, right? And then they were like, and you take it sideways. And I was like, no, I didn't say anything about shipping it to Iowa. I just said you drop it. And they were like, no, you're talking about taking it somewhere else. And I'm like, okay, you just doubled down and now you're gaslighting me. Like, now, so it was like a straw man and then a gaslight. And I was like, at this point, like, I'm done with the conversation. You guys like cannot have like a serious conversation.
Well, one day I went in there and I held the position. I think I probably told you this before, Hank, right? Yeah, like, I held the position of being basically the person that was holding the mainstream position on JFK. And I know they all hold the mainstream position on JFK, and they all started disagreeing with me. And like, even Gem Panda had to like eventually say something. He was like, "What are you guys doing? Like, you're just disagreeing with him now for the sake of it." And they're like, because like, I took the mainstream position on everything that I could, and they were still like cussing at me, swearing at me.
Yeah, that's why I've, kind of tapped into Jungian psychology a little bit. And these people are just like that type of person, the atheist type, to sling mud rather than attack your debate or attack your argument. They want to, how old are you, Hank? You should know better than this. You've never taken a physics class. It's like, you can learn outside of the physics classroom, can't you? Like, just by experiencing the world, right? I mean, I learned to ride a motorcycle in the streets of Garland, right? So that was like my physics class on, a lot of things to do with the road. And then obviously I started watching like more and more
Friction,
videos.
balance.
Yeah. And then, there's more to it than that, obviously. You can learn from
Obviously.
people who are like hanging out in the lab all day with lab coats.
But that's the only thing that they respect, right, is the lab coat, right? Yet they know very little of the modus operandi and, of the people in the lab coats. A lot of the time, people in lab coats are doing things they don't even necessarily agree with what they're doing. Like there's got to be so many of these guys that are, like, the lab coat type techs and stuff that they see what's going on, and they're just disgusted by it, bro. Like, and I know they are. Like, I just know they are. I would be. 100%. So what happened when you went in there this time? Like, what? Did you argue with them at all? Or, like, did you debate? Or is that what you were just saying then, that you just left, like, straight away? Or, because I heard you were in there for a while.
I noticed they got this tactic. Yeah, I was in there for a while. they got this tactic. Like every 5 minutes or so, they'll ask you a question that you don't know the answer to that nobody can answer.
Yeah.
Right? Like an unknowable question, and it's like completely like random. Yeah, and it's like every 5 minutes they get you to say, "I don't know," and they're all like, "Ha ha ha! Hank doesn't know what he's talking about," and it's like, really, like that's how you play. And I called them out on that. I was like, every 5 minutes, you guys ask me a question like, "How do you change an alternator in a 1954 Chevrolet?" I've done that yet.
It's true.
You know,
He's
and I
absolutely
called them
true.
out
He's
on that
not
shit live.
Oh, that just made me laugh, bro. Like the most obscure like thing that you was just not possibly know. It's like they might as well turn around and say, "Oh, all right. So you're not Yah. You're not Yah. Oh, ha ha ha, got ya." So wait, when did I claim to be able to change the alternator on a Chevrolet that doesn't have an alternator? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I kept saying. I didn't claim this. Why do you want me to like back it up? This isn't my claim. I had to say it like over and over and over and over again. And they just like feed you like straw man like cookies to munch on. And if you munch on their cookies, then you know you're off defending something you never claimed to begin with. And it's like they
I
got all
feel
these tactics, and they're so fucking sleazy tactics.
What?
And the
Well,
whole time
Hank,
they're accusing you of being sleazy and dishonest and a troll, and it's
the
weird over
best
there,
thing to
man.
do with those guys, dude, and I genuinely know this, it's just like have a debate with them, get into the debate. They'll go off into the weeds on purpose because they want to, right? They want to draw out the argument. They don't really want to come to any resolution. I've done my utmost best to come to resolution with these people by like literally not like lying, but like being very like a pushover almost for them, like on purpose, and then at the end like explaining what I just did on purpose. Like QE was listening to me one day and he was like, I thought you were like letting them beat you like for no reason, and he was like, I didn't realize what you were doing by the end, but like you were just showing that like no matter what they would always be down your throat as if you know what I mean, like they would always be down your throat as if you had like, you know, killed every one of their grandmothers almost, like, right? And but like the best thing that I noticed to do is once they take you off into the weeds on an individual argument and they're still hammering home that like they're debating you, is to turn around and just say, what's my premise? And just listen to the silence in the room, because they don't remember what it was that they were even arguing about or why they're arguing with you in the first place. Like they're truly crackheads addicted to the dopamine hits that they receive from, again, as I always say, they're addicted to the dopamine hits that they receive from the actual method of argumentation itself. They don't care so much about the argument. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about those types of things. They and this isn't me slandering them. I would just go in there and say all this shit right away to them anyway, to their face. And I would say it to them in person as well, right? But like it's genuine. Like when I say that, like I think they're addicted to the dopamine hits they receive, because when someone doesn't remember the premise in which you're arguing about from the beginning and the off, like you have to wonder why they're still arguing with you, because they no longer know what it is that they're trying to rebut, and they no longer know even what it is that you're trying to prove or assert or claim, but yet they're still involved in the debate with you. Highly.
Yeah, I just noticed that it's impossible to have like a conversation over there, and they complain about, you know, you can't have a conversation over here because you get muted. It's like your phone button is no different than
Oh, a little bit of robot.
Like that girl talked over me like probably 20 times.
You're back. Go ahead. Boy, you were back. Oh well, I do like to hear his experiences.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, you sound better, bro. Yeah, so
right. So yeah, that little girl from down under, she talked over me like 20 times, and you know, finally I had to say, why are you such a coward? Why are you afraid to hear or let the audience hear? It's Queen of the Trolls or something.
She got like a smoker's voice, like she smokes like 600 cigarettes a day.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
sorry,
so.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just like all the tactics over there. It's impossible to have a conversation because when they straw man you and you say, no, that's not what I meant, right? If you took it that way, let me rephrase it. And they're like, that's what you said, that's what you meant. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, so you're just going to gaslight me now. Like you're going to tell me what I'm saying is what I actually meant. And it's like, you guys, you don't have that kind of authority over me where you can just tell me what I said and now this is what you meant by it. Like I'm not just going to like bow
Yeah,
down to
man.
that shit. So it was
It's
just
like
like
I hate
it
that.
was a shit show. It was a shit show. I got to go inside. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so like that's one of their main tactics over there. It's like you'll say something, right? And then like they'll stick to what you said, even like less so they take it the wrong way, for instance, or you maybe phrased it in the wrong way so that it was maybe misinterpreted. And then like you want to clarify that no, like the interpretation in which that you're taking from what I'm saying is basically not the correct interpretation. And then you try to clarify that point with them that effectively, no, what I'm saying is not what you think I'm saying. So let me clear that up for you so that we're not actually just arguing a completely null and void and pointless point, right? That's completely natural thing to do sometimes as people misunderstand one another. But in that place, it seems that like one of their tactics is to stick with the original thing you said and to hammer it home that that's what you said and in no way ever give any ground toward fixing the misinterpretation in order that they can utilize it as a tactic to win in their own little way. And again, it's like you're still arguing of something that's in obscurity, and the reason it's in obscurity is because it's meaningless, because it's not even what you meant, but yet they still would like to argue it. And like I said, it goes back to the same thing. It's like, yeah, it's argumentation for the sake of argumentation at that point again, which is, like I say, they're addicted more to the argumentation itself than the actual than the actual resolving of a problem or an issue or the discovering of some form of truth or coming to some form of like, you know, agreement between the two of you based on a topic. It's like they would prefer to stick to a misinterpretation, and that means that again that they're willing to argue just based upon the sake of argument, and it always goes back to addicted to argumentation. And you know, we in here could be guilty of it too, and I don't want to say that we're not, because we have to humble ourselves and realize that like we basically are exactly the same. The difference is that because they're arguing from the point of the mainstream held narrative when it comes to the heliocentric model of gravity, the Big Bang Theory, evolution, and all of the lot, right? Like we are effectively people that are going against the grain of what's held as knowledge and what's held as the common mainstream status quo and truth. And in that vein, it means that we effectively could be arguing because we are trying to expose the truth, which is potentially a benevolent position to be from. Yeah, we might be doing so also to appear to be great people. So we might be doing so for all the wrong reasons also at the same time. Regardless, it still serves the purpose of explaining the truth. And the people that receive that, they will receive it and maybe they will use it for the right reasons, even if we're saying it for the wrong reasons. So like, let's not be hypocrites and like say that we're not addicted to the argumentation, because in some way we must be. Because why would we go around in circles with these people? I tend to have not gone around in circles with these people. Like I quit talking to these individuals because of it. Like Hank has the patience because, and I've seen Hank over the years with his patience argue against people like this and actually get results. So I feel like he believes that he will get results with these people at some point. And I don't think he does so just thinking that it will never come to or amount to anything. But like, we don't argue from a position of mainstream. So for us to be like these people that are again addicted to the argumentation and, you know, receiving these dopamine hits, we can't really know. We can't know until we're the mainstream. You know, at this point, we have a different motivation for why we're speaking. You know, why we're speaking has a complete opposite effect to why they're speaking. They're saying that we're in the land of obscurity, that we mean nothing, that our opinions and, you know, what we say matter not, and that it will amount to nothing and it will come to nothing and it's effectively a waste of our own time. So like, they're saying that we're arguing from a position where we aren't the mainstream, admitting that they are themselves in saying so also, which means that like, again, we don't know whether it's just argumentation that we're addicted to and the dopamine hits received from doing so. Like, it could be out of a genuine pursuit of truth. And a lot of the time, I feel like the people that come and end up in this Discord, like, they got here through years of research into topics that actually are not beneficial, societally speaking, to take on as positions to hold, ideologically speaking. They're actually things that, are a hindrance almost to our mobility socially. And so it's like, well, okay then, like, we're probably not arguing just for the sake of it. Like, we genuinely believe what we're saying, and we know we believe what we're saying, and like, it's different.
Can I say something real quick?
Of course, like, anyone can speak at any time.
Does anybody, wait, did you say I could say something?
Yeah, of course, anyone can speak at any time.
Does anybody know Dore Love?
Dwayne Love, no.
I know people in here know Dore Love real quick.
Anybody, guys? Dwayne Love, Chemtrail was asking. Chemtrail, you know you can come in here and speak at any time.
Thank you so much. I just didn't want to interject in the conversation you were having with the new guy. It's just kind of relevant.
No, there's no new guy. It's just me and Hank.
He's live taking calls on like flat Earth, dude. He's like really mad at flat Earth for some reason.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to say that it doesn't matter and that the Bible doesn't say that the Earth is flat. He's like a street preaching Christian. He's really, really awesome in Canada.
Oh, wait there a second. What's his name again?
Show him over to
Dore.
searches, so yeah.
Dwayne.
Dore Love.
Tell him to come stream here.
Well, I know. I hear that. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you saying that. It's just he's taking calls real quick, and I mean, it'd be awesome if somebody who was like a professional with the 3 questions would jump in there and just like bang it out real quick.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? But it's not even. He's not even going to want to hear that. He's going to want to hear it from like a Christian.
Post the link.
Yeah, like I'd be willing to do that even.
Just
like,
look up, but like a Christian specifically, like
I'm a Christian.
So go to the Dore Love YouTube channel and just be happy. That's all. He's really mad at flat Earth for some reason.
Well, will he speak to me on the line?
Yeah, I've already talked to him one time.
Right, so
You should
he was mad.
When you do
1 second.
Kind of broadcast it if you can.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, how can we broadcast it here at the same time?
Do it.
No, I don't know. He's just taking calls. He's just going to take a call. You can call him and put
maybe
it on
he could live stream from in here. Like, he could come into here on Discord. And
I don't know if he knows Discord. You can just call him when he drops the link. Go to the YouTube channel, call him, put it on speakerphone, and let everybody hear it.
And we can just live stream it here, hopefully. Have someone have their open mic.
Love you guys. I just feel like it's relevant because
Dore's
really serious. He's like, I'm taking tonight to really listen to the Flat Earth brothers and sisters or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's
I'm gonna try and find him
I feel
now.
like you deserve to know this day. You know what I mean? Dore's actually being not very nice.
Justin, where is it? Oh, it's there. Okay, so maybe it's a good idea for.
So he'll drop the number soon. He's just live streaming. You might have to sit there and like be part of the. Just kind of hang out for a little bit. Whoever's hanging out, I'll see you there.
I'm not sure, dude. Like, I might. I'm gonna try and find the Bible verses that I can take for. Can anyone send me the? Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. It's okay.
All right, thank you, Crowd.
I have got something else that I'm supposed to be doing something else right this second, but like this sounds pretty cool.
Rob Skiba's website, testingtheglobe.com. I think he has like a whole bunch of verses.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've got it in Flat Smackers playlist as well. Remember Flat Smackers?
What is the YouTube channel one more time? Mic check.
Sorry, Rob Skiba's website again. Rob Skiba.
Testingtheglobe.com.
Testing the Globe.
Yeah, I think he has got quite a lot of verses. I just can't remember. Like, there's over like 300. I know that much. Exetic investigation, Amazon testing. No. I really dislike Google.
This is a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel. Did anyone catch it? It was like the way love Flat Earth's going to be in the title. If anyone can find that really quickly before we forget the name. Oh, testingtheglobe.com. There's. I'm trying to find the YouTube, but I can't. My phone's dead, so, and my computer's so slow that I have to. I've already got Google up or whatever on my laptop. I'm probably robot and doing this anyway. More resources.
Hello.
Yo.
Yo, I put the link in the live stream voice text.
Oh, good. Okay, sweet. That's good, man.
And you're gonna have to do a face cam though, so like he won't talk to you unless you have a face cam.
Yeah, I'll do it if it's. I'll do it. I might as well. I'll wear a mask.
This sounds dumb now. This is stupid.
Do it. Yeah, do it. Just wear a mask.
I'll wear a gas mask as well.
Well, no, dude, you're a Christian, right? I mean, come on, bro. You be
Yeah, I understand, but like he has to understand that people that like I've been swatted before, bro. Like,
I hear you, bro. Do whatever you feel like, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds.
This all sounds contrived. It all sounds ridiculous. Quite
Word,
frankly.
Karma likes my song. Shout out, Karma.
Yeah. Great song.
I'm actually about to put all of them to be private and just drop music that doesn't have any curse words or skateboarding or pot. It's just going to be all flat earth.
I remember we spoke about this before, and I told you that there's enough content there. You don't need that stuff in there, brother, at all. You really don't. You know? Like, try and get into the Hebrew language a little bit more and try and use some of the Hebrew language even, right? It's something that no one else is doing as well. Like, that would be really awesome, Chemtrail. Try and use some of the Hebrew language. Okay.
It'd be awesome on your resume, though.
Now, if we have a floundering flat earther who wants to hear from a Christian, and the Bible, wherever you look, asserts a non-rotating vast plane with pillars underneath it in an enclosed system. What does he need us for? Just read the text. This is stupid.
Well, ask him about Hebrew cosmology, right?
That's what I was going to do, I guess.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't know, why does he need us to tell him? Just go read it. If you don't want to read it, what are we going to do?
Right.
Did that link work?
I've not clicked it yet because I'm waiting for my phone to charge a little bit first before I do.
I just think it's great that he wants to talk flat earth. I just think a lot of flat earth guys are going to get kicked out for some reason. You just got to watch how you talk or something. I don't know.
I think he should come in here if he's having a crisis.
I know. I feel bad. I just talk to him a little bit. Just figure it out how it goes. Just see how it goes. Fucking. I just feel like you deserve to know.
Nah, I'm not taking the bait. I think it sounds dumb. I think it's stupid.
No, but Cam's a good guy and he's a good member of our service. So like,
it just is what it is, bro. I love doing this thing, dude. He's street teaching, spreading the gospel. He thinks that it's important to spread the gospel and not flat Earth. He thinks flat Earth is wrong, 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 and that nobody should be talking about it and only
So,
talking about the gospel.
what is his what is his explanation then when it
I
comes
don't know.
to
He thinks that it's all
the
wrong, bro.
creationary method of the Earth? Is he
I know
trying to
he
say
doesn't
that
have
we
no
came from a
fucking
Big Bang
explanation yet.
then?
He hasn't talked to none of us, I don't think, really. Just that's what I'm saying.
No, but I mean,
I
in
want
his
to
own
see his
mind,
show.
like in his own mind, like even I'm talking about, like
That's what I
it
mean,
makes
dude.
no.
He deserves to know it, bro. I've been trying to I've talked to him, and a lot of
Well,
people have been talking to him. There's a lot
That
of people in the
StreamYard
comments.
thing, if I join it, is it going to just join a live stream straight away with my
No, it's
face up
gonna
on
put
it,
you
isn't
into a
it?
queue. It's gonna put you into a queue until he sees your face, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, fucking crack villain," you know what I mean, or whatever.
well, there's about 10,000 pastors of churches in the United States alone that don't
No, he's in
believe that the
Canada.
Earth is a. I don't
Oh,
care where he is. The whole
I'm
point
sorry, let me cut you off.
is that I mean, we're gonna waste our time with one guy who has to see your face to
It's not.
know that the
I
Bible
don't think it's a
tells
waste of
you.
time. I don't think it's a waste of time, really. It's just he just makes videos street preaching. That's all, and
Listen,
like he thinks that the Bible doesn't say flat Earth. It's really sad. I just think that he needs to learn it once and for all. I feel like I liked watching his stuff too much to watch him fall away like this.
Mm-hmm.
well, Chemtrail,
Okay.
I appreciate your passion, and I know you're legit, bro. I'm not challenging you. What I'm saying is that we come across, I don't know how many people a day,
No,
right?
I know
That
that, and that's what we do. That's why I wanted to let you know, like, yo, there's this guy that's really saying, "Hey, I want to talk to flat Earth," and
We do need
maybe
to tell people and spread it out and make sure
it's like
that it's
maybe
said
he won't come in
correctly.
here,
You know,
right? So talk to him, spread it out, like get it out there correctly. He's asking,
going
"Yo,
to
I
them
want to
does
talk to
work
flat Earth."
sometimes. If you get muted, then it's just like, okay, bye.
That's all. That's what happened to me. He was like, "Do you believe that what you see is true is true?" I was like, "What do you mean believe? Like, yeah, like I don't believe it. It's true. It's like it's just true." And he's like, "Oh, see, you just believe it. It's so ha ha. It's not true. It's just a joke." He's making a mockery of it still.
Yeah,
He
you can
doesn't need
say
to be
whatever.
doing this, bro. That's all. He doesn't need to
Right.
be doing this.
Just all
And he,
staying calm and making sure that your words are correct and
right, dude, like make sure your
all you
words are
can do.
correct, or else he's gonna kick you out.
All you
It's
can
just
do.
like he's acting like every other ball earther, and it's like fucking killing me, dude.
And it's on
well,
his platform, so you have to be extra special.
Yeah, it's super
right,
annoying, bro.
Well,
yes.
you know, if I go and they Justin, I'll be able to keep it in line to where his people will be like, wait, why would you remove that guy?
At the end of the day, you want to know the truth, or you don't want to know the
That's what I
truth.
was saying. Just
That's
trying to keep it in line. He wants to keep it mostly biblical, like almost all Bible. He wants it to be like
That's
all
what I could
Bible.
do.
But like, if he asks you questions, like I want to bring it away from just the like. It's not about like the shape of the earth. It's about the lie. Like the earth is flat, and that the people are lying about the shape of the earth. Like the Bible does say it's flat. Like that's it. You should be liberated, bro. You shouldn't be like
right.
freaking out like Earth is a ball, Earth is a ball, because you don't even know the miles in circumference. You don't know how fast the Earth spins. You don't know anything probably, and you're defending it like blindly defending it, and you don't even realize it yet. So I feel like so bad for Doré right now.
See, the Bible asserts or describes the Earth to be a non-rotating, stationary plane,
No, I know,
enclosed.
but nowhere in the Bible does it say go out and preach flat Earth. It says go out and preach the gospel, and he's just freaking out about it. He's freaking out about how
Okay.
like
Of course, but it also says to tell
exactly.
the
So that's what I'm
world.
saying. He needs to know this
No, but
shit,
listen,
or else.
it says the gospel, right? In essence, remember, it doesn't just say that, it says to be examples of what this book itself is, right? And it says also that, you know, we are to effectively talk truth. And if we're to talk truth, then we're to talk the truth of what the Bible actually states about all of it. Like,
That's
why does it?
exactly what
I
I've been
asked
saying
Ricky
to him,
earlier.
dude.
I
I
said to
can't get
Ricky
enough
earlier,
words
why
out
does
before
it
I get
matter?
kicked.
What does it matter why the Earth is flat?
Where's
Like,
the
what
phone
does that
number? What
matter?
do I need to dial? Where do I need to go? Give me the
It's
link.
there. It's there. It's right there, Hank. But you
It's
got to
right
put your
there,
face on
and
camera as well.
Yeah, I'll face up.
Hmm.
Show my
I
face. I
think
don't care.
right. So it's in the live stream voice text, dude. I'm willing to jump in the queue as well, maybe after you. Like one
I'm
of us
sorry
will
for
maybe
coming
get
in
through.
and disturbing the evening.
No, dude.
It is what
Stop
it is.
apologizing. Don't apologize, Kencho. You do that every time. No, not at all, brother. Thank you
Every
for
time.
the thought, bro. Thank you for the thought for coming in. We appreciate you. We appreciate what you do.
I appreciate you. There's no other place that like would really want to be like, oh, I want to go teach flat Earth. It's like, hey, do you want to?
It's like the
What's up?
whole
What's
reason
up,
that
my
I do
best
this.
friend Billy? Would you like to go teach flat Earth? It's like, no, bro. Billy doesn't want to go teach flat Earth with me.
But at the same time, it's like the whole reason why I ever even mention the flat Earth to anybody. Why do you think that is, man? Like, there's a reason behind why I talk about it. It's because it ultimately leaves you in a position of like, oh, we've got rid of the nihilism of the idea of the Big Bang. Okay, sweet. So we didn't come from a Big Bang, right? We have this place that's awesomely structured, right? That has a meaning to it. It's a place, in fact, that is clearly has an intelligent designer to it. So, oh wait, it points towards a creator, right? Like, so if someone realizes that they're not in this nihilistic
I know,
worldview
that's
of
why
mere
I'm so upset at
happenstance,
Ray right now. It's like, how
exactly,
are you saying
it's
Earth
like
is a
this stuff
circle?
points towards, yeah, like this is what it does in the end, right? But like that end goal often gets lost, and we don't end up at the end goal. But that's where I've pulled away from this quite a lot, to be quite honest. If it's not edifying for the body and it's not really helping anyone out, the wheat and the tares are being separated for sure.
So y'all think there's gas pressure, right?
There is gas, right? You can test it with a barometer.
I mean, how big is the container?
We don't need to know how big the container is.
Well, we
To know
can't
this.
actually talk
It's
about it
14.
because we don't want to speculate or assume.
Who is that from? Good question.
I mean, I'm just curious. I just want to know what we're inside of.
I can show you some pictures of the concepts. The concepts are really great to understand and to wrap your head around some of actually what's going on in the sky as well. I mean, if you truly think about it, the sun never goes down. I mean, it never goes down. Even on the globe model, it never goes down. It's just the observation that you see. But technically it's just going away from you and out of your view. Okay? And we're not going to go to models because we haven't discovered.
That ain't reality. Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, concepts are not models. They are, imagination, basically. Okay, so I'm going to go on the live stream right now. This is a live stream voice text. I'm going to show you a big picture of all of the concepts, and then I'll pinpoint some of them that is known by most flat earthers that show you the concepts. Okay, these are the concepts that I'm posting right now. Now, this one that I'm going to post here is the one that I truly love to see for myself, because that means that there's more land, and of course the extension of the container, right? Okay, so I can't talk to you about the container because there may be a domed container over a domed container over a domed container.
Who knows? Speculation at this point.
That's all I'm saying. Speculation now. These are all concept models, though. That's what have been produced.
Same with the globe.
Exactly. That's why the globe is actually in the first picture. If you notice, it's up in the top left. It's the 6th one down. Well, actually, 2 over and 3 down. There's the globe, there's the blue marble in the concept, all of the concepts. But the ones that I'm posting are the ones that I want to see, me personally. I want to see come true, because that would be awesome to understand, live on this huge, unbelievably. But again, like I said, these are all speculations, all hearsay, all assumptions, stuff like that. No scale, no model, just concepts. Open, wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Even for like understanding how the treaties worked in Antarctica. You can imagine that China is gone out to Antarctica and gone further than Antarctica and found one of those islands and made it China's island, right?
Yep.
So I go to the one that the world beyond the ice. You look at where China is, and then you see where all these other islands may be that they may have already taken over. We don't know. I don't personally. I'm just saying it for personal things. I'm speaking personal here. I'm not just saying flat earthers, because no, that's not what we flat earthers do. True flat earthers, we say personal things that we personally do and that we would love to personally see. We don't speak for anyone else, or at least we don't try to.
Yeah,
but most of the stuff that I say is like considered everyone. I mean, if everyone is here listening to me and they're agreeing with every, I mean, I'm not speaking for them, but it would be like I was speaking for them and they wouldn't need to speak. But they can also speak up and say, no, I don't speak like that as well. And I would shut up and say, okay, it's your personal belief. There you go. Right? No.
On this part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with most of what you're saying.
So that's all I'm making sure that people get on the same level. I don't.
What you're forgetting to make sure people realize when they come in here, they say that they have a belief. You have a belief if you say flat Earth, and it's like maybe.
No, we don't say that about the flat Earth, though.
But hold on, and most flat earthers in this Discord and in our discussion, I mean that's Discord. I think semantics is beautiful, and we're really discussing natural sciences and how do you know what you know. It's a philosophical discussion, and so a lot of people forget that when they come into it, they want to be very mad and emotionally invested in something. And it's like, we're really coming in here. This is a very dry comedy act. And it's comedy because it is commentary on what's reality. And it's like when you start having to define what reality is, hey, every day of your life is reality. Like, did you forget that? Like, I have to define that? It's like what actually is? Like, that's, then you find this is the discussion we're having. We're having what is science? What is reality? Everything is philosophical. And so, like, to have these, because these people really believe, that cartoons are reality. We're on episode 17 of an episode, based off Gemini 4 claymation to the moon landing to the ISS, and it's like, these are very good shows they're showing us, but where's the science? And the science has just been failing because they're like, oh, we detected the gravity waves, right? And I would love for anybody in chat, I'm into the break, so come have a discussion with me about gravity and photons. Luke, there's a couple of people that, little trolls that love to do it, but they really don't like to press their luck with it. They're not gonna. Yeah, they don't have a full hand, so they never really say like, "I'm going to evoke the cause," and say why something falls down. They'll say there's a lot of things that would say why, but they will never say exactly why because it's debunked. It's like we've debunked. There's no evoked cause. So this is just a disgruntled chat skank that is just coming telling the other little skanks, come on into voice chat. Like, we could have a very good discussion. Like, I'm real stupid, you're real stupid, we could all be real stupid. But I don't think that's really what's going on, is it? That's not what's going on. These poor, sad, pathetic little saps. And I tell them, I say, it's really sad if you're not getting paid. Like,
It
you're
is.
days and days. It's so sad because I'm getting paid. I'm laughing my ass off in the same way they apparently are, right? But it's like, I just like cause them to go around in circles and circles. It's like, no, you cause me to see that you exist, you little demon.
Who's this speaking? I don't recognize your voice.
This is Into the Break, Way BMX.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Oh,
Crack.
yeah. Well, dude, Crack Villain, you've been you're a legend. No worries, bro.
Appreciate
Where's where that's what I want to know. Where is where's the OGs at?
I'm here. Justin's here tonight. With the main ones that are in. Hank was here.
Well,
OG
my favorite.
was.
I mean, let's just talk about it. I mean, like, I thought Flat Earth was over, bro, and then Flat Earth was just the most strongest thing ever. We're going in 22, you know? And I was like, wow, like, I really don't need to talk about anything. All I need to talk about is how everybody believes a lie, how the merry pranksters put a big old prank on them, and everybody just needs to get over it, and let's fucking do better with our lives. And I know you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
And that's why it's like, let's just talk about Flat Earth. Like, let's talk about like how they're putting a chokehold on us and stuff. No, let's just talk about Flat Earth.
Only Flat Earth
Let's
when,
get
you know,
down.
there's all this other stuff going on.
Why would they smurf? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Right now, there's a whole lot more to be speaking about than just the Flat Earth, right, as well. Yeah, exactly.
And that's the best thing, you know? Whatever
It's
they
like
try to
Flat
perceive.
Earth did become a psyop in some ways, like, in a sense, a distraction, but a true one at least. People
Yeah,
are like,
I
what do you
mean,
mean? Like, well, if it's distracting you from speaking about any other form of truth, then it's still a distraction.
It completely mixes it. So you want to say, where did Tower 7 go? And then you're like, but you said the Earth is flat, so now I don't believe where you said Tower 7 goes because it doesn't fit on our make-believe map model. It's very funny. Like, all this stuff is very goofy to me.
It's all about observation, how you feel.
And that's the best part, you know. It is based on personal and acceptance. So a lot of people find it hard to be honest with themselves. And then they're like, oh, well, what is honesty? And it's like, if you got to be asking me that here random in a chat, like, that's very distinguished of what you think honesty to be. It's like, hey, you know, tell me about your exploration of what you think honesty is.
It's called perception, mate. You know what I mean? When you look at life, yeah, look around you. Yeah, what do you feel? What do you see? That is where you should start. What you feel, what you see.
Yeah, you know,
Who's that speaking now?
BK.
I define reality for somebody. It's what it is.
Nobody can define reality. That's the
Well,
thing.
reality is what is.
Perception.
No,
Yeah,
reality is very something.
Reality.
perceive in
Listen, reality itself can only really be defined as what we experience for our
Exactly.
senses, and our
Exactly.
senses are the things that back up what we experience. And
Why would you
because
have
our
to say
senses
you're
are the only
wrong? I mean,
apparatus.
reality is just it
Yeah,
doesn't care about your senses. Reality
is what we
reality.
experience through the apparatus
Reality
of
is
our
what
senses,
is.
our eyes.
It
Yes,
really
what
is.
Exactly. What we hear, what we feel, and these are the only
I mean,
senses
that
that we
would be
know.
your
Yeah,
perspective reality, but
that's
reality
all of us. All of us.
is
If I
the
put you
sort
in a
of
room,
presentation of all of reality that we're presented with, the
if I
universe,
put you,
right?
yeah, but if I put you in a room,
Universium,
if I put you in a room
right?
with me, yeah, me, you, and Crockville, and anybody here, and the room was on fire, yeah, we'd all experience the same reality because it's happening.
Well, that would be a
Yeah,
very
because
experienced
it's
and
happening.
very
Yeah, this is
excruciating
the point I'm
reality.
making. Yeah,
But
you've got to go to
but that's why I'm, despite your senses, like you are in a reality. Like the reality may be interspersed with the metaverse, but ultimately the
There's
reality
no
is
metaverse. There's
your
nothing. It's only what you
reality.
know.
Exactly.
There's no metaverse. It's only what you
Okay.
experience. That's
So
it.
that's what I'm saying. So no matter what,
Listen
if
to what
there
you're
is
saying.
the metaverse
You got to be
of like
realistic here.
maybe
Yeah?
there's some spirit sensitive people, maybe there's some spirit sensitive people, and some normal
Maybe.
people like us, and we're
Maybe.
talking in a
It's
flat
always
Earth
a question.
website, right? And
Stop looking at the
those
shape of things. Yeah?
that's all normal and regular, and that shit gets caught on fire. You know, like you said, and it's
Oh,
on fire,
seriously.
and it's on fire from fumes of other
Just
people's
look at things for what they are. That's all I always say to people.
I love
Yeah?
it. I love
Look
it
at
so
things
much.
for what they are. Yeah? Our senses are our senses.
We're across the pond talking. I love that.
No, that's it. The point I'm making is all you know is what you feel, you perceive, you see.
The
Yeah?
room you're in currently right now, bro, are the people reciprocal to the message that you're saying?
It's just like seeing
that's
them
reality.
Exactly. So it's your own. But like I said, if you was in a room with somebody like a fire going on,
oh yeah, there we
and we're all
go,
in the
there we
same
go, there we
room,
go. You've done it.
we're
You've done
experiencing
it.
that same thing.
So I think now.
Oh, I've experienced that same thing. I can tell you. And hey,
Clearly, we're all here for a reason in this chat now.
it's
Very
worth
chat.
as much as
The truth.
it's
We
worth
want to
as
find
much
the
as
truth,
worth.
don't we? Yeah. One thing you
Hey,
got to
crack
do,
villain
right?
though.
I've learned.
Yes, brother.
What about this? What about this explosion that happened, and then we have the shockwave that's going around the I guess graph world. You know, they graphed it, so I call automatic presupposition because they graphed it, and then if you look at like where the pressure differentials happen at, they happen at an obscure rate. It doesn't. So it's just like, why did it happen so weird? And
What
it's like,
explosion is this you're talking
they're
about? You're
just
talking
like,
about the explosion of the actual flat Earth truth itself? Or are
no,
we talking
the
about or something that's happened? Huh?
the volcano. I was just seeing if you had any information on, because my
I don't
in
have
case you've
much,
come
I'll be
across
honest.
it, it's like it's a presupposition because they're plotting it out on a globe. First of all, but then they're like,
Well,
"Oh,
it's a
we're
reification.
capturing the signal 3-4 times." That's
It's a
what they're
reification as well.
saying. Yeah, so it's like many times reification. But I was just seeing if anybody had some really killer fucking like plotted
Witsit
out.
has some good info on that, maybe not me, because it's not something that I really.
I love it.
I've been away for a little while, bro. Like,
should be my shit. I'm about to do it. All right, bro.
yeah, man.
Because I just love it, dude. I mean, if they could just come out tomorrow and be like, "This is where the globe is," and even though Neil deGrasse Tyson said that shit's flat,
they can't prove
wasn't really flat, and here's the curve. Like, I would just be like, cool. Like, I would love it, you know. But they're not doing that. They're not doing that for me.
Kieran, go and get that from bro.
What in the hell is going on? There's so much hard
You'll never
miking and
prove
shit
it
going
correct
on.
if
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
there.
So who's talking in the background? Hold on, let's get some order here.
Mute
Who's
them,
who's
mute
hot
them.
miking?
I sort
What
of
the
like it
hell?
because I think it's fun. It's some like fucking blimey shit, but
I don't know who is hot micing because like I can't open up my screen, so I've got like I'm a mod with no mod control.
yeah, I'm
right
on my phone, so yeah,
Who's
I
doctor?
have a computer, but I just when I do the talk, I talk on the phone.
Is it PR or DR? Who is that guy?
Well, don't just you just like temporarily like shut
You
his
seemed
thing,
alright.
whatever.
Into
We
the
were just
break. What are
talking
you
about
talking
natural
about? Are you
science.
talking about gas pressure differential? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, that's it. Precise. Like that's why I always remind people. Like the topic is natural science, and so we're
Okay.
only talking about
Define natural science.
Like, why do you know what you know? Like natural science and natural philosophy is what we're talking about.
Yeah, it requires experiment. It's very simple.
That's so cool. I love that. I love that. That's my most favorite part. And there should be a lot more music or something. But
Music about what?
if I should see my horizon 1.225 times my square root
If
of my
observer's height and feet.
of my observing height and
Mhm.
feet, then that's just the geometry of it.
Well, yeah, we have a certain size ball that they purport, right? You know, it should
So
fulfill
that's
the
the
confines and the spherical trigonometry that we use. It should be the horizon should
the minute
fulfill those
that
formulas.
the horizon becomes something that isn't a geometric shape,
They've lost the
and
argument
now
because that's
we're
how they
stepping
derive the
into the
geometry.
realms.
Well, at the moment it isn't, it's optical, right? And that's when they lose the argument because they say they derive the geometry from optical observation using theodolites and using sextants, in fact. So, and then as well, they've got a problem there because the use of these type of apparatus, in fact, it's needed.
It's necessary.
It's necessary to have. How do I put it?
It's necessary to have a physical geometric place that you can put the horizon at.
Of course it is, because otherwise you don't have
that.
Sagittarius
You
leading
don't
into the
have your
sphere.
ball.
Yeah, as soon as you
And
make
then
the
it's like,
geometric,
well,
listen,
what
as soon
type
as the
of ball
geometric horizon is a optical horizon, the moment that it's optical, okay, the moment it's optical, they have a problem. It's all she wrote, okay? The moment it's optical. Because then derive the geometry in the first place by using dip angles to the horizon and distance of measurement to the horizon, using and the quantify between the dip angles and to the horizon. Then they're admitting that effectively they can't measure the distance to the horizon because it's an optical location, not a physical one, because it moves on based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So thus you're giving us the argument and handing it to us there and then.
Well, the argument now, that's what I'm saying. The argument now is that dip is plus or 4 miles because it's not an exact sphere, and that plus or 2 miles saves them from that we see too far and that we never see curvature.
Good lad. BR's muted, but like I'm muted BR because where's the hot mic?
No,
Says who's got the hot mic. Says who's got the hot mic. That's why. Right.
Well, I guess the
No,
big
it's not
thing
says who,
I've been
bro.
talking about the like the curvature when a commercial jet is flying at 500 miles across 500 miles, and like they have to traverse 31 miles of curvature, and so I guess what was Wolfie told me is like hold your finger above a globe and then go that distance above globe. And I was like, okay, well, my finger, that's a false analogy because my finger is in an airplane. But it's like, okay, let's go. And so did I have to hang did I have to keep my finger at the same angle of elevation? You know, angle of elevation, how airplanes fly. You know, they're whatever. So I had to had my finger, and then somebody said that, like, what a stupid question, because of course you had to adjust your angle of elevation. And I was like, very interesting, because that's my entire question: is when and where are you adjusting your elevation for going around a ball? And they're like, we don't do it, and we don't need
do
to.
it, of course.
And that's so insane. And like their best thing is like hold your finger. And I was like, oh cool. Am I moving my finger too? Because like I'm a person moving the finger of an airplane. Like I already told you, my finger is a false equivalent for an airplane. But that's on Brian's like latest airplane video, and it's just like one of QE's arguments that I just like put out in a quick type math form that I put on into Instagram and all that shit. But I mean, there's really nothing for the globe anymore. It's like almost like a side, like a, we're just here. It's like, oh yeah, like we're in our echo chamber. We sure are. It'd be nice if you guys took us out of it. And it's like, oh yeah, I'll take you out of it. And then it's like, ask you a bunch of nonsense questions for an hour. Never get to giving you proof of building their little model that isn't reality based on facts of the reality. Kraken, I mean, you probably haven't been in the.
It's 2:30 in the morning for me, so if I'm not
I'm
as
just talking about
crazy,
like, me and Glat in the chat, like what kind of sort of the shit we got to put up with.
Oh right, yeah, I already know. I've been
So
here for
that's a lot of stuff. Is I'm just bringing up is just to bring it up because it's none of these
What did he
little
say?
will come in there.
Sasha 2.0. You wouldn't be able to define what one of those was, because you're not one yourself.
Sasha would do pretty good for a.
Is there a woman in the room with you, by the way?
I think somebody else is hot mic, and I don't think it's him.
Well, he's the only person whose mic was lighting up when I heard the sound.
No, I
So-
thought that was somebody in your room, Crack.
No. I'm on my own, dude. It's PR or
Bro. Bro, how flat is the Earth, dude?
The weird part is I keep seeing a blue tag pop up.
Stop focusing on
and
the
it's
shape.
not in the room.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Stop
See that?
focusing on the shape.
No, we're
Hey,
not
it's
focused. Flat isn't a shape. Flat isn't a shape.
We're focusing
Flat
on
is a
aspect.
descriptor of the surface.
Right,
The
listen.
aspect.
A stationary plane. Yeah, flat as it can be. Yeah.
Who's shouting that?
PR.
Yeah. Who is? Dude, I thought that was.
Get them under control.
PR, he's out micing. Yeah.
Yeah, get them under control or whatever, or stay on mute, dude, because that's too much. Sorry, Stacey. Because he was muted and I heard the sound from you, Stacey. So
Well,
I was
worries,
seeing
man.
you
I
light
got
up,
you.
and I could still hear that noise in my head.
I see
like
why
her
that's
shouting.
happening. I was talking about the best globe Earth evidence that there is.
No worries, man. Don't worry about it.
So of course that there would be some sort of silencing of me talking about the best globe Earth evidence that ever was.
Well, I stayed quiet, bro. You know I did.
You
I
triggered
stayed quiet to listen. I stayed quiet to listen, and that's rare. That's very rare, right?
I feel so okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for the globe. Okay, I'm gonna do it, dude. All right. Like we had the resonance of a blast from a volcano, and it went around the Earth 3 to 4 times.
Yes.
Sure.
You realise though that when you start,
Do you realise how insane that is? Like, if it was on a globe. Listen, wait there.
This is not a debate.
BR, 1 second. BR.
You're not allowing debate here. You're not allowing conversation.
What do you mean I'm not allowing debate? Don't tell me what to do.
You're shouting over people, okay?
I'm shouting over people. I just tried to reply to what he said.
Right. What I'm saying is, yeah, let other people talk, yeah?
What do you mean I've not been talking at all? I'll fucking mute you and you won't speak for the rest of the night. How about that?
Right. Stop shouting, yeah? There's no need for it.
Don't tell me to stop shouting when you've got people in your house shouting.
Yes,
right?
that's why I keep muting.
Get your house in order, all right?
Crack. Listen, that's why I keep muting my mic every now and again.
Don't tell me I'm not letting people speak.
You and Into the Break have been having a debate together, yeah?
We haven't been debating at all. What do you mean? He's been Into the Break has been basically talking the whole time.
Yeah? And when people are talking, you've not let them talk. You've actually been interrupting.
What people? Yeah. Name them.
You and Into the Break have been interrupting every time someone has say something, yeah?
Who? What other people? What other people? What other people other than me and Into the Break? Because you're making a false accusation, okay, about me right now.
Stop getting so buttered. I'm telling this how I see it, yeah? I
don't like being called a liar.
Listen, no, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just observing what you're doing.
Okay, so I repeat. I'm interrupting you now. I am. Yes, 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 I am. You're right. You're correct because I'm moderating the room.
Well, you can moderate all you want. What you need to do is let people speak, yeah?
Well, you've got background noise that's really loud, right? So we were not debating. Stop saying that we were debating, BR. And I'm going to unmute you 1 second, okay? I was let the break speak the whole time on its own, okay? And at the time that you're telling me, yeah, leave, okay, I'll ban you then. How about that?
Okay, so he was muted because he didn't know he was the background noise. Yet he's have people, screaming in his.
Am I stopping people from speaking, Justin?
No, he is.
No, you monologue a lot, but I don't think you like stopping anybody. Whenever somebody cuts in, you.
He had background noise. Everyone heard it. Okay, and we were trying to figure it out, and he
was just listening. Yeah,
saying that it was him, so he was in the wrong. That's fucked up. Okay, when
yes,
he clearly knows she was screaming in the background. He can hear her screaming. Okay, but then he even had the nerve to go into voice text. Okay, or the debate channel actually. And say something about me muting him, even though it was his background noise. If you go to if you go to the debate channel, he went off on me too. Okay, and he's still going off, as you can see in the debate.
Wait there, right? Text in there saying now. Say Crack Villain said, "Come back into the voice channel now, or I'm gonna ban him."
He still doesn't even know that I don't even know how he got flat Earth or flat Earther role. Like, how long has he been here? I mean,
let's check quickly. I'm on.
I just got back. Who are we talking about?
Is this BR?
No.
Not you then.
Hating. So we're talking about BR. Thank you.
Yeah.
BR.
There's a debate channel? Where?
In entry level. Wait, what's his name? Just BR.
Oh, I see. It's PR, I think, but
that fancy one.
Yeah, that's. I found it. I thought it was the one at the bottom. But
he joined 10 days ago. So not long ago. How come there aren't any reaction rules, if I may ask?
Right, flat Earth at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna demote him because he shouldn't have flat Earth. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, that he
Not
Oh, you
VC.
just ban him? Did you just?
Was doing what he did.
Yeah.
Like what was going on? He still just in his own mind. I don't understand. We didn't even
Does
go
he
off
not
on
get that?
it. Was
He was
Does
trying
he
to.
not get that he was hot micing or what?
he didn't
Is
even
that what
know
it
he was
was?
hot micing. He still
Dude, he
doesn't.
was trying to say there was a debate going on between me and this guy. Yeah, when I wasn't debating him, I was just letting him speak his piece, right? And I was quiet, wasn't I? I was literally the most quiet I've been ever. I think.
Then I
No
know
doubt.
he had background noise, and we were just trying to say, where's this background noise coming from? And BR clearly didn't understand it was his background noise we were talking about.
Just listen to the chaos he's living in. He's clearly just projecting his own
He
issues.
just doesn't understand. He was the one causing the issues. We were trying to figure it out, and we couldn't figure it out because it was like glitching. His mic.
But then who? But who did he think that I was stopping from speaking?
No.
I have no
I
idea.
guess he was talking about you and into the break or your conversation, because that's the only conversation that was going on when he started yelling.
Into the break.
But was I speaking over into the? Like, I'm so confused.
No, you weren't.
Not necessarily, but like, I mean, you always kind of monologue sometimes, but I don't think it's an issue. Usually people who want to
I
talk to you
wasn't then.
will deal with it, you know? No, I didn't
I
think.
wasn't. Into the break, you're still here, right? Did I feel like I was letting you speak? I don't know.
So I clearly understood where
What?
he was coming though from BR, because he thought, oh, you're just talking over him now, because BR was hearing the lady in the background yelling, but he was trying to block her out. That's all he was doing, blocking her out. He didn't clearly know that we heard her too. He didn't know that. Obviously, that was the whole thing. But then when he heard you talk, Crat Villain, over into the break, that's when he got all pissed off. Because he was like saying, you're talking over him, or something to that effect. So let's move on from it. We clearly understand it was
Yeah, I was gonna
BR's
say,
background noise, and we can move on.
it's all good. We handled it
Did you
well.
ban
I don't think we handled it
ban him. He did
badly. No.
Did he leave the server?
No. Let me go to the deep H check. No, he's still here. Oh, no, he left, or someone banned him.
I only demoted him from Flat Earth.
I can beat him up for you.
It's so amazing.
Well, maybe that upset him, and that's why he left. I don't know.
Annoying for me because he's English, bro.
No, it was his lady in the background that was talking.
And he's cut from the same cloth as me. Like, I can tell he comes from the same sort of fucking estate as I do. Do you know what I mean? It's really annoying.
No, I was right there with you. I muted him at start.
I know. I never muted the guy like at all.
I did. I even clarified. If you go to the
Yeah, I know you did, dude.
I said I muted you. Please tell me when you're back, and I will unmute.
Maybe that's what he thought. I muted him.
It was.
Yeah, because you can't tell who did it, so yeah, he just automatically.
Even though he'd been told, he was wasted.
Please let you. I said it right there. You are open mic. I said, BR, you are open mic. Please let me know when you read this, and I will unmute you. But he kept talking in debate text. It's like, dude, we're not even in debate text. We're in the live stream. So why?
Not only that, he was like, when he was talking, he was like saying that whatever we were saying was like he was disagreeing with the other guy. He was disagreeing with him, even though he didn't understand what he was saying at all. I feel like.
Was he drinking?
Oh, he was drunk. He's loaded.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
I mean,
Vardas.
That's that.
Did you have something to say, Vardos? Vardos? I thought you did.
I thought the problem was because he was English, but obviously it was because he was drunk.
It happened.
I didn't ban him. I hope you.
No, I definitely didn't. No, I didn't ban him at all. No, I just demoted his ass from Flat Earth because I was like, wait, he's been here for 8 days and we don't give it out for how long?
Well, I'm not trying to say anything bad, but I mean, 8 days isn't really a long time to figure out how it all works. So.
That's my point. So yeah.
And I don't believe he should have gotten that flat Earth roll that quick. I don't know who gave it to him, but it's okay. He's gone anyways. So we can move on. What was the conversation about, anyways? I mean, like the size, right? The shape. We're not here to tell you any kind of shape. You're here to find out the shape for yourself, right? So with the testing involved, you can do that if you have the resources, right?
Why is it always cloudy up there where you guys are, man? Like, What's up with the weather?
Right.
In England,
Yeah, it's always cloudy.
I think it might be, it could be to do with the Gulf Stream. Like it carries up lots of different weather systems from all around the world.
So it wouldn't work on the ball. Is that what you're saying? It wouldn't.
There you go.
You're just trying to get some
No, I
people.
think remember I wanted to get to the point to what that other guy was making though, that he was claiming I was interrupting. I wanted to get to what he was trying to say.
It just makes a bunch of half points that segue into each other, but it's funny. I like it.
Kind of frustrating because I really wanted to hear what my guy had to say. I don't know if he's still here. Not BR, obviously.
I just got home, chopping up some weed. First home of the day. My coffee. Gotta have my coffee in the morning. There's always one o'clock in the afternoon. It's not really coffee. It's more like.
How you doing, brother? You good?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's hot here now, bro. Oh my god, I'm dreading it, and now it's here. It's hot. I know you guys are cold. I know. Don't need to hate. It's just
No,
not
mate.
so bad, not. I mean, what are you gonna do, right?
Mate, I think I prefer to be cool right now than hot, to be honest.
Oh no, me too.
I'm irritable at the moment, so.
You gotta always bundle up, but you can only take off so many clothes. Been waiting for this heat, for the plant. Get them going. It's time to stretch your limbs into the sky, right? Flower. Yeah.
It's been flowering nice. Like, you got any pictures?
I got a couple of them. A couple bitches.
Can you post or no?
Pardon?
Can you post or is it not a good idea?
I couldn't hear you. Depost? What'd you say?
Can you post any images or is it not a good idea?
Or yeah, take one photo, I guess. I could post some from last. Yeah, let me just take a photo for you then, mate. Let's see. I don't know if you can see them flowering.
What are we doing?
Not
cannabis.
Talking about some farming stuff. Sorry.
I'm not complaining. I didn't quite catch what you were talking about.
Marijuana.
Some marijuana.
Jane of the merry kind.
Jane of the merry kind, indeed.
Medicine, the cure. Running from the cure. I posted one right there, man. That's what they're looking like.
I don't know what I should do. I think I'm gonna go to bed soon, so.
Right, crack. Yep. Good night. If I don't see you leave. All right. Good night, bro.
No, not yet. I'm just saying I'm gonna go to bed soon, so I don't know what I'm saying.
He's just teasing us with the idea.
Should do here.
Yeah. Nightcap, right?
That's what I mean. Like, what should I do for this nightcap? How strong should this nightcap be? Type thing,
You know. Do you want to go to sleep now, or do you want to go to sleep in 15 minutes, or like half an hour?
Like half an hour maybe.
I have one. I have one cone.
All right, we'll come back
bone.
later. Talk to.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Come back when you've had your medicine. You know,
Yeah.
I could never go to sleep if I was drinking. Whenever I get drunk,
I
it's
don't
more like,
drink.
yeah. When I used to drink, I could never fall asleep, man. It's like more like
I don't
pass
even
out.
sleep. I know some crime before bed though.
I don't drink anymore either. 10, almost 11 years ago.
Yeah, same too. Same here. Feels
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, you're the one. I kept trying to remember who it was that said that in the chat a while back, but now I know it was you.
Oh yeah, kratom. I don't know. I've never tried that. Is it like salvia?
No.
It's like a sedative.
Salvia is not good for you.
That's
Nothing like salvia. Nothing like salvia, dude.
Yeah, it's next level.
I'll try that then, right?
I don't like it. It's unnerving.
I don't know, man. All this marijuana, all this Mary J, and I don't think I can do that, man. I can't do that to my woman, dude.
You would like crime.
I once took too much and puked, and that was it. Didn't really even get like a much of a psychoactive effect from it.
What type was it?
I don't know. A friend just passed me some kratom tea he made, and I should have done my research.
Ooh, tea. Oh man. Can you smoke it?
Nah,
if in the right way, you can technically in an extract. Yeah, you can. There is one way of doing it, but I wouldn't recommend smoking crime.
I think cannabis doesn't have enough research, and it deserves as much research that we can give you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, cannabis. That's why I'm like, we gotta put more time into this thing, man. I know there are others, but this is the one. You know what I mean? That's just me. For too long, we have been under the for too long. You know what I mean? Like one of those speeches, like.
You sound like Master Shredder, dude.
Like Captain Barbosa.
Or Master, or you know what I'm talking about, right? You know the rat that taught all the Ninja Turtles. That's the one I'm thinking of. I can't think of his name right now for some reason.
Master Splinter.
That's the one. My bad.
Sensei, Master Splinter. My sons, you must fight. You must research more about the cannabis before the shredder. You must learn.
You could do both actually. I think it's the same guy's voice that does both of those characters.
Yeah. Sounds similar.
And then there's a bunch of the turtles that are done by the same people too, I think, but they're not all 4 different people, I don't think.
That's more like his voice sounds like, like more like that. I am the Shredder. I am the Shredder. I can open cans with my face.
I always thought he was more like Pat Morita. It was more like a copy of Pat Morita. Pat Morita's Karate Guy, in the Karate Kid.
Karate Kid was weird, man. They had like this Wing Chun White Crane move, like.
First movie I loved, but the second and third ones were just kind of strange. And then I don't know. I guess I liked all 3 of them, but I just thought the first one was the better one. It's like the music soundtrack was perfect. It was like it was the right time in the 80s when it came out, and it was like Cruel Summer was that killer song that stayed on the radio forever. It seemed like Bananarama. It was awesome, dude. Loved that, dude. That song was awesome. I just loved it. I don't know why. It was the only song that I really liked of theirs, but it was just a killer song. Still.
80s nostalgia, man.
I'm sorry if you weren't born back then, but my bad. But still, the 80s was significant to me. That's when I grew up. I was a teenager in the 80s. So, well, not the whole 80s, but you know what I mean. I became, a teenager in the.
I wish I was born in the 80s.
the gaming. We are the gamer generation, man. It's like I was telling my son, "Hey, I was the first gamer,
Oh
man. You
yeah.
better watch
I remember
yourself,
when we
son."
didn't have video games, dude. I do. I remember when the Pong was popular and like only like one person in like the whole block would have it. So everybody would go over to their house and there'd be like these parties where people would be playing video games and crap. And then of course like the Odyssey 2 came out and all this, all these other things. The Odyssey 2. There was all these new ones, and then Atari came out and that's when it really hit big and everybody started buying them. But I remember when my dad and my stepmom and me and my stepbrothers, my two stepbrothers, they bought us an Atari. It was used, but they still got us one. And I remember we were going through controllers all the time because we would break them because they were joysticks, with buttons. It was one button and a joystick. That's it. And we thought it was
Swear,
hard.
my favorite game is Super Mario Brothers 3. You guys remember that with the raccoon? That's weird.
That's
But
one
I
of my
think everybody
favorites
loves
too.
it. Yeah,
I like
yeah, okay.
all those rehashes too that they have on the Switch, the
Yeah.
Mario Maker and the new Mario Brothers, new Super Mario Brothers.
But the weird thing about me is when console finally came online, when you were finally able to, PlayStation 4, right? I had moved to PC and I never got to experience that. I don't know what it's like to play console on the internet with other
You didn't
people.
really
I don't
lose
know.
much. Oh,
Well,
if you're all
my
right.
son does, but
So
I
I
have
had
no
both, but
idea.
I never liked the games on the computer because you always had to buy extra crap for the computer.
Yeah.
You always had to buy a sound card and a graphics card because the ones that I could afford to get were cheap, So it like didn't never worked out for me, but I could get a used system, you know what I mean? So I guess that's why I was kept. I remember when the Dreamcast came out, I traded all my other video games, every
Dreamcast
one of
would
them, I
be
sold all of
undefeated.
them just to get.
Dreamcast
And
would
I
be
still
undefeated.
have that damn thing and all the games too. I have every bit of them, but I never got rid of.
I freaking moved to PC because I wanted to experience multiplayer. That's why, MMO, remember Warcraft 3, right? That's how it all started. The Warcraft 3, it's like I play these games because of the stories, the awesome like stories, and then all of a sudden it was MMORPG, and it's like,
Yeah, that's what got your interest. That's finally it became an adult thing to play video games. Yeah, that's when the games got really good. Yeah,
but then by the time I started playing online with other people, it's like the console went online, and I was like, son, you must go. Oh no, what's going on? We are divided. He's a console player, and I'm a PC. Yeah, it's weird. It's like looking at me like, you're weird, Dad. Why don't you play with me? It's like, no, you're weird. Why don't you play with me?
for some reason, I always liked games where you would either work together or it was just like a game you would play by yourself. There'd be, like solo campaigns and all that. I always liked that
Yeah.
better because then I knew what to expect when I was playing with other people. It was like if I wasn't as good as the best guy in the room, I just got killed all the time. So it got really
Yeah.
boring after a while. I didn't really care about who could shoot who. It was like, well, screw it. I'm gonna have to spend hours and hours and hours playing this game in high speed mode, just to catch up with these kids.
I'm not gonna spend hours.
Their brains are soft like sponges, man. I can't.
Can't compete, brother.
Gotta jump, punch, Hadouken, you can the broken. You win.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. I used to like Mortal Kombat when it was like Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, but after that it was like I lost my interest in it. It was like they became so complicated. It was like if I have to memorize like 500 different like moves for each character, I mean it just seems like a lot of work,
Yes. And they played on it. I mean, they they maxed it out, right? They knew we were doing these things, and we kept doing these things. Like, I mean, you see that new Justin game that just came out? Oh, wow, you can press even more buttons. Yeah, you can.
Well, yeah, when all it was is, you push one of the 6 buttons, it wasn't such a bad thing. But when you started having to push up and then move around to the right or around to the left or down and up and down and right and down and left and all that shit, I was just like, okay, forget it.
High punch, low punch. Did
I
you do
liked
this move?
Contra and stuff like that where it was real simple, This complicated crap was just too much for me.
No, Contra was the best. What was the code? Left, right, up,
Contra
down, A, B,
was for
select, start.
Nintendo. Up, down, left, right, B, A, select start. And select, start if you wanted 2 players.
2
That's
players.
right. I always forget
Always.
the up. I always started with the left, left, right, right, up, down. Shit.
Nope, it's
I
up,
was
up, down, down, left,
was I
right, left,
really
right.
young when the
BA
first time?
select start.
I usually
And that, oh, I'm sorry, I
Yo,
didn't realize I was open mic. What I was going to say is that was the Konami, all the Konami games, basically, like 1980 or 1942 and a bunch of the other ones. That was the same code that you put in for any of the games.
Yep,
So it
and
unlocked,
a lot
like
more
unlimited
too.
credits or whatever.
Nowadays,
Sometimes, yeah.
they use it all the time still. It's amazing. As
Do they?
sequels. Oh, yes.
Well, yeah, they have Easter eggs and stuff, but I'm saying, yeah,
even
and they
in
have like hidden
Minecraft.
weapons. Yeah, I know. I like Minecraft. I really do like Minecraft. But Minecraft's different though. You can either play all right by yourself or you can get people to come in and play with you. You don't necessarily have to play the kill each other thing, you know what I'm saying? You just go like you're
Fuck
against the world or whatever. I
me
always
and my son
think that game's
killed Minecraft, man. We were like Minecraft buddies for like 2, 3 years, just nonstop, and then all of a sudden I was alone. You know, I'm like, hey,
I was
what's up?
alone.
On Dad, what's the case? Like, what am I supposed to do? Something? Am I supposed to shut off our server? Hmm.
Waste of
All
time.
right. I know, right?
Has anyone seen the
And
new Joker movie?
what? Which one?
The new Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I've seen most of
Wacky.
it. I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of weird and
Oh,
crappy. But
no,
I
it
don't
was
know.
weird. It was
Maybe
supposed to be weird, bro. What are you talking about?
Kill the rich. Is that what? Is
no,
that
I
what you
think it
like?
kind of like crossed the line between like, crazy and weird for a superhero type of esque type
The
movie.
villain.
But to be so creepy that you like people didn't want to watch it, like you know what I mean?
I liked it, man. A lot.
Yeah,
Not
it was
why.
a bit. I mean, it was a bit weird, I guess.
I don't know why I really liked it. Maybe I'm different than you. That's strange. I thought we
I
were the
think
same guy.
I think Joaquin Phoenix made it weird.
Well, I like Joaquin Phoenix. Don't get me wrong. I've liked him ever since his
Oh, I
brother
don't.
died and he started
Oh, me
acting.
too.
Don't get me
I don't
wrong.
know about
But
that.
I
I
just,
hate the fact that he
you know what
sold
I
his
mean?
brother out by continuing to be around those pedophiles while his brother killed himself after being raped by Charlie Sheen. But yeah.
Is that really what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened, and I know this personally.
That's
Joaquin
creepy,
I know.
dude. I never heard
I
that
know
before.
this personally. Michael Jackson, in fact, was trying to keep people like Joaquin Phoenix, his brother River, and everything away from people like Charlie Sheen. Did you
Yeah,
know that?
yeah. I already had a fucked up childhood and everything, man. Like,
Michael Jackson was not a pedophile. My
Yeah,
family
I
did
was gonna
security.
say
My family
his
did the
family basically
security for
stole
the
him from
Jacksons.
fucking Hollywood.
My family did the security for the Jacksons, right? Yeah. My granddad hates the fact he gave Matt Sedess a black belt. And basically, cut a long story short, like, yeah, man, Michael Jackson is not a fucking pedo. Don't listen to people when you hear that. Like, the first time that Michael was accused of it, he'd already been asked for money, the same sum of which the settlement was for, by the family before they claimed, asked him in court. They asked for that money for a business idea. And he said, look, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you, like, I can't give you the money. Like, I try and keep my friendship separate from business and all this sort of stuff. He said, I know what will happen. He said, it will just be that I give you the money and, like, basically I will never end up asking you for the money back, right? Like I'll just let you keep it. And you're trying to make it for yourself or whatever, and then, like, next thing you know, they asked their child to fucking come out and say what he said. And, like, yeah, man, it's bad, like, the way they did it. And then if they cared about, like, if someone raped your kid, would you care about justice or the money you could gain from it? Justice, right?
oh hell no! I'd go over there and kill that motherfucker.
Exactly, but I'm saying if it was down to justice, yeah, and you could either get settlement or justice, him
That would
in
be the
prison,
justice. I would be
other
the same
kids.
way, dude. That
I
would be the
never
You
justice
would
I
go
see.
for
prefer.
I can
justice,
the
but no,
world
they
for
went for
that.
the settlement of the same amount of money they originally asked for that caused the fucking problem. And years later, the child admits to it all.
Yeah, I don't believe it because I was 11 when that happened.
Dude, that's the whole
And
thing.
I never believed it.
It was
I
a
knew
lie
Michael
from
Jackson.
the beginning.
Yeah. So when I heard it, I as an 11-year-old, I cried and I was shocked and I couldn't believe it. And as I
Oh, man.
grew older, I realized the media, and I was like, whatever it is they're
Michael
saying about
Jackson was murdered as well by the same guy that murdered James Brown, and it's proven in the
Yep.
court of law that he was
Remember,
murdered.
and then he spoke out against Sony, and all these people in the music industry.
Yeah.
So,
He didn't push an agenda with his music either, bro, did he? Remember that?
oh, he bought Sony, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't push an agenda with his music, though, did he?
That's the Heal the World, and Heal the World came out. They
Yeah.
don't really care about us, black and white. All these songs growing up, right? Like I was like,
Powerful.
some of these songs they don't
window.
emote, but they're powerful songs. Especially Heal the World or
Heal the World.
One of my favorites is Speed Demon. That's one of my favorite songs. I don't know why.
Speed Demon, get it right. I met Michael Jackson, by the way, guys. I've actually got a video of it.
He was beaten by his dad, so I understand what he
Yeah.
went through. I know exactly the kind of what's happened to his mind. And yeah, I can't believe it. I'm not gonna make a judgment because I don't know, but I still can't believe it. I still won't believe it.
Nah, bro, and both people that claimed it have admitted that it was stuff that was put in their head by their families based on monetary gain.
Look at all these goddamn real pedophiles that they try to protect, right? And
Exactly. How did he get accused, bro? He had the biggest charity in Eastern Europe for children, African children. If he wanted to be a pedo, no one would have knew about his pedophilia. He would have built a big park that made it this obvious that he's likes kids. Like, come on, bro. Like,
when he performed, man, I felt like
you
yeah,
create
man,
Epstein's Island when you want to abuse people, bro. Like, that's what you do. You create Epstein's Island, You don't create a place that makes it so obvious, like, oh, I'm into kids. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. When Michael Jackson used to dance, man, I used to like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
It was like it was masculine, man, but at the same time, it was sexy, but at the same time, it was
women, yeah.
it was art, it was art, dude. Like
100.
It was a pleasure to watch. It was art. It wasn't just dancing. It was like it was the music. It was the words, and then it was the dancing. So it's like, oh well, like, are we ever gonna have another Michael Jackson? Maybe not.
No. People talk about Prince. It's like Michael Jackson was even in another lane, in my opinion, to Prince. He was even in a different category of Prince.
Yeah, I think he did pretty good with all the shit he had to grow up in and go through. The kind of life you see the celebrities today, child celebrities today. They can't even survive until adult. Before they start wrecking themselves, or because of the fame or because of paparazzi.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I was like, damn, yeah, your whole life, your whole career. Anyways, yeah. Fuck fame.
Exactly, bro. You got it, brother. You know it.
Yeah. Fame is so bad, in my opinion. So bad. Because people are coming to you because they want to get something from you, right? They're not coming to you.
Exactly.
The more money you make, right, the more friends that you will also make that will help you spend your money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ain't it the truth?
Yeah, and in case anybody has lots of extra money they want to just blow, just let me know. Just mail it to me in an envelope. I'll give you my address.
Say that again?
I said, if you all got lots of money laying around for someone to just go and blow, and and you don't care about your money, just send it to me. I'll send you my address, so you can put it in an envelope and send it right.
Oh,
Me too. Appreciate it, boys.
Yeah. Do I have any eyes?
Yeah, I mean,
any sugar daddies?
There are people spending a lot of money on some really dumb stuff, man. I'm pretty sure you can get somebody to send you money. Just put something up for sale. Put an NFT up for sale,
Without
right?
lying to them, or
I'm making NFTs at the moment, so.
Yeah, you never know what's gonna stick. Just
What
keep throwing
genre?
shit in.
I mean, come on, you got
Well,
it has to
more
be
than one genre, sculptural at the same time as.
I have to be able to sleep at the end of
Biblical. I'm gonna do a biblical series though. Show.
That'll be sick.
I've already got one of them up, like my profile picture, my main profile picture. That's Esau next to the tree of life. It looks like a vagina almost. The tree of life.
That's sick. Hey.
Dude, you have investors. So Elon Musk's wife. Have you guys heard of her on? She's got this globe, right? And then there's this baby angel with some kind of like spear coming down at the globe. And that was making a lot of money. What's her name?
I don't know.
Oh man, I forgot her name. Some Mac and some. What's her name? Yeah. I gotta look it up again. But it's a globe with a baby angel holding a spear coming down on the globe.
Is she a she or is she a he?
The artist is a she. It's Elon Musk's wife.
But
She's
he's just
even
saying
got one of mine.
definitely a girl, but I think it definitely is a girl. Yeah.
I think there's a couple of them now, but you know
I'm
the
just saying,
idea.
there's a lot of them that I didn't think were, you know what I mean? And I was like, what? Well, like when you think about, when you're a dude and you think about a girl, fantasize about some famous person, it like really wrecks your mind whenever you realize that that person wasn't really a dude, it wasn't really a chick, it was a dude. That really scares the shit out of you. That's horrible. I mean, it like makes you think, well, am I gay? You like, I'm just kidding. But, like there's a lot of people I could see them being confused by that and being like, well, maybe I'm gay because I think I really thought that chick was hot.
We're not even talking about e-girls, right? We're just talking about normal people.
Oh, darn it. Well, I guess I just stand out as the weirdo. I'm sorry.
I mean,
It's like
there are
Megan
people
Fox.
that actually pretend, and then there are people that actually believe they are, right? It's
Yeah. 100% definitely do.
Oh, yeah. Right.
No doubt.
The transvestite, and then there's.
So, when I saw that globe, I was like, and the angel thing, it was like Bible and globe mixed together with some kind of like,
Oh, the angel?
yeah, the angel like thing, like baby angel, right? I was like, that's not even what
No,
I'm into.
no. Oh, I thought you were the one we were talking about the other night, or some. Anyway, forget it. Go on.
Go ahead. I was just looking it up. I'm just trying to find the name of the. It's on C. I just had a code and I totally forgot everything. C.io, OpenSea.io. Her name is. I can't find it right now. Are you doing music NFTs? Crack?
Hey, Crack Villain, you still there?
Music, not music.
Yeah. What
Who's that girl in
platform?
that picture that you sent?
The girl.
I'll show you in the.
Did you just find that on? Did you just find it on a meme or something, or is that really somebody?
Well, that's the NFT I did was the one that's on my profile picture, my main profile picture. One of my NFTs. I can show you some of my lower resolution stuff as well.
Grimes. That's their name. Thanks, Flatty. The name of the account is Grimes. So just type it into OpenSea and you'll see that globe baby thing. Thanks, Flatty. Yeah, that's her name.
I was just wondering if you were making a drink or whatever. But...
Making what?
Yeah, I realized that I don't want one anyway. But...
Are you have sleep?
You can make anything into an NFT. I mean, it doesn't have to be music. It can be anything. It could be a date.
I did these weird series of free body problems. These are weird. These aren't crisp or anything, by the way. These are just things I took balls and stuff and tried to chase light trajectories and stuff like that.
Yeah. That sounds cool. Yeah. How light interacts with balls.
With balls. Yeah, look at these. I'll post them in Livestream quickly.
Yes, yeah, dude, that looks good, man. Yeah, the idea. Hey, that would be an awesome NFT, man. It doesn't even have to like people won't even get it until they get it, right? They'll be like, "Holy shit, dude, there's not a ball."
Exactly right.
After buying it, after buying this NFT, you will unlock this very special content. Boom, flat smack.
Wait a second. This other ones that I've got.
No.
Make these smaller a second so I can see it.
That's a good idea, man.
Medium icons. I can show you a couple of others that I've done. Like even like this picture of myself that I did was pretty cool. Of me.
It looks
I'm
like
I'm gonna edit it there. Donnie Darko type style.
Oh yeah.
This one's like one of the ethereal planes of love. I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you another one, which is like I do mixed media basically. Like now, like yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like the the style. See the eyebrows and the ears and the beard. Yeah, the style is pretty good. So kind of
This one here, I've got like 10 of these from different angles. An emulator, like I call them the planes of love. I did it on accident. I just drew like a line and then like split the segments apart, like it come out all cool there. About Gucci.
That looks cool. Maybe add some color to it. I don't know. That looks cool. It's got that proportion almost, like it's a bit heavy on the left, might want to put something
Yeah,
on.
no, I've got to put some shading on it and stuff. Yeah, I've got a better one that I finished actually on my phone. Like that's like I said, these are low resolution ones with it as well because like obviously it's the purpose of me making it.
How about straightening it? How about straightening it like right in the middle?
Yeah, I added like another plane to it that emanating from a different direction as well. It looks cool. Like I already know what you mean.
I like that old. I like the old man picture. What's the name of that one?
That's me. That's like a drawing I did of me when I had a bald head and a beard. I drew it and then I edited it.
Yeah, I like that style.
Cool, right?
I think you can make a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's almost.
I'm gonna do like a bunch of them, like of the style from like out of the biblical picture on my profile.
Can you do a man in a suit in this style with the holding
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's gonna change everything. So I got a lighter in my hand, and if I go and copy this lighter into Blender, and then I upload it as an NFT, it's probably going to be bought by somebody who needs a lighter in his digital world, right?
In this digital gallery.
And now he has a lighter in his world that people can use and be like, this is an NFT. No, it's not. What does that even mean? Right? Like, this is a lighter NFT. It's a thing in the metaverse, it's a thing in the digital world. Like, it's creating things for the digital world. Isn't that weird?
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, like art to hang on your bloody wall inside of like your virtual house or whatever. Like,
Well, it's like everything has to be real, right? It has to be made and it has to be treated as a real thing. Like, even if it's a rock, it has to be treated as a real thing. Like, this is a rock in the metaverse. It's a real rock. And if you destroy it, it's going to be really destroyed. This world needs rocks, especially these NFT rocks. You know, do you get? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like it's like creating the Matrix. Think about it. All these video games, right? They're saying are truly owned by the players on the blockchain. Video games, right? That these worlds and everything that we're now the players or the users, right, can really truly own the this world.
I need it.
Because of the blockchain.
No, because of the blockchain.
But
I need like a pen.
you heard of the sandbox game? You guys heard of the sandbox game?
Mm-hmm.
You guys heard of Decentraland? Those are the two popular metaverses. And then there's the Omniverse, which is NVIDIA. Right? I was like, wait. There's two? Oh yeah, there's two, bro. She was like, well, I don't get it. Get it. And I was like, well, who owns the metaverse? Windows, I don't know. Facebook. Imagine performing in the metaverse. So you're gonna have an avatar doing all these things, so you can do things in the metaverse. Actually, you know, like perform concerts and go to concerts. And
It's
nobody.
alright.
Meta means most effective tactics available.
And imagine asking somebody to look at the horizon. What are you talking about, man? It's 2022. Nobody looks at the horizon. Nobody wants to live in the real world. It's miserable.
Down here looks at the horizon, so we can't see one. I guess maybe if you got really high above the tree line.
It's the only way to expand your horizon. Just to go up. Yeah. Like to balls would never do that. They would never expand your horizons. If you were on a ball and you went up, your horizons will never expand. No, isn't that sad? They will actually. What's the opposite of expand?
Contract.
Contract. Yeah, they'll drop down and shrink away into nothingness. Isn't that weird? I mean, isn't that weird? Like only a place.
Have you got a pen?
When you stand up on your table, you can. What's up? Go ahead.
I'm all good.
When you're sitting at the kitchen table, you can see the edge of that flat table, right? The edge, the end. So, right. But if you made your table really big, right? Like a couple thousand miles big. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden you can't see the edge of your table anymore, right? You can now see something that looks like a horizon because you're too close to the table, right? Now you're like, all right, now I gotta go up to see the end of my table again because it's too big. So you go up and up and up. Oh look, it's all the way. I can't even see it. It's so far away. You know, like I got the higher. You know what I mean? But you can see the end of your table now. You know, it's maybe 4,000 miles is too big. Let's make it 1,000, maybe 2,000 miles, right? Yeah, that'll probably be big enough for you to look down and see that it's like, oh, there's the end of my table on the earth, right? That's on the earth. But then if you expand your table even bigger, well, what do you have now? Oh, you have a really big table.
Has there been any normies in here at all?
No.
Let me have a look. I hope there are. Nope. Yep. Nope.
Not right. No.
Above our douche, but he's different. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I was talking about that. I thought there was a Glober here. Nay. Sorry. I was like, what am I talking about? We're talking about the freaking crypto NFTs. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Like, dude, imagine living in this world now, this digital world, right? Everybody's in it. I mean, how are you going to red pill people, right? If you take the red pill.
You tell me, bro.
But if you take the blue pill.
Well, yeah.
See, the thing is, though, you got to understand, you've already taken the blue pill. Now you're taking the red pill, so you're getting both sides.
How do you get out? People are already stuck on their phones, on Facebook, on TikTok, right? Do you guys know crypto is not really anonymous like this? I mean, let's go with that cool coin, Q
Yeah, it's public.
Yeah.
So
Byron.
I've heard it said that all the politicians need to be on like open crypto. That way we can see where they're getting their money, and then there should be like a separate private coin for civilians to use, so that we can make private transactions. Like if I want to mow your yard, do I really need a fucking smart contract? Or can I, just say, hey, bro, I'll mow your yard for $20?
$20. I mean, remember, like if you wanna, there's no fiat currency. Imagine it's all, crypto, right? Like how do you do that? You can't really exchange crypto without smart contract.
I don't know.
But I'd be like, bro, I'll mow your lawn for like for a quarter of wheat. Is that cool? Oh yeah, that's cool, man. Come, let's do this. Yeah. Okay, is that too much? Is a quarter too much?
Is that too much?
Eighth?
Oh, that's funny. Is that too much? I never heard that. Usually when they're divvying it out, they're like, oh man, let me double check that. Oh man. Here, take this down.
All right, bro. All right. Anyways, my plants are about to bud, so I'll pay you back when they bud. When I harvest. Oh, my bad. Is that cool? Is that cool? I mean, isn't that better, right? Like, I mean, barter still works, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they make it sound like barter is bad. Like, what? It's the best. I just don't know how to do it. I mean, look at the Amish, right? They don't have to barter much, but if they do, they do it. Yeah? If I got all these robots doing stuff for me, like I even got a robot that mows my lawn. Yeah, well, what about exercise? What about motion? Hmm? What about moving? What about exploring the earth, the world? Truman?
PJ lawnmower.
Dude, I still use my machete, man. Every day I use my machete.
No.
I had a cramp the other day, though, but everybody's stuck at home,
You
staring
sound
at
like Danny Trejo, whatever his name is, machete. I use my machete every day.
a machete.
I love machetes, man. So I got a friend. He's like a friend of the family. He's like a third or fourth degree black belt. I think he's third right now. And I was at the like parts store or whatever, in like hardware store, and I saw like these really flexible like machetes. I was like, here you go. Brought him 2 of them. Then right after that, he bought like a real sword and started carrying it around once he learned about the law.
Damn.
In Texas, yeah.
A
So he's
sword.
carrying around a little short sword.
Yeah. I mean, machetes are pretty good. It's a work tool, and it's a sword. It's a slashing technique.
Reach out and touch somebody.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
I remember I had this guy. He was like one of those like LARPers who like had like full knight's armor and created his own weapons and his own armor and everything. And I asked him, come over and like show my son some stuff because it was when he was just learning about, Taekwondo and using weapons and stuff. And my son chose to use a sword. So I got this guy to come over and my son like whacked him. He whacked him. And the dude was such a pussy about it. Like he was like, are you going to beat his ass? Like, bro, you're a fucking knight in fucking armor. And you want me to hit his ass for hitting you? You were teaching him how to hit you. You're the one that taught him thrust, parry, parry. I didn't know about that shit.
This is like what?
But he got him real good with a parry right on his ribs.
Oh yeah, nah.
It's like I'm supposed to like reprimand him for hitting you? What?
I used to look at these knights, man. I'm like, why bother with swords if you guys got armor? Like, why not just like maces? Like fucking
Maces were destroyed.
Armor, yeah, or axes, yeah. Some blunt force weapons. It's like, why bother with swords? Man? I mean, I get it. If you get it in between, right? You can take off an arm, a leg, a head. And I think the broadsword, the big one, I think that was pretty good because it was heavy. At the handle. So it was like more of this. It's more what do you call it? The lance? Yeah, it's something like that. It's awesome, man. I don't know how to use those things, but they look like they're awesome. Awesome weapons. You probably have to learn.
So when my children were growing up, we had lightsabers. Like they didn't necessarily all light up and make noise and everything, but we had like good, sturdy lightsabers that you could pop out. And dude, when my children were growing up, like we used to have like crazy battles and shit. We'd be getting our fingers whacked. As a kid whacking your fingers, so you just gotta, accept it and move on. But when you get like a really good one, you're like, time out, time out. But yeah, my children grew up like taking on their uncles and their dad. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're supposed to hit the fingers, yeah? You're supposed to hit the fingers. Yeah? You want to deflect the weapon so you smash the hand. It holds it right, connection. Yeah, it kind of ends, ends the fight.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, my children definitely grew up like that. But I was thinking like this, this guy is a LARPer. He's one of those people that gets out there and they actually hit each other with like, weapons and shit. They're not sharp weapons, but they're just weapons that they got on the field or whatever. And
Yeah,
that's where I got
yeah.
that 6-foot halibut from. That guy right there.
I remember doing that when I was little. Ching ching, bing ching. All right, you're dead now. Oh, I'm gonna go save the princess. Yay! Dun, dun, dun. All right, cool. You want to play something else?
So he said when
Guys,
they played by the rules of like if you get hit in the arm, you can't use that arm. If you get
yeah.
hit in the leg, you can't use that leg. So he said there'd be people like at the end just hopping around with one arm and one leg trying to kill each other.
Yeah.
I used to watch that movie Willow. You remember Willow? Yeah.
Yeah, I love Willow. What a great movie.
I used to pretend I was in that movie, like, oh, you gotta save the baby. uh, 80s. 80s nostalgia. Robocop.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave this world behind.
I miss the 80s, man. It was cool. I mean, it wasn't really like full on technology, but people were totally living in it, right? Like, look at us now. Same thing we were doing in the 80s, we're doing now, like, oh, in the future, we're gonna share each other's experiences, dude. Isn't that cool? Shut up. Yeah, where are the flying cars, though?
The Jetson.
Dun, 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 dun. What? I don't remember where that tune from. What is that from? From yeah, tape, tape, tape cassettes. To CD. That was a big thing back then. CD, I don't know. Does anybody even remember? But that was big. I mean, going from vinyl to tape was big. To the what do you call the first one. And then it went from CD to MP3. Remember Napster? And have you looked into the those DAOs, DAOs? Anybody? Decentralized autonomous organizations. It's how everything is being done nowadays. Right? People don't have to know each other. Like everybody gets to make the decisions. Everybody's on the board. Isn't that cool?
Allow me to show you the way of the Tao.
Of the Tao Te Ching. I was like, do you believe in coincidences? I was like, no, but it just look like the way. It does look like the way to the future. Like, the way. The Tao? No, a Tao. It's pretty cool, but what does that mean for criminals?
What about smooth criminals?
Yeah. What about Tao criminals? about criminals that know the way? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I guess nothing you can do about it. It's a wave. Can't stop it. Standing there with your bucket. I got this. No, you don't. It's a tsunami wave. Everybody's riding it. Wave goodbye to the past and wave hello to the future. Right. Technology. We're all going to be very complicated rocks, sharing complicated thoughts. Two cones. Okay. It's kind of fun, but it's kind of scary. All they need now is your biometrics
I'm gonna
to
keep
map.
that.
Yeah. I mean, they have your face,
So what's
your
going
name.
on in Canada? Heard there's been crimes with the
I don't know,
truckers.
man. I haven't. I don't watch the news anymore. I only get it from you guys. What's up? What happened?
Okay.
I heard there were some trucks driving around protesting. Is that what those are?
As far as I can tell, it looks like they overthrew their government. Trudeau's like, you know what? This is really bad press, but I'm gonna go on vacation. So he's like on quarantine with the Kung Flu, even though he's fully Schwarzeneggered.
Boosted.
Can we use these words? But did he Oprah?
Fully upgraded. Oh man. It failed, I think. I think nice try, but
Isn't it
what's
crazy
really
how the
going
people that have the new version of Windows are still getting sick?
on?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You update Windows 11, you're like, oh man, this is gonna be
I was
great.
like, hell no.
Nope,
Hell no.
bugs everywhere.
I might even go back to XP. Shit. It's like Windows 11. I heard I can't even play video games with it. No thanks.
You know what's so sad, guys, is that like I hang out with a bunch of people now, like that I moved into a neighborhood, and I can't crack these jokes with them because they don't get it. And I've noticed it's like you have to be kind of in the conspiracy realm to get jokes like this. It's weird. Like that was such a simple joke, right? The Windows upgrade. Like we all know what we're referring to in this chat, but if I were to make that joke anywhere else, it would not make sense. It's weird how you guys just get it right off the bat. It's so funny.
Well, we've got all kinds of things to talk about. We could talk about like the different kinds of drinks we make. Like juice. That's a bit obvious. So, yeah. So we go way way into the rabbit hole. But I like to stick with Linux because Linux.
That's what I use, bro. I use Linux, Ubuntu.
Oh yeah.
I've been off Windows for like 5 years now. Best decision of my life. My computer hasn't broken down. Still works. Runs great. As long as you don't fill it up with downloaded videos on there or like flat Earth videos. Like yeah, it runs smooth. That's why I have an external hard drive.
As long as you don't download that Windows 11 into your Ubuntu.
Yeah, that Windows 11 fucks it up, bro.
I gotta be honest, Jose. I've had my computer, Windows 10, for about 4 years now, and I haven't had any problems out of it. Usually I'm used to getting Windows, and every couple years, just like screw it, new operating system.
I'll give credit to one Windows operating system, which was my favorite out of all of them, which was XP. Windows XP was the shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I had a computer that was so old, but like I upgraded it because this is when I was into computer. Look, when I say I'm into computers, I don't know half of the shit. I just knew that like if you added more RAM and more a better hard drive, it'd run better. That's all I knew. What I mean by when I was getting into computers. Okay, I'm not a whiz, but so I had this computer that like the max. This is in 2008. The max this computer got was 4 GB of RAM. That was the max you can top it off with. Didn't matter if you can get like a 10 GB RAM, 4 GB was the max that this computer could take. So I remember like it came with only 1 gig. So I bought from a computer geek friend that I had. He sold me 2 gig sticks each. So it was like 4 gigs, in total, 2 and 2. Put those in, and then I put like a 500 GB external hard drive, which in 2008 that was like a rare thing to come across. It was almost like that was like the highest end external hard drive you could buy for a computer, because back in those days you were running like between 30 gigs to 100 gigs, right? Like that was like what was pretty big. But yeah, I had a 500 gig one, and I felt like a boss. And that computer ran perfectly all the way to like maybe 5 years ago. My dad, this is when I was like, no, actually it was longer. I'm so sorry. It's been 7 years ago. 7 years ago, me and my dad got into it. This is when I was still living with my parents. And he broke my computer. That's what ended that computer. It wasn't the operating system. It was anything else. It was my father.
Yeah, those 32 bits back then. It was like the old YouTube, it just worked.
Well, my computer's a few years old now. It's a 2700X Ryzen, and I think it's got a 2700 RTX video card and 32 gig of RAM and a M.2 terabyte hard drive. And I'm just now getting to the point to where it's like, oh, I got to delete a few games. Right, I had to delete a few games the other night just to, give the computer more than 100 megabytes. Just say 100 megabytes. A tenth of a gig.
It's weird how 1 terabyte is too small now, especially for your system too. I mean, it's all the games you have to play.
Well, I do got a shitload of games.
What's really interesting though is that I think what helps the computer go a long ways isn't so much like, it's kind of like a car. Like two people could buy the exact same car, and one person will run it to the ground before the other person, right? I think a computer is kind of similar like that. Like if you don't kind of like learn a little bit about how to maintain things, get rid of like certain things to make it go smoother, you're gonna have issues with that. That's kind of how I feel computers work. And I did learn a couple of those things. So I noticed that like when I gave it that TLC, like you make sure you clear things, catchy, bunch of little things that like to a lot of people might seem meaningless. It makes the computer go a long way. It's like doing an oil change almost, just maintaining it. Little simple things.
Did you say catchy?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Yeah, man. You can call it that. Yeah, yes. It's like a car, just like a car. Yeah, but just like you said, maintenance. What it's called too. But Web 3.0, the blockchain, is gonna change all that, man. Everything is gonna run on the browser or in an application. You know what I mean? Instead of you having to download the game, right? The game is on all these nodes, decentralized nodes, right? Like you're not logging into a server, you're logging into a network where all these nodes are serving the game up,
That sounds very communism to me, even in the game standards. It's like you won't own the game, but you'll be happy,
Exactly. But they say you own it, they're saying that you're the one. Like it's up to the players or the people who participate, just like blockchain, just like Bitcoin. It's up to the people who participate to how the thing goes up and down, value, whatever, to make it work. So yeah, it's all kinds of propaganda on top of.
Can we do a little shout out just to Says Who? Lots of mods have been noticing a lot of good work by you in the live stream. Really handling business, keeping topics on topic, and it's been really appreciated. I just wanted to say so well. There was an admin here present as well, in the form of our resident amazing Call of Duty and best Call of Duty player in the Flat Earth squad, as I'm told by all other people in the Flat Earth Call of Duty squad. El Baba Yaga is the L, the god basically of the squad, and carries all of them home every night, and does so
like that here, man.
amazingly. And this isn't me buttering him up or like eating his ass with a spoon. This is me saying this just to like basically do the opposite to everybody else. So it's effectively me more like with a spoon filling up their asses with shit instead of me eating the ass shit out of his ass.
The El Baba Yaga of COD.
Yeah, he's the El Baba Yaga of God. Like he's the El. I wonder what his name. El Baba Yaga. I want to break your name down into paleo. That cool with you, bro?
Yeah, I have no issues with that.
Yeah, bet. Bet? Did he say bet?
No, I said I have no issues with that, I guess.
You have no issues with it. I only do stuff that people don't want. Alright, no worries. Imagine someone like that. Like, nah, I don't want it. Right, so obviously we have no E in the language, right? But the E, okay, the most, I guess, similar letter that I could use, the L, right? We don't really need one, okay? L. It's the A. We could just use the A for the E. Or
the
it's Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, He, Vav,
Yes,
Zayin.
yes,
Tet,
Mr. Bong. El is the in Spanish. So I'm mixing Spanish with whatever English, I guess.
But with that, it's very similar. Hebrew is very, very similar to. So what does El mean in Spanish?
El actually something to do with God. I forgot the exact definition.
I know El Elyon. El
Because
Elyon
my son's name is
place.
Ellis. My son's name is Ellis, right? And I remember I was looking up because dude, we picked his name not even like getting into. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's because it was rhetorical what I said. I said, well, what is El? And it's like, so El is, and then you can continue. So El is God, right? So El Elyon. Elyon was a place. Okay, so
El means joint. Smoke a.
And that's actually the original Melchizedek, meaning the priest of the king of a place, which was El Elyon, and also Salem as well. Salem it may have been.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but it was Salem, not El Elyon. I'm not sure, but anyway, El Elyon is a place, but it just means my El, my Yah, my God, my God. So like, yeah, El Baba Yaga. But I was just gonna say, yeah, what were you saying about your son and everything like that? Because you could give me some context. What it means in Spanish.
Yeah, what I was saying about my son. Well, I'll tell you why I picked El. I picked El because L in Spanish means the. So it's like the Baba Yaga. But I also noticed that my son's name, when we picked it out, or actually my wife picked it out, his name is Ellis. And I started looking up what Ellis is, what it means in definitions in different like languages and stuff like that. And it always went back to El. And El means it has to do with God. I remember like doing some research into that, yeah.
Every single time it goes back to God. But that's why it's called listen, that's why it's called El Elyon as well. And it's like, that's why it's the, right? The El, the God, right? So,
yeah, you know what El Leon means in Spanish? It means the lion.
See? What?
El Leon. El Leon is like saying the lion in Spanish. If you were to translate it to Spanish, yeah. That's interesting. The lion.
Oh, the Lion of Judah. Okay, that's beautiful. Brilliant concept. So I'm gonna have to use
When did Jose arrive?
for E. I'm gonna.
I arrived in 2015.
No. You just came back. I just
Are
came
you a
back.
spaceship or?
What's up, Jose? It's Justin.
Hey, good to see you, Justin. Long time, bro.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by just came back? Like,
I've been in and out. I came yesterday for a couple hours. I came like sporadically. Like I haven't been consistent. I'm trying to get consistent because I got out of being consistent on Discord, but I'm trying to. I need to get back in, bro. Like I just need to get back in. You know when it's that time. I need to get back in.
I know that's like it. It seems like every time I've been here, you have too. But then I was away for 4 months, and maybe our clocks would coalesce at the same time or something. Because yeah, bro, like you were here the other day when I was. Now you're here, and yeah, all the way up to 3 months ago.
Yeah.
I think when they came on, you were here.
I just put it on and mute and listen, and I'll just talk if if you have something to say and stuff like that. I don't want to. There's nothing to do. And I just come on, and unmute and talk. Then mute again and listen and do stuff around the house. I got a garden. I mean, you got a pool. I got a garden. Hey, Jose, you should grow some tomatoes, bro. Like, it's so good. That first tomato is like we made tomato cheese grilled sandwiches.
Yeah, bomb.
Yeah, throw some ham, whatever. But
Some ham. You would.
yeah. Some pepper.
So spam.
Spam and rice.
I actually
Now,
tried something for the first time. No, not for actually. I've tried it. No, it was for the first time. I've had Hawaiian barbecue a bunch of times because I actually went to Hawaii and actually had legit Hawaiian barbecue over there. And it was really good. And dude, at the time when I had it, I thought it was Chinese food. I didn't think it was. I didn't even know it was Hawaiian barbecue. Like, because I was young, I was like 15. I was on a soccer tournament, and our tournament was in Hawaii. And I was just like, dude, this is some bomb ass Chinese food. Like that's what I thought it was. But then I realized it was Hawaiian barbecue. And then recently we went somewhere, and we stopped at this Hawaiian restaurant. We had this thing. It looked like sushi, but it was like spam and rice, and it was fucking bomb. I don't know what the.
they're
It's
called
misubi or something. What is it called?
musubi.
Mushubi.
Yeah,
Yes,
musubi.
that shit was fucking fire, bro.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be spam, dude. It's ham. You just put the ham. So you just grab yourself some rice, like a slice of ham, nice ham, and then wrap it with seaweed. And then you can. They usually, you drop some soy sauce, Kiko Man soy sauce, into the rice to give it some flavor. But if you got good ham, and you got some flavor, you don't need. You just need that seaweed to hold it together. It's pretty good.
Right.
Yeah.
The hand does all the seasoning, and I got you.
Yes. Yeah.
Helio, get in here and holler at your boy.
Musubi, Hawaii. That's where I learned that from. Everybody eats that in Hawaii. It's like it's good.
Yeah, when I went to Hawaii, I ended up going to Honolulu. That's where our tournament was at. Dude, it was dope, man. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I got like selected because I used to play for these like clubs for soccer clubs, and California ended up making like a Southern California national team because there was like a big competition where it was like a states tournament. So it was like the best of California, the best of Texas, like the best. They were literally making like a selection of players. Like they didn't do half of the team that I was in. I didn't even know where they were from. Like, of course they're from California, but like they were from like my town. They were like it was like the best players from their town. Like, and I was like the captain of that team. So they took me to play a tournament representing California in Hawaii, and dude, it was fucking great. I felt like like back in those days, I was like into. Obviously, I was a soccer player. I was really into soccer. I felt like Messi or Ronaldo, like one of those guys that like we went on a flight. We had to go on this tournament, and we were staying in hotels. Dude, I'll tell you what, man. Everybody that flew in there sucked. Even us. The Hawaiians were the best at soccer, and I'll tell you why. Not because they were better than us, but because we had too much fun partying there that we didn't even want to play soccer. I'm not lying to you, bro. I fucked up. Like we literally got there, and like, dude, you can literally go to strip clubs, nightclubs. They wouldn't card you in Hawaii. Like, it was literally like, for us, we're 15-year-olds, bro, and we're all staying at hotels. There's no parent supervision. We would all just leave. Like, we would get together and leave together in a group, and we'd just go to nightclubs all night, drinking, party. Like, dude, we'd wake up like at 6 a.m. It's like we have a game in 1 hour. Like, shit, like, you know, like, oh my god, bro.
That's why you guys lost, of course.
Yeah, that's how they made you believe in the globe. Made you suckle the globe teat.
The global, right? The global team.
I mean, that really was like. I mean, he was like, "Oh, the globe it's doing so good for me, and I'm having sex with chicks and all that shit," and he's coddling the teat of globalism. The whole what?
And then flat earthers are still
Most
trading.
people in his aspect are saying, yeah, drink the Campbell's soup. You know, the Campbell's bat soup is good for you. You know, he's just one of the few, and it's like, so it's like, oh, we think that your way of inoculation helped us. No, like, of course, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is like, hey, guess what? There's some bullshit right around this time. Of course, but what they're scared about talking about is that the Earth measures flat, and this is why Glatflobe is the most dangerous person on this shit. Is because the Earth measures flat. There's no empirical evidence for anybody's delusions.
How does that
And
make
so
them the most dangerous?
we like to have a discussion about natural science.
Alright, so you're telling me. Wait, hold on.
How does
I have a
that make
question.
him the
I have a
most
question. Hold on.
dangerous?
So you're
For me?
telling me that if I was standing 90 degrees under Polaris and I walked away 69 miles, I wouldn't see that star decline 1 degree? Is that what you're telling me?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, what I would tell you is that you are a laughing stock of what reality is, and that reality wouldn't have you walking a straight line on a globe.
Yeah, it's
Reality is
Into the break, you've had too much to drink.
and you measured an angle based on a straight line, and that's a really good flat earth proof. And I would say, hey, that's really great at you disproving that reality is reality. Like, really, all I want is somebody to disprove that you're standing upright, and what you're observing is you standing upright. I want you to disprove that. If you can't do that, like, cool, good. Like, we're left at the same impasse that we have never left from. So
yeah, I think most of us here are flat earth, so I think we're on board with what you're saying. You know?
I apparently not, because I want to know where you're walking to.
Oh, I don't know if you got that, but I was being very, very sarcastic. By the way, I didn't mean that.
Well, I'm being very. I have a very dry.
I was just being sarcastic.
I have a
Because
very.
I'm making fun of. I'm actually making fun of Globers that they'll make that argument. You know that, like, if you're standing 90 degrees under Polaris and you walk 69 miles, that's 1 degree. The star would decline. Therefore, you're walking over a curved surface. That's their argument.
Yeah, and then the argument is like, I had to measure this with a flat plane, and so I think it's very humorous. I love it. I love it so much.
Would exponentially drop, right? Increase. The
Who
drop
has drier humor than
would,
this?
I do because I have a deep
Do
it. I
staircase.
think you do. I think
anyone
you
would
do it.
ever think that a 1 degree declination therein of Polaris, for instance, or even an increase in its altitude in the sky based upon you, let's say walking backwards, you're in the northern hemisphere, you're walking backwards away from Polaris, and
And
effectively
there's
it's
no
perspective.
physical curvature
And let's just
whatsoever
keep it
on
real, guys.
tangible real
Listen,
things.
Nobody
its
on
angle should
Earth, I
change.
think.
If
Like,
its
let's
angle
keep it
did
real.
change,
Nobody on Earth can walk in a straight line. I guarantee you that. I
Yup.
don't believe that. I don't
Yup.
believe anyone on Earth can walk in a straight line without having
technically on a
some type
macro
of like.
level, it's not.
No, the reason
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
can't
this
do
is
it.
because, for example, most people, I'm pretty sure most people
I'm
have one
very
leg
good
that's
at it, but
just a little bit longer than the other one,
exactly on a macro
right?
level, it's
So
impossible.
on a little by little, you start deviating from what straight is, and that's just
100%.
I think it's impossible for someone to walk a distance straight without deviating. And let's not take the terrain into
Yeah, that's
You want
consideration.
to
a
know the
global
straightest
belief.
I can
That's not
walk?
even a
Point.
flat Earth belief. That's a
1
global
second.
belief.
1 second. No, it's not global belief. What are you talking about? Like, listen to this
A
a
circle?
second. 1 second. 1 second. Like, so moving from point A to point B, El Baba Yaga, right? The straightest that I can ever do so over long distances with obstacles in between topography fields is not necessarily by me trying to walk in a straight line. Usually, like, I realized that you could use celestial navigation, i.e. the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever, right? With in an intuitive fashion. I didn't even realize I was doing it, like keeping this, like the moon or the sun over the right side of my shoulder, knowing its path, right? Knowing where it was going to end up in the next 2 hours, for instance, right? As I walk into the darker area of the forest, then knowing where the direction of the shadows are versus and I like to find the word for it, like, it's not the mixer, it's not the formula, it's the, what is it when you have a differentiation in a formula that you can change? It's not an accumulator, it's it's like a way of like quickly switching out something. Oh fuck! It's a weird word. It's a word. It's a really useful word I've been thinking of, trying to think of it for 3 days. It's doing my head in because it keeps coming up where I need to use the word. Anyway, so the point is that I would maybe use the shadows and the way the shadows are. The shadows would have changed since I started off my path, since I entered the woodland, right? But however, I know that as I go through the woodland, the path of the sun is effectively, it was at noon, it was above my head, right? And I know that I'm traveling, let's say it sets in the west and I'm traveling toward like the east, but not fully east. I'm trying to walk in a straight line toward northeast, for instance, right? So I start to notice, like, right, where was the sun? It was above my head, but like it was about to start making an arc going over my right shoulder as I did so, right? And so, like, I can tell as I'm walking in that straight line roughly, right, that like by where the shadows are, right, like whether or not they're facing off slightly to my diagonal, off to my right, yeah. And as they slowly creep in and start to go facing more perpendicular or so parallel to behind me, facing backwards, that's just to do with the sun's path. I'm like taking this in, like, without even realizing I'm taking it in, and I was navigating in this way for a long time, like in an intuitive fashion.
Why don't we just define straight line first? You know, like on the land, we can mark 2 points, and then the third point we can align it and maybe call it a straight line. But what happens when we go onto the ocean? You know what I mean?
Then
Like,
we have
all this
circles of equal altitude.
Let me need a sextant.
Well, you're on a
We need a
moving medium,
sextant. We need circles of equal altitude.
right?
Which
And
we
And we need to
can.
measure it flat. We need to measure it flat the whole way.
We need a 90
If we
degree
don't
angle.
measure
We
it
need
flat,
a
we're
pocket.
probably flowing off into nowhere land.
We need a pocket. We need a 90 degree angle, which we cannot do on a globe.
So we wouldn't
like
even be able to create circles of equal altitude in order to create any form of triangulation,
the only way
trilateration between
Columbus
points.
would have made it would have been by looking for circles of equal altitude. Like, what is their claim? What is their claim? They think Columbus
Come on,
went
Columbus.
past.
We know damn well Columbus didn't use nothing like that. That motherfucker was lost.
I
Motherfucker was
mean, we're
lost, man.
dang well sure the
Columbus
there
was
was the
in the earth with a globe on a fucking table, believe it or not. Because they used to use, this is where the globe originally came from. I actually think this and believe this. Drums and globes, like a beer drum, beer keg shaped, like rounded, like an old cask of whiskey. Like it would have a metal pole, and I've seen this on very old ships that are older than America, where they have it's like a brass ball and it's on a axle, and that axle goes through the middle of the table, and there would be holes, right, for pins to be pushed through, right, brass pins, and effectively you would paper mache a map to it so that lots of people, as it rocked, were able to look at maps from 12 men stood around a table while the whole boat was rocking, were able to look at maps either on a cylindrical globe, right, that was paper mache too, and it didn't matter because they still had the scale and all of that sort of stuff, and they had the directionality and they had compasses, and then the same with the drum mechanism as well. But remember, Columbus navigated the earth, right, before the Americas were on that globe. Globes are great at locking off land because it has a start and a finish point where the paper mache maps that were paper mache onto these balls, they stop, right? They have to finish at some point. You map out the earth in that way,
and
you
they
hide
were
shit.
finished before they started because
It'd already been done. The Phoenicians had already been there.
yeah, because there was no what was it, the from
Yeah,
Alaska to the Antarctic,
and I know you're on about the basin, the Cloverfield
railroad
basin.
that drove in the supposed white man into the uppermost part of Americas, to obfuscate from the fact that we have the history of America.
Well, what about this
And so
idea?
there's a lot of
What
there's a
about
lot of
going in
stuff.
going in any direction, right, in a straight line? The idea that you'll ending up where you started. The idea that you can just
Well,
ignore
yeah,
where
on a flattened globe, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, I went around in a circle, and it's like it's the
on the globe,
exact same thing.
on the globe, you have to ignore navigation. You have to ignore what the sun is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Because going in a straight line, right, you'll end up where you started. So you can't look at the stars, sun, and moons. You can't use navigation tools. And what is a straight line anyway if you're not? I mean, how do you know you're going in a straight line on a globe, right? If you're ignoring
Well,
navigation.
they have to use navigation tools, and those navigation tools necessitate that they use a
Therefore,
flat Earth
well,
to
therefore, you're not
derive
going
elevation
straight.
angles. And no, so
Yeah,
don't give up the elevation angles,
well,
my
you
friend. Don't give up
therefore, if you use
the
navigation, therefore you're not going in a straight line, right?
No,
You're
what
not
I'm saying is
going.
don't give up that your navigational tools that derive elevation angles.
Well,
No,
then,
my friend, those things are what proves flat Earth.
I
but
agree.
you have to go in a straight
Don't give
line.
up your radius. Don't give up their radius.
How can
Don't
I
give
end?
up your flat angle that you took to make a elevation angle either.
Yeah, how can I end up where
It
I
took
started
you
if I
a
don't go in a
flat Earth
Wait,
angle.
let him reply.
I must go in a straight line in order to arrive where I
There's no
started.
straight lines on a globe, my friend.
He knows that.
That's what I'm saying. I must ignore all science and navigation and
No, you
Oh,
no, don't say
but
you must
you don't
ignore
ignore.
what's
Well, look,
reality.
let me
You
help him
must
out
ignore
because you
what
two don't know each other as well as me and him do. So let me explain it to him a little bit better.
Well, explain that he's not ignoring science and reality. He's actually
He
subjecting
he's
himself to science and
you're
reality.
right, right there. You're using a real form of navigation and measurement, right? Which he's talking about, which is even with like planar surveying, for instance. But when we use a sextant, and like he says, when you draw an angle line, for instance, right, like you shouldn't get rid of that because that's true navigation that he's talking about.
and then
Bong, bong, because he's not talking about navigation that's used on a globe. He's talking about navigation
I
that they've
know.
tried to emulate onto a globe, right?
Reality. We're talking about reality.
No, I'm being sarcastic. If you go in a straight line, any direction, you might end up in Antarctica. That's what I'm saying. But if you think you're on a ball, good luck. You know what I mean? Going in a straight line. But how do you go in a straight line anyway? I mean, how do you know where you're going? Oh, I'm looking
There's
at the
no
sun.
straight lines on the globe. Yeah, there's no straight lines on the globe whatsoever.
Yes, there is no such. You, if you think you live on the globe, you've never known a straight line. If that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know. Like 90-degree angles. I'm sorry, you guys are all wrong. It's
Yeah, the
89.
90-degree angle of a sextant measurement
That's a
of an
sextant
angle,
measurement of.
circles of equal altitude. That like people ask what the
Let me
proofs
post the stuff.
of flat Earth is like. Well, we have angles, we have elevation
These
angles,
are arguments that me and
we
Nathan
have circles of
Oakley
equal altitude. That's
and
thousands of miles that are flat.
listen, me, Nathan Oakley, and basically I think it was I think Steve and another guy as well went through this like before even Q was saying it, and I'm very tired right now. I have my nightcap, so
Dude,
um.
do it.
But let me just show you the information in which he's talking about, right? So this information is very important. It's important and it's pertinent.
It's very important.
Sextants. Okay, sextants and weapons. Identification of parameters of naval artillery. That's really interesting as well. Navigational files is interesting. Have a nice artillery sextant MP4 here for some reason. I'll just post all this shit. Fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, we're looking for the horizon.
I know. I've got it all, dude.
We like the horizon.
I've got it all, dude. Don't worry.
Orion.
Yeah, I heard if you get really high, you can see the horizon.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is my favorite flat earther. That shit's flat. You wouldn't expect to see the curve. Love that motherfucker.
The guy's Tyson is a flat earther. I know, man. Mother pizza.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is like does half of
Great
my
flat,
debunking for me because
earther.
most people are like, I see
He's
the
the
curve
best
out the
hostile witness.
picture of a window out a window.
He's a traitor.
The best hostile
Well, no,
witness.
he's good. He's getting paid. He's not a traitor. He's a good guy.
And Bill Nye the
That's just my
Science Guy
feelings for him.
stuck
It's kind
here.
of like I have the same feelings for Matthew Lance, by the way, Bong. Like
Close.
Bong,
Yeah.
I
I
feel
like
like he's a
Matthew.
great.
Matthew's
Yeah,
I
no,
like
I don't just like him. I think he's doing a lot more work for Flat Earth than a lot of people.
yeah.
No, I mean the whole conversation came up because it's like we were talking about how good Campbell's bat soup is, and then we were just like, hey, might as well just talk about how flat the fucking Earth is and how nobody has a fucking clue. Now we're just stuck here talking about that. So
Yeah, you've got your star at infinite distance. You've got how a sextant actually works versus. I'll post even more.
I mean, I
Phasers,
love
relevant.
elevation angles. When I take that A of A and I'm flying, I put my finger above a little toy.
Angle of attack. Or angle of equal altitude, you mean?
Yeah.
It's fun for me. It's funny. It's just funny, isn't it? Just humorous now. Because, like, it would be. I mean, Crack Villain knows. The globe Earth would have presented itself to him already. But we're just here having a good time, having a laugh about, natural science and, like, why do you believe the things that you believe?
The trick is to not give in to the dark side when it comes knocking. It's like,
I mean,
fight.
yeah, it's not even that. It's so much simpler. If it was that simple, it would be much
There you
easier.
go, dude. This is the stuff that you want right here. Yeah, the
Well, I
stuff
like
I'm
red
posting in live stream for you right now. That's
tomatoes,
it.
peppers, green peppers, and cucumber. Peaceful things, things and
I
stuff.
like the artillery section the most, but yeah.
Yes, straight lines. That's how they work.
I don't know. Just when I was saying, like, hey, you're traveling over a distance, and that distance is 31 miles of drop, and they're just like, hold your finger, and then they laugh hysterically, like, ha ha ha, like you have a little airplane model that you put on the globe to make, and it's like they're laughing at their own model, and it's like, I don't. What do you're laughing at me putting in, like, boom, 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 flying around your little toy model. In reality, they're not dipping. They're not dipping their angle of elevation to accommodate for going around a curve ever. Like,
Ever.
so pilots, like, so all aeronautics is proof of flat Earth. And I want them all to come and talk to me. Maybe they'll talk to Crack Villain, but hey, guess what? I'm here. Crack Villain has passed the torch off to me. He's like, hey, come talk to fucking me, you fucking retards. Fucking, and they're like, oh, every child that I talk to about the globe Earth, they know a lot about it. I was like, I bet they do, because they just say, wow. And
I
then
got to
never
say,
ask another question because you're the one that told them. After you're done grooming a child, you little fucking pervert, well, can you tell me what the profound questions they had were that you say is more intelligent than any flat earther that you've ever fucking known? Oh, you fucking creep. You fucking disgusting. Dude, these people are disgusting creeps, dude. I'm in this chat all day. Ace, you're a creep. Fucking, you're a creep. I'm into the break in case you want to know about it. You're fucking creeps, dude. Like, why can't you prove your fucking delusion to us? Like, all you have to do is disprove reality, disprove. I want them to show me that they are standing sideways on a ball, spinning at sound speed, and that's the case. I don't know.
who's a creep?
Am I creepy? Am I creepy for
I
asking
said,
for that?
who's a creep? I said,
I
who's a
guess
creep?
I am. No, the people that don't like you, man. The people
Alright.
that don't like me. They ask me some real creepy fucking shit, dude. And I'm like, dude, we're just talking about the nature of reality. And you're trying to be a fucking weirdo about it, dude? Fuck you.
Yeah, not worth speaking with. Not worth your time.
And it's like, let's keep going. Like you're a fucking weirdo. Like, Ace. Like, bro. Instead of asking little frivolous questions, why don't you just come and say, like, why you think that you live on the side of a ball? Like,
Well,
just
look. Have you heard of Michelle Fowler? Have you heard of her? The things that she's been
no,
saying.
not at all.
She says she doesn't believe in life, right? That life is real. See,
There's a lot of weirdo shit, right? It's so weird.
she's the one that says you're a complicated rock. She's the one that says, yeah, she says some creepy shit. But
That's
don't
why
they?
Flat Earth is
I'm
there
gonna play that in a minute.
children. It's there to save these kids. And it's like I don't there's nothing other than like here's the ultimate truth for you is that
What about
everything that you know is a
67 genders?
lie.
What about 67
So
genders? Is that creepy? Or I don't know what the number is now.
that's just creepy shit.
I mean, yeah, that's
And
the
they
way.
want that's what they want. Oh, we're the anti-religious. And it's like, no, really, Flat Earth is the anti-religious because that's a full religion. That's a full cult belief. And these little kids are believing that shit. And they're teaching, and they have free reign to teach that shit. They're sponsored by the government to literally teach that. They're sponsored by the government every day to teach these kids how to run a cash register. And that's it. And
Well,
that's fucking it.
when you have politicians and movie stars, promoting those ideas, that confuse people, like this generation is growing up, you
This
know,
sad, poor generation.
so their mind, the way they think and the way they understand is not the same world we grew
Yeah,
up
that's
in.
why it's really sad if a parent is there is like, oh yeah, believe what they say, yeah, put the fucking mask on and shit. But these kids aren't believing this dumb bullshit. They don't want to wear that
That's what
mask.
I'm saying. If you explain to them how things work, it'll click. That's why it's good speaking with young people. Because if
At the minute, we're in
you
a really good position because of the fact that during the pandemic,
communicate.
young people are more willing to speak to someone like myself, even because of the
Yeah.
pandemic. Like they want to speak to us more. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm saying, it's like 5 out of every 10 people I speak to on the street are like, yeah, it's flat now. It's 5 out of every 10.
That's
5 out of
true.
every,
The
5
the
out of every
is
10,
so much
bro.
bigger than what anybody can ever fucking say because it's like, yeah, like it's like I don't want like because saying like, oh yeah, like not wearing bat soup is bad. Like it's so fucking like everybody knows that. But saying like, hey, guess what? Everything you believe in is a lie. The Earth is flat. People are like, now we can talk. Now we can have a discussion before any of this bullshit, dude. People
Yeah,
want to
you
talk
look at
about
any of
this
the
stuff.
diagrams that I posted.
People want to talk about it, and it's like, oh, maybe I don't get that it's flat, but there's
Yeah.
something going, there's something that they don't believe about this metaverse that's been presented to us. And it's like, okay, what don't you believe? Like,
Now we
what's
can
up
talk
with that?
about organizing militias and arming ourselves, motherfuckers.
They're there doing their own political stuff, and it's like at the same time you just be like, like the Earth
Well,
is
what?
flat as well. Did you forget? They're all like hyperalized about some politics or whatever.
Are you watching Livestream voice text, dude?
And arm our children with information. See how that
I
works
hear
out?
you.
Because
Yeah.
that's what really people is having the understanding that how things, the nature of reality, right? The truth, what they're really experiencing, man. Like,
It's just like the like little comic books, people want like little comic books, and it's like, oh yeah, we almost had our lives destroyed, and they don't give a shit that their entire bank account went bankrupt. You know what I mean? They're just like, oh yeah, like cool, they did a little cartoon shit, meme shit for me. People love that. They love that they bring the meme to life,
They bring the meme to life, but then the meme itself
They
is
brought the meme to life, and then like, I mean, obviously us, we're like, I find qualm with that, but most people are just like, yay, that's so cool, 1,000 pictures brought to life, and fucking make my economy move in whichever way. I don't give a shit. They don't even know.
Hey, Crack
What?
Villain, can
Dumb
I
as
ask you a
shit.
question?
What's up, Helio? Is that Helio?
What's up? Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
What's up, Helio?
I'm wondering, I mean,
Helio,
like,
you
Crack
the
Villain
man.
just, hey, shout out to everybody here and everybody involved in all this shit.
This shit is fun. Thank you.
Anyway, so Crack Villain, you posted a couple images. I can't, when I click on them with my, I mean, they're pretty much the same size. I can't read what it says. What are you posting? What is that? The past two images. Can you explain those?
Those are about monetary systems controlling our entire emotion.
I'm pretty sure I asked Crack Villain and not you.
I know you did. I know. I was just saying what I got from it.
It's how the moon and the stars, the pattern. Go
Oh,
ahead, Crack.
now we have another person besides Crack Villain answering my question when I asked
Times.
Crack Villain directly.
Can I answer?
No, I want Crack Villain to answer it. He posted the fucking image and I'm asking about it.
Me.
What the fuck?
Dude, I feel like they're probably better equipped to answer than me. Like it
Well,
seems.
I can't read it. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know what I click on it and I can't even see what it says.
Oh, okay.
What's it about? What's it about?
So we were talking about sextants, basically. All the images I've posted, I've not been able. I can't find them for some reason on the live stream.
No, live stream voice text. The past two images you just posted. Can you not read them either? I can't fucking read them. I click on them and they
Right.
appear.
So you have the zenith angle at the top. You have the apparent ray of light from one star, right, on the last image. Then you have the true ray of light in between the two star points on the left-hand side. The angle of parallax, right? You have the angle of the DP, which would be the observer in the middle. Okay. You have the angle of refraction. You have the sensible horizon, which would just be the horizon. You have the sea's horizon, then you have the true altitude as well. Then you have basically the Zential point itself. When we draw up all of these lines, right, when it comes to using sextants, right, to celestial navigate, like you can do all this shit, right, but like, yeah, try to do it without a flat plane.
Yeah, and I mean, with a sextant, of course, I mean, it actually proves that if you navigate across Earth and the angle changes, it proves that.
I'm really tired, so like, that's why I'm like.
Okay, anyway, but I think I know what you're gonna. You don't have to do it. I'm fucking with everybody. I always do that. But anyway, so yeah, if the angle changes as you're moving across Earth, it actually proves that the light source is much closer than they claim it to be. So anyway,
Yeah, the flat sky.
Yeah,
Gotta love that.
So anyway, those
Gotta
are.
love the flat sky assumption.
Yeah, well, it's not an assumption. I mean,
it's measured reality.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, their claims about all these, celestial objects being all these, multiple distances, from Earth. The sun and moon. It's really hard to say any distance, but those are pretty much what create life on Earth. Not create, but sustain life on Earth. As the creation, the sun and moon. We have to have
Like those they have the photons, and so really we have to consider the photoelectric effect.
Sure, but with the I think that the quote unquote planets in the solar system are excuse me, are similarly effective by they. I think there's an effect there as well. But I wouldn't even discount any other light in the sky. But to proclaim a distance, or even an approximate distance to one of these, based on what you might see through an electron telescope or electron.
I mean, well, no. That would be cool if they could do nuclear energy. Like some
No, they can't.
nuclear fission.
Not that way.
And
Well, no.
fusion instead of fission. I mean, if they could do
Well, I'm
some
just saying.
fusion instead of fission.
Well, sure. I mean, but you wouldn't be able to tell the distance to.
I mean, ask them how bright the lights were.
Polaris, or say, what's the middle star in Orion's belt? Andromeda, is that what it's called?
Well, that's the whole problem. Is they claim to know. Yeah, they claim to know the distance, and they claim to know the brightness, and it's like, well, the sun is supposedly like so much bigger times than the eruption that was caused from in Japan, in 1940.
There's questions about
and
that
so there's
too, but
lots
I'm
of
not going to get into
questions.
that.
There's lots of questions, and nuclear fusion isn't proven. So there isn't gas like this gaseous body that is creating energy for all of us to enjoy every day. Like, it seems like that was a very dire thing that was presented, but they presented it to us in cartoons, and then they also present to us cartoons, and they say that the globe is that which was destruction is what is presenting to us like why we have the energy to live. And
here's another energy source.
All of it, like this is what flat Earth is.
Here's another energy source.
Flat Earth is I don't believe in your nonsense, you globe Earth goons.
Here's one. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void.
Well, they don't like that. Automatically, boom. They don't like that. So, and it's like, I agree with you. I agree with you, though, Helio, for sure. But there's a way that we have to talk to these goons.
All right, so, but here's their story. In the beginning, nothing became something, and it exploded and created.
And so they believe the same thing. It's like they believe in creation as well. It's like, wow, that's magnificent. You guys believe in creation. You believe logically because we have no systems, complex systems that arise from nothing. So you believe for sure that complex systems, rocks, gravity, all this nonsense.
No, we have actually we have evidence that our claim is more valid than theirs. Nothing. You can't.
Polonium radio. I'm a poloniumite. Yeah, polonium radio.
Are you talking about the rate project?
I was just talking about sort of the
radioisotopes on the edge of the Earth. You're talking about that. I think the rate project. I've talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, go on. I didn't mean to.
No. I mean, I wasn't sure if you're really familiar with the it's ICR, Institute for Creation Research. They had you were talking about radiopolonium halos or polonium radio halos. Yep. Which are captured in granite, which can only because the decay rate of polonium is just a few seconds, and they capture these halos in granite, and So anyway, that was
Hey, I showed up just to hear Helio sing "Holy Diver," and then I'm out.
All right, are you ready? No, I'm just playing. I'm not gonna do
What's
it.
up, Helio?
Dude,
I'm not
we
gonna
were
do
just
it. What's
we were just really talking about what it is, dude. And that's maybe what it is, bro. Sing it, dude. Let's go.
Well, I could do
That's
it,
what
but
it
not
is,
tonight.
dude.
I can't do it tonight. I can't do it tonight. I've had a long night, so I
That's
can't
what
Hey,
do
I
it
was just
tonight.
I was just playing, bro. I just wanted to say what's up to you. What's
Hey, how
good,
you doing, brother? Been a while since we talked.
right? And I heard your voice. I was like, oh, gotta get in here, man. I haven't talked to Helio in a minute.
Helu came in to like shut down a little troll, and we appreciate it.
Oh, he was
Look,
listening, so that means he heard me and he didn't come in. So now I see where we're at, Helio. I see where we're at.
You think I'm trying to
You burned
avoid you,
yourself out.
bro? No, that's not the way it works, bro. You always know, you know me, man. I have to be in the mood to jump in, and I heard, well, Into the Break he's fairly new here, so I saw him in the YouTube chat, and I heard the conversation, and so I wanted to kind of jump in and just give my 2 cents and a little bit of that. But yeah, I've had a really freaking long day.
Dude, well, thank you for coming and having fun with me. It's fun.
Cool.
It's
I
a lot
love
of
all
fun.
you guys, man. I mean, it's good to see Jose, back. 'Cause I know he's in and out sometimes too. So yeah, don't give me shit.
For sure.
We're not jumping in sometimes. He ain't giving me shit. But anyway, yeah. Shout out to Jose, man. He's holding the fort down, like a lot of us are trying to do here. We want the best experience that everyone can have, inside the Discord and on the YouTube channel. We're not freaking vice lords over anything. We're all just freaking trying to help everyone have the best experience they can in every possible way. So, because knowledge can lead you to truth.
I think that's what's beautiful about flat Earth, man, is that everyone that's a flat earther, in my opinion, I have not met a person that came straight to flat Earth. I don't know if that experience is the same for everyone here, but I've never came across a person that said, "Oh yeah, flat Earth was the first conspiracy that woke me up." I haven't met that person, and what that tells me is that everyone that came to flat Earth had a journey to get to flat Earth. Literally, like they had to freaking go up to the ends of the earth, if you want to call it that. Like they,
To the ends of the earth.
yeah, man, they started somewhere, right? Like, look at me. I started with fluoride in the water. That was my first conspiracy. I was 18 years old, and I was already like, I remember I was on MySpace, bro. MySpace, when MySpace was a shit, right? Tom was my friend on my top 8, of course. I started with that shit, bro. I was like on a weird forum, and I found this picture of some. How it says like recommended people that could be your friends. I clicked on a profile picture because I liked the picture. It was like some Illuminati picture of the eye being like shot, and I thought that was cool or whatever. And I wanted to steal that picture. When I clicked on that guy's freaking profile, all his whole page was like conspiracy shit. And it was like the Illuminati this, fluoride that. I was already obviously into the Illuminati. To me, I don't even think that's a conspiracy. Like I don't even consider that conspiracy. Like the Illuminati is like legit shit. But anyways, fluoride in the water. He was talking about how fluoride's in the water, and I was like, what the fuck is fluoride? So I started looking at what fluoride was online, and I'm like, dude, these like even the town where I was at, I'm like, they fluoridate their water. All of California fluoridates their water. Like everyone's fluoridating their water. That's probably what's dumbing down people. That was my first conspiracy. My second one was probably like JFK. And then like my third one was probably the biggest one. Huh?
How did you find out about like fluoride being dumbing down people, or what how did
I looked into it. I actually looked up fluoride, and I looked up how fluoride was used in World War II, like by the Nazis, and what it was used for. And it was used to like kind of like make the men or like the people like
docile,
a little bit more docile, right? Like a little bit like not as not as bright, not as like like not as rebellious. It would kind of put them in a state of mind where they were more easier to control.
Okay, cool.
And
I wanted you to clarify that. Go ahead.
You see, they're doing that. Where you have the fluoride in the water. You have
Sure.
the,
Sure. That's the point. That's the point. Yep.
no, but what's more is you have the chlorine. So you have the chlorine gas. So whenever you have a hot shower with chlorine gas and fluoride, yeah, sure, of course you're gassed. Of course you're gassed. I mean, I'm sure the biohazard list has been, spread around this place enough, and it's like, no, you're partaking in biohazardous materials.
Right.
Every
But
Yeah,
they
time you
do it for your
think you're
safety.
getting clean.
They put the chlorine and the fluoride for your safety.
yeah, dude, they do it for your
Yeah,
teeth. Come on, bro.
they do it to play a joke on you. Like, hey, we're doing you good. We're doing you a solid. Go breathe in the chlorine gas and the fluoride.
It's
Yeah, all
crazy,
right.
bro, because
Yeah,
like
That's what they
fluorine is
do.
the big one now, right? Like everyone's familiar with the fluoridated water, but like I've seen some videos of some people take samples of their tap water, and it's like there's shit in the tap water that's not even like admitted that's in tap water, like even pharmaceuticals, like all
Oh
this
yeah.
random shit, dude. Like like fluoride is just like the one that I think we all can agree, like they admit that one, but there's other shit that's in there that's like not fully admitted, you know. But we all know it, like
They
yeah.
don't admit it as long as you don't make a video about it.
Nah, well, we can make all the videos we want to. We have. It's already been done. So what's number 2 again, Jose? I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt
well,
you.
it was J. I think if I recall, I do want to say I was going to JK, but no, it's actually chemtrails. Because dude, it was like a progression. Like it was almost like if I was brainstorming and wrote a timeline, it was actually fluoride in the water, and then for some reason fluoride somehow gets you to chemtrails because that's like the next thing of
Yeah, and
poison,
then you
right?
talked about chemtrails. I think chemtrails are fake.
Yeah, well, it doesn't
I
matter.
think
Like fake or
chemtrails
I'm not gonna argue
only
if they're. I'm not gonna
It
argue
just
if they're fake
depends.
or
I
real.
think there's
Yeah,
certain types of chemtrails, but anyway,
yeah. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
argue if
no,
they're fake
no.
or
that's a
real.
deep
I'm just saying.
discussion.
I'm
Maybe
just
we
telling you like
should
my
argue
timeline,
about
right?
chemtrails. Maybe we
Yeah,
should argue about
maybe
what
we should,
is
maybe we
chemtrail.
shouldn't. But what I'm saying is
Or
that like my
Hold on,
timeline was like
let Jose.
fluoride in the water, chemtrails, JFK, and then the big one hit me with 9/11. After 9/11, dude, I completely distrust the government.
isn't
I
that so weird?
completely like it took me 9/11 to
They
fully
really,
distrust the government
Helio, I
because,
don't know.
dude, before
Into the
hey,
break. Hold on, bro. Let Jose finish his statement, and then you can
Okay.
respond to him, please.
I'm sorry.
man, it's not that hard, bro. Come on, you can wait till I'm done.
My bad.
It's all good. So, after chemtrails, after all that, like 9/11 was the one where I finally like, cause I'm not gonna lie, before 9/11, I still had faith in the government. I thought they were doing good, you know. And 9/11 was the one where I was like, fuck the government. Like I was like, fuck the government. Like like they're like not the people in government, the people that are in control of government. Obviously, the people at the very top. Fuck them. I'm not gonna say fuck to like my girlfriend. My girlfriend isn't works for the government. She's in the military. But point is, that's the biggest one for me before flat Earth. 9/11. After 9/11, I went through all of them, like Operation Mockingbird, I knew about Operation Paperclip before even flat Earth. I looked into all those things. I even looked into alien shit. Dude, I was into the whole fucking Glocka shit. Ancient aliens. I looked through everything I
But
could think of.
did you
And
ever did you ever look
Mhm.
into like Planet X or you all
Of
about the
course,
Planet
the
X
10th
shit?
planet, Nibiru.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
looked into Egypt. I looked into Thoth, the Emerald Tablets. I looked
That's
into freaking what's that shit called? Atlantis, the Atlantic conspiracy shit. I looked into all that stuff,
What
Brian. I'm
about
telling you,
the expanding Earth? The expanding Earth. You found out expanding Earth.
I didn't. I don't even know what that is. Extending Earth. What
Dude,
is that
that
like?
was like
Expanding? Did
the
you
thing
say
for me.
expanding? Sorry.
Expanding Earth.
Expanding Earth, like if it's still growing.
So like if you bring all the continents together and then
Pangea.
you expand them out. Yeah, you go to
Yeah,
Pangea.
Pangea. Yeah, that's
Pangea
Pangea. Where
doesn't
like
make any sense. But
yeah,
if it was like a very smaller Earth and it was fully crust, then we would have a stuffed crust pizza that like blew up and made a a big pizza. You know, that's what
Oh,
I believe.
I
And
I think
not the
the
stuffed crust
stuffed
pizza.
crust
It's the
pizza Earth. Is that what you?
yeah. It's like a
What the
it's like a
fuck?
cheese dude. Have you ever made a cheese stick, dude? Make a
I
cheese
don't know,
stick with
man.
the cheese stick, wrap it around, and guess what? The gas pressure will cause it to exchange into the oven. You know what I
No,
mean? Like
check this out. I mean,
this is just
I'm not.
natural
I'm not.
science. I'm just
I'm
talking
not
about natural
down with the
science,
stuffed crust
natural things,
pizza
bro.
Earth. I'm not down with the stuffed crust pizza Earth. But
Dude,
I'll
I'm
tell
not
you
down with that
what.
either. But I'm just saying that just certain that has a certain like tasty aspect
How
to it.
how long can you? But you lasted a long time and you let Jose finish. But when I start talking, you know, I don't. Do you really? Is this something that you're saying is like? Well,
Well, I'm
the
saying
Earth
that
could be a
the gas
stuffed crust
pressure without
pizza. Is that
only
what you're
exists
saying?
within pizza. Yes, I am saying that.
God,
That
what a
is what
fucking
I'm saying.
that's not what Earth is. Do you live on Earth? Or
Earth
where the
isn't a
fuck are you?
pizza. Yeah, Earth isn't a pizza. I know that as well.
Okay,
So
well,
what?
you know,
So
Earth.
what's the oven? What oven are they using for this Earth? Are they using a
The
whirlpool?
oven that they're using for this Earth
Explain.
is the sun disk that goes around the sky.
So is it wood fired or is it
It's sun disk fired.
sun disk?
Sun disk, like that's what you.
Through nuclear
That's what
fusion?
you observe that goes around the sky every single day. So I'm not trying to talk about anything crazy here. I'm just talking about what our natural science
You,
is.
no,
I do get what you're saying.
you're
I
the
think the
only
analogy.
one that was talking crazy shit, talking about pizza crust Earth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I get what he's saying. But the analogy just made it kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
What you're saying is like
Helio made
at
it
a
seem
certain temperature. I get what
pretty
you're saying. What you're saying
fun.
is at a
I
certain
love it.
temperature, the Earth would expand, and you know, I get
I'm
where you're
hungry.
going with. It's just the analogy you used kind of made it kind of ridiculous. I think it made it kind of funny, you know.
Well,
Man,
he really
he was
just
trying to make a joke, but it wasn't as funny as you thought it might be. That's all. That's all I'm
It
saying.
wasn't really funny. Yeah, it's more of like a hunger and desperation joke.
There's a hunger inside you to expose these fucking assholes.
Dude.
Anyway.
Hey, I just love how that crust crumbles, you know? It's geometric. It's a geometric.
Dude, I hope. I just hope to God you're not fucking serious about this bullshit.
It almost sounds like something.
Because believe it or not, we've heard some crazy shit, right, Jose?
Right, that's what I was gonna say. It almost sounds like something a flat Earth society person would say as a joke.
Well, dude, I hope it's what a flat Earth society person would say, not as a joke, like some serious shit.
No, there's no such thing. Not as well. I mean, I hope people don't think the Flat Earth Society is a thing. You know, like a real thing.
Yeah.
Those guys are
Okay,
supposed to do their job. You know, but anyway, but
Thank
you
you.
just
Of
came
course,
here to
Mr.
help us out, to make this fun, and help everyone. You know, promulgate information, and you know, so hopefully that was a really good joke and you almost got me there, but because I was about to freaking roast your ass
Dude,
if you weren't
thank you,
joking.
bro. Roast me. Fuck yeah, dude.
Anyway,
I get paid for this shit.
Nah, we don't have to
If you
roast you,
don't get paid, I
bro. We
feel
don't have
sorry
to
for
roast you
you.
based on your joke. You'll
Nobody
get roasted
here
on your
gets
own joke
paid.
later.
Nobody here
Because it's gonna
gets
get hot,
paid.
right? It's gonna get so hot because we're in the oven. You'll roast
That
yourself
would be
later.
cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, it's a fun
No, I'm
place.
just playing, man. I'm just playing. All fun and games.
The
Well, it's
Earth,
just
like the Earth has no curvature. It's just so hilarious to me. It's like I gotta kind of like.
Well, fun and games aside, and to put everything out there, nobody gets paid to do this here. This is my phrase that I created. This is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
The discussion is natural science. Please.
We all come in here as volunteers to do, because we're so fascinated with creation. It's amazing.
Dude, it is. Like, I swear to God, sometimes at night, like, I'm not lying to you, just last night, I was, like, going to sleep, and I was just contemplating, like, dude, who the fuck put this shit together? Like, everything, like, in
I
this
know you
place.
can't stop thinking about it.
I can't stop thinking about it. I'm just how did this person, I don't even know if it's a person or, I don't want to get into the whole
Where does the
biblical
power come
discussion.
from? I mean, where does it come
It's
from?
amazing. It's amazing, bro. And like, it amazes me even more that people think we're fucking complicated rocks. Like, that amazes me even more. Like,
Wow. Wow, now you stepped into the great abyss.
Don't be stepping on Michelle Fowler now.
That was great. That was great. I mean, because that's what all of us are here for. We're here to have a conversation about natural science. And these other people, these people that are troll and really mean to us, they think we're here to have conversations
like,
not about natural science. It's like the whole conversation is natural science.
The conversation is filler. The natural science part is the punch in the mouth.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, you have no argument against what we can show you about how you're completely wrong when you're just like Big Bang billions of years.
But Helio, I have beliefs that are thousands of years old. How are you going to negate those?
Oh, well, thousands of years. I can't necessarily touch thousands. It depends on what.
Helio, I have
There's a lot of history involved in thousands. It might be a
Hey, real quick, for into the break, when people do say that argument to you that thousands of years, you can always tell them that it's an appeal to tradition fallacy, because that's it's an appeal to tradition.
Have you come and hung out with me in my in the YouTube chat? Come hang out with me in the YouTube chat. I love it, dude. Not enough of you cool guys come hang out with me in the YouTube chat.
What YouTube chat?
It's a very vile place to be, but it's just fun to turn the arguments around on people. It's very fun. And then the best they have to do is to escape from their claim and run away. That's all they can do. It's like, oh, I don't like flat Earth. That's why I started talking to you guys.
Even though I'm captain,
they don't like flat Earth.
I think you're talking about my YouTube channel. Even though I'm the captain of it,
dude,
you are
it, bro. Hey, and
I just don't even like to hang out there. I mean,
Glatflow did a good service to the. I just wanted to say, Glatflow did a good. I don't want to have that sort of spot on my back, like a like a little spot, like for them to target to, so I don't want to.
Man, don't worry about that shit. Say what you want to say. Say it.
Comments, but like
the meme.
Flat Earth to me is something beautiful. It's what is reality.
Yeah,
and I think that our alignment.
Why we do what we're doing right now?
We get each other, but it's fun. I was just saying, like Glad's a good person. You're a good person.
I agree.
I'm
I agree with you. I like Glad.
We're all good people.
Good guy.
What about me?
Are you Sasha?
Are you begging for
Sasha
someone to say,
2.0?
"Oh yeah,
Hey,
you're
you're
a good
Sasha
What's
guy"?
wrong with that?
2.0. I don't know.
I mean, I never begged for someone to say, "Oh, don't you remember me? I'm a
I'm
good guy."
kidding. God, calm down, Helio.
I didn't even know who it was, but I just hate when people do that.
Yeah, I wasn't doing
It's
that. By
rookie.
the way. I was just saying, like, you guys are fucking cool. Whatever.
You're cool too.
Oh yeah, I like everybody though. As I wouldn't give you all such a hard time.
Yeah. Even the Globies are cool as long as they're not Ace, who just
Yeah,
spins
as
the
long as
wheels and never like get like. Let's have a cool discussion, you know. And it's like Ace wants to be like,
I'll tell
"Hey,
you.
do you agree that we can agree on reality?" And it's like, what the fuck are you talking
Hey,
about, dude?
into
Like,
the break.
What
I'll
about
tell you
CGI
what.
fan Dan or whatever his name is?
The YouTube chat can be total shit sometimes, and I select certain moderators, and I can remove or add them at certain times depending on even their
well,
action. I've been
just
doing this
just
for
know that they're gonna be
several years.
complaining about me because I'm the fucking king of that shit.
All right, cool, man.
And
Talk all the
Glatt
shit you
will
want
back me
to in
up.
there.
Glatt will back
Yeah,
me up,
talk all
and
the
he's
shit
like,
you
"Yeah,
want in there.
definitely don't moderate them, but definitely be like, don't listen to nobody if they saying."
No, I'm just saying because I know I mean, there's a
They get
shit
super
ton of
mad
stuff
at
in there.
me, dude.
No, it's cool. It's cool. What are you? Do you have a disability where you can't let someone finish a sentence? Is there something wrong with you?
No, I don't. I'm just hyper. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying is, I see you in the chat. You can go ahead and say what you want to. Yeah, Glatflobe's been there for quite a while, and yeah, it's. I won't say it's a lot of people might think it's heavy-handed. It's mostly the Globers that think it's heavy-handed. But
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we
Like,
do
it's
pay
a lot
attention to what's
on
going on.
KG. I want to give a lot of shout out to KG and even Winter Rain, KJ and Winter Rain.
Yeah, I mean,
Wonderful moderators.
yeah, it's cool.
Wonderful moderators.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool.
I didn't
I
know
love
Winter
Get
Rain. I
under
didn't know she
control,
was like
or is
flat
this
earther.
on?
I thought she was a well earther.
Hey, Ed, I'm not sure if you're aware, but
But
we have
give Glatt his moderator status back just because he posted the most pivotal like information, the flat earth information. Like he was always posting the flat earth
Hey, I'm
facts.
going to tell you what. That's between me and him, and I don't
Well,
need to
can
be
you
talking about
get
that here.
those and then
Hey,
pass them on to me?
just that's between me
I
and
got
him.
you, brother. I got you, brother. I got you.
Shut the fuck up about it.
I got you.
I love the motherfucker. I love him. I love Gladflow. So, but that
I love those.
him.
I love those little, the flat Earth proofs that he would slide in there all the time.
Why? Me too. I'm just
He
saying.
did.
Just
Can you
saying.
get those? Can you get those?
I'd let it go if I were you. Point made. Your point was
No.
made.
Okay. Boom.
Oh, there's this
Can
fly.
you still hear me? I'm sorry.
I just got away, really big fly, and then it came back, and then I got him. It reminds me of these Globers.
Did you catch him with your chopsticks?
It's a fine swatter, dude. It's a big fly.
Are you talking about bat soup?
Talking about Globers.
Campbell's bat soup, bro?
Never had no bad soup, homie.
No, I don't. I have never tried that.
Good.
I think I had turtle soup once.
It has to be fruit bat if I'm gonna eat a bat, right?
I've actually wanted to try turtle soup. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those guys that like my dad raised me to try weird foods because he grew up eating weird foods, bro. Like my dad used to eat snakes growing up because like in Mexico where he lived at, like they actually had to hunt for their meals. So my dad ate whatever had 4 legs or slithered. He said he's ate iguanas, he's ate rabbits, he's ate fucking
What about
snakes.
turtle in a heartbeat? If
Dude.
if there was no other meat around, fuck yeah.
No, listen. He ate. He even eats what are those things called? Possums. He's ate possum, which I think is fucking disgusting. But he says they're good. Yeah.
But
Oh, they're really good, bro. Believe it or not.
Tools for the shell, and can use the shell to make all kinds of tools. And I guess you shouldn't. So in Samoa, it's like a sacred fish. It has to be, like the chiefs and all that stuff. But it's for the shell. You know what I mean? To make stuff out of, like tools.
On that point, Bong, have you guys ever been fishing and caught a turtle?
No.
I have, and it's just like I feel bad for the turtle. It's just like, why do I feel bad for the turtle? I should have fucking took it home and freaking.
Dude, I actually love
I don't know
watching
how to clean a turtle, but
You
but
know,
I
lives
should have
for
freaking.
50 years.
I should have took
I
the
did
turtle home
find
and ate
out.
the meat. You know.
Hey Helio, I actually got addicted to watching just turtles being cleaned, because a turtle, even if you cut its head off, that shit will, even if the head's completely off, if you put your finger in front of that turtle, even if the head's chopped off, it'll still bite your finger and bite it off probably. If it's a big turtle, yeah. And I find it so interesting how it's like it's been dead for like 5 hours, and as they're cleaning it, it's still
Really,
kicking and
even
moving
that long?
like yeah.
5 hours?
Yeah, some of them last like a little bit. It depends on the turtle. I don't know how it works, but I've seen some videos where the guy's saying like this has been dead for like 6 hours. It's been chilling in water. It's not moving, but as soon as he started cutting into it, it started moving like again, like if it feels the pain still.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
That's a long time to be dead.
Yep.
creepy.
Still moving.
Yep.
Hit the head really
I mean,
hard.
those things are. I mean, you got to
Then
eat
again,
your
it
meat.
might be good. I mean, it might be
Still alive,
interesting.
man. Is it still alive? This is reflex.
Well,
No,
what
it's
I
kind of
heard,
like a chicken.
what I
when
heard
they-
is that they're
yeah.
so
It is
like they don't
still
have
alive.
brains. No, what I heard about turtles that their brains are so small that they don't use their brains, that they actually have muscle memory. So their muscles are still like working even if they don't have the brain, because the muscles are working independent of the brain. So what happens is like, yeah, even if you take the head off, like if it's still like pumping some, it's still pumping blood, it's still kind of doing its thing. So if you were to scratch the turtle, it's gonna react like if it was still with the head. It doesn't know the head's gone.
Dude,
know?
that shit is
It's muscle
really
memory.
hard. Like, if you want to eat turtle meat, I'm trying to figure out. I
It's
mean,
even more creepy. Dude.
because turtles, when they're attacked or they get scared,
You want to talk about the philosophy of that?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to get turtle meat.
Well, the turtle meat. Like, let's just consider that. Like, you're the human, and I believe in
You
eating
probably
meat.
have to like have a pry bar and a decent knife.
But I would say that your life expectancy is that of what you're going to be consumed by. So you can expect for your life expectancy as a goat to be consumed within minutes of your adult life, right?
I'm not
It's
trying to be
very
rude,
bleak.
and I don't
I'm
know.
not saying that this is
I
going
don't
to
know
be
if
a
it's.
very. Not going to.
Hold on, I'm not trying to be rude. I want you to repeat what you said and put it in
picturesque
context, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Can you like
Me
put me
either.
in
I don't
perspective?
know.
Yeah.
Well, let's say.
Are you into the break or into the beak?
Yeah,
I don't
both.
even know
Into the
what
beak
you're talking about.
is sort of the joke. But you're going to be eating, and you are either going to be consumed, or you're either, and especially in nature, if you're a bird, right? You're either going to consume or be consumed.
Thought we were
Okay, I
talking
get you
about
now.
turtles.
I get what you're saying though. Now, you put it in context. So I get what you're saying now. I know where you're going from. I just did it when you first said it. You didn't put it in context. I was like, "What is he
Yeah.
talking about?" Like, like when you
Yeah,
said
the
nature, that's all you
context
had to
is like
say.
this is
As soon as
very
you said nature, it made sense.
dark.
You
This
are what
isn't
you
go pet your fucking kitties and your dandelions. This is, you have to live. Reality is you eat meat. You are meat. You eat meat. There's no
I'm not going
Dude,
to tell you that. Hey, guess what? You need to eat more strawberries and more
some of the turtles
flowers.
that you might try to capture or you accidentally capture.
We're not talking anything
I'll eat some
sexual.
fish, some chicken, maybe.
No, I
But
mean
Eating food. Eating
I've come
food.
across some big ass turtles, man, and they will
I'm not a
freaking
turtle.
try to eat you.
Yeah,
They're not.
my stomach.
They will try to eat
After,
you.
let's try something
They'll eat the
else.
fuck out of you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or unless you eat them. Yeah.
Cannibalism isn't good either. Yeah, I think
Well,
there's
I'm not a turtle, and I've never eaten
Well,
a
yeah. I
person.
mean, I
So
wouldn't eat
anyway,
a monkey,
but I think I would eat a turtle though.
but I'll eat a turtle any
Yeah.
there
day.
could be disease. Right? You gotta be careful because that's where it comes from, right? So I'm just saying.
No, where it comes from? Like, yeah, this is my problem with not eating meat. Like where's the sustenance coming from?
Uh, I was I don't think it's about not eating meat. I think it's about what the body, what's available. You know what I mean? And yeah, just
Yeah, potato. I mean, if potatoes
less.
are available, of course, eat potatoes. But then, like, also, if you can eat some salmon, eat some salmon.
Right. I mean, if you can farm it, or if you know where it comes from, you know what I mean. But if it's coming from like a mass produced, productive, some
Oh,
kind of
you're gonna
big
pick and choose. You're gonna
corporation,
pick and
then
choose.
no, because if some
Everything that you do is mass produced. Like your diet should be number
full of
one.
toxin or growth hormones, these things that could affect the meat, right? Then you probably don't want to eat those, right? Because it might
Nah,
make you
well,
sick.
I don't think that has that much to do with that. How much that everything else has to do with everything. So, like, I would still say eat that meat. Like, if that's the meat that you can get, eat
What
it.
is McDonald's? Is McDonald's meat? Are their patties considered meat
Well, their
food?
patties are only fucking 20% meat. So the rest of the
The
patty
word
is
meat
40% meat. So yeah, I
means
think that's a very big
the
problem
word
people
meat means food.
find
The word
themselves in.
you're looking for is flesh. There are different kinds of flesh. See, fish is the kind of flesh that I really like to
You
eat.
can find flesh easily, and to deny flesh, this is what I say is the problem is you can easily find lots of meat to feed lots of people, but they want you
Yeah,
to go
where
to
people want
McDonald's.
to eat meat,
They
I mean
want
to
you
eat
to
meat.
think that you'll get sick if you
You
eat
can't
steak
first
tartare.
or not eat. You know what I mean? Like, especially so the people that don't eat meat, right? If they get all religious about it, well, that's wrong. But then at the same time, if the people do
Well,
eat
no,
meat,
I'm super religious about meat. I'm so
so
religious about meat because I
well,
think meat
then that's a
gives
different. Yeah,
the cholesterol that you need to think in your mind, and you're an animal, right? Like you're like this. These are. I don't think that you're an animal, but these are things that are derived by what they think, and it's like we have animal meat, and I think animal cholesterol is what your most pertinent organs are based on, and to sort of put them off into a different category, and to say that you're eating like too many like cool cakes and like pancakes and like that's nonsense. Like, how are you getting sick from meat because you're eating pancakes?
I don't think people get sick from eating pancakes. What are we talking about now? I'm kind of talking about like veganism versus fleshinism, or so, what's it called? Flesh eaters, carnivores versus herbivores. Is that obviously the carnivores are gonna win, right? Because they can eat the herbivores. Isn't that what nature does, right? Like the lion eats the cow, eats the grass.
Yeah, I
The wolf.
suppose though, if did they unblock me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, wow. Well, he blocked me. I think that was like a warning. No, yeah, I think it's definitely you eat what sustains you in life. But to come up with some hearsay story is what kind of like bastardizes the whole like endeavorance of your endeavor. You know what I mean? Like, and we use these words specifically because this semantics is fun. So
Well,
you me eat meat.
for me, in the Old Testament, it's very clear. Like God said, "All right, you can eat these meats. Okay, these are good for you. You're healthy, but you can't eat these meats because it's gonna get you sick." See,
Yeah,
He
that
recommended
was the Bible, and it's like that's
distinguished.
really cool. Cool, you know, it's like some people go by the Bible with their diet, and some people don't. My diet is that I don't believe that meat needs fire.
Well, look, there's
I
worms
don't.
in,
I don't
in
think.
bear.
I
They're
think
pigs.
everybody worships at the meat. You
They're,
know,
you have to cook the meat. Yeah, because like pigs
everybody
have
cooks at
have
the
worms
meat.
in, it, right?
Yeah, supposedly, right? And I
I
think that
take
that's
that
like
risk.
some bullshit.
I would recommend it.
Yeah, I think that's some bullshit. You know, there's not the worms at the meat. You know, I don't think that you should be scared of your food. I think you should just eat your food. Just eat it. Like, why would you be scared and you need to
Yeah,
turn
why
fire
take
onto
off
it?
the hair? Just bite right through the face while it's alive, right? I mean, why even bother killing it? Just eat it alive. It's your
Yeah,
food.
like bite its face in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bite it while
exactly.
it's screaming. Just
Exactly.
bite
Why be like so
animal.
like
Beast, right? You are a beast.
vaginal about it? You know,
Take
like
beastly
you know what I
nature
mean?
and beastify yourself, right?
Yeah, just straight beast it, you know?
Being a
Like
man, that shit, cooking food, that's for pussies.
cooking food is literally for pussies. Yes. You're getting it. You're getting it.
Lion, you're a wolf. You're not a
I
man.
mean, that's the funniest thing about the biohazard list, you know?
You want to
Fires
get all
against
civilized
the
and
rules.
you're savages. But I'm
Fires
just,
against the rules. But like if you believe in all this shit and you have to wear a mask and stuff, like that's so crazy that you would just drink, you know, some eggs. That's so insane. But that's like becoming not so insane. It's becoming just such a joke because people are like, well, how funny is this? And so we're just doing goofy things, defying what mainstream media has to tell you about things, and people are like, I didn't even realize that was a mainstream thing, is that we gotta cook our food. We're so scared of our food that we turned it on fire. Like, people are like, I never even knew that shit. And here we are talking about flat earth, and they're like, I just don't see flat earth going anywhere. Except for the fact that a raw meat experiment on Instagram and whatever you want to do, like whatever you want to do, as long as it doesn't have to do with flat Earth, is going to do so good.
Here's
Like
one thing: I'm not gonna
anything.
eat turtle raw, right?
People are stupid as shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, bro,
Raw turtle?
I wish people were smarter, more intelligent.
The Filipinos have this pork thing. What they do with the pork, they use lemon to cook the pork. So it is raw, but the lemon kills all the bacteria.
Dude, dude, the tartars is very good. Don't go full tartarded, because I
I mean,
have, and I
you can't.
love it, dude. I'm full
Yeah,
tartarded, bro.
it's up to you.
I'm full tartarded, bro.
That's
You have to realize that they want you to set your food on fire and then forget about the fact that you're like literally setting your house on fire with chlorine gas and fluoride whenever you take a hot shower.
I don't.
Like,
What?
you have to forget about that. You have to
I don't
forget
know,
about
man.
that. Don't
What are you,
think about the fact that you're setting your house on fire with chlorine gas.
what are you
Don't
talking
think
about?
about that.
Talking about steak?
No one wants to think about that.
Well, I gotta add the butter and the rosemary. I mean, the coconut oil
Dude, and
infused
how nasty is that, dude?
with the rosemary. How am I gonna do that if I don't cook my steak? It can be
Dude,
medium.
cook your steak outside of the chlorine gas and the fluoride, my friend.
I don't know. The fluorine gas. Where?
Anytime you take a hot shower, dude, you're cooking yourself in chlorine gas and fluoride. You don't know about the biohazard list?
You are a little obsessed.
Sasha, you know about the biohazard list.
I'm not
Yeah.
Sasha. I'm
Yeah,
not Sasha.
All
Yeah.
of a sudden you're not Sasha? Well,
I
You're
never
not.
been
like
Sasha. What do you mean?
I know the troll Sasha, and I know you're not that troll Sasha, so like you're my homie. So
His
you
name is Get
definitely know
Baguette.
about the biohazard list.
His name is Get Baguette, dude. It's not Sasha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Bit obsessed. Yeah, that's a good word. I guess that's accurate.
Yeah.
A little too much.
That's not what's killing you.
It's your thoughts, man.
Yeah. The shower doesn't kill you.
You must control. You must bring them into captivity. Your thoughts.
Yeah.
And you must say to your thoughts.
Well, I appreciate you guys' goodness because yeah, redirect that thought. Thank you, Sasha.
But
Not Sasha. Hold on.
What?
Listen, I have well water. There's no fluoride introduced.
Yeah,
There
that's a
may be
very
a
good
little
thing.
chlorine. There may be a little bit of chlorine, but yeah. And I
Naturally.
agree with Jebby Jet. Well, I mean, they have to put some chlorine there to kind of, and there's filters too that filter out most of the chlorine. But it's just if you just drink straight well water, then you might get botulism. Not botulism. That's from pork, isn't it? Either way, anyway. But yeah, there's no fluoride in the water that surrounds me. So when I take a hot shower, it doesn't smell like chlorine. I used to live in a city, but I live in the country now, and I'm on well water, and there's no chlorine or no fluoride. But I don't even smell the chlorine like I did in the city. It just kind of depends on where you live and your water system. You don't have to. You just have to be aware, and it's really about your attitude about it more than, oh, I'm dying from the chlorine. I mean, if you're really that paranoid about like taking a shower with city water, and then freaking filter all the water that's coming into your house, and then you don't have to worry about that. Get the right filters, and then you.
I like that. I like that a lot.
But I'm not that worried about it, to be honest.
Hey, I was just bringing up just different topics for us to talk about. I mean, shit.
I'm curious. I'm curious. What have you did to better the quality of your water in your household?
Well, I moved, and so I have my water is well based. Like I moved, and it's like I didn't buy some shit. I just am renting some shit, but we all do little things to do well for ourselves, So
Yeah, I'm on a rental property.
I'm not
It's a community.
bragging or
We
anything. I
all
wasn't
get our water.
bragging. I was just saying that I think that some of these things are like toxic, and we don't talk about it.
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, but don't be scared to take a shower in the city. Something like that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be. Hey, guess what? I'm not going to be anytime soon. But yeah, I'm not scared to as well. You know what I mean? Like,
Do you have
for sure.
do you have a well?
And I'm sorry. I called you Sasha. Like, you're not Sasha. I'm sorry about that as well.
Yeah, it's okay, no problem. I don't mind.
Yeah,
People confuse
I
our
appreciate
accent.
you talk. I know
accents
we've talked. I
some of
know
their
we've
accents
talked.
can be similar, but
I know my accent is just like that full on like he's not French. He must be some sort of English.
you sound American to me, but you might be from
Yeah.
Canada. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, don't we know, eh?
Anyway, Jebby Jeb,
What do you have on the bottom of your well? Is it like land or
me?
No, and
Yeah.
my well, no, it is a definite it's some stuff that they're ready to take up. Most
I think he was asking
they're
me.
ready to take up into they're ready to take up. And it's like this well just is like hasn't been
Where I live, it's a rental property,
Yeah, but
and there's a community well that everyone gets the water from that is renting on that property. It's a community well where I get my water from.
Yeah, if you drop like a bucket on the bottom of the well, is it ground? You gonna be lifting clay, earth, mud?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Mhm.
I don't even know where the well's located where I live, but I know
Yeah,
it's
like where this well is completely clay. And so it's a complete it's clay, and then they have the big reserve that they built around what was the real clay water. So it's fake, and it's just completely fake, dude. It's
Yeah,
completely fake.
if you have earth on the bottom of your well, I recommend.
It would be very great.
I recommend you go to a river, mountain river, and gather stones, all the colors that you can see, and mostly the ones which are round shaped, like they are not corner and stuff like that. and
No, it'd be nice to
drop
build a
those on the
nice.
bottom of your well, but not too many of them. Like make 2 layers of stones, one on
You
top
know,
of the other.
I could actually do
and
that
and that
because
I tell you that will improve the quality of the water you're drinking by a lot.
yeah, no, that's really the difference is where you're getting the water from. It's like really, I'm getting the water, but they don't they don't want me gathering it for myself.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the real shit. They don't want the water gathering for themselves. It's like you have some sustenance, make a little clown show about it. And so what they do is so it's not gathering into a little shell. It's gathering into like a shell of what a school is or some shit. It's like, and then it's like, oh, here's where all the water accumulates from because we studied about where water accumulates in a fucking bag. And it's like none of that. They don't want to jump that water and hope water. No, the whole time they're like, yeah, water's not happening. Like we're having to pump shit into your shit so that you even have drinking water. So that we're drinking fucking nectarine fucking bottles of drinking water. It's just some bull. It's like yeah, it's some bullshit. Water is bullshit. Where water comes from, it's bullshit. Like if you were one of the Chinese, you would be telling me like how cool water is. And it's like yeah, we got cool water. Like that's our best shit. We got water, and they don't have water because literally water is what ran all of our old systems. That's what ran all of our old computers, dude. Hey, who's there?
Computer.
Come on. We're talking some crazy shit. Like fuck water, dude. Fuck like what you thought about
You
water,
can't
dude.
say that. That is very evil, negative to say that. It will hit you back
I
if you
appreciate
say
you.
that.
No.
When you
It's
swear
not
at
gonna hit
work
me
at
back as
water.
hit me as specific as it is, but don't say it'll hit me back, brother.
I'm just telling you so you know, so you don't do it again. For your own good. I have no evil mean intention, I just
No, I like to
noticed
think
that,
about the
yeah,
perpetual motion, my friend. Hell
it
yeah, let's
doesn't
talk about
exist.
the perpetual
Perpetual
motion.
motion doesn't exist. That's imaginary.
I have to go chop peppers. What did I miss?
Yeah.
I only want to talk about like
Not even
how
life.
the
Not
reality.
not listen, not even life is perpetual,
I mean,
eternal.
literally,
We cannot
the
scientifically
sun goes
demonstrate.
around every day creating perpetual motion, and we don't have a machine to make like sustenance from that. We don't have like
They,
a
the
machine.
sun,
What's the
that
machine
thing,
that is the machine?
listen, that thing in the sky, the sun and the moon, we don't know what they are. They can be quantum locked. They can be many things,
No, we know what they are.
which
We
we
know
have
what they
no.
are. It's
Well,
the sun
definitely they are
the
not
sun
balls.
is a a transistor that is going around the sky. It's a
That's
transistor,
just
and so I want to
speculation.
know. I
Just like
just want to know, like, what kind of fucking shit are we building off of that? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of like that transistor goes around the sky every single day, causing a low pressure medium and a high pressure medium, causing all kinds of shit. And it's like, what kind of trouble are we ready to get into with this fucking transistor that's a
I don't
transistor
know what you
creating
mean. A
energy.
transistor is like a switch.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to say what it is, but I mean, what it is it's transisting
Yeah, from
energy
three.
from one
Listen,
place to another and causing
from
heat.
three wires, from three connections. Yeah, you
That's the
choose
only
which two
that's
of.
the only other way we've
I'm not
seen that,
finished.
from
I'm not
three
finished.
connections.
I'm not finished. From three connections, you choose which two are connected, on or off. That's what a transistor does. It's a switch. And the sun is definitely not doing that. I mean, it's not going on and off in the daytime.
I mean, it could be going on and off at such a high rate that you wouldn't be able to tell. And that's
At,
that's
at
just
which
something.
high rate? I mean, we observe the electromagnetic spectrum that it doesn't go off. It's not like the TV, like frames per second. It doesn't have that. It's continuous.
I mean, it's continuous as long as you look at it. And people have been looking at the sun for a long time.
Yeah, well, they say it can blind you, and I really believe that. But actually, now in summertime, I spend time to look at the sun with my
Well, that
naked
was the
eye.
thing that Faulkner
And
said, was the singularity of the moon and
it
sun
does something. It does
proved.
something to your eyes when you look. After you look at the sun, and then you look somewhere else. It's almost like you can't see clear. You see a bright light in front of your eyes, like some
Did you
colors, spots,
see the
colored spots.
singularity?
Singularity? No.
I saw it myself. I saw it very. And what was the most funniest thing about it was there was no moon throughout the sky before it came and obscured the moon, right? Like, there's no moon whatsoever. Like, we're not seeing the moon. And but for some reason the moon was just blackened. And then those shadows, like, and they were like these little, like, fish scale shadows that just happened.
Where did you
But
see
they're
this?
during the singularity of the
Is this a
moon
dream
passing the
you had,
sun.
or
No, it was very much real because I made sure I was very much really there, present, to see the observed phenomenon. And what was most fascinating is that the sun was unobserved. You didn't observe the sun until it caused the shadow, apparently, on the moon.
okay? So
That's
you're
what I want.
talking
That's what
about
I
a
want to talk
sun
about.
eclipse?
This is what I want to talk about. Like, no, like, the sun was obscured.
By
But
what?
we did not see the sun before it obscured the light of the sun, right? So we just
In
had
daytime.
we just had like for no reason at all.
No, you
Because
didn't
we couldn't
understand my.
we
I
didn't
asked
detect
if
the
this
sun.
did
No,
this
we
happen in the
did.
daytime.
I mean, no, you know what it was. Yeah, it happened in the daytime, but we
Yeah.
didn't detect the moon at all. But yet the moon obscured the sun.
Oh,
So we didn't
invisible
see the
eclipse.
moon like
Yeah, yeah.
floating through the sky
These are
to
these are
obscure.
known.
It was just for some reason that shit was obscured. And we
Yeah,
had
these
no
are.
reason to say or describe why the fuck that shit was obscured. That was when I was full on flat earth, when I was like, yo, this is gonna take my shit. Is when I fucking saw that there was literally nothing that obscured the sun. And they wanted to say
I'm
that
sorry.
was something.
Mic check. Mic check. Do you hear me?
I hear you. Are you there? Do you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I'm not sure you heard me before, but I tried to tell you that the Saros cycles predict invisible eclipses. Okay. Did you know that?
Yeah, then I guess that fully visible eclipse was just an invisible eclipse.
Yeah. Invisible eclipses, it means that you don't see them when they taking place, and that's like invisible sun eclipse. It means that the moon will cover the sun, but you don't see this eclipse, so it will be like daytime. Probably, I have no clue how to explain it, but I saw a website about a month ago, and I read about these Saros cycles, and yeah, it was told that there are invisible sun eclipses and invisible moon eclipses at night.
I mean, well, shit. I mean, now
About the moon,
I can just forget
yeah.
about the curvature that we would found from a nice providential timeline. That's fine. I'm just still
I
looking
was
for like,
curious,
where's the curvature on the Earth?
I was curious. You were saying you saw something bizarre, and yeah, I was curious, like the date and time, and maybe we can check
Well,
that.
I actually observed that from like the highest location that you could observe it from, and it was like I don't know, 2,000 feet high on this mountain. And
Well, not
when I
I
observed that
no, I
shadow
didn't
around
ask.
it,
I didn't ask
it
altitude,
was
like
funny to me.
position, location. I mean city or country and the date and time.
I
Like
mean,
what
all
year,
that's
what
just like
month.
irrelevant, but I observed that because that was the great whatever American singularity that was observed in 2016, and pretty much, it was just like all about, they just put all the emphasis on, Byron and
So
Trump.
it was an eclipse in 2016.
But from what I saw, because I saw it at a very tall peak location, is I just found it very interesting that there was all these fish scale shadows that were around. And people were there, people were literally there. It's like, where are the flat earthers? No. And I was like, I'm literally right here, standing right next to you. Like, it was funny. That was a legit scenario. But yeah, that was a very, very fun thing to see.
I've seen pictures with those.
When people talk
fish
about
scale,
shadows and sticks and
light.
stuff, I'm like, we got it. I saw it. I was there. I was there at that peak, and apparently that was just, that's just the best. There's other shit that gets close to, I don't know, the close to them not seeing obscuration due to curvature. And I'm just like, prove the curvature. Like, I literally saw it as bright and as compelling as it can be, singularity. And I was like, that's a very good, like, the fact that I did not see the moon is a very good, poignant fact for flat Earth. It's like, oh, well, actually, you did see the moon, except it wasn't very good or whatever, whatever reason. It seems retarded, because it seems like, obviously, the moon isn't what we think it is. Like, why isn't it that we just would observe it? I mean, it's a physical object, so it seems like, why would it not be physical when it's going to obscure the fucking sun? And to me, it's just so funny, like when Ace and all, and shout out to my little peons that don't have anything to fucking say for themselves to denounce reality, because reality is reality. Anybody there? Am I still talking? Hey, this is just jackass of the real world. That's what flat Earth is. I mean, sooner you guys stop thinking that this is like some big scary thing, the sooner people start realizing they need to shut the fuck up and start not listening, but just shutting the fuck up, because they know nothing. Nobody knows any fucking thing.
Yes. Empty your mind. Quiet the mind.
Like, let's just fucking talk about how you know what you know. Like, we'll just have a fucking cool conversation about what you know.
I think you're right, though. The art of shutting the fuck up has well and truly been lost for most people. If they could only get it back a bit, they might learn.
The art of shutting the fuck up. Silence is golden.
I mean, I'm just in here arguing all day with these degenerates, so I just like to come in here with you guys who are fucking gold and fucking let's just
talk about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for their turn to talk, right? I mean, how can you know, hear what's being said if you're talking while he's talking, right?
Dude, that's the sad part. They're not waiting for their turn to talk. They're just talking. They're just
Yeah.
saying nonsense. And then it's like, hey, you're full of nonsense. And then it's like, oh, prove it. And it's like, oh, well, why are you even here, Ace? I'm a
It's like the
chat
first.
king, so I'm always gonna shout out my chat king homies. Ace, you little fucking paid shill, and fucking Trillion and all the fucking clowns. Dude, you
Here's the thing.
you shill clowns. I'm paid to not even be paid. Like, if you're not paid, how very, very sad for you.
Are we talking about ace trades?
Yeah. My
32
question is, hey, I got a question for you, Ace. Like, why can't you ever do anything that isn't like what a pathetic shill that you are? Like,
Well,
why?
I hope he's using Brave browser, so he can at least get some crypto, while he's visiting us every day. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, pure crypto, pure.
like at least get something out of it.
He's buying fucking Bitcoin at
Wait
50K.
there. Wait there. What the fuck is Brave
Bitcoin's
browser?
taking over.
Wait
Bitcoin
there.
the new
Wait there,
currency.
guy.
Bitcoin at 50K is what the shills love.
Into the break. Wait there.
Hey, now we caused some shit. I'm sorry.
Bitcoin gets rid of bankers.
Oh my
That's
We're
god.
kidding.
Alright, I'm
Bitcoin
just
is
muting
only
both of you because I
$30,000.
just tried to speak. Alright, you're muted. You're muted. Yep. Livestream can just be quiet for the rest of the night. Alright, I'm going to sleep. I get it, yeah. Hi, Bong Style.
Hi, Sasha.
Bong Style, you can unmute him in a second. What the fuck was just going on? That just woke me up. I'm freezing cold.
Go get in bed and cover.
Whoever's speaking now, you're not making any sense for some reason. Like, mumble words. Unmute him, Bong.
Oh, what's up?
Unmute them.
Who? Who we were talking about?
I forgot to.
What's his name? Into the break?
Hey, I'm just joking. Like, hopefully I'm not, but I just like talking. Am I muted?
Yeah,
Yeah, no. But the other guy left, so fuck this. I was trying to ask something, man. You know what I mean?
Fuck it, dude. Fuck.
What you got?
This fucking bullshit. Bat soup isn't cool, dude.
6 in the morning, I just got woken up by you motherfuckers talking some shit.
Good morning, Crack.
Not a good morning, I'm going back to fucking sleep.
Good night.
I mean, the fact that the Earth curves and the best thing they have to hypothesize about it is that, like, we don't curve around the Earth when we're flying in an airplane. That's some big problems with the whole Earth. Geocentrism. And so it's like, am I an anti-geocentrist? No. Am I a flat earther? I guess so, just because you people have labeled me as such, you know. But I'm just like I like to ask questions.
Have you ever thought of Lambada Earth?
Yeah, I've definitely thought of it. That was my first thought.
Yeah.
Was that the
How do you
Earth
explain it?
creates
sustenance for itself. And no, the way I explain it is that that's the way it is. It creates the sustenance for itself.
How would you explain the lambada Earth?
I would say that Earth creates the sustenance that it has for itself, and every single experience that you have is lambada.
Who is Earth?
Yeah, who and what is Earth is a different question. And that's a
Do you know
question
what
separate from
lambada
what's
is?
lambada.
Do you know lambada? The famous song Lambada? Lambada dance?
Well, I mean,
it's spinning, yeah, around its axis and it's tilted, so it's wobbling. Lambada, like lambada.
yeah, and
That's
so
lambada
this
Earth.
is what I tell like people. It's like, you can like have your metaverse, right? Like, of course, in your metaverse, everybody wakes up every day and they're like, yeah, we're standing sideways on a globe and we're spinning at faster than sound speed. But in actual reality, every day of your life, you wake up too, and you're standing upright, and you experience you experience reality, which is not spinning. But every day at the same time, somebody is telling you that what your reality is not your reality. So now, like, people like Ace and people like Ben and all these confused people, these model afflicted is what them,
Well,
Bev,
the
that's
truth
what Bev
is,
calls
you're
them,
not
model
spinning.
afflicted.
It's an imaginary spinning
Mm-hmm.
because you don't get dizzy.
Yeah, and exactly, they're spinning, they don't get dizzy, they're on the side of a ball, they don't know what reality is. And it's like, no, what reality is your entire lived experience. So everybody's entire lived experience is always flat. So it's like, it doesn't have to get very philosophical or needy or anything after that. That's your reality. So if you want something else, you're gonna have to prove that. And so they really don't like when they're like, okay, prove what gravity is, or prove what conservation of momentum is, like, prove any of these things. They don't like that because, like, now we're talking real science. And so these people are science deniers, and they
You want to bring
and detest and
to
despise
bring the
reality.
imaginary into reality. You are asking to demonstrate the imaginary, and yeah, that's heresy. It's blasphemy.
They despise reality. That's why you and XO get along so well, because XO just puts them right in their place. Like, hey, you're going to fucking hell for being such a piece of shit, moron, and a retard. But, like us, like me and Helio, we try to be a little bit nicer and give him a little bit more time than that. But the ultimate truth is that, is that's the fact. Like Ace, he's just dancing around, postponing his own judgment. It's like, good for you, Ace. You think that's going to do something good for you, Ace?
I think Ace has become an obsession for you, man. Like, maybe ignore him. Like,
Hey,
block,
if you
block,
come in to the chat
block,
with
block.
me, hey, bro, maybe we could have a good time.
Oh, I've been there. I've seen him around, and I had to block him and a couple other guys.
Why? Why would you block somebody like that? Don't block them. You must gain you gain more from not blocking them.
It's
You
because
gain
they're
so
not
much more.
Like if they've been doing it for such a long time, okay, that means then they're paid, right? They're not worth listening to because they're not there to help or to learn anything, but just to. So it's
So
not
do you
worth.
think they're paid to be there?
Well, it's not worth filling up the chat with him. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
but
I just say
making
that
the energy and the
just to bring up
direction
the fact that
of
these people in the chat that I talk to all the time don't want to come in here and they don't want to acknowledge the fact that I'm talking. You know what I mean?
yeah, but
I'm Charles Monroe.
it's hurting you more than them. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It sounds like you're in pain, and like you're
I'm in.
angry.
Oh, am I in such pain that I want them to come into here so that I can demolish their
There
little bits?
there are better people to talk to. You know, that's why I blocked them
No,
on
I mean we all get the same thing. No, I'm only bringing up the people that believe the antithesis of what we don't even believe. You know
If
what I
they
mean?
sound like an agent or like some kind of government, like they work, they're getting paid, I just straight up block them. You know? Then there's
Well,
the
I'm glad that you're not. I mean, I'm glad that you're not the fucking agent or whatever. I'm not either, and I agree with you. But the only I just have to say the only reason I am bringing them up is because they have nothing to say, and I would really like for them to build a fake toy model that isn't reality, but is based on facts of reality. Quote.
I think it's difficult enough to try to show people, you know what I mean, how it's not a ball. Then to get caught up with all these other red herrings, I think is confusing for people. You know what I mean? Like, especially the trolls, like Ace, all those other guys.
You've been in there, you know, troll aces.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but that's why I just say, like, it's like I'm not succumbing to that. It's like, hey, here,
That's why Julio took away
where's your best
my wrench.
pouring
That's why
effort?
that's why he took away my wrench because I was muting and banning all these people, right?
You were,
Yeah.
dude, yeah,
And then he took my wrench away and he was like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, I'm trying to clean shit up."
bro, yeah,
Anyways, it's all right. I don't
yeah.
care.
That's
You
why
know.
they did that to Glatt, and
No, it's all right. It's fine. You know,
it's
we're
whatever. I would rather. That's why I told Glatt. I was like, no, I don't want the wrench. I would rather just, act like I have a wrench and
I turn him off.
swing it around.
Yeah, but Helio can run his, whatever, however he wants.
Oh,
So it's all
I
right.
mean, he does. I mean, there's already the ones, but no, I mean, hopefully he doesn't delete me or whatever. But
And then,
it could happen.
like people like all the trolls online that are always like on the Oakley show or from Jim Panda's server, all these trolls floating around. Like
It's so
constantly,
strange. Like,
okay.
why? It's so pathetic. Like, why are they so desperate about because they were arguing with me about the whole angle of elevation, angle of altitude flight around a globe thing on Brian's. You know Brian from
Sometimes
Flutter.
I
So
wonder,
he did he
you
did
guys,
he did a couple things, but I
are
was
you
just
guys
like under
afraid
there underneath
of,
and I was just like
well,
I just brought up some
You've been asking bullshit, right? It's so obvious, and then you look at these guys' arguments. It's obvious that they're trying to like. Are you guys trying to get people to, uh, you know,
dude, their
this?
arguments are so retarded. Their argument, if you have your finger above a globe, does your finger ever change? Like, if you have your finger above a globe 1 inch, does that change?
Yes.
And another inch. I was like, my finger isn't a airplane, retard. And then like, like you missed the whole point. And I was like, their whole point was like, the curvature starts from where my finger would be, but it was like, but then the whole thing was like, my finger is going over, and it's like so weird or whatever. And then so this guy was like, I will tell little kids about like the globe and they'll get it right away. No flat earther ever understands simple globe. And I was like, yeah, little kids will say, yeah, wow. And he was like, and then he was like, no, they come up with some good questions over you flat earthers who never come up with good questions. And I was like, yeah, tell
When
me
you
what the
Disney,
profound question is that the little kids came up with.
Hey, break.
yeah, sure. History. I grew up fucking learning about the globe. Of course, it's going to make sense. You've been fucking brainwashed since you were a fucking
Yeah.
baby.
Break. We got a new guy here. Do you want to maybe try talking to him?
Child,
What's his name?
tell me what profound question I asked.
Yeah. Do you want to try talking to the new guy?
Pedophile fucking creeps.
Hey, what's up, Ghost? Welcome to the server. Welcome to the panel. Vardouche.
How's it going?
Yeah, what up?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
up?
we're just
Earth is flat.
I agree. So,
So
Yeah.
Ghost,
I'm here for the. I'm waiting for some Glover to come in here.
Ghost, what's your opinion? I mean, what do you think? Ball, flat?
I'm just here for the discussion. I want to hear what you
I
guys
mean,
say
it's
about
more
it.
like just
I'm
being
kind of
obvious. Like, if people have common sense, I mean, the world would be peaceful. Let's be real.
Matthew Learns, that sounds very good.
Excuse me, say that again.
Hey, we're just saying that since we were little, we've been shown like models, cartoons, movies,
Oh, yeah.
educational programs. So of course it's going to make sense. It's the only thing that makes sense, right? But what we're not taught are things like horizons, right? It's not made obvious that the horizon, or that when you paint something, or that when you draw something, right, 2D, that what you're looking at is flat, right? That's not made obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's not made obvious is what science is. Science is only the scientific method. The alternative to science is pseudoscience. And so they teach us when they're teaching us Boyle's gas law and Pascal's law, they teach us what science is, but then all of a sudden they want to bamboozle us. And
Oh yeah,
when they talk about pseudoscience as opposed to the
definitely.
actual validated science that we were literally taught in grade school. So when it's like, oh, you didn't finish grade school. Yeah, I know. I finished it. I finished it all right.
Middle school and high school is when you start imagining things because they're too big. You know what I mean? So you start imagining and reading and seeing them in books, right? No more, it's not even you don't even science it, right? It's more like you gotta
Yeah,
imagine
but
it.
they teach you what the science is so you know
Oh,
what
it's not
science
science.
is. So that
Well, you don't.
then when
There are
you
smart
go to
people out
run
there.
your cash register, you know how to run the cash register as well.
Yeah.
They teach you science first because that's a very prestigious thing, and then they're like, oh yeah,
Yes.
you're believing you're off in the you're sideways on a fucking ball and all this
This
nonsense.
is so big, like it can't be. We're still learning about the universe and how it works. So we have experts working on this that have very
We
special.
don't know what gravity is. Neil
We have
deGrasse Tyson, my favorite flat earther of all them all. Neil deGrasse Tyson. We don't know what gravity is.
You're not gonna see. Curvature.
Next question, please.
You didn't see curvature from an airplane, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
He looked
You
angry,
don't
dude. He's
see
like,
the curvature.
I was like, calm down, man. Like, what the hell? You didn't smoke some weed before you?
How high do you gotta be to see the curvature? God damn it!
You are 2 millimeters.
And then they were like, okay, we're pulling this from Joe Rogan's podcast. Because in 2016 they were about to have Joe Rogan podcast of Eric Dubé versus what's his name,
Mustache.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they pulled out. Neil pulled out.
Imagine not debating a fucking flat earther, eh?
Imagine being so
Amazing.
scared to debate a fucking flat earther. It was like, because I have my whole thing to do, and so it's like the best they've done since then is talked about fucking mushrooms on Mars. Cool trippy story, bro. How high do you have to be to fucking debate Eric Dubé on Joe Rogan? You fucking retarded piece of shit. You fucking failed.
True. You gotta
You
smoke.
fucking failed.
You gotta smoke the good. You gotta eat some shrooms and smoke some weed, and then pop some LSD.
Yeah, I'm good on that. We're all good on that.
Yeah.
We
You know,
ain't
it was funny that Joe Rogan didn't
none
even
of us
buy
are
Neil's
through with
bullshit
smoking.
reason for not debating Eric.
Yeah,
Neil
no.
was like, oh, these flat earthers, they just want the first fucking tickets on, commercial space travel. And even Joe Rogan was like, yeah,
Dude,
fuck.
What if I
Joe
take you
Rogan
to
Ass,
space?
man.
failed. He failed so hard, dude.
That's
And
fine.
it's like that's all we're laughing about. Like still here in Flat Earth 24/7 is
But
every day if somebody's triggered, it's like, hey, we're just really laughing about the fact that
what?
your star flat earther didn't debate your star flat earther, and here we are to this day. Goonies.
Like, so is the Earth gonna look flat from space though? If I go up
I
there,
mean,
like,
if you went to Narnia, and if are you going through that? Do you have a special thing?
a special
You
capsule,
don't.
a
Like
special dresser.
space is length, width, and height. Okay.
I have a special closet.
Can you also scratch your brain if you think about?
It's like Willy Wonka's elevator.
No, it's like can you scratch your brain if you think of sandpaper?
No.
I just want to see who you are, what you are. What
I
you
don't
are.
like.
You're a goon. You're a goon, man. You want the chocolate for free, bro?
It depends on the itch.
Look at what Grumpus had. Well, look what happened to Grumpus, bro. He dived in head first. He's dead. He's dead. He wanted chocolate more than he wanted truth. That's Ace. That's Ben.
Ace.
That's my little hey little troll boys in the chat. This is Into the Break.
Look,
I'm
man.
Charles
That's why I came
Monroe.
here.
I'm Charles Monroe, homie. Come
That's
get
why
me. Come
the
get me,
YouTube.
motherfucker.
That's why I came here.
I know you got my address. Why don't
Because I
we
was
have
tired
some
of
tea, motherfucker?
the
Why
thumbs.
you acting
I
all
was like,
distant and shit, little bitch? Come to my place. Let's have that fucking crumpet, motherfucker.
he's never gonna come here, dude.
Dude, Ben's chill. He's about to come get the crumpet. No, but that's what I was saying. I think it's funny is our conversation is natural science. That's it. I think we talk about a lot of things, but natural science is our shit, and so I just want to bring it up as often as I can. Helio will delete me or whatever if I'm out of place.
I can't debate on Twitter, like You
Yeah,
can
I
only
don't
see
have. I have. I don't. I. Yeah. All I have. The best I have is me talking. So fake Twitter accounts don't matter to me. I mean, the Earth wouldn't exist if it was a globe whatsoever. Like, it's such an absurd, retarded fucking notion that it wouldn't exist. It's just so stupid that go fuck yourself. How stupid is shit that you would want to think that your reality, you live on the side of a wall. I mean, that's where I'm at. Where are you at?
Talk to the new guy about it.
That's a bit.
Come on. That's why, I mean, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Hi, Ghost.
You're a globie?
Hi, Ghost.
You believe in
can
a
you unmute Ghost
little globe balls that
and
you
say hi?
suckle? You coddle little globe balls, you little bitch? Come on, buddy.
Ghost did unmute, old dude. He's just
Come
kind of here
on,
for the
buddy.
discussion, he said.
Don't put me on mute.
All right, okay.
I'm just having some fun.
Seems like a
I live in a reality. We live in the reality today. Guess what? Do we live in a global conundrum? I guess so. Like, but how do you know what you know? How do you know? What do you know?
Oh, you gotta
Why do you
measure it.
know it? How do you measure it? Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
It's already been measured.
Dude.
You gotta test the measurements, right? Because if you don't, then
I mean, I mean, angles of elevation, you know?
may as well
Angles of
believe I'm
elevation. So are you the globey buddy? I'm gonna talk to globey buddy. I wanna talk to
Got it.
globey friend.
Do you have any? What are you on the fence? Don't be
For
afraid.
the
Break.
globe, I have no stance, but for flat Earth, there is
I'm
Pascal's principles, Boyle's gas law, as well as entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, and you know, I believe in science.
pseudoscience.
No, actual science. So that's why I want any of the pseudoscience fantasists to come in and please let's have a discussion. The reality and science deniers, please come in. I want to have a discussion.
I don't think they're. I think you gotta trick them into coming in.
Dude, what's your name, dude? My name is Charles Monroe. What's your name, bro? Well, I'm saying is anytime that you're out and about, tell them come have the conversation in Flat Earth 24/7. I've been telling so many people. So many people are so scared to come in here. Really, they're like, oh my god, are you serious? No, we're not coming into there. People are really like kind of scared. Like they think like we have the philosophical know-how for everything. And it's like, no, we're just trying to have a discussion with you guys about what is reality. But most and what you find like in the likes and the people that don't comment is that they're there. They love it. They love it, bro. They love it. Helio, they're loving it, dude.
You know that all them trolls in the chat are flat earthers, right?
That'd be cool.
No, they 100% are flat earthers.
I mean, they are, but they aren't. But they are.
Oh, they are.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude. That's why I was like, I'm here for no reason. I'm just here to fucking shout at the top of my lungs, like, fuck yeah. And then, like, there's so many other people, like, holding my balls up, saying, like, yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean, they're flat earthers in, like, the most extreme levels of denial, but they are flat earthers. They know
Well,
they
yeah, okay, so you had to say that, yeah. I mean, because you have to exist in the flat Earth. There's no reason that you would have a sort of discussion about the flat Earth if flat Earth wasn't something that, like, sort of upsets you. And so, like, that's what I say about Ace and Ben and McCary and the few that I mentioned is they really just love the taste. They just really love it, you know.
Taste.
They're there.
Taste of
You know
flat
what
earth.
I mean by taste too. You know what I mean by taste,
I am a
and they
chef.
know what I mean by taste. Because otherwise, Ben, Ace, you stupid fucking pieces of shit, you would be in here defending yourselves. Instead, no, they're like, no, I just like to be a little soy boy and, like, make them defend themselves, their cereal selves. It's so strange, like, and that they're not paid is the most sad.
Oh,
I
you
was
don't
like,
know
how much
that.
are you paid? You're paid a lot,
They're
dude.
paid,
You're
man. Of
paid. You're
course
paid a
they're
lot,
paid.
dude. I'm paid a lot, and
Hey,
it's so sad that they're not
If they're
paid
not getting paid
anything,
for what
dude.
they do, then they are fucking retarded.
They're not paid anything, and
And they're
it's
selling
so
themselves short, honestly.
sad, bro.
that's why it's not worth talking to them.
Bro, how
Because
sad is it that they're not paid anything? That's one of the most saddest aspects of, like, this all. Like, I wish we were all paid. You know, I'm paid a little bit, you're paid a little bit, and then they're paid nothing. How sad!
What are you
Oh,
talking about now, man? Fucking,
dude.
who are you talking about now?
I'm not paid. Obviously, we're fucking joking. But, like, really,
you getting
they
paid. What the
should be
fuck?
paid.
Send me some fucking money. He's getting paid.
All of a sudden, somebody's gonna come in there. Have you ever lied? Have you ever lied? Fuck. I was like, I can't lie. I
Queens.
wasn't paid. I
Gala
lied when I said I was paid. It was a joke. These fucking clowns, dude. These fucking clowns are hysterical, bro. And because they are paid.
They hate us because they ain't us.
My Uranus.
They hate us because Uranus. Because they rain us? Because they anus. Yeah, anus, yeah. That's the one.
Dude, yeah, take me off the topic, dude. Take me off the topic. Fucking,
Yeah.
that's it, dude. I mean, all I was talking about was just, like, how cool it is that there is no curvature for Earth. Like, how cool it is to be curved by you.
Oh my god. It's a ball that looks flat. Oh, so cool.
I think it's so funny. This shit is just so funny. People really don't get how funny this is, really. They really don't get it. It's so funny.
Falling off the edge. The edge of your seat, right? Like, yeah, guesswork. Yeah, astrophysicists.
I'm gonna get to those TPS reports.
Experiments. What, you think we do experiments on the stars and shit? Come on, man. Don't be ridiculous. It's guesswork.
How
And we could
smooth it is to be
By the seat
loved
of our
by
pants.
you.
and we could be totally wrong. Like totally wrong. Not just a little wrong, like totally wrong. I'm just saying. This
I mean,
disclaimer.
not just totally, but completely wrong. You dumb bitch.
Everything we know about physics could be totally turned on its head as we know it because quantum mechanics. And it just so happens the Kabbalah and quantum mechanics, say, really,
But
Kabbalah?
I really had a reason to love you, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We could be
That
totally
stuff's
wrong.
flat. That
Yeah.
stuff's flat.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
my favorite. Hey, if anybody has a problem with flat Earth, they need to write Neil deGrasse Tyson and be like, "Why the fuck did you say that shit is flat as shit?" Because it is.
What's the point? Are you smoking?
Hey, why the fuck, bro? Are you the best fucking flat earther and supposed to be the fucking
Qualified?
pseudosciencer as well? Dude, we love you no matter what, bro. Woo!
Are you qualified to say that, though, Neil? That it looks flat from her change
Neil deGrasse Tyson is my favorite flat earther. And
Yeah,
if
because you're not
anybody
just saying,
wants to fucking deny me, well, guess what? You have a long legion of poorly written letters begetting you, you fucking simp clown, stupid dumb fuck. Neil deGrasse Tyson is my favorite flat earther.
The point is, I got you
That
here,
shit
all right?
is flat. Hey, guess what? He said it. We don't have to write him a letter about it. We don't have to fucking confirm that your shit, dumb
Without
shit, is
me, you would never
is
know what gravity
denied.
right? Without
Neil
me,
deGrasse Tyson is our king flat earther. Write him a letter. Write him a letter. Write him a strongly. Please write Neil deGrasse Tyson a strongly worded letter. You stupid fuck.
There is
You think you
here,
can do better than I can? Do it.
here on the outer ring of the Milky Way galaxy, here in the universe.
That shit is.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? We astrophysicists believe that. Like, oh, preface, believe.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Michio Kaku. Yeah, man. It's a crime against humanity. And the world should be angry as fuck about it, but it seems like a joke. Interesting. In the world, our balls look flat. One man will explain it all, right? With one word, refraction. Summer. Coming to a theater. Totally, man. Imagine how boring life would be without space and movies. Without all these shows and entertainment, imagine how boring entertainment would be without space. If you're gonna lie, you should tell the biggest lie you can because it's